In my second chance at life, while others triumphantly gain admission to Tsinghua University, I find myself returning to a vocational school to partake in a game of dodiju. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaims, "Is it possible? Even after reincarnation, I am still an academic underachiever? How am I supposed to navigate this?" I intended to embrace a life of quietude, only to discover that my deskmate is also a reincarnate. She is a rebellious girl with a penchant for hip-hop, nonchalantly sucking on a lollipop, reveling in the chaos around her. He is the king of apathy in the vocational school, ardently adhering to the belief that the ultimate fate of a vocational student is early retirement. When two reincarnated vocational students cross paths, the very fabric of reality unravels. Academic excellence? Such a notion does not exist. The daily life of a vocational student consists of idling in class, playing dodiju during breaks, feigning diligence during morning readings, and collectively slacking off during evening study sessions. Ascending the social ladder? That too is a fallacy. The aspirations of a vocational student are limited to surviving a shower, gaming without losing rank, and eating breakfast without being caught. Matters of the heart? Do not make me laugh. The dating scene in vocational schools is more absurd than competitive. Relationships form quickly and dissolve even faster. The world of vocational students is a tapestry woven from fervor and apathy, a ludicrous youth. Fighting in the shower is more exhilarating than gaming. Simply surviving the shower makes one a victor. The bravado of my peers is unyielding, yet I am forever left awaiting the end of class alone. Vocational couples exchange affection quicker than dormitory slippers. One day sweet, the next single. In the face of the myriad absurd challenges of vocational life, Zhang Shaoxuan can only scream in frustration. I have returned to life not to compete with you in slacking off. Yet the vocational students chuckle and inform him, "Dude, if a vocational student does not slack off, are they truly a vocational student?" Chapter 1. Why was I given a second chance? Under the dim glow of the streetlights on the nighttime playground, shadows of couples can be seen scattered across the track. Some hold hands, while others lean against one another, their sweet laughter echoing in the cool night breeze. Meanwhile, on the concrete steps at the edge of the playground, a man wrapped in a fitted black coat sits alone, hands cradling the back of his head, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Is this real? Have I truly been reincarnated? Zhang Shaoxuan, a product of vocational schooling, secured a security job after graduation through family connections. Earning a monthly salary of 5 or 6,000 yuan, though not extravagant, it was decent compared to many young individuals. Years later, he purchased a house in his hometown, leading a life of quiet monotony. I was quite content. Why on earth have I been given a second chance? Zhang Shaoxuan's heart is a tumult of emotions. He had never contemplated reincarnation, and even in his previous life, when he overheard others muse about returning to their youth, he scoffed, retorting, "Why bother with such thoughts? Can youth be converted into sustenance?" Now, it seems, youth may not be edible, yet he has been unceremoniously thrust back into it. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced down at himself. The black coat fluttered gently in the breeze, beneath which lay a simple, fitted dark turtleneck sweater, paired with cargo pants and leather boots, exuding an air reminiscent of certain villainous characters from classic Hong Kong films. Observing the surrounding vocational students, each animatedly discussing video games, car modifications, fights, and which class has the prettiest girls, he feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity that stirs a desire to curse. Damn it! Is the heavens so idle that they have compelled me to relive the life of a vocational student? Zhang Shaoxuan massages his temples. He has already lived a life devoid of grandeur, yet stable. Why must he now endure this again? Well then, since I am here, I might as well go with the flow. With this thought, he lets out a sigh, slowly rises, brushes the dust off his rear, and decides to retreat to the dormitory for some rest, contemplating how to navigate this new life come morning. The air is thick with the scent of instant noodles, sweat, cheap perfume, and the lingering odor of inferior hair gel from some individuals. Clothes are strewn haphazardly across the bed, with posters of honor of kings, performance rankings, and slogans proclaiming, "My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven," plastered on the walls. Upon pushing open the door, Zhang Shaoxuan finds the dormitory bustling like a casino. 3 of a kind. Exploded. Damn it, you won again. I don't believe it. Come on, this time I must win. Zhang Shaoxuan stands at the threshold, observing these brothers who are destined to become factory workers, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. Among the 6 in the dormitory, each is a talent, and he too was once counted among them. Wang Chong, the love guru, the only one in the dormitory perpetually in a relationship, the most skilled romantic in the vocational school, rarely seen in class, and only visible during gaming or when dispensing love advice. Lu Bin, the charming rogue, the embodiment of underachievement in the vocational school, handsome, silver-tongued, exuding a rogue charm, the quintessential, good-looking guy who says little with women approaching him. Gao Bo, The little merchant, the economic brain of the vocational school, perpetually scheming to earn a few bucks, running errands, ghostwriting assignments, selling gaming accounts, anything that brings him money. Li Chao, the honest chubby guy, the most straightforward brother in the dormitory, achieving decent grades within the vocational school, yet merely the best among six, often duped into being the gullible one. Yu Jia, the smooth talker, a master of persuasion, able to convince others to purchase courses, gaming accounts, or even bogus lottery tickets, yet mysteriously losing his own earnings. Zhang Shaoxuan, once the leader of the academic underachievers, now a reincarnate, contemplating the meaning of life. Upon seeing Zhang Shaoxuan return, Lubin tosses down his cards, reclining on his bed with a grin, inquiring, Xiangu, where did you sneak off to in the dead of night? Were you secretly watching the couples on the playground? Zhang Shaoxuan responds with a silent exasperation. Damn it, how could you have guessed? Wang Chong, with an enigmatic expression, remarked, I comprehend. At this age, Xiangu is in dire need of love. Shall I introduce a young lady to you? Gao Bo whistled. Is that really necessary? With Xianji's looks, he would surely find some market in a vocational school. Hasn't Xiangu always been single? Perhaps it's worth a try. Li Chao chuckled innocently. Yu Jia, feigning profundity, shook his head. You do not understand. Xiangu desires to be unbound by emotions, pursuing a higher realm of spiritual freedom. Zhang Shaoxian's lips twitched as he observed this amusing group, unable to suppress his inner monologue. I am not seeking spiritual freedom. I simply have no desire for romance. Leave me be. I am exhausted and wish to sleep. He casually tossed his clothes onto the bed and turned to lie down. Lubin inquired, Xiangu, are you feeling a bit off? Gaobo replied, Indeed, weren't you once the most enthusiastic about playing Dodiju? Why the disinterest today? Li Chao added, could it be a heartbreak? But you mentioned you didn't have a girlfriend last time. Zhang Shaoxian couldn't help but facepalmed, gritting his teeth. You are all rather meddlesome. In the dormitory of the vocational school at night, the dilapidated fan creaked as it turned on the ceiling. The faint sounds of snoring from a neighboring roommate intermingled with the rustling of someone shifting in their sleep, creating an atmosphere infused with a familiar scent of lethargy. At this juncture, one might wonder why a fan is still in use during winter. To that, one could only affirm that the 6 individuals residing in room 202 possessed their own peculiarities. Zhang Shaoxian lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the ceiling, lost in profound contemplation. I have been reincarnated. So what is to be done? Strive for success? Attend university? Achieve greatness? Not a chance, my friends, for I am enrolled in a vocational school. What is a vocational school? It is a place where, upon entering the classroom, the sounds of snoring surpass the teacher's voice. The distinction between the teacher's lecture and soliloquy is negligible. In such an environment, you expect me to be motivated? Is that polite? With my level of intelligence, if I could truly absorb any knowledge, would I have come to squander my days in a vocational school? Moreover, even if I did manage to learn, the curriculum would scarcely elevate me to greatness. Am I then to languish for a lifetime? What reincarnated individual seeks merely to idle away their existence? That is utterly absurd. His brow furrowed. Surely, reincarnation should be a chance to rectify past regrets, fulfill unachieved dreams, or directly alter one's fate. Yet the truth is, he had fared reasonably well in his previous life. Surely, there are no reincarnated souls who merely drift through life again. Is the heavens playing a jest upon me? Zhang Shaoxian's mind spiraled with chaotic thoughts, his emotions a tumultuous blend. In this life, he neither wished to exert effort, nor was he willing to repeat past mistakes. What then was to be done? As he pondered, his roommate's phone in the corner of the dormitory suddenly illuminated, blaring a WeChat voice message. Come out and play some Honor of Kings. I'll carry you. His roommate sprang from the bed, exclaiming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Zhang Shaoxian could only respond with a resigned silence. Chapter 2. The Awakening of a Livestock. In the early morning at the technical school dormitory, the air was saturated with the pungent aroma of a life that no human should endure. The damp bedding, the odor of fermented socks, the lingering scent of instant noodles consumed at midnight, the unwashed stinky shoes, and the remnants of takeout secretly ordered by certain livestock the night before all contributed to the atmosphere. At precisely 6:40, Zhang Shaoxian opened his eyes on time. This was not a sudden epiphany brought on by his rebirth, but rather a habit cultivated in his previous life. The first rule of survival in a technical school: only by rising an hour early can one enjoy a dignified visit to the restroom. Within the hierarchy of the dormitory, the underclassmen enjoyed private bathrooms, while the upperclassmen were relegated to communal toilets. It was common knowledge that senior students at technical schools had become mere livestock, devoid of human rights. Zhang Shaoxian, as a second-year student, had thoroughly lost any semblance of those rights. A private bathroom? Did he even deserve such luxury? This also meant that if one woke late, they would bear witness to a chaotic scene of livestock simultaneously relieving themselves in the restroom. The imagery, the odor, the air quality, all reminiscent of a chemical plant disaster site. The dormitory supervisor remarked, "You are all adults now. It is time to adapt to the hardships of life." Therefore, seasoned veterans would act preemptively. Damn it. Having been reborn, he still found himself enduring such a wretched existence. Zhang Shaoxuan stood before the faucet, toothbrush clenched between his teeth, gazing at his youthful reflection in the mirror, growing increasingly speechless. No, I have been reborn. Surely I am not destined to live this life again, to strive for academic excellence. Impossible. That will never happen in this lifetime. To continue in a state of apathy? What good is rebirth then? What exactly should he do? As he brushed his teeth, he pondered the meaning of life. After completing his morning routine, Zhang Shaoxuan returned to the dormitory. At this moment, 3 individuals in room 202 were already awake, while the remaining 2 livestock, Lu Bin and Yu Jie, remained dead to the world. There was a tradition in the dormitory. Every morning at 7:20, Lu Bin and Yu Jie had to be forcibly awakened. The reason was simple. They never got up. Their alarm clocks were unreliable. They cannot be roused by mere calls. Even when awakened, they would simply roll over and return to slumber. Initially, the dormitory residents had patiently attempted gentle methods to wake them, such as softly tapping, "Brothers, it's time to rise," or in a soothing tone, "It's time for class. If you don't get up now, you'll be late." They would even pull the covers off, "Stop sleeping. Hurry up." However, practice proved these methods ineffective against the livestock. Thus, today, Gao Bo decided to adopt a more forceful approach. He took a deep breath, grasped the bed frame with one hand, and shook it violently. "Wake up! Wake up! If you don't get up now, you'll be late." The bed frame creaked in protest, shaking the entire dormitory. Lu Bin and Yu Jie, groggy and confused, opened their eyes to check the time. What the hell? It's 7:20. Instantly, they sprang from their beds, as if injected with adrenaline, dressing in 3 seconds, their shoes untied, rushing toward the door. Washing their faces? Brushing their teeth? Those were mere fantasies. They would do it after morning reading, or perhaps skip it altogether. After all, nobody would notice since they weren't kissing anyone. Zhang Shaoxuan, he had grown accustomed to it, for this was the everyday reality of technical school livestock. At 7:30, the morning reading commenced. However, the morning reading at a technical school was entirely different from that of a regular school. In a regular school, all right, students, please open your textbooks. Today we shall recite chapter 20. In a technical school, come, students, take out your books, open them, and sleep. This was the state of morning reading at a technical school. Merely managing to keep one's eyes open was an accomplishment. Reading? That was out of the question. Yet class 702 was exceptional. Their homeroom teacher, Zhang Mei, was a seasoned educator, rich in experience and known for a fiery temper. The students affectionately referred to her as Mom Mei. Anyone who had heard this nickname understood it was not a term of respect, but rather a form of technical mockery. Zhang Mei's most prominent trait was her strictness, strict, and then some. Particularly when it came to morning reading, her standards were the highest in the entire school. In some classes, morning reading time was merely a facade. Teachers paid no mind. Students casually flipped through books or simply slept. But in class 702, reading was mandatory. The reason was simple. The student council would conduct inspections. Members would patrol the classrooms daily to check on morning reading. If a class was found not to be engaging earnestly, the homeroom teacher will be publicly reprimanded. And who was Mame? She was the ruthless enforcer of class 702. How could she allow her class to suffer disgrace in such matters? Thus, reading was non-negotiable. But because of this, the morning reading in 702 became a grand spectacle of half-asleep recitations. At the podium, Zhang Mei's gaze was like radar, surveying the entire class. All students had their books dutifully spread before them, mouths mechanically chanting, creating a monotonous background noise. Yet in reality, about 80 of the students had completely zoned out. Some were memorizing lines, others rehearsing scripts, and quite a few dozed off while ostensibly reading. Zhang Shaoxuan sat in the back row, observing this scene with a slight smile. A familiar scent, a familiar recipe. Crack. In front of him, Yu Jie had already slumped over the desk, burying his head in the pages of his book. He reached out to tap Gao Bo in front of him, quietly instructing, "Wake me when Mei is on patrol." Gao Bo nodded, continuing to flip through his book. Mumbling indistinctly, "This is a pen Zhang Shaoxuan." He glanced down, realizing that this was clearly the language textbook. "All right, enough. Sleep on." Gao Bo replied in a hushed tone, resuming his pretense of reading. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhang Shaoxuan found himself lost in thought. How exactly should one navigate life as a technical school student? Having been reborn, what path should he choose? In this lifetime, He did not wish to toil, yet he also did not want to drift aimlessly as he did in his past. He sought to discover the most comfortable way to exist, to glide through life without becoming entirely worthless. But did such a path truly exist? Why did it feel as though he were dreaming in broad daylight? Zhang Shaoxuan, please stand up and read this passage aloud. Snap! The entire class fell silent in an instant. All heads turned in unison to Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan, what the hell did I do to deserve this? Reluctantly, he opened the textbook, his expression one of disillusionment as he poked the arm of the language class representative, whispering, which section? The representative, stifling laughter, pointed to a particular paragraph. He glanced at it, then, with a weary voice, began, the northern country-esque scenery, 1,000 miles of ice locked, 10,000 miles of snow drifting barely 2 lines in. Zhang Mei slammed her hand on the desk. Zhang Shaoxuan, can you not take this seriously? Zhang Shaoxuan replied, does it really matter if I'm serious? How many technical school students are actually earnest during morning reading? Isn't your expectation a bit excessive? But he barely had time to voice his complaint before Zhang Mei retorted, can't you bring the fervor of a recitation competition to this? A recitation competition? Instantly, the entire class turned to Zhang Shaoxuan. What? Brother Xian participated in a recitation competition? Is that true? Isn't he's supposed to be a slacker? How does he possess such a sophisticated skill? You fail to comprehend. This is the multifaceted existence concealed within the underachiever's life. Chapter 3. The Breakfast Smuggling Scheme. A technical school recitation competition? Indeed, at this juncture in his previous life, he seemingly participated. However, it was not of his own volition. It was Zhang Mei who forcibly enrolled him. Her reasoning at the time was, you possess a commendable voice and are not unappealing in appearance. You are suited for a public performance. To add insult to injury, Zhang Mei altered his recitation script before the competition. That script was utterly atrocious. Ultimately, while others secured first prize, he merely received the most popular award. Even more audacious. The head of the student affairs office specifically called for him to host the next event. Not a chance. At this thought, Zhang Shaoxuan was filled with expletives. Morning reading accompanied by speech? Surely, this was pushing it too far? Was this a deliberate ploy against him? Yet, Zhang Mei had set her sights on him. Arms crossed, her tone brooking no dissent. You shall lead today's morning reading. Zhang Shaoxuan. Is this a roundabout way of coercing me into a speech? If you refuse to read, your credits will be deducted. Zhang Mei continued to drive the point home, her demeanor benign. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned. What kind of absurd regulation is this? Deductions for not reading during morning assembly? Does this technical school even possess such a concept as academic credits? The surrounding classmates instantly perked up, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude, eager to celebrate the unfolding drama. No, Mei, you must realize, I was only awarded 10 points for my last recitation competition, and now you are deducting 10 points from me. That is not merely counterproductive. Earning 10 points was akin to a Herculean task, yet you could deduct 10 points with a mere flick of the tongue? Zhang Mei gazed at him with a smile. Her eyes seemed to convey, speak another word, and I shall deduct 20 points. Zhang Shaoxuan, very well, you are impressive. Clearing his throat, Zhang Shaoxuan stood tall, chest out, channeling the aura of the recitation king from his previous life, inhaled deeply, and began, the grandeur of youth. His voice left the entire class in stunned silence, with Yu Jie's jaw nearly dropping to the floor. As Zhang Shaoxuan recited, members of the student council patrolling the corridor slowed their pace, astonished. No way, the students of Class 702 are genuinely engaged in their morning reading. Is this real? Isn't it common knowledge that students in technical schools generally slack off during morning assembly? Of course it is. They have made a thank for that. Well then, Class 702 has passed today's inspection. Meanwhile, on the podium, Zhang Mei wore a satisfied smile. Wei concluded his final line. Sporadic applause erupted in the classroom. Zhang Mei, well done. That was quite commendable. Zhang Shaoxuan, can I have my credits reinstated? Zhang Mei, no. Zhang Shaoxuan, damn it. Why is the path of a technical school student becoming increasingly arduous? At 7:50, the morning reading concluded, and the students of the technical school welcomed the most significant moment of their lives, breakfast time. The cafeteria in the early morning was teeming with people, as the students, dragging their half-awake bodies like zombies, shuffled toward the service window. At this moment, Zhang Shaoxuan stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, lost in contemplation. What about the slackers in the dormitory? Yu Jie was still lazily washing up in the dormitory, mumbling that breakfast was inconsequential, claiming he could catch up on sleep later. Li Chao, on the other hand, looked troubled. I'm out of money, Zhang Shaoxuan frowned. Out of money? What happened? Li Chao wore a despondent expression. I spent 648 yesterday, Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you out of your mind? Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Lu Bin had already surrendered to fatigue, resting their heads on the table and dozing off. Yet, Gao Bo was assigned a daunting task. His objectives were 10 eggs, 5 cups of soy milk, 20 buns, and a myriad of miscellaneous items. Zhang Shaoxian, are you taking on a mission here? Are the students in our class acting as NPCs? Gao Bo, struggling under the weight of 2 trays, trudged toward the cafeteria service window, grumbling. Damn it, today's morning task is somewhat challenging. It's rather heavy. Zhang Shaoxian, exasperated, surveyed the items on his trays and suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait a minute, Gao Bo, why did you buy mixed noodles? Gao Bo, Lu Bin ordered it. Zhang Shaoxian, can you even bring that into the classroom? The student council will check. Breakfast in the technical school typically consists of easily portable items such as buns, soy milk, eggs, and steamed rolls. After all, students head straight to class after morning study. And the student council is vigilant. But mixed noodles. This is clearly a challenge to the authority of the student council. Once opened, the enticing aroma would waft through the classroom, triggering hunger in everyone. Gao Bo frowned. But he just wants to eat mixed noodles. What can I do? You can't indulge the slackers like this. There's no choice. The task must not fail. Zhang Shaoxian sighed, realizing that 202 is indeed a class brimming with talent. At 8:20, just before classes began, at the entrance of the technical school's academic building, members of the student council had already assembled, commencing their routine breakfast inspections. The method of inspection was quite casual, merely a cursory glance to see if anyone was concealing breakfast items. Such inspections are generally lenient. After all, everyone understands the prevailing atmosphere in technical schools, and strict enforcement is improbable. As long as the limits are respected, bringing in buns, eggs, and soy milk is usually overlooked. However, if someone dares to challenge the student council's boundaries, they will face some humanitarian consequences. A few student council officers stood at the entrance, chatting while casually scanning the passing students. Today, class 702 passed, performing admirably. It's rather rare for that group of slackers to actually engage in reading this morning. Let us check the classrooms to see if anyone has smuggled prohibited breakfast items inside. No sooner had the words left their lips than Gao Bo, in the distance, suddenly tensed up, his heart racing. Oh no, the mixed noodles are still in his clothing. If discovered, not only would he be registered, but he would also have to finish his breakfast on the spot. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Gao Bo took a deep breath, reminding himself to maintain composure. He adjusted his pace, attempting to blend in seamlessly with the crowd, hoping to stealthily slip into the academic building. Hey you, stop right there. A member of the student council suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on him, their eyes sharp like a seasoned detective in a crime drama. Gao Bo, oh no, I'm finished. The student council member narrowed their eyes, scanning Gao Bo's clearly illogical bulging jacket, and suspiciously inquired, what are you hiding in your school uniform? Open up and let us see. Gao Bo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over, I've been caught. But he mustn't panic. The more he panicked, the easier it would be to expose himself. He steadied his breathing, striving to appear as an ordinary technical school student, then calmly unzipped his jacket. The next moment, an intense aroma of mixed noodles burst forth. It was a steaming bag of mixed noodles hidden beneath his shirt. The student council member, the surrounding classmates, mixed noodles, good morning, technical school folks. At that moment, even the air fell silent. Chapter 4, The Combat-Ready Teacher. The members of the student council inhaled deeply, their eyes brimming with incredulity towards the vocational school's boisterous crowd. Come on, guys, we can overlook you buying steam bun. And if you bring some soy milk, we might just turn a blind eye. But you, standing at barely 5'6", resembling a tank with your bulging physique, have you developed a tumor? The most outrageous of all is the mixed noodles. Just because we choose to ignore it doesn't mean we're blind. Do you really think that camera 1T catch you? The onlooking students erupted into raucous laughter. The noodle smuggling bust in progress. Bravo, my friend. You are the first to be caught bringing mixed noodles into the classroom. The student council has been monitoring breakfast for years, and they've never encountered such audacity. Zhang Shaoxian, equally speechless, rubbed his temples, his tone laced with complexity. Gao Bo, can we not act like this? Gao Bo's expression darkened, realizing he had been caught. He gritted his teeth and replied, so can I just eat it now? The student council member nodded calmly. Sure, according to our vocational school's rules, if caught, you must consume it on the spot. Gao Bo muttered, farewell, mixed noodles. At the crossroads of the vocational school's teaching building, Gao Bo squatted on the ground, surrounded by a pile of breakfast items, 10 eggs, 5 cups of soy milk, 20 buns, and a bag of mixed noodles that had already been partially devoured. Cause of death, student council. Zhang Shaoxian stood beside him, arms crossed, observing Gao Bo's despondent expression, unable to suppress a sigh. So, what is your plan now? What to do? Gao Bo lifted his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. He slapped his thigh. The class is still hungry. We must think of a way to deliver breakfast. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed. I'm truly at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Bo's eyes lit up. There was only one solution. He stealthily made his way to the bottom of the teaching building, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Within a minute, the window of classroom 702 quietly opened. Then a rope was tossed down. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, "What the hell? Is someone really assisting? These vocational school students are indeed all talents." Gao Bo, brimming with excitement, grasped the rope and carefully secured the breakfast items, preparing for the delivery mission. Zhang Shaoxuan facepalmed, unable to resist commenting, "Do you really need this breakfast so badly?" It's escalated to tactical levels. Gao Bo nodded earnestly, yes. This is the last bastion of defiance for vocational students. In the classroom, the students responsible for the operation began anxiously tugging the rope, hoisting the breakfast items upwards. One egg safely reached its destination. A cup of soy milk successfully arrived. 2 buns triumphantly made it to the top. Just as the last bag of soy milk was about to be stealthily transported, a sudden shout echoed in the hallway. Classroom inspection. A few student council members, badges glinting, appeared at the stairwell, heading towards 702. Oh no, the student council is here to check breakfast. The students above instantly tensed. Wang Chong swiftly retracted the rope. Yeah, with lightning speed, hid the soy milk in a drawer. Lu Bin, quick-witted, bit into a bun, pretending to enjoy breakfast. Meanwhile below, Gao Bo instinctively shrank back into the corner, hands on his head, crouching to avoid detection. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are you acting like a convict? What else with the hands-on-head maneuver? Do you think if you crouch down, they won't see you?" The student council inspector entered classroom 702, surveyed the surroundings, and frowned. "What were you doing just now?" The entire class of students feigned innocence, gazing with wide, clear eyes. Nothing at all. Really? Absolutely. At that moment, the students of class 702 transformed into master actors, each expression naturally flawless. The inspector scanned the room, his gaze landing on the bun in Lu Bin's mouth, frowning. "What are you chewing?" Lu Bin swallowed the last bite, smiling. "Just last night's dinner. I remembered to eat it today." The inspector, incredulous, thought, who would believe that? "Are you ruminating?" Yet the inspector found no other breakfast items. Reluctantly, he cast a lingering glance at them and ultimately turned to leave. Class 702 had successfully defended their ground. Below, Gao Bo looked up, exchanging thumbs up with the students at the window. They had won this battle. The camaraderie among vocational students exceeded all expectations. In the first math class of the morning, the vocational school schedule contained an unwritten rule. All core subjects were held in the morning. This was because the authorities believed that mornings were when students were most vibrant, their minds the clearest, and learning outcomes optimal. However, reality was harsh. In fact, the opposite was true. Mornings were when students were the most drowsy. Those who had stayed up all night gaming were still asleep. Couples who had spent the night on the phone were experiencing chaotic biological clocks. Even the honest students who had gone to bed at 10 were now sporting disheveled hair and hollow, vacant eyes. In this class, not even a single phone was played with. You could tell just how fatigued they were. At this moment, classroom 702 exhibited an eerie state. The class bell rang, and everyone lingered in a state of half-sleep. Those who typically enjoyed sneaking their phones out were now too lethargic to even bother. Students by the window leaned against the wall, entering a semi-paralyzed mode. The class representative attempted to keep his eyes wide open, but 10 minutes later, he too succumbed, his eyelids beginning to droop. The math teacher stood at the podium, brow furrowed, vigorously wielding chalk to scribble a series of formulas on the blackboard. Zhang Shaoxuan stared blankly at the board, his pupils gradually dilating. He simply couldn't grasp the material. It was utterly incomprehensible. He couldn't understand why the protagonists in novels could level up so quickly, catching up on missed lessons in mere days. While he felt as if he were reading an ancient script, why could others comprehend it with a glance? While he needed to stare 3 times to still find it inscrutable, why could someone reincarnate and become a top student, while he reincarnated yet remained a mediocre one? He rubbed his eyes, attempting to awaken himself. But the next moment, everyone, pay attention to the lesson. The math teacher slammed his palm on the desk, causing chalk dust to scatter everywhere. The entire class 702 jumped in surprise, groggily lifting their heads, yet their expressions remained bewildered. "Who are you? What are you saying? What do you want?" Pairs of confused eyes caused the math teacher's expression to darken. He was a newly appointed teacher, young, appearing to be in his early 20s. Likely just beginning his internship, very earnest yet with a short temper. However, he had yet to grasp the survival laws of vocational schools. Teachers in vocational schools generally fall into three categories. 1. The let it be faction, those who have given up on teaching, relying on fate, conducting lessons as the mood strikes. 2. The powerless faction, those who wish to teach but realize they cannot control the situation, gradually learning to ease off. 3. The combat faction, those who attempt to engage with high-intensity teaching against vocational students, but usually do not last more than 2 months. However, the newly appointed mathematics teacher evidently belongs to the faction of the combative. Chapter 5. Does it affect my bricklaying? The mathematics teacher adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping across the classroom, and with a sudden strike of his chalk against the blackboard, he exclaimed, "Are you even listening?" The classroom fell into an immediate hush, with only the gentle breeze from outside whispering through. At this juncture, the traditional survival instinct of vocational students kicked in, and they instinctively played dumb. One timid voice piped up, "Yes." The mathematics teacher retorted, "What do you mean, yes? Let me ask you, what did I just explain?" The silence persisted. After a 5-second pause, the class monitor cleared his throat and stammered, "Calculus?" The mathematics teacher snapped back, "You're a vocational student. What do you even know about calculus?" The class monitor could only respond with a blank stare. 3 seconds later, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted from class 702. The mathematics teacher's countenance darkened even further as he inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He scanned the room full of students, ultimately locking his gaze on one individual. Zhang Shaoxuan, stand up. The students perked up instantly, each raising their heads with excitement that read, "Finally, it's your turn." A few even nearly applauded. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, "What the heck? Why is it me again?" He reluctantly stood up, his mind racing to devise a strategy to navigate this mathematical crisis. The mathematics teacher crossed his arms, his tone stern. "You tell me, what did I just cover?" Zhang Shaoxuan's mind raced as he attempted to cobble together a few mathematical terms. However, it was evidently futile. He gazed at the intricate formulas on the blackboard, his pupils gradually losing focus. Stuttering, with his index finger pressed against his chin, he resembled a bewildered child. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely decided to play dead. Clearing his throat, he donned a serious expression and spoke with composed gravitas. "Teacher, your lecture was exceptionally enlightening, presented in a manner that was both profound and accessible. I have gained immeasurable insight." The mathematics teacher and the entire class fell into stunned silence. In an instant, the mathematics teacher's expression shifted from clear skies to a storm warning. "Did you actually listen or not?" He erupted in frustration. Zhang Shaoxuan, with a clear and resolute gaze, nodded affirmatively. "I did." The mathematics teacher, exasperated, retorted, "Then tell me, what was the derivation process of the formula on the blackboard?" Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at the board, observing the myriad of mathematical symbols, and fell silent. Yet, vocational students never concede defeat. They resort to deception when necessary. After a moment's thought, he inhaled deeply and slowly articulated, "Teacher, I have suddenly realized that your lesson has profoundly illuminated a principle for me." The mathematics teacher frowned. "What principle?" Zhang Shaoxuan, with a solemn expression, pronounced, "The integration of numbers and shapes, the expansion of thought, logical deduction. The essence of mathematics is, in fact, philosophy." The mathematics teacher's countenance darkened further. "Get out of here." Zhang Shaoxuan replied nonchalantly, "All right then." He promptly returned to his seat, unshaken as a mountain. The mathematics teacher's patience had been utterly depleted. "What is wrong with you all? This is only the first class, and you're all slacking off." The class remained silent. The next moment, Yu Jia spoke up softly. "Teacher, you have a point, but how does mathematics relate to us laying bricks on the construction site?" The mathematics teacher shouted, "Shut up." The entire class erupted in laughter. The first mathematics class of the morning concluded, and the mathematics teacher was left in despair. He returned to the office with a pale complexion, hands cradling his head, feeling as though he had endured a psychological assault. How had this group of students managed to survive to this point? He truly could not comprehend. He was a graduate from a prestigious teacher training institution, filled with educational ideals, arriving at a vocational school with the intent to teach and ignite a passion for mathematics in his students. Yet, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. His students not only slacked off, but were also adept at employing tactics of deception, resembling seasoned veterans. At that moment, an older teacher in the office, observing his despondent demeanor, could not help but pat his shoulder and impart a solemn piece of advice. "Young man, don't push too hard. In vocational school, mathematics is merely a formality." "What?" The mathematics teacher looked up abruptly, his eyes reflecting disbelief and shock. "What did he mean by a formality? If even we teachers abandon them, what hope do they have?" His voice carried a hint of stubbornness and defiance. for he had just graduated, still firmly believing that education could change everything. Although their grades were poor, they still had a future. If we teach diligently, they can surely master mathematics. The older teacher sighed, his eyes filled with the weariness and wisdom of experience. He gently shook his head and said, laying bricks is also a contribution to society. The mathematics teacher was utterly stunned. What did he mean that laying bricks was also a contribution to society? He was there to teach mathematics, not to train construction workers. Senior, your perspective is far too pessimistic. We cannot treat students this way. It is irresponsible. The older teacher glanced at him calmly. Then tell me, how do you think you taught that last class? The mathematics teacher's mouth opened slightly, suddenly a loss for words. That last class he had lectured for a full 90 minutes, and no one had listened. He had prompted students to answer questions. Yet the class remained silent, with the monitor even providing the ludicrous answer of calculus. He had attempted to engage students in serious thought, only to have them discuss philosophy instead. He had faced utter defeat, humiliated beyond measure. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede. No, I am here to educate, not to give up. The older teacher shook his head, sighing, young man, heed my advice. Vocational students are not inherently lacking. Rather, their environment has shaped such learning habits. The mathematics teacher furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The older teacher leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly from a young age. They were not the chosen ones in the education system. Most students in vocational schools have been slacking off since junior high, unable to keep up academically. By the time they enter vocational school, they are already accustomed to coasting through life. You wish for them to learn mathematics, yet to them, mathematics has long become a foreign language. Asking them to attend class is akin to telling a group of non-swimmers, today, we will learn the butterfly stroke. The mathematics teacher fell silent. He had never considered that the students' lackadaisical attitudes were not merely a matter of disposition, but rather that they had no foundation upon which to build. However, if we do not teach them, they will truly have no hope. The mathematics teacher still refused to relent. The older teacher gently smiled and patted his shoulder. You may give it a try, but you will soon realize that not everyone can become an academic star. The path of vocational students is fundamentally different from that of high-achieving students in elite high schools or universities. Do you wish for them to attend university? That is unrealistic. Do you wish for them to master advanced mathematics? Even more so, you can only teach them the most fundamental concepts, enabling them to at least earn a living in the future. As for mathematics, rest assured, it is not required on the construction site. At that moment, the mathematics teacher experienced an unprecedented sense of frustration. He had once believed that vocational students merely required an inspiring teacher to ignite their passion for learning. However, he now began to realize that the issues at hand were far more intricate than he had initially imagined. He bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. Observing this, the veteran teacher chuckled softly, picked up his water cup, and strolled to the window, casually adding, however, if you truly wish to teach them well, it is not an impossible task. The mathematics teacher's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he abruptly lifted his head and inquired, how can I achieve that? The veteran teacher turned back, a hint of playful amusement gracing his lips. First, learn how to engage in a battle of wits with these young ruffians. Chapter 6. Have you opened my door? In stark contrast to the chaotic battleground of the previous mathematics lesson, the atmosphere in the English class was remarkably harmonious. The English teacher, Ms. Lin, in her 30s, possessed a gentle demeanor, exuding an aura of tranquil contentment. Standing at the podium, she gazed at her students and spoke softly. Today, we will discuss the most common greetings in spoken English. The classroom remained silent. Most students found themselves teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet, unlike the mathematics class, Ms. Lin never resorted to shouting to compel their attention. She understood that most of these children held little interest in English. Coercion was futile, and they would absorb what they could. Thus, she proceeded with her teaching duties gently, resembling a serene missionary, allowing the vocational students to choose whether to embrace the gospel of knowledge. She taught, she explained, yet she never enforced. It was as if she existed in a secluded paradise, relishing her solitary teaching journey. The vocational students respected her, for she never pressured them. While sleeping was blissful, there were occasional inspections by strict teachers, necessitating the students to rouse themselves now and then. After all, if the entire class were to doze off, the teacher would incur a penalty. At this moment, the students of class 702 settled into a state of free listening. Some earnest individuals sat upright, diligently taking notes, despite their lack of comprehension. Others pretended to listen attentively, their eyes focused, yet their minds had already soared into the realms of gaming. The remaining students had begun to exploit the liberty of the lesson, entering a mode of self-care. For instance, Yu Jie leisurely nibbled on the steamed buns he had successfully smuggled in from the previous class. Gao Bo lounged in his chair, his eyes half closed, engaging in a state of conscious dozing. Li Chao, with a pen clenched between his teeth, secretly flipped open a novel, immersed in another world. Zhang Shaoxuan continued to gaze blankly at the English words on the blackboard, lost in thought. Why is my English still so abysmal? Zhang Shaoxuan furrowed his brow as he stared at the words on the board, his mind flooded with memories of past calamities during vocational English exams. He found himself questioning whether he was a cautionary tale of a novel's protagonist. What was the essence of others' rebirths? Awakening to brilliance, extraordinary gifts, and photographic memories. Mastering subjects in the blink of an eye, transforming from an academic underachiever to a scholar. Their English flowed effortlessly outshining all the teachers in the school. And one of him, he remained utterly clueless in mathematics and English, still the same vocational student who couldn't even memorize the 26 letters of the alphabet. It was absurd. Was there a glitch in his rebirth? Why did others experience rebirths as if wielding cheat codes, while he continued to languish in mediocrity? Shouldn't this be the moment when the English teacher pointed out his flaws, and he retaliated with a display of brilliance? The narrative felt awry. Just as Zhang Shaoxuan grappled with existential doubts, Ms. Lin gently posed a question. What do you all think is the most important aspect of English in daily life? The classroom fell silent for a moment, after which Galbo suddenly raised his hand, his expression earnest. Teacher, I think it's ordering food. Ms. Lin responded with a puzzled look. The entire class erupted in laughter. Galbo defended his assertion with conviction. Isn't the most practical use of English when ordering at McDonald's? Yu Jie chimed in. Exactly. This one, that one. I've relied on those two phrases countless times to place my orders. Ms. Lin gazed at the raucous students, unable to suppress a smile, yet refraining from reprimanding them. Instead, she patiently said, Then let's learn how to order food in English today. Instantly, the vocational students perked up. Hooray! Teacher, I want to learn how to order the spicy McChicken. Can you teach me how to ask for fries without salt? Teacher, how do I say another cup of cola? Watching the students' sudden surge of enthusiasm, Ms. Lin felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She thought to herself, well, learning something is better than nothing. At the vocational school's cafeteria, at noon, the scene was bustling with people, reminiscent of a scene during the spring festival travel rush. Zhang Shaoxuan, holding a plate of fried rice priced at 8 yuan, settled into a corner, lazily sipping a bowl of soup. This is the life of a vocational student. Simple, monotonous, yet comfortable. Having experienced rebirth, he concluded that embracing mediocrity was indeed the way to go. However, just then, a familiar voice pierced through the din. Hey, academic underachiever, why aren't you playing Do Diju? Zhang Shaoxuan looked up to see a girl clad in an oversized jacket, sporting a baseball cap and chewing on a lollipop, wearing a mischievous grin. Zhao Nian, the most street-smart girl in the vocational school. Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, casting a languid glance her way. What business did the queen be of seeking him out instead of bullying others? He retorted, taking a spoonful of fried rice and chewing with irritation. Damn, the rice is as hard as nails. Swallowing, he felt as though his throat had been scraped. The cafeteria's fried rice remained consistently subpar. He should have ordered takeout. Reminiscing about youth was truly foolish. Zhao Nian stood across from him, hands in her pockets, a sly smile gracing her lips. Bullying you? She raised an eyebrow, dramatically extracting her lollipop and popping it into her mouth. Academic underachiever, do you think you're worthy? Zhang Shaoxuan was at a loss for words. This girl had everything going for her, yet she was unbearably arrogant. Your opinion doesn't matter. I believe I am worthy, he retorted. Zhao Nian laughed dismissively and plopped down directly across from him, flipping her cap backward, crossing her legs, and casually pulling out a package of spicy strips. What's going on with you today? Aren't you usually playing Do Diju? Why the sudden laziness? Zhang Shaoxian's lips twitched slightly. Damn it. Someone in this vocational school actually thinks playing Do Diju is serious business, and being lazy is weird. I've always embraced laziness, he asserted. Playing Do Diju is a mark of dignity for vocational students. Laziness is the ultimate life goal. Zhao Nian scrutinized him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well, it seems that in your new life, you've become even more of a slacker than before. Zhang Shaoxuan. Wait, what did she just say? What did you say? His smile abruptly froze, his eyes narrowing in wary attention on Zhao Nian. What did you just say? I said you've become even more of a slacker. Zhao Nian shrugged, casually tearing open the spicy strips and tossing one into her mouth. What's wrong, academic underachiever? Can't comprehend human speech? Something felt off, far too off. Zhang Shaoxuan suddenly slammed down his spoon, fixating his gaze upon her, his brows furrowing deeply. How could this woman utter such words as reincarnation? Could it be that she too has been reborn? Zhao Nian, what do you mean? He inquired, his tone probing. Literally, Zhao Nian replied, nonchalantly, while munching on spicy strips. I just didn't expect that, after your reincarnation, you would still be such a failure. Zhang Shaoxuan, are you also reincarnated? Uh-huh, Zhao Nian said, biting into her spicy snack, propping her chin on one hand, tilting her head with a knowing smile. Surprised? How did you know I was reborn? Did you read my account? Well, it's obvious. Which technical school, student size, every day like an old man. Zhang Shaoxian felt that his mood could only be described with one word. Exasperation. Chapter 7. Can you wholesale girlfriends? The two exchanged glances, an odd atmosphere enveloping them. Two technical students reincarnated? Is this not a bit too far-fetched? Zhao Nian continued to munch on her spicy strips, her demeanor indifferent. All right, academic underachiever. I knew you wouldn't amount to much. Even after reincarnation, you still lay about. Zhang Shaoxian retorted, and what about you? Socialite of the technical school. Do you plan to continue your aimless life after your rebirth? Or will you choose a different path this time? Zhao Nian chuckled lightly, of course. I'll still be socializing, but this time I intend to be more professional about it. What do you mean? Zhao Nian licked her spicy strip, narrowing her eyes. After graduating from technical school, becoming a corporate drone is a waste. If I return, I ought to engage in something substantial. Otherwise, wouldn't it be squandering the heaven's grace? Zhang Shaoxian was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is this woman suggesting she wants to make money? What else would it be? Would you prefer to rot like you did before? Zhao Nian scoffed, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Having been reborn, how can you still choose to live passively? Don't you feel it's a waste of life? Zhang Shaoxian fell silent. To be honest, after being reborn, he indeed lacked the drive to strive. For his previous life, though ordinary, was not entirely bleak. However, if he could meander through life more comfortably and earn some money, wouldn't that be worthwhile? He gazed at Zhao Nian, his expression gradually becoming complex. So what do you want to do? Zhao Nian smiled faintly while chewing on her spicy strip. Let us start with small businesses to test the waters. After all, one must try to see if the path is right. Like what? Like the things technical students love the most. What do you think they are? Zhang Shaoxian raised an eyebrow. Video games? Snacks? Girlfriends? Zhao Nian replied. Can you even wholesale girlfriends? Zhang Shaoxian. If you're social enough, it might actually work. Zhao Nian rolled her eyes. Forget it. Let us start with games and snacks. Zhang Shaoxian pondered. Although the spending power of technical students was generally limited, if a suitable path to profit could be discovered, it might indeed be feasible to establish a side business. He looked at Zhao Nian across from him, and suddenly felt that this woman possessed some merit. So, how much starting capital do you have? You can't launch a technical school business solely on empty talk. Without money, don't even think about getting rich. But to Zhang Shaoxuan's astonishment, Zhao Nian suddenly widened her eyes, her expression as if saying, what the heck? Starting capital? How did I not consider this issue? Zhang Shaoxian, what the heck? You've already planned the market for the technical school economy, yet you didn't think about where the money would come from? Is this even a startup? It's more like setting up a stall to fail. Thus, the plan for financial freedom in the technical school was abruptly stillborn before it had even begun. Then, the two fell into a mutual silence for 5 seconds. Exchanging bewildered glances, Zhao Nian broke the silence. How about we just laze around for now? Zhang Shaoxian, laze around? What kind of thought process is that? Thus, just moments ago, while discussing how to become the most formidable capitalist of the technical school, the two transformed into competitors for the title of the most formidable layabout. Zhao Nian slouched back in her chair, sprawled out, chewing on her spicy strips, her tone languid. I can sleep for 15 hours a day. Does that count as laziness? Zhang Shaoxian. I can sleep for 18 hours a day. Your 15 hours are nothing. Zhao Nian. Shouldn't that be considered coma? Zhang Shaoxian. That does seem to be the case. Zhao Nian. I can eat 5 bags of spicy strips a day without drinking water. Zhang Shaoxian. I can go 3 days without washing my hair, managing to survive with a hat. Zhao Nian. I can wear 1 outfit for a week without washing. Zhang Shaoxian. You're not just lazy. You're like a vagrant. Zhao Nian protested. A technical school student is all about saving where they can. If you're lazy, be lazy to the fullest. Zhang Shaoxian. You win. In the technical school cafeteria, an eerily quiet atmosphere enveloped them. Zhang Shaoxian continued to chew on his hard fried rice. The grains reminiscent of the industrial age, his expression numb. Zhao Nian, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes, observing him with a hint of probing. But you don't truly intend to spend your life like this after being reborn, do you? What else? Am I supposed to turn my life upside down? Go become the president of the United States? Zhang Shaoxian replied with a look that screamed, what nonsense are you talking? Zhao Nian, is this guy genuinely not planning to put in any effort? Did you live like this in your previous life too? Zhang Shaoxuan casually scooped a mouthful of fried rice, chewing as he mumbled, "It's all right, at least it's more comfortable than working in a factory. And what about this life? What else can I do? Just lay about." Zhao Nian looked at him, unable to suppress a laugh, tinged with contempt. "You really are something. You don't even want to strive after being reborn. What significance does your life hold?" Zhang Shaoxian paused, lifting his head to cast her an impatient glance. "You're the one with the problem. Who says reincarnation must involve striving? Not everyone who is reborn aims to become wealthy, attend Tsinghua University, or reach the pinnacle of life. I lived quite comfortably in my previous life. If I have the chance to live again, of course, I want to continue living comfortably. Besides, aren't you the same? Why didn't you pursue graduate studies or start a business, instead opting to continue your aimless life in technical school?" Zhao Nian was momentarily taken aback. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she huffed softly. "You're quite the smooth talker." "Much appreciated," Zhang Shaoxian replied, indifferent as he resumed eating his fried rice. His expression still as numb as a death row inmate. Zhao Nian lowered her head to chew on her spicy strips, feeling a bit vexed. Although she claimed to be continuing her aimless life after returning to technical school, deep down, she felt a pang of discontent. She did not wish to end up like in her previous life, drifting until she fell to the bottom of society, used as a tool by others. Yet, she also despised the conventional path most ordinary people took, studying hard for college, finding a job, marrying, and having children. What she loathed most were these preordained life paths. But she hadn't anticipated that Zhang Shaoxian would be even more aimless. This guy had no desire to strive at all, lazing about with such confidence and a sense of righteousness, even feeling justified in his approach. She shot a glance at Zhang Shaoxian, unable to resist asking, "Don't you truly think that just drifting through life like this is a waste?" Zhang Shaoxian didn't even lift his head, replying nonchalantly, "What is there to waste? We live once. In the end, we all return to dust." Zhao Nian, "What the heck? That sounded a bit philosophical." The philosophical level of vocational school students has risen to such heights. She could not help but chuckle, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. "So, do you intend to remain an ordinary person for the rest of your life?" "What's wrong with being ordinary? It's rather comfortable," he replied. "Don't you find it boring? Don't you feel you ought to accomplish something grand? Why don't you take the entrance exams for Tsinghua or Peking University?" Zhang Shaoxian calmly retorted, "Aren't you the same? You were reborn, yet still muddle through in vocational school. Isn't that a greater waste?" Zhao Nian was taken aback. She pursed her lips, feeling slightly irked. His words, while seemingly lacking ambition, upon further reflection, revealed a coherence in his existence that she lacked. She often proclaimed her desire to earn money and transform her life. Yet she hadn't quite figured out what she truly wanted. She considered him a failure, yet he seemed to live far more freely than she did. It was absurd. Chapter 8. Running naked around the track. In the vocational school cafeteria, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. Zhao Nian chewed on spicy strips, her gaze fixed disdainfully on Zhang Shaoxian. "Having been reborn, don't you think you should at least date? Isn't it dull?" Zhang Shaoxian, exasperated, nearly choked on his fried rice. "What sort of peculiar thought process do you possess?" Zhao Nian replied, "Am I wrong?" She glanced at the carefree vocational students around them, then back at Zhang Shaoxian, wearing an expression of frustration. "With a spirit of several decades, you should be the most mature man in this vocational school. Why not dominate these youngsters? Isn't courting girls tempting?" Zhang Shaoxian chuckled and shook his head. He pulled out his phone, opened a shopping app, and thrust the screen toward Zhao Nian's face. Zhao Nian frowned. "What? You should strip down and run 2 laps around the cafeteria." Zhao Nian exploded. "Are you out of your mind?" "No, you're the one who's insane." Zhang Shaoxian rolled his eyes in disbelief, slamming his phone on the table. "Look, I don't have a hypnosis app, and you aren't hypnotized. How could I possibly create a harem?" Zhao Nian retorted, "Have you been reading too many novels? Like the overbearing CEO falls in love with me." Zhao Nian continued, "So you really don't plan to date in this lifetime? Dating is fine, but it has to be a normal relationship. Not some absurd plot about being reborn and having a harem where all the girls are in love with me. What kind of fated heroine can exist in a vocational school? It would be a miracle to find someone who genuinely likes you. In this day and age, if you lack money, dreaming of multiple partners is like daydreaming of immortality." Zhao Nian pondered for a few seconds and couldn't help but nod in agreement. She surveyed her surroundings. The ratio of girls in the vocational school was exceedingly low. Most of them were clad in work attire, hurrying off to class with expressions of impatience, or couples already locked in with others. Given this vocational environment, finding a girlfriend is already a challenge, let alone building a harem. It's better to earn money first. Only then can one establish a foundation for relationships. Zhang Yin frowned. Wait, had he been hurt in love? Why are you so rational about dating? Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed. Rational? You expect a worker without a salary to engage in dating and call that rational? Zhang Yin responded. The survival rules in vocational schools are simple. If your skills are lacking, good looks won't help. You might be handsome, but if you're just a broke vocational student living off scraps, no girl will want to spend her life with you. Moreover, the girls are already scarce. Why would you want to compete? Why not try your luck at a flash sale instead? The dating scene in vocational schools is pitifully small. How many girls can there be in an entire grade? Then subtract those already taken or those who look down on vocational students. Remove those who are just waiting to find a wealthy partner after graduation, and how many are left? The competition here is skewed towards males. Even slightly attractive girls have suitors more numerous than factory assembly lines. If you aren't earning money, if you lack ambition, and can't even afford an iPhone, why would anyone choose you? Just because you were reborn? Wake up. Vocational students, stop dreaming. Zhao Yin inquired. So you really want to date? Zhang Shaoxuan pondered lazily. Of course, dating is possible, depending on fate and compatibility. But in a vocational school, dating is a sheer waste of time. Do you honestly think you can find your lifelong true love here? Zhao Yin fell silent. She was well aware of the essence of dating in vocational schools. Most relationships are merely distractions to pass the time, born out of loneliness. Very few endure to the end. Many vocational couples break up immediately after graduation, or even before. Those who manage to stay together post-graduation are miracles. She wasn't foolish enough to gamble her life on that. So, your plan is to find a girlfriend only after you start earning money? Exactly. Dating requires capital. Can you afford to take someone out to dinner? Can you pay for outings? If you can't even take care of yourself, what is the point of dating? Zhao Yin stared at him, utterly speechless. Had you been hurt by a girl or something? Why are you so pragmatic? Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes. It's not pragmatism. It's basic survival awareness for vocational students. So, you don't have any fantasies about being a reborn overlord who crushes everyone and attracts girls in droves? How could that be possible? Such things do not happen in the real world. Do you really believe an ordinary vocational student can have girls lining up to pursue him? Wake up. Girls aren't foolish. Who would want to spend their life with a loser? Unless. Zhao Yin frowned. Unless what? Zhang Shaoxuan sneered. Unless you're wealthy. Zhao Yin. Damn. While it sounds painfully realistic, it seems to be the truth. Money is indeed the most potent charm. Zhao Yin took a deep breath, her tone resolute. All right. Just you wait. I will definitely make money. Zhang Shaoxuan. Wow. Why does she seem even more motivated after hearing that? In the vocational school cafeteria, 12:40. Lunchtime was nearing its end. The vocational students were scattered about, eating in small groups, some munching on half a fried dough stick, their faces etched with fatigue. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at his watch. Calculating the time. Classes resume at 2:00 p.m. If I rush back to the door now, I can still lie down for an hour. Perfect. The afternoon nap in vocational school is a sacred ritual. An hour of sleep directly influences the survival state for the rest of the day. Thus, he picked up his tray, preparing to make his escape. However, at that moment, Zhao Yin seized his sleeve. Hey, wait, where are you going? Zhang Shaoxuan frowned. What is up? Zhao Yin, chewing on spicy strips, asserted. We're chatting. Zhang Shaoxuan, exasperated, wore a deadpan expression. Chat about what? You're munching on spicy strips while I'm trying to get my nap. The afternoon nap is the lifeblood of vocational students. Do you understand? Unfazed, Zhao Yin lounged back in her chair, swinging her legs nonchalantly, still chewing on spicy strips, her face radiating boredom. If you love sleeping so much, why not just lie down here in the cafeteria? Zhang Shaoxuan retorted. If I actually lay down in the cafeteria, the dorm supervisor would have to call an ambulance for me. Then don't go back. Stay and chat with me for a while. Zhang Shaoxuan's countenance darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Zhao Yin. Come on, buddy, how bored are you? You need someone to accompany you even while you munch on spicy snacks? Zhao Yin blinked innocently, responding with unyielding conviction. Well, of course. Eating spicy strips alone is dreadfully dull, isn't it? Chapter 9. Has that brute found love? Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his forehead, convinced that this woman was utterly beyond redemption. Why not seek companionship elsewhere? There are plenty of fellows at the vocational school. Go chat with them. Zhao Yin pouted, but none of them are as entertaining as you. You're not a comedian at the vocational school. You're the king of slacking off. He retorted. All right, go do what you need to do. I'm heading back to the dorm for a nap. Don't disrupt my sacred rest. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged off her hand and attempted to escape with his tray. However, Zhao Yin was determined not to let him off the hook, cheerfully closing the distance. Oh, come on, slacker. Are you in such a rush to return to the dorm because you fear I might ruin your napping quality? No, it's because I'm concerned you might disrupt the quality of my life, he shot back. Zhao Yin erupted into laughter, her eyes glinting with mischief as she clearly relished teasing him. So, what exactly do you do during your nap? Actually sleep? Or perhaps you lie in bed admiring the half-peeling ceiling paint? No, I thought you might engage in something else like, I don't know, binge-watching a show? Or indulging in some typical vocational student activities? What typical activities? Playing doujitsu. Zhang Shaoxuan's expression fell flat. Come on, do you harbor some misunderstanding about my life as a vocational student? I'm not the official spokesperson for doujitsu. I am merely an ordinary vocational student. Zhao Nian, munching on her spicy strip, stroked her chin thoughtfully. But don't all vocational students love playing doujitsu? That is only because vocational school is unbearably mundane. During nap time, what else can we do? Lying around in the dorm, the elegant vocational student. Playing doujitsu, the advanced vocational student. Gaming, the esports vocational student. Watching videos, the semi-lazy vocational student. Or doing homework, the non-existent vocational student. Yet, in Zhang Shaoxuan's view, the only right choice was sleeping. The survival rule at vocational school was simple. Conserve energy during the day to unleash passion at night. So, you really just go back to the dorm to sleep? Zhao Nian pressed on, still unconvinced. Yes. What else do you expect me to say? Do you want to hear about my studies in physics during nap time? Or my musings on life philosophy while lying in bed? All right, go ahead and sleep. You lazy dog. Thank you for the compliment. The art of napping is sacred and should not be infringed upon. In a vocational school dormitory, room 1250, during nap time, Zhang Shaoxuan stepped inside to be greeted by a familiar scene of vocational school life. Wang Chong was sound asleep under the covers, his faith in nap time unwavering. Lu Bin and Yu Jia were engrossed in a game of PUBG, fingers furiously tapping the screen, occasionally letting slip a curse word. Below, Gao Bo was yelling into his microphone, his voice reverberating through the bed frame. Get your ass up, you useless loser. Stop hiding. Fight. Damn it. I'm out of bullets. The gunfire in the game was deafening, and a notification popped up on the screen indicating Gao Bo had been eliminated. Damn it, you bunch of noobs. You can't carry me. Gao Bo flung his phone down, collapsing back onto his bed with a sigh, as if his entire vocational existence had lost its meaning. The absurdity of vocational students during nap time truly knows no bounds. Zhang Shaoxuan scanned the room, frowning. Where's Li Chao? Why isn't he here? Liu Bin casually replied. P.S. with his girlfriend. Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. Wait, he is actually dating someone. Lu Bin and Yu Jin nodded in agreement while continuing their game. Yeah, he confirmed it yesterday afternoon. What the hell? This guy is actually in a relationship. Gao Bo sat up, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. Li Tao, him? He actually found a girlfriend? Is this for real? Aren't all the girls at vocational school taken by the upperclassmen? Lu Bin rolled his eyes. It's true. A girl from another class has taken a liking to him, and they're now together. Damn, that is so unfair. Why does he get to enjoy such good fortune? What does he have that I don't? All he does is play doujitsu. Zhang Shaoxuan mused. The most astonishing event in the vocational dormitory is undoubtedly a student suddenly breaking free from the shackles of singlehood. How did Li Chao manage to pursue her? Zhang Shaoxuan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend it. The dating scene at vocational schools is notoriously small, with female resources being exceedingly scarce and competition fierce. Akin to battling for a share of $1 billion subsidy, finding a girlfriend in vocational school is genuinely more challenging than passing an exam. Liu Bin chuckled. He didn't even pursue her. It was the girl who took the initiative. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, No way. What does Li Chao possess that draws interest? Yes, Sorugit. Who knows? It must be fate. Gao Bo suddenly had a light bulb moment, sitting up abruptly. Wait a minute. Could it be that Li Chao has secretly struck it rich? Is he hiding some side hustle from us? Could he actually be a hidden rich kid? The entire dormitory fell silent. A few seconds later, Lu Bin coldly remarked, He just spent 648 last week, and is now nearly broke. Gao Bo exclaimed, Then how on earth did he find a girlfriend? At that moment, the vocational students in the dormitory found themselves lost in contemplation, staring at the ceiling, engulfed in deep self-doubt. Why are we still single? Is our doujitsu game not strong enough? Or is our rank and honor of kings not high enough? Damn it. What is the secret to dating at vocational school? I also want to find love. Gao Bo suddenly slapped the bed, pulling out his phone. No way. I need to ask in the group chat how vocational students manage to find a partner. Vocational Student Alliance, group chat. Gao Bo, damn it. How do vocational students find girlfriends? Wang Chong. Do you even qualify? Yu Jia. Seriously, dude, have you lost it? Lu Bin. This is hilarious. I suggest you first spend 648 to see if it boosts your charm. Gao Bo. Chapter 10. No matter how I write it, it's all wrong. As a group of vocational school students remained engrossed in the astonishing news of Li Chao's romantic involvement, Wang Chong turned over in bed, bleary-eyed, and inquired, What does she look like? Yu Jia burst into laughter Unable to suppress a hint of pity, a tank, haha. Gao Bo, perplexed, asked, what tank? Zhang Shaoxuan cast him a sidelong glance and nonchalantly remarked, he certainly isn't picky. Wang Chong, bewildered, responded, he doesn't mind. Lubin rolled his eyes, his tone indifferent. Mind? Does he even deserve to? A turtle and a mung bean have no right to be choosy, right? Considering he's almost a half-hanger. He is not far removed from a tank, after all. The entire dormitory fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into raucous laughter. Indeed, in the realm of vocational school romance, there are no eternal single dogs, only those who refuse to lower their standards. The dating scene for vocational students is notoriously ruthless. With an abundance of males and a scarcity of females, competition is fierce. Yet, if one is not picky, there will always be opportunities to find love. As the saying goes, the philosophy of love for vocational students can be summed up in one sentence. Love is not about finding the best, but about finding someone who can accept you. Li Chao has evidently grasped this concept perfectly. Goodness, how fast can one move? Just yesterday he was single, and today he has a girlfriend? Gao Bo wore a complex expression. This technique, I must learn. Zhang Shaoxuan lay on his bed, hands behind his head, lost in contemplation. Indeed, the phenomenon of vocational students in love is not something ordinary individuals can comprehend. The survival rules in vocational schools are quite simple. Want a date? You must either possess wealth or be unselective. Desire good looks? First, assess your own qualifications. Those willing to play cards with you are not necessarily true love, but they certainly have no other options. Li Chao's approach perfectly aligns with the love formula of vocational students, taking the initiative and lowering expectations to successfully find a partner. Damn it, I enrolled in this vocational school to learn skills, and instead, I've been forced to acquire life philosophies. In the dormitory, the students continue to discuss Li Chao's romantic tale. Meanwhile, Li Chao had already updated his QQ status to, in a relationship, please do not disturb. Zhang Shaoxuan remarked, well then, vocational student, I wish you happiness. In dormitory 1310, while the students were still reeling from Li Chao's newfound relationship, the door was suddenly flung open. Li Chao entered, a look of satisfaction on his face, holding a rose in his hand. The dormitory fell instantly silent. All eyes were drawn to that rose. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at him, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Not bad. Bringing flowers? Quite romantic. Li Chao proudly waved the rose, of course. I even took her out to dinner. The dormitory remained silent for 2 seconds. Then what the hell? Gao Bui exploded, his face etched with heartbreak as he slammed his hand on the bed and shouted, you've gone too far. I've done your homework so many times. Reminded you countless times when the teacher was coming and never got a single meal in return. Yet you treat a girl you've known for less than 2 days to dinner. Whoa, Li Chao, you've truly broken my heart. Gao Bo clutched Apelo, embodying a betrayed child, turning away with an expression of ingratitude. The time I spent copying your homework exceeds the time she's known you. You didn't even treat me to a meal. Wang Chong teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Did you get a kiss? Is her lips soft and sweet? Zhang Shaoxuan, rarely interested, leaned in, for who could resist gossip? Although he had heard numerous tales of vocational school romances before, he had forgotten them all. Listening again, Wooden T hurt. He quickly leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you kiss her? What was it like? Li Chao grinned with pride and casually replied, I did. What the hell? The entire dormitory erupted into chaos. Gao Bo held his head, astonished. Impossible. You've only been dating for 2 days. This is faster than our card games. Yu Jie expressed skepticism. You're not pulling our leg, are you? Can a vocational dating scene truly allow you to secure a relationship this swiftly? Is the girl even more eager than you? Leaning back on his bed, Li Chao scoffed. You all understand nothing. This is what it means for feelings to be in sync. The dormitory students cast him incredulous looks. Feelings in sync? You've only known each other for 2 days. Where does that feeling come from? Gao Bo clutched his heart, utterly shocked. Damn it. Is the world truly so unfair to me? Why can Li Chao find love when I'm still gaming? I refuse to accept this. The dormitory was filled with cries of despair as the vocational students began to reflect on their lives. I want to experience love. No. I must devise a method to find a partner. What exactly is the secret to love for vocational students? However, Zhang Shaoxuan had grown weary of their incessant chatter. He stifled a yawn and said, all right, enough noise. We still have class in the afternoon. Matters of vocational school romance are not resolved through mere contemplation, but rather through fate. Afternoon, 2:10 p.m., Chinese class. Zhang Shaoxuan sat in his chair, staring blankly at the blackboard. In theory, Chinese should be the simplest subject. But why must one decipher what ancient scholars intended to express? Are you out of your mind? The reading comprehension section of the Chinese exam is perpetually a nightmare for vocational students. On the blackboard, the teacher had just written a line of poetry. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk. The standard answer was, the poet expresses a lament over the helplessness of life. Yet Zhang Shaoxuan thought, isn't this just the literal meaning? The sunset is beautiful, but it's almost dark. What does that have to do with life? He remembered a master once said, without the standard answer, how do I know what I want to express? The reading comprehension of vocational students generally follows this pattern. Chinese question, what does the author want to express? Vocational student answer, maybe he was just bored? Standard answer, the author, through the depiction of scenery, conveys his inner feelings of melancholy and confusion. Vocational student mindset, he clearly just described a scene. How does that equate to confusion? Nonetheless, this new Chinese teacher is rather commendable. He recalls his old Chinese teacher from first grade. During the first half of each class, he would cough for half the period, then stand in the corridor smoking during break. After smoking, he would resume class, still coughing. A man in his 60s or 70s, with scarcely any hair left and a rather cantankerous disposition. The most outrageous incident occurred during the final term when he required an essay to be written. After Zhang Shaoxuan submitted his essay, he claimed there was a problem. This led to a classic exchange. Zhang Shaoxuan, what issue does my essay have? Old Chinese teacher, what problems do you think you have? Zhang Shaoxuan, if I knew what my problem was, would I be asking you? Is this a conversation with a lunatic? The summary of vocational students' essays is as follows. If your writing is simple, the teacher accuses you of lacking culture. If your writing is ornate, the teacher claims you are superficial. If your writing is profound, the teacher says you are pretentious. If your writing is humorous, the teacher asserts you're not serious. In summary, no matter how one writes, it feels incorrect. Chapter 11. The Pinnacle of Indolence. Zhang Shaoxuan lay sprawled on the desk, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused, his thoughts drifting toward the realm of dreams. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Drowsily, he turned his head to find Zhao Nian half-squatting, stealthily observing him, a lollipop perched in her mouth. She raised an eyebrow at Zhang Shaoxuan and beckoned him with a finger, signaling him to follow. Let us skip class. Zhang Shaoxuan blinked, glancing around the classroom. The boys were still engrossed in their games, the girls were busy with their makeup, and the Chinese teacher was delivering his lecture. The door stood wide open. Had it been the old him, he would have undoubtedly risen and dashed out without a second thought. But now, he chose not to go. Zhao Nian was taken aback. Are you serious? Of course, I am earnestly embracing indolence. Zhao Nian, you're still too young. Zhang Shaoxuan leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, languidly replying, skipping class is fleeting, but embracing indolence is eternal. Zhao Nian's lips twitched. You're not seriously saying you've grown tired of skipping class to the point of apathy, are you? Correct. Zhang Shaoxuan nodded. His tone is serene as that of a sage who has seen through the mundane world. Skipping class requires movement. Movement leads to the expenditure of energy. The depletion of energy results in hunger. And the food in the vocational school's cafeteria is notoriously unpalatable. Thus, to avoid succumbing to hunger too swiftly, the optimal strategy is to remain still, minimizing energy loss. Zhao Nian stared at him, utterly speechless. A faint smile crept onto Zhang Shaoxuan's lips, revealing a hint of pride. The highest realm of indolence is the reluctance to even indulge in it. While you all are still skipping class, I have reached the point of indifference. While you all are still playing games, I have become apathetic to games. While you all are still in love, I have grown weary of romance. Zhao Nian fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, she pulled a lollipop from her pocket and, with a snap, tossed it onto his desk. All right, you win, the pinnacle of indolence in vocational school. She scoffed, but I want to see how long you can maintain this indolent existence. With that, she turned and walked away, the door gently closing behind her as she vanished into the corridor. Afternoon, 2:50 p.m., the Chinese class was halfway through. Zhang Shaoxuan leaned back in his chair, listening to the teacher's discourse, feeling increasingly bewildered. What on earth was this person talking about? He squinted at the blackboard, where phrases like imagery construction, aesthetic symbolism, and meandering paths to tranquility adorned it. Had the vocational school's Chinese class delved into philosophy? No. Why was it becoming increasingly incomprehensible? He gnawed on the lollipop, savoring the sweetness, yet his mouth felt parched. Thus, he decided to cease listening and buy some water. He quietly stood up and stealthily made his way toward the door, moving with the grace of a lurking tortoise. Successfully escaping the classroom, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to find Zhao Nian standing in the corridor. Zhang Shaoxuan was immediately a loss for words. Aren't you supposed to stay in the corridor if you're skipping class? Zhao Nian leaned casually against the wall, half of a lollipop still in her mouth, and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Zhang Shaoxuan. What else would I do? Fly? Aren't you running out to avoid the teacher? Staying in the corridor is akin to exposing yourself. Zhao Yan shrugged, justifying herself. I'm merely waiting for you. Zhang Shaoxuan fell silent. After pondering for a moment, he asked seriously, what do you mean by waiting for me? Zhao Yan chuckled softly, reached into her pocket, pulled out a small bread roll, tore open the packaging, took a bite, and leisurely remarked, of course, skipping class is more enjoyable with a companion. Zhang Shaoxuan facepalmed. Was the social experience of skipping class now a thing among vocational students? Zhao Yan glanced around the corridor, her gaze darting about, clearly having made up her mind to sneak away. Shall I make a run for it after you buy your water? Zhang Shaoxuan licked his lips, contemplated for a moment, then decisively shook his head. Not going. Zhao Yan stared at him, puzzled. What's wrong with you? This isn't like your usual style. Dude, I'm hungry, but that doesn't mean I'm crazy. If you want to sneak away, go ahead. I just need to buy some water and return. Zhao Yan paused, as if she no longer recognized him. Oh my gosh, you've really changed. Weren't you the one who loved skipping class the most? Yeah, I used to love it, but now I'm too lazy to bother. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his expression calm. While you all are still skipping class, I have reached the point of indifference. With that, he strolled downstairs, purchased a bottle of water, twisted the cap open, and took a sip. Then, he pointed toward the student on duty at the entrance, speaking nonchalantly. Are you going to wield a mop dipped in excrement and charge out? Zhao Yan. She stared at the student council member on duty, blinked, her expression contemplative. That actually sounds feasible. Zhang Shaoxuan nearly spat out his drink. Don't scare me. Are you really that ruthless social sister? Think about it. The student council members can't exactly use their hands to stop me, right? Zhao Yan analyzed seriously. A swing of the mop dipped in excrement, and no one would dare to stop me. Social sister, you're truly a genius. Too kind, too kind. Zhao Yan narrowed her eyes, focusing on the entrance, contemplating her escape plan. However, Zhang Shaoxuan appeared indifferent. I advise you to refrain from overthinking. Look at the situation. If you want to skip class today, you'll need some high-level maneuvers. At that moment, at the entrance of the teaching building, two student council members stood with their arms crossed, resembling security guards guarding the gate. The teacher's office was nearby. Even a slight disturbance would lead to discovery. Attempting to exit through the front door was essentially walking into a trap. Is it really that strict? Zhao Yan frowned. Of course, do you think the student council at a vocational school is easygoing? After all, they're the elite among the livestock. They spend their days catching skippers, having long mastered the art of evading truancy. Zhao Yan stared at the entrance, contemplating for 3 seconds. Then, she quietly asked, is there a back door? Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a glance and scoffed. Do you think this is a prison? A back door? Zhao Yan threw up her hands. Then what should we do? Go back to class for real? Exactly. Are you really considering charging out with a mop dipped in excrement? Zhao Yan raised an eyebrow. How about you scout the classroom first? If the teacher is also slacking off, we can continue to enjoy ourselves. Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes and took a swig of water. You can wander around. I'm going back. The philosophy of the king of indolence is not to initiate, not to refuse, and not to skip class. Skipping class isn't necessarily freedom. Sometimes, staying in the classroom is the true liberation. Zhao Yan, are you a vocational student or a philosopher? Zhang Shaoxuan, uninterested in her, turned and walked upstairs. Zhao Yan stood there, watching his retreating figure, deep in thought. She lowered her head, licked her lollipop, and a faint smile graced her lips. Chapter 12. Not afraid to cross infection? Afternoon, 3:05 p.m., the Chinese class continued. Just as Zhang Shaoxuan sat back down, Zhao Yan leaned closer. Without a word, she suddenly grabbed Li Chao's ear. Holy cow! Li Chao, bewildered, wiped his mouth, still grappling with the remnants of sleep as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What is going on? Zhao Yan coldly commanded, change seats. Li Chao, perplexed, looked up to see Zhao Yan indicating the corner of the classroom, pointing to the seat closest to the trash can. He fell silent, memories of his entire vocational school life flashing through his mind. Slowly he blinked, contemplating for a full 3 seconds before responding with a tone heavy with complexity. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation, she delivered a swift punch to Li Chao. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and switch. Li Chao cradled his head. A look of despair etched across his face as he reluctantly stood up and trudged toward the seat beside the trash can. He settled down, surveying his surroundings with a somber expression. The trash can was filled with countless takeout boxes, fragments of paper, and remnants of instant noodles discarded by some careless individual. Li Chao mused, what sins have I committed in my past life? Zhang Shaoxuan, speechless, silently observed the scene. Seriously, dude? Have you really resigned yourself to this fate? Li Chao sighed, arms crossed, his face reflecting the existential philosophy of a vocational student. Brother, in vocational school, it's not just about IQ. Sometimes it's about brute strength. If I fought her, could I possibly win? Zhang Shaoxuan simply replied. Besides, there are indeed advantages to sitting next to the trash can, Li Chao added. What advantages? You don't have to worry about someone stealing your seat. The survival instincts of vocational students were indeed unfathomable. Zhao Nian lazily settled into Li Chao's former seat, propping her legs up and smugly licking her lollipop. Now, this is more like it. I knew you were a sensible one. Li Chao retorted, but what is your motive for switching seats? Zhang Shaoxian, puzzled, stared at Zhao Nian. Of course, it's to be closer to you, she said with unwavering confidence, raising an eyebrow at him with a mischievous grin. The king of slacking in vocational school. I'm growing increasingly intrigued by you. Zhang Shaoxian shot her a disbelieving look. What the hell, are you out of your mind? Zhao Nian frowned, her tone turning sharp. Watch your language. Let us keep it civilized. Leaning on her chin with the lollipop in her mouth, she exuded an air of streetwise confidence. Besides, you truly are amusing. Tell me, who else in our class is as entertaining as you? Zhang Shaoxian scoffed dismissively. There are certainly others. He calmly counted on his fingers, casually remarking, in dormitory 202, there are at least 5 more talents like me. Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow, pausing for a moment before sighing in exasperation. This is so dull. How about we go out and have some fun? Suddenly intrigued, she brightened at the idea. I'll take you to a bar. Zhang Shaoxian's expression fell flat, as if he were looking at someone foolish. A bar? What's so fun about that? Isn't it just about drinking, playing games, and kissing? Besides, aren't you worried about catching something if someone else has already kissed the same person? Just stay away from me. And besides, students are broke. All you end up doing is pooling money to buy a cheap bottle and playing silly games. Zhao Nian nearly burst out laughing at his words. Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about bars? I have no misunderstandings, just a lack of interest. Zhang Shaoxian replied lazily, leaning back in his chair as if discussing mundane matters. I refuse to accept that I would share a woman with my roommate within 10 minutes. Zhao Nian's eyes widened, nearly dropping her lollipop. What the hell? Has your vocational school persona crumbled? Isn't that what happens at bars? Do you think it's some kind of upscale social venue? A bunch of broke students, each with just a few bucks, thinking they can enjoy life at a bar? What happens? They pool their money to buy the cheapest liquor and can't even drink enough, ending up playing truth or dare, kissing each other. Forget it. I'm not cut out for that. Zhao Nian took a moment to reflect, nodding in agreement. That does seem to be the case. Recalling her own past experiences at bars, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. You go to a bar, spend $100 on drinks, and $500 on games that involve kissing. A bunch of fools rolling dice, and before you know it, lips are practically touching. And the worst part? They don't realize that there's only one girl at the table, and by the end, everyone has kissed her. You look at your roommate's lips and think about how you just kissed the same girl. It's absurd. Zhao Nian suddenly shuddered, unable to suppress a tremor. Wow, after hearing you say that, bars suddenly seem less appealing. Of course, I don't want to kiss someone who has already kissed 2, 3, or even 5 others. Can you really accept kissing a woman your roommate has already kissed? Zhao Nian replied, I suddenly don't want to go. Thanks for the invite, but I never wanted to go in the first place. They exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that their rebirth had rendered them immune to certain activities typical of vocational students. Zhao Nian scratched her head. All right then. If we're not going to the bar, what shall we do tonight? What do you mean, what? Of course, we're going back to sleep. Zhang Shaoxian replied lazily, asserting that the pinnacle of slacking was to maintain a routine of early to bed and early to rise for good health. Zhao Nian looked at him incredulously. Should you just go back and bow to the homeroom teacher, promising you've turned over a new leaf? I want to bow, but going to bed early truly is comfortable. Zhao Nian, taken aback, remarked, so you're really so laid back that you want to even go to a bar? It's not about being laid back. It's about being discerning. The entertainment of vocational students must have cost effectiveness. Spending money on fake drinks and low-quality social games is worse than just lying flat in the dormitory. If I just lie down, nothing will go wrong. If I don't go out partying, I'll want to lose money, nor will I end up kissing strange things. Zhao Nian looked at him, suddenly feeling that this guy was a bit too reasonable. What logic is that? Zhao Nian pondered for a moment, narrowing her eyes as she leaned back in her chair, leisurely saying, fine, if we're not going to the bar, what else do you find interesting? Zhang Shaoxian exhaled softly, sleep. Zhao Nian's mouth twitched slightly, her face a canvas of existential doubt. Are you really a vocational student? You live like a retired old man. Vocational students are people too. Lying flat is also a way of life. If you don't slack off, you want to understand the joy in it. Besides, I was a security guard in my last life, which isn't so different from being a retired old man. Zhao Nian gazed at him deeply, her lollipop in her mouth, unable to suppress a laugh. All right then, king of slacking in vocational school, you win. Chapter 13. Break during evening study. During the break of evening study, in the corridors of the vocational school's teaching building, the night breeze wafted through, filling the air with familiar scents, cheap perfume, instant noodles, spicy snacks, sweat, and the aroma of pancakes smuggled from the cafeteria by some careless individual. Some students lay asleep, having exhausted all their energy during the day. Others played games, believing that life should not revolve solely around studies. A few were engaged in romantic endeavors, cherishing the rarity of affection among vocational students. At this moment, Zhang Shaoxuan stood by the window in the corridor, his posture reminiscent of a pouting child, sighing deeply. Alas! A long, drawn-out sigh, laden with the weight of time. Li Chao passed by and patted him on the shoulder, frowning as he inquired, "What's the matter, buddy? Why the long face? You look like an old man retired from life." Zhang Shaoxuan blinked in surprise. "My friend, I have been reborn. Naturally, I bear the demeanor of an elderly gentleman," he muttered silently to himself, realizing he couldn't possibly share with his roommate. "My previous life was fully lived, with a stable job and a home, only to find myself inexplicably reborn back in vocational school. My mindset is struggling to keep pace." Should he utter such words, Li Chao would likely rush him to a mental institution. Thus, all he could do was let out another sigh. Li Chao exclaimed, "Goodness. You can't be a reincarnated old man, can you?" He regarded Zhang with a look of disdain. "Come on, you aren't even 20 yet. Why sigh like a 70-year-old? "It's different," Zhang replied. "While the body remains youthful, the mind has aged. Young people fret over which game to play today, while I ponder the very meaning of life." Li Chao could not restrain his laughter. "Are you certain you haven't spent time in a temple meditating?" There are various schools of thought among vocational students. Zhang Shaoxuan took a leisurely sip of bottled water, his tone relaxed. Some vocational students are enthusiastic about passing time, playing games, engaging in card games, or devouring instant noodles. Others frequent bars, internet cafes, and billiard halls. As for me, I belong to the category of static vocational students. Li Chao raised an eyebrow. What on earth is a static vocational student? One who avoids unnecessary movement and conserves energy. If sitting is an option, one does not stand. If lying down is feasible, one does not sit. During breaks, while others rush about, I merely stand still. They engage in revelry, while I observe. They plot ways to skip class, and I contemplate how to minimize my own activity. Li Chao gazed at him with a complex expression, his eyes filled with admiration. "I see now, my friend, you have achieved the zenith of lethargy." At that moment, several students in the corridor were leaping and reaching for the ceiling, surrounded by a group of girls who occasionally gasped and giggled. Zhang Shaoxuan felt exasperated. Student life is often rife with such absurd antics, like suddenly attempting to shoot a basketball empty-handed while walking, or only stepping on red tiles while strolling down the street. And now, this group of vocational students was staging a contest to touch the ceiling. Observing them struggle to reach the ceiling, Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. Then, with a casual leap, he effortlessly touched the ceiling. The movements of the boys came to an abrupt halt as they glanced around, noticing several girls staring, their faces suddenly flushed with embarrassment. One of the boys puffed out his chest and approached, his tone confrontational. "Hey, what are you trying to show off?" Zhang was taken aback. He stared at the three boys, who barely reached his chest, lost in contemplation. "Really, I just jumped casually. Is that necessary?" The competitive nature among vocational students felt more abstract than that of elementary school children. At that moment, Li Chao, suddenly alert, leaned in and whispered, "Dude, do you think they're looking for a fight? Just those three?" Zhang stifled a laugh and asked quietly, "Do you want to fight?" The boys' expressions shifted, and they instinctively took a step back. But one of them, with a glint in his eye, huffed defiantly, "Just wait until class is over." Zhang rolled his eyes. "What are you waiting for? Do you plan to block me after class?" What a joke. The bravado of vocational students ranks at the bottom. Those who truly wish to fight would have already done so. Lazily, he glanced at them, his gaze as tranquil as if he were observing a troupe of clowns. These boys merely sought to appear tough in front of the girls. In reality, they would never engage in a real fight. After all, vocational students are quite pragmatic. Fighting isn't free, and medical expenses aren't easily covered. Thus, he chose to ignore them and leaned against the corridor, enjoying the breeze as he awaited the next class. At that moment, Zhao Yin approached, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, casually asking, "Hey, are those boys giving you trouble? Don't bother with them. They're just blowhards." Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "Need me to step in? I'm the pinnacle of combat prowess among vocational students." Zhang Shaoxuan's expression turned nuanced. He glanced at the three boys, his eyes becoming somewhat incredulous. "But those three are only about one. 6 meters tall, and you're 172 meters. Wouldn't you just flatten them? Zhao Yin squinted, licking her lollipop, and replied with a grin. That would make it even more entertaining. Meanwhile, the 3 bravado boys were walking away, loudly proclaiming him. Just wait until class is over. Don't think you can jump around and act tough. We'll teach him that vocational school isn't a place for show-offs. Zhang Shaoxuan looked at them with indifference, unfazed. The hierarchy of bravado among vocational students is quite clear. You just wait. Never fulfilled. Just wait until class is over. 99 hot air. I'll wipe the floor with you. Then return to playing on their phones. If you're tough, don't walk away, only to see the other leave without moving. Indeed, the true specialty of vocational students lies in their bluster. Those genuinely ready to fight would have charged in long ago. They wouldn't be waiting for class to end. Zhao Yin, grinning, observed Zhang Shaoxuan, biting her lollipop as she excitedly asked, "So, do you think they would actually come back?" "I don't know. However, the bravado of vocational students is as unreliable as the weather forecast. Mostly incorrect. But what if they really do come back?" Zhang exhaled softly, his gaze calm as he stared down the corridor. "If they dare to come, it's no matter. After all, aren't you the pinnacle of combat prowess among vocational students?" Zhao Yin smirked, her eyes narrowing as she licked her lollipop, a slight smile playing on her lips. This could be interesting. Chapter 14. Educated by the bravado guy. The night breeze was cool, and the evening study session at the vocational school had finally concluded. At the entrance of the teaching building, students strolled in groups towards the dormitories. Some were boasting, chatting about how the internet cafe owner had raised prices again. Others snuggled together, the romance of vocational school couples appearing particularly cheap under the night sky. A group of students surrounded a phone, watching a peak competition player's incredible moves, erupting in cheers and jeers. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaoxuan leaned against the door, his expression calm as he awaited something. Zhao Yin stood leisurely behind him, hands in her pockets, occasionally whistling. Zhang cast her a sidelong glance and frowned. "What are you doing following me?" "Just watching you take on 3, Zhao Yin replied with unabashed confidence. Zhang scoffed, his face a picture of disdain. "Are you out of your mind? Just leave it be. I simply want to see how you plan to take those 3 down." Time ticked by, and the crowd of students at the vocational school in trance gradually dispersed, the night growing quieter. 10 minutes passed, and almost everyone had departed. Even the student council patrols had vanished. However, those 3 loudmouths had completely vanished without a trace. Damn it! Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, his expression instantly shifting to one of complexity. He suddenly realized a profoundly foolish truth. He had actually been waiting here for over 10 minutes. Zhao Yin glanced around, clicked her tongue, and wore a smile that was utterly infuriating. What is going on? Where is everyone? Weren't we supposed to wait until class was over? The bravado of technical school students has a shelf life of merely 10 minutes. After that, it becomes null and void. Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his forehead, his expression lifeless. Damn it, I really did wait here for over 10 minutes? Zhao Yin, chewing on a lollipop, leaned against the wall and said, laden with sarcasm, "All right then, today, we 2 reincarnated losers have learned a new piece of knowledge. The bravado of technical school students can be categorized into 3 levels. Level 1 bravado, 99 empty threats, I'll wait until class is over, only to forget about it when class actually ends. Just you wait, only to end up walking away. Don't think you can escape, when in fact, the other person hasn't run at all. It's just they left first. Level 2 bravado might lead to a fight, but usually postponed until next week. I'll find you on Friday. By Friday, they've forgotten what happened. Don't let me see you again. When they see each other again, they pretend not to know each other. If you have the guts, don't go back to the dorm. But of course, they have to return to their own dorm. Level 3 bravado, true tough guys, no nonsense. They just fight, damn you. Once this is said, the fight has basically begun. Come on, let us talk upstairs. Those who go upstairs typically 1T come back down. Let us get to it, no more talking. 100% will engage in a fight without delay. Zhang Shaoxuan shot a glance at Zhao Yin, his tone calm. So, you're following me to witness the spectacle? Zhao Yin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Indeed, you've been fooled. Damn it. Zhang Shaoxuan was so enraged he nearly kicked her, but he restrained himself. Fine, I've learned my lesson. From now on, when technical school students boast, I'll treat it as air and not waste my time. Zhao Yin smirked. Then why did you still wait here for over 10 minutes? Damn it. I didn't realize I was reincarnated. The longer I waited, the more I felt like a fool. Zhao Yin laughed, patted his shoulder, and remarked meaningfully, all right then. The king of sloth in technical school has been schooled by the bravado master, huh? Zhang Shaoxuan sighed, silently summarizing. The bravado of technical school students has always been a short-term effect. Its duration often depends on whether there are girls watching, whether there are brothers egging them on, or whether there are more important matters at hand. Once the class is over, the influence of bravado drops to zero. The bravado of technical school students is not meant for fighting. Rather, it serves to uphold a fleeting social persona. After the evening study session concluded, the atmosphere at the technical school became extraordinarily relaxed. Students strolled in groups toward the dormitory, and on this path leading home, Zhang Shaoxuan felt something was amiss. It wasn't until he turned his head that he saw Zhao Nian, hands in pockets, lollipop in mouth, leisurely following him. Zhang Shaoxuan looked utterly speechless. "What are you following me for?" Zhao Nian squinted, her tone nonchalant, to go back to the dorm. "Excuse me, that's the boys' dorm. You peculiar creature, are you planning to go back to the dorm with me?" Zhao Nian feigned innocence, tilting her head and asking, "Is that not permissible?" "Of course it's not permissible. You're a girl." "Oh, are we so strictly adhering to gender norms in technical school? What nonsense are you spouting? If gender norms were so strict, how would we differentiate the boys' and girls' dormitories? Besides, the boys' dormitory reeks of sweat, instant noodles, and dirty socks. Can you handle that? That's the unique charm of technical school." Zhao Nian shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "Moreover, what is so mysterious about the boys' dormitory? Which girl hasn't stepped into a boys' dorm while dating a technical school student? As second-year students, we are already adults. You boys don't even have a dorm supervisor at the bottom of your dormitory. Isn't there a student council? They patrol, right? Who would recognize me if I wore a hat?" Zhang Shaoxuan was utterly flabbergasted, looking at Zhao Nian with a face that screamed, "Are you out of your mind? Do you realize how absurd your words are? What? Are you scared?" Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Of course, if caught, the whole grade would know about your business. All right, you should hurry back to the girls' dorm." "No, what do you want to do?" "Just wandering around." "Wandering around my foot." Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "What do you want to come in for? To admire the culture of smelly socks in the boys' dorm? No, I want to see your bed." The dorm beds of technical school students, as the legend goes, are as filthy and chaotic as a trash heap. "I want to see if that's true. You truly are a talent." The boys' dorm of the technical school has an extraordinarily strange ecosystem. Some can find their chargers amidst piles of garbage. Others have instant noodle bags that have been festering under their beds for weeks, but refuse to throw them away. Some can calmly eat pancakes next to socks that haven't been washed in 2 weeks. Zhao Nian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly eager to witness this human miracle firsthand. Zhang Shaoxuan saw through her intentions and said coldly, "You might as well give up on that thought." "Why?" "Because my dorm is relatively clean." Zhao Nian appeared somewhat disappointed. In this world of technical school students, there are actually those who value cleanliness. It's not cleanliness. It's having standards. A technical school student's bed can be messy, but it cannot be filthy. Your standards are truly peculiar. Zhao Nian chuckled, patting Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder. "All right then, I've seen something new today." She yawned, stretched lazily, and finally decided to head back to the girls' dorm. "All right, I won't bother you any longer. I'm heading back. You should have done that sooner." Zhao Nian walked away, lollipop in mouth, a meaningful smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Chapter 15. The Oddball in the Bathroom. Upon returning to the dorm, Zhang Shaoxuan wasted no time, stripped down, grabbed a plastic bucket, and headed straight for the shower room. The bathing time for technical school students is notoriously chaotic. Not only must one fight for hot water, but one must also contend with a host of bizarre behaviors from fellow students. As Zhang Shaoxuan stepped into the shower room, he was instantly enveloped in silence. The destructive power of technical school students is, indeed, formidable. Originally, the shower facilities in southern technical schools had doors, providing at least a semblance of privacy. But now, oh dear, the door was lying flat on the ground, as though it had been struck by a nuclear bomb. Water was gushing everywhere. The floor of the shower room already inundated to his ankles. It resembled the scene of a flood. Steam filled the air, making it feel as if he had entered a celestial realm, albeit one populated entirely by naked students. What on earth is this? Is this bathing or a demolition? No. Is this bathing or a battle? Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his forehead, his completely overwhelmed mind refusing to comprehend this chaos. He surveyed his surroundings and deduced several survival rules for the technical school shower room. Seize the hot water if you can. Delay for even a second, and you'll be left with cold water. Do not use new towels. The water quality in the vocational school's bathing area can render your towel black. Avoid standing in the center, for there are always individuals scrubbing themselves and dancing about. Refrain from making eye contact with others, as peculiar exchanges are strictly prohibited in the school's bathhouse. Steer clear of puddles, for you can never ascertain the composition of the water. At this moment, a fellow suddenly took a shower gel and scrawled a crude character on the wall, erupting into laughter. Brothers, this wall is truly slippery. Without a second thought, he placed his hands on the ground, gearing up for a daring wall slide. However, with a loud thud, he face-planted into the ground, splashing water everywhere. Damn, that hurt like hell. Yet, a few onlookers were already in fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, you're a real dog. Brother, this is a bathhouse, no acrobatics allowed. Zhang Shaoxuan stood in a corner, deeply immersed in contemplation. Having been reborn, he found himself once again enduring such scenes. Life as a vocational school student is truly arduous. He silently turned on the tap, allowing the hot water to cleanse his soul, while striving to keep his mind oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. Damn it! Are you insane? Who's pouring stuff on my head? What the hell? I'm gonna kill you. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from a neighboring stall, plunging the entire bathhouse into an eerie silence. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned, his mind filled with questions. What has happened? With immense curiosity, he wiped the water from his face and stepped out of the shower, glancing toward the direction of the commotion. To his astonishment, a fellow was standing on a stool, vigorously squeezing shampoo onto the head of another individual who was bathing below. What the hell? Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but curse, his expression too complicated to describe. What on earth is happening in this bathhouse? Of course, do not inquire as to why there is a stool in the bathhouse. It is simply a place where anything can occur. The individual receiving the shampoo rain was utterly livid. Get down from there, you bastard. Damn it. Are you even human? The one atop the stool laughed maniacally, completely unafraid. You can't possibly finish washing now, can you? Ha ha ha. I'm gonna kill you. In the next moment, the one below seized a bottle of shower gel, launching it with precision at the head of the one above. Bam! The plastic bottle struck the fellow's head, bursting open, showering the area in a cascade of shampoo, filling the air with a refreshing lemon scent. What the hell? Why are you hitting me? You poured shampoo on my head, and you're asking why I'm hitting you. I'm just providing you with free care services. Care services my foot. Wait, your hair isn't even clean yet, so I'm just helping you out. Zhang Shaoxuan wiped his face again, deciding it would be best to finish his shower quickly and escape before getting caught in the crossfire. Just as he was about to return to finish bathing, a loud shout rang out from behind him. Who the hell threw slippers into my bucket? Zhang Shaoxuan silently quickened his pace. The vocational school bathhouse is indeed perilous. After finishing his shower, Zhang Shaoxuan returned to the dormitory. As he pushed open the door, he discovered Wang Chong and Gao Bo tidying themselves up, while Li Chao lay on his bed gaming. It was a rare sight to see vocational school students taking care of themselves. Zhang Shaoxuan cast a glance, frowning as he inquired, "Where Lu Bin and Yu Jia?" Wang Chong, without lifting his head, casually replied, "They went to the playground for a run." Them? Running? Vocational students running? This was as rare as scoring full marks on an exam. Hence, they always preferred to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than sit. Well, yes, but Wang Chong paused, revealing a slightly complex expression before calmly uttering 3 words: weight loss initiative. Indeed, vocational students are rather pragmatic. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced again at Wang Chong and Gao Bo, noticing they were actually folding clothes, which felt decidedly off. What you two up to? Gao Bo grinned, his expression cryptic. A gathering. A gathering? With a nursing class? Damn. You two actually managed to arrange something with the nursing class girls? Gao Bo looked prideful. Of course. This was a grand initiative born from deep reflection. Deep reflection? The events of noon made me acutely aware of the fierce competition in the vocational school's dating market. If you don't take the initiative, you're doomed to remain single for life. So, hence, I spent the entire afternoon pleading with Wang Chong to ask his girlfriend to bring out her classmates from the nursing class. And that worked? Wang Chong looked helpless. He was almost on his knees. It would have been rude not to agree. Zhang Shaoxuan fell into contemplation. The courtship methods of vocational students are indeed unique. The gender ratio in vocational schools is severely imbalanced, with nursing and early childhood education classes consisting predominantly of girls. However, because of this, they are not available for public sale, and you have no channels to approach them. Nevertheless, if you can get close enough to obtain contact information, there is still hope. Just as Zhang Shaoxuan prepared to climb into bed for some rest, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his neck. Gao Bo seized him with an earnest expression. "You must come." Zhang Shaoxuan was bewildered. "Why? If you don't go, our dormitory's average attractiveness will plummet." Zhang Shaoxuan. "Wouldn't it be better for you two to hunt alone?" Wang Chong grinned. "I've also invited some guys from other dorms. Otherwise, it would be too awkward with just the two of us. But I'm worried that those guys might be too bizarre and scare the girls away. So, you are our backup plan." Zhang Shaoxuan was utterly speechless. "Wait, bringing along oddballs is just shooting ourselves in the foot." Gao Bo patted him on the shoulder, his tone serious. The survival rules for gatherings of vocational schools are: first, the number of people cannot be too few. Otherwise, it seems the male side has a limited social circle. Second, The number cannot be too many. Otherwise, the atmosphere can become chaotic. Third, you mustn't bring too many oddballs. But you must include one person who can genuinely engage in conversation. You are that conversationalist. Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you sure I'm conversationalist? Not just a conversationalist, but at least not someone who will let the atmosphere go cold. Great, so I'm merely going to be a social lubricant. Chapter 16. The Gathering on the Playground. Where to? Zhang Shaoxuan asked, utterly speechless. Wang Chong stated matter-of-factly. Where else? The playground, of course. You're gathering at the playground? Gaobo shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing. Where else would we go? When you have no money, you go to the playground, right? Just buy some snacks at the convenience store. Zhang Shaoxuan was a loss for words, looking at these two and unable to help but curse. You guys are truly pathetic. If you're out of money, why not ask your mom's boyfriend? What kind of gathering is that? Don't disturb me while I sleep. With that, he turned around, climbing into bed to enter a state of lethargy. However, before he could fully settle in, both legs were suddenly seized by two hands. You have to come. We can't handle those oddballs from 201. Zhang Shaoxuan was speechless. Then don't call them. We can't handle a 2v6 either. 5 minutes later, Zhang Shaoxuan, clad in loose pajamas and slippers, was being escorted out of the dormitory by two boisterous companions, lost in existential contemplation. Wang Chong frowned. Is this really what you're wearing? Gao Bo echoed his disdain. You seem rather indifferent, don't you? Zhang Shaoxuan retorted coldly. I didn't even want to come, all right? And wasn't it you two who dragged me out? Did either of you offer me a chance to change? Gao Bo scratched his head, revealing a hint of guilt. Well, the playground lights aren't very bright anyway. No one will notice what you're wearing. That night, the technical school's playground was a chilly expanse. The dim light of the convenience store flickered, with a few stalls open, while the students formed several circles, engaged in their own distinct social activities. Some were playing truth or dare with soda bottles. Others slurped instant noodles while strategizing for games. And a few boasted about their past glories. The nursing class girls sat scattered, appearing somewhat shy, yet exhibiting signs of social fatigue. As Zhang Shaoxuan and his companions stepped into this peculiar social scene, all eyes immediately turned towards them. Here they come. Wang Chong, we're the nursing class girls. Don't fret, they're here. A few students from the technical school rubbed their hands together in excitement, striking poses of social adeptness. Zhang Shaoxuan scanned the crowd and spotted several unfamiliar faces. Indeed, a few girls from a nursing class were present, but they were all wearing masks. Why are they wearing masks? He pondered. Professional habit. The social circles of technical school students were indeed unique, with even nursing class girls emphasizing professional decorum. However, that was not the most outrageous aspect. The most absurd was the unmistakable figure of Zhao Nian among the crowd. Zhang Shaoxuan instantly recognized the familiar sight of the baseball cap and lollipop. Zhao Nian, with a lollipop in her mouth, casually crossed her legs and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Shaoxuan. Well, if at ISNT the king of laid-back attitudes at the technical school, what brings you here? Zhang Shaoxuan responded with confusion. Huh? He turned to Wang Chong. Are you sure this is a nursing class gathering? Wang Chong confidently affirmed. Zhao Nian is from the nursing class. Are you absolutely certain? Not really. Gao Bo, with a smug grin, patted his shoulder, but she is here now. Therefore, she is indeed part of the nursing class gathering. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced down at his loose pajamas and then at Zhao Nian's pink cartoon pajamas, utterly speechless. With a look of existential doubt, he questioned Zhao Nian. Wait, aren't you from our class? Zhao Nian, unfazed, replied, indeed. Then how did you end up at a nursing class gathering? Zhao Nian shrugged nonchalantly. I just dropped by. I went to the nursing class to find my roommate to play cards, and they mentioned a gathering, so I decided to tag along out of boredom. So, it's just the two of us in pajamas here. Zhao Nian glanced around, realizing that all the students and nursing class girls were dressed normally. Jeans, sportswear, hoodies, and some girls even had on light makeup, giving the scene an air of proper social gathering. Meanwhile, the two of them stood out like elderly folks wandering around a city in search of breakfast. It seems so. Zhao Nian observed her cartoon bear pajamas, her lips twitching slightly. Have we been a bit too casual? You just realized that? The social activities at the technical school were always distinctive. Typical school gatherings might occur at KTVs, bars, or upscale restaurants, while those at the technical school simply took place on the playground, armed with snacks and a bottle of soda for the evening. In such an environment, the methods of initiating conversation were uniquely tailored to the technical school culture. Hey, do you play Honor of Kings? What rank are you? Where's that barbecue place you posted about? I want to go too. Do you enjoy playing Mahjong? We could form a 4-player game. The social interactions of technical school students revolve around 3 main themes: gaming, food, and casual lounging. Thus, even the nursing class girls quickly adapted to the atmosphere, engaging in light banter with the boys. However, within this gathering, the social hierarchy of the technical school was vividly displayed. The most popular were those who owned cars, followed by those with side hustles, then the good-looking ones. And at the bottom were the unskilled, utterly laid-back students. Zhang Shaoxuan had decisively shattered the bottom tier of this hierarchy, transcending into the realm of the bizarre by donning pajamas. Zhao Yin clicked her tongue and patted his shoulder. Her tone complex, dude. You're taking this laid-back thing a bit too seriously, aren't you? Zhang Shaoxuan replied, I never wanted to come. Then how did you end up being dragged here? Gao Bo and Wang Chong said the guys from room 201 were too wild, and they couldn't handle it in a 2v6 situation. Chapter 17. The Eccentricities of Technical School. Nights at the technical school were always infused with a surreal atmosphere. On the playground, a group of students was captivated by the legendary figures of Dormitory 201 as they showcased their unique survival philosophy. Brothers, do you know why technical school students are never afraid of the dark? Why? Because the future of technical school students is darker than the dark. Ha 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 ha. A wave of laughter erupted from the students of room 201, rolling on the ground, gasping for breath. Some were slapping their thighs, exclaiming, wow, that's brilliant. I could laugh at this joke all day. This is philosophical humor. So true. I graduated from technical school, and I'm not even afraid of the dark. Zhang Shaoxuan. Gao Bu. Wang Chong. Is this really that funny? Are you guys in a sound state of mind? The nursing class girls were equally taken aback. Wait, is this what their dormitory is like? I heard they once wrestled over a pancake. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Just then, two boisterous figures from dormitory 201 erupted. Wow, aren't you the real oddball? Who was it that cheated me during cards last time and refused to admit it? You're talking nonsense. My cards were just terrible. Nonsense. You were clearly being deliberate. Screw you. In the next moment, the two of them suddenly tumbled onto the grass, rolling like elementary school children. The crowd, nursing class girls, everyone on the playground was stunned. But the most outrageous part was that after rolling on the grass for 5 seconds, they abruptly stopped, stood up, tidied their clothes, patted each other on the shoulder, and said, all right, we're cool now. Yeah, you're smart enough. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before it erupted. What is wrong with the boys from room 201? Are they wild animals? They just fought. And now they've made up. The students from dormitory 201 were completely immersed in their alternative technical school culture. Some were engaged in a game of who blinks first has to buy milk tea, resulting in a group of students with red eyes, staring at each other like chickens, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. A spirited debate ensued among the students regarding the mightiest hero in honor of kings, their faces flushed with fervor, to the extent that one individual leapt up to demonstrate a sequence of skills. Suddenly, another student, in a moment of impulsive bravado, attempted to shoot a basketball with his bare hands on the playground, exclaiming, three-pointer. Unfortunately, the ball was merely a figment of the imagination, and his exuberance led him to crash down onto the ground, wailing in pain. Zhang Shaoxuan, utterly speechless, cast a complex gaze upon this motley crew. He turned to Zhao Yin, maintaining a calm demeanor, and queried, do you think these individuals like a few marbles? Zhao Yin, chewing on a lollipop, replied with an unruffled tone, no, they likely lack more than just a few. Ultimately, this bizarre gathering of vocational school students came to an end in an unusual manner. The raucous inhabitants of Dormitory 201, after rolling about on the grass, collectively declared, I'm done chatting. Let us head back to the dormitory to play do di ju. With that, they rose in unison, dusted themselves off, and departed the playground in a grand procession. This left a group of bewildered nursing students and a multitude of stupefied onlookers in their wake. Gao Bo, watching them leave, couldn't he help but muse. It seems they are truly beyond salvation. Wang Chong nodded. Their mental state is indeed perilous. Zhao Yin, with an air of disdain, remarked, what on earth are they doing? Are they trying to bolster their resumes in the vocational school dating market? Close enough. Do they possess wealth? No. Do they have looks? No. Then what do they have? Confidence. Zhao Yin paused for a moment and couldn't he help but chuckle. Are you sure you didn't skip your medication today? At that moment, the attention of the group shifted towards Wang Chong. Is your class like this? Wang Chong quickly waved his hands, his face paling, and fervently insisted, no, no, no. Our dormitory is perfectly normal. However, just then, bang, Wang Chong felt a sudden chill on his back. In the next instant, a tremendous force struck him, and he was sent sprawling face first onto the ground. What the hell? Everyone stared in astonishment at the boisterous Lu Bin, who had just charged in. With a cold expression and an air of menace, he stood behind Wang Chong, his gaze sharp. How dare you eat spicy strips here? Do you even deserve it? Wang Chong retorted, what? I haven't eaten any. Why should you? Without further ado, Lu Bin snatched the remaining spicy strips from Wang Chong's grasp and devoured 2 handfuls. Crunch, crunch in mere seconds, The entire bag was reduced to ashes. He wiped his mouth, his expression indifferent, and continued his mad dash, joining Yujia as they vanished into the night. The nursing students were left speechless, their expressions a tapestry of confusion and shock. Zhao Nian glanced at the empty spicy strip bag, and then at the sprawled Wang Chang, her expression revealing a mix of incredulity as she uttered, "Is it really necessary for vocational students to fight over spicy strips?" Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his forehead, his tone laced with resignation. "If they don't fight, they won't get any." The nursing students remained silent. Gao Bo surveyed the scene with a complex expression. "Is this what you call elite socializing in vocational school?" Wang Chang, having risen from the ground, wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze on the direction Liu Bin had fled, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it. The survival conditions in vocational school are becoming increasingly dire. The social activities of vocational students are forever tinged with a surreal quality. The core rule governing these students is simple. No one knows what will transpire in the next moment. While students from other schools indulge in karaoke at KTVs, frequent bars, and engage in typical college socializing, vocational students are found scrambling for spicy strips on the playground, brawling over games of dodiju, and even toppling their roommates for a mere snack. The nursing students, utterly at a loss, promptly stood up and brushed the dust from their pants. "Very well. We shall return to our dormitory." Wang Chang was taken aback. "What? You're leaving just like that?" "Of course. We came to meet some normal guys, not to participate in some vocational student beast competition. With your social dynamics, we simply cannot integrate. We're heading back. We don't understand your world in the city rail class." Chapter 18. Born to Climb Walls. At 10:20 p.m. in dormitory 202 of the vocational school, the noise reached a cacophony akin to a livestock market. The true day for vocational students only begins after the lights go out in the dormitory. Wang Chang, furiously rubbing his phone screen, fumed. "Damn it, I'm one card short of a full set." Li Chao, reclining on his bed with a smug grin, cackled gleefully. "He, useless Amaterasu." Wang Chang retorted, "What the hell? Are you from the grotesque district?" Li Chao yeyet Amaterasu. Wang Chang shot back, "Get lost. I'm about to win, and you're blocking my cards." Meanwhile, Gao Bo beneath the bed was pounding on the floor with his phone, shouting, "Go! Go! Team fight! You useless bunch! For heaven's sake, can't you make a move? Who bought the support item? Damn it, you filthy junglers!" Beside him, Liu Bin and Yu Jia were engaged in a frantic game of PUBG, the dormitory echoing with gunfire. Second floor, hurry up. There's one on the left. Damn, he dodged. Help, help, help. Stop looting the bag, The entire dormitory was as noisy as a livestock market. Zhang Shaoxuan lay on his bed, holding his phone, struggling to find something to do. Games? Forget it. He didn't feel like playing. Scrolling through short videos? After 3 minutes, he was already bored. Chatting with someone? He glanced at his WeChat list and realized he had hardly anyone to talk to. He sat up, looked at the instant noodles on the table, pondered for a couple of seconds, and ultimately made the quintessential decision of a vocational student at midnight, to head to an internet cafe. The gates of the vocational school were long since locked. The only way out was to scale the wall, climb out the window, or find a back door. Being on the second floor made it relatively easy to escape. The standard escape route for vocational students was as follows. First, step onto the air conditioning unit. Then, tread on the anti-theft window on the first floor. Finally, make a light leap to complete the Great Escape. This route is as familiar to vocational school students as the act of using the restroom. Outside the dormitory building, several students, much like Zhang Shaoxuan, are engaged in the same clandestine wall-climbing endeavor. For these students, the internet cafe becomes their true sanctuary at night. The cafe manager has grown accustomed to the sight of vocational students entering en masse after dark, no longer bothering to inquire about their ages, and simply powering up the machines. Thus begins the raucous revelry of the 1050 vocational students, a nocturnal celebration that unfolds within the dimly lit cafe, where the blue glow of screens reflects upon their faces. The unwritten survival rules of vocational students require no explanation. One understands them upon entering. In the League of Legends zone, this area serves as a battleground for the highest-ranked players, where fierce competition erupts, punctuated by outbursts of "Can you stop feeding?" In the PUBG zone, here, the majority are vocational students, with gunfire ringing out continuously and laughter erupting. "Ha ha ha, I just got a headshot with my 98K. In the viewing area, you know what I mean, the students, donned with headphones, gaze intently at the screens, silent yet wearing enigmatic smiles. Zhang Shaoxuan selects a corner seat, expertly orders a glass of ice-cold cola, and is just about to launch into a game when a figure suddenly plops down beside him. It's Zhao Nian. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Nian, with a lollipop in her mouth, grins mischievously. "R&T vocational students, supposed to sneak in an internet cafe at midnight? You're here too?" Zhao Nian retorts confidently, of course. What else would I do, sleep? The daily routine of vocational students is inherently anti-human. Sleeping by day, gaming by night. When classes are in session, they slack off. When there are no classes, they stay up all night. The internet cafe is their true home. Zhang Shaoxuan furrows his brow, staring at Zhao Nian with a mixture of shock and confusion. Wait, I just climbed in from the second floor to get here. If I remember correctly, the girls in our class reside on the fifth floor, right? The dormitory supervisor locks the doors after checking on us. How did you get out? Zhao Nian, nonchalantly crossing her legs and grinning with a hint of mischief, replies, you underestimate vocational students. Do you really think only boys can climb walls? The girls' dormitory is locked up tight at night, just like the boys. The dorm supervisor patrols regularly. However, the escape skills of vocational schoolgirls are certainly on par with their male counterparts. Leaning back in her chair, Zhao Nian speaks with a casual tone. There are many ways to sneak out, but most people wouldn't dare to try. Method 1. Climb over the balcony. Suitable for floors 2 and below, attempting this from the third floor or higher is essentially a death wish. Success rate, 60, depends on physical fitness and the weight capacity of what's outside. Risk, if caught, instant social death and a call to parents. Method 2. Use the back door. Applicable when the dorm supervisor is in a good mood. Success rate, 30, requires acting skills and a sob story. Risk, if refused, you'll be watched all day. Method 3. Pretend to be ill and slip away. Suitable for the dramatic types. Success rate, 50. Risk, you must convincingly act sick, or else you'll be caught. Method 4. The classic vocational school escape using rope. Applicable for floors 5 and above. Success rate, 80, requires tools. Risk, if the rope breaks, that's game over. Zhang Shaoxuan, taken aback, frowns and asks, you didn't climb out from the balcony, did you? Zhao Nian glances at him dismissively. Do you really think I do something so foolish? She raises an eyebrow, pride evident in her tone. I escaped via rope. Zhang Shaoxuan is dumbfounded. You lowered a rope from the 5th floor? Zhao Nian nods triumphantly. Exactly. Are you a vocational student or a special forces operative? Zhao Nian calmly explains it's quite simple. One of the essential items in a vocational girls' dormitory is bed sheets. You tear the sheets into strips, tie them together to form a rope, secure it to the balcony railing, and then slide down from the 5th floor. A smooth landing, a perfect escape. Zhang Shaoxuan falls silent, pondering the implications of tearing bed sheets. Aren't you afraid of falling? He can't help but ask. Afraid of what? The wall climbing skills of vocational students are honed through necessity, Zhao Nian scoffs. Do you think these students' skills at skipping classes were developed overnight? She pats his shoulder, her tone matter of fact. Vocational students are born wall climbers. Skipping classes, climbing walls. Leaving the internet cafe, climbing walls. Dating, climbing walls. Whatever you want to do, climb walls. In this day and age, how can a vocational student survive in society without the ability to scale walls? Do you really think that's why they excel at escape rooms? Sipping his ice-cold cola, Zhang Shaoxuan scrolls the mouse, but feels an overwhelming sense of monotony in his life. Just then, Zhao Nian suddenly chuckles. With her lollipop in tow, she leans in with an air of mystery. Lethargic bro, would you like to try a different way of playing? Zhang Shaoxian's brows knit together, sensing something amiss. What is this woman plotting again? What are you up to? Zhao Nian raises an eyebrow, leaning in closer with an enigmatic tone. The nightlife at vocational school is where the real excitement lies. Do you think the internet cafe is the only destination? How naive. Would you like to experience the true nightlife of vocational students? Zhang Shaoxuan squints, feeling a hint of danger in Zhao Nian's tone. You're not suggesting we do something illegal, are you? Zhao Nian chuckles lightly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Relax, it's not illegal. It's purely about experiencing the deepest survival rules of vocational students. If you're not afraid, come with me. Chapter 19. A thorough interrogation. The cacophony of the vocational school internet cafe gradually fades, replaced by the air thick with chalk dust and nicotine in the billiard hall. The sounds of cue balls striking one another, the click of lighters igniting, and the boastful banter of vocational students meld into a uniquely vibrant atmosphere of a vocational night. Under the dim yellow lights, several billiard tables are occupied by students wielding cues. Some are engaged in serious matches, others are pointing and commenting, while some simply come to show off. Bang! A boy lines up a shot and gently strikes. The ball sinks. The onlookers erupt in exaggerated gasps of amazement. The scene remarkably extravagant. Awesome. Amazing. That shot left me speechless. Wow. The angle on that shot rivals that of a professional. Zhang Shaoxuan stands at the entrance, observing this spectacle, lost in deep contemplation. Is this it? This is what you call the deepest nightlife of vocational students? Zhao Nian nods, her tone utterly matter of fact. Of course. Who could refuse an exhilarating game of billiards? Exhilarating? Playing billiards? Is this it? Zhang Shaoxuan feels utterly deflated. Damn it. I thought Zhao Nian was going to take me to underground racing, illegal fighting rings, or even the kind of casinos where vocational students strike it rich. And instead, it's a billiards hall. Zhao Nian strides in confidently, casually patting the bar top, and says nonchalantly, 2 games, let us get a table. The server nods, handing over 2 cues and gesturing toward a table in the far corner, table 13. Zhang Shaoxuan remained in a state of utter astonishment. My friend, is the nightlife of vocational school students truly just about playing billiards? Zhao Nian, with a lollipop dangling from her mouth, grinned mischievously. What else could it be? She waved her cue stick and raised an eyebrow, declaring, the rankings of nocturnal amusements for vocational students are as follows. First, billiards. Second, dodiju, a card game. Third, sneaking over the wall to indulge in late-night barbecues. Fourth, loitering in internet cafes until dawn. Fifth, wandering aimlessly along the streets near the vocational school, watching stray dogs brawl. The duo approached table 13, where Zhao Nian skillfully prepared the balls with a flick of her cue. Come on, let's start, my friend, she urged. Zhang Shaoxuan, displaying visible reluctance, stared intently at the table. I can't play. I'm utterly hopeless. Zhao Nian smirked wickedly, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm. No worries, my friend. I'll just have to mercilessly torment you. Zhang Shaoxuan. Did this woman have a peculiar way with words? Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, licked her lollipop, and with a teasing smile, stated, for every ball you miss, I'll mock you. If you manage to win a game, I'll cover the table fees for tonight. What do you take me for, a gambling addict? Playing billiards and wagering table fees? Zhao Nian stood at the table, deftly breaking the formation. With a resounding crack, the balls scattered, and the number 1 ball rolled smoothly into a pocket. Oh, that was quick. Zhang Shaoxuan frowned, sensing something amiss. Zhao Nian laughed carefree, continuing her flawless execution. Crack, crack, crack. A hot trick. Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhao Nian blew the chalk dust off her cue, glanced at him, and raised an eyebrow. Your turn now, my friend. With a sigh, Zhang Shaoxuan picked up the cue, crouched down, and aimed. After an eternity of aiming, his confidence began to wane. Damn it, he could barely hold the cue steady. For vocational students, the greatest fear in billiards is not encountering a skilled player. It is the dread of being utterly incompetent and made a fool of. He gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, and aimed at the number 7 ball. Whack! The cue was thrust forward with force. The number 7 ball rolled chaotically across the table before coming to a stop. Missed. Zhao Nian sighed, patted his shoulder, her tone laden with mock disappointment. My friend, you have truly let me down. Your billiard skills are as uncertain and grim as the future of vocational students. At midnight, in the billiard hall at table 13, under the dim yellow lights, Zhao Nian leaned in closer, pressing half her body against him. Instantly, Zhang Shaoxuan froze, every hair on his back standing on end. Damn it, why was the teaching method of this vocational school social girl so intimate? His breath hitched. Every thought in his mind momentarily ceased, leaving only one notion. What is this woman up to? Zhao Nian gently grasped his wrist, her other hand resting on his shoulder, effectively anchoring him in front of the table. Her tone was languid, laced with playful teasing. Don't fidget, just learn. Zhang Shaoxuan's heart nearly stopped. Goodness, she was too close. So close that he could detect the fragrant scent of her shampoo and the sweet aroma of the strawberry-flavored lollipop in her mouth. Damn it, when did the social life of a vocational student become so perilous? In the world of vocational students and billiards, there are typically only a few scenarios: gambling drinks, wagering table fees, or betting on a late-night meal. Then there are the show-off games where one clears the table to display their undeniable prowess in front of the girls. Other times, they play while distracted by dodiju, or simply engage in reckless fun, striking randomly at the balls. But now, Zhao Nian's intimate lesson shattered the hierarchy of the vocational billiard hall. I had to turn into a scene from an idol drama. Leaning against his back, Zhao Nian adjusted his posture with a delicate touch. Her wrist gently held his hand, her tone calm and collected. Your stance is incorrect. Billiards requires a sense of touch. Keep your elbow relaxed. Zhang Shaoxuan's mind had completely short-circuited. He could hardly absorb any of this. Who on earth could remain composed while learning to play under such circumstances? Zhao Nian smirked, acutely aware of his rigidity, yet she did not relent, moving even closer, her breath warm against his ear. What are you so nervous about? She teased lightly. You haven't been this close to a girl before, have you? Zhang Shaoxuan's face darkened. Damn it. Was she looking down on him? Nervous? My foot. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. That's good. Zhao Nian chuckled softly, continuing to guide his wrist, aligning the cue to the appropriate angle. Focus on that ball. Keep your wrist steady, don't apply too much force. Her fingers lightly touched the back of his hand, exerting just enough pressure to instill a sense of control. Now shoot. Zhang Shaoxuan inhaled deeply, attempting to disregard the peculiar sensations, steadying his mind, and moved his wrist. Whack! The cue gently struck the cue ball, which rolled forward and collided with the target ball. Clunk, clunk, swoosh. It went in. Wow, you're picking this up quite quickly, Zhao Nian exclaimed, blowing on her lollipop, her expression cheeky, her gaze laced with mischief. So, how does it feel to be under my tutelage? Zhang Shaoxuan's expression was complex. His mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, this woman really knew how to play. Chapter 20. She really knows how to play. Zhang Shaoxian shot Zhao Nian a sidelong glance, his tone calm, but laced with suspicion. Aren't you usually mingling with the vocational student crowd? Why are you suddenly so earnest in teaching me? Zhao Nian shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smile on her lips. Who knows? Maybe it's simply because you're so hopeless that I couldn't resist. I'd sooner believe a ghost. Zhang Shaoxian narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. Why was this vocational school social girl so keen to teach him billiards, even up close? Damn it, this is illogical. He scrutinized Zhao Nian, narrowing his eyes with a slight smirk. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Zhao Nian paused, momentarily taken aback, before her lips curled into a smirk. What a ridiculous thought. I'm genuinely trying to teach you billiards, and you dare to slander my intentions? You could easily stand farther away, yet you choose to press up against me, Zhang Shaoxian replied calmly. Zhao Nian was momentarily speechless, her gaze turning complex. She stared at Zhang Shaoxian for a couple of seconds before breaking into laughter. Slowly, she leaned a little closer, her tone languid. So, do you think I'm doing it on purpose? This woman truly knew how to play. In the realm of vocational schoolgirls, very few are adept at billiards. Most billiard halls are battlegrounds for the students. But Zhao Nian was different. Not only was she skilled, but she also had a remarkable knack for manipulating emotions. Zhang Shaoxian chuckled lightly, suddenly posing a question. Do you usually teach others like this? Zhao Nian frowned, seemingly caught off guard. What do you mean? Zhang Shaoxian smirked slightly, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Do you always teach billiards this closely to others? Zhao Nian was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure and burst into laughter. She cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes shimmering with playful sarcasm. What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Goodness, this woman truly knows how to play the game. Zhao Nian leisurely positioned the cue ball, a teasing smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Rising to her feet, she clapped her hands together and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Shaoxian. All right, Mr. Slacker, it's your turn to break. Don't worry, I won't lend you a hand this time. You're on your own. She grinned like a sly fox, eager to see if he could clear the table in one stroke. Zhang Shaoxian picked up the cue stick, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his nerves. He focused intently on the neatly arranged object balls on the table, his eyes narrowing as he assumed a professional stance. The rules of billiards for vocational students were straightforward. Those who could play exhibited flair with spin shots, while those who couldn't simply swung wildly. The losers would have to pay for milk tea. However, he was determined not to lose. Gritting his teeth, he struck a pose that appeared quite adept, took careful aim, and then lifted the cue stick with force. Crack! The cue ball shot off at a bizarre angle. With astonishing speed, it barreled forward like a fierce tiger, crashing into the object balls. In an instant, they flew off in all directions, executing an inexplicable parabolic arc, landing precisely behind him. Oh my goodness! At that moment, Zhao Nian was seated, sipping water. Just as she set down her bottle and looked up, crack! The cue ball smacked directly into her forehead. Zhao Nian. Zhao Nian. Goodness! She froze for 3 seconds, then sharply inhaled, clutching her forehead, utterly stunned. The billiards hall fell into a profound silence. All the vocational students stared blankly at the bizarre scene. How could that even hit? She was sitting right behind him. Wasn't she? No way, buddy. Is your cue skill really this outrageous? Goodness, even a physics teacher couldn't explain how that shot happened. Even the front desk staff at the billiards hall was bewildered, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Zhao Nian. She fixed her gaze on the cue ball on the floor, a dull ache forming on her forehead. Goodness, she was just sitting behind him, minding her own business, and she got hit? Is this billiards or an assassination scene? Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her head to look at Zhang Shaoxian, who was utterly petrified at the table. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Mr. Slacker, are you trying to murder me? Zhang Shaoxian, wide-eyed with shock, waved his hands frantically, his expression earnest as if he were an innocent man on death row. No, believe me, I didn't aim for you. I have no idea why the ball flew like that. Zhao Nian let out a cold chuckle and slowly stood up, rolling her neck. Huh, Fine, you're impressive. She reached down, picked up the cue ball, flicked her wrist, and tossed it toward Zhang Shaoxuan, her tone ominously low. Come on, let us play another round. This time, I will personally guide you. Zhao Nian leisurely licked a lollipop, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Then, she seized Zhang Shaoxuan by his collar and yanked him towards the table, swiftly transforming him into her pupil. Today, if you dare to miss again, I will stuff the cue stick down your pants. The vocational students collectively gasped in shock. Goodness, is this technical guidance or a terrifying threat? After an intense session of life-or-death billiards training, Zhao Nian finally nodded in satisfaction, flicking her wrist casually and pulling out her phone. Skillfully, she opened a social media app and thrust her phone into Zhang Shaoxuan's hands. Here, film me. Zhang Shaoxuan stared at the phone in disbelief. Wait, what are you doing? Zhao Nian glanced at him, a smirk playing on her lips. Of course, I'm going to shoot a cool, stunning billiards video to post online. Zhang Shaoxuan wore an expression of utter confusion. Dude, you've been reborn. Why are you still so obsessed with this? Isn't that childish? Zhao Nian snorted, hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority as the self-proclaimed coolest girl in vocational school. Childish. She patted her chest and spoke with conviction. Do you understand? This is about establishing a persona. Vocational students need a persona too. You think you can stand out just by skill? Wrong. You must first make others remember you. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily speechless, gazing at Zhao Nian's formidable face, and suddenly felt that her logic might indeed hold some merit. The social rules of vocational students were clear. Some gained recognition through their gaming prowess, others through charm, and some established their footing through distinct personalities. As for Zhao Nian, she opted to cultivate a striking cool girl persona. However, Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but glance at her outfit, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. A pink coral fleece teddy jacket, a backward yellow duck baseball cap, purple fuzzy slippers. Zhao Nian, is this your definition of a cool persona? Are you sure it's not more of an endearingly clumsy look? Chapter 21. Delete that segment. Zhao Nian huffed, hands in her pockets, radiating the confidence of the coolest girl in vocational school, her tone calm. You mere mortals wouldn't understand. Fashion transcends your comprehension, and my style is all about contrast. With a casual flick, she stomped her fuzzy slipper on the floor, producing a resounding thud that shook the billiard table, before cleanly sinking 4 balls in one stroke. Have you ever seen someone in a pink coral fleece jacket make a 4-ball shot? The vocational students. It seems we have in tea. Have you ever seen someone in purple fuzzy slippers play billiards with professional flair? The vocational students. Well, she does have a point. Zhao Nian smirked, her lips curling upwards, her aura radiating confidence. This is the beauty of contrast. I'm not only social, but also strikingly different. You uncultured vocational students simply cannot comprehend. Are you filming or not? Zhang Shaoxuan's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, good heavens, you make it sound so reasonable. Yet why do I feel you're just babbling nonsense? All right, you're impressive. He sighed, picked up the phone, and aimed it at her. Snap, snap, snap. Under the watchful eyes of the vocational students, Zhao Nian commenced her performance. Adopting an incredibly ostentatious posture, she sank ball after ball, each time tossing her hair dramatically and striking a pose as the coolest girl. However, her hair was pinned down by the baseball cap, making it impossible to toss. So, she resorted to a different tactic. A lick of her lollipop before sinking another ball, a chew of gum before striking again, a stomp of her purple slippers before making yet another shot. The vocational students. Goodness, she actually looked somewhat cool. A minute later, Zhao Nian withdrew her cue, clapped her hands, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, give me the phone. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced down at it. In the video, Zhao Nian is clad in an absurd ensemble reminiscent of a vocational school socialite, casually sucking on a lollipop, effortlessly executing a perfect break shot, her lips curling into a playful smirk. A gaggle of vocational school students stands nearby, wide-eyed and slack-jawed in astonishment. Coupled with the dim lighting of the billiards hall and the cacophony of background noise, the entire scene inexplicably evokes the ambience of an underground Fight Club movie. Goodness, this video seems rather impressive, doesn't it? Zhao Nian beams with pride. Of course, the billiards goddess of vocational school students must radiate charisma. She skillfully adds several dazzling special effects, paired with explosive background music, and ultimately shares it with a flick of her wrist. Midnight billiards revelry of the vocational school socialite. Isn't it cool? The striking contrast of a vocational student's nightlife as a billiards assassin. 3 minutes later, likes soar to 500. 5 minutes later, they surpass 1,000. The comment section erupts instantaneously. Goodness, a female billiards assassin? This sister's contrast is too intense. A bare coat, a lollipop, and a perfect break shot? I beg you, the most stylish thing in this video isn't the skills, it's those purple cotton slippers. So this is what the nightlife of vocational students is like. This woman, I'm all in. Zhao Nian licks her lollipop, raising an eyebrow with a grin. See, I told you I was right. The survival rule for vocational students is to make yourself the center of attention. Whether it's cool or outrageous, it's all memorable. Zhang Shaoxuan gazes at her, unable to suppress a sigh. All right, vocational school socialite, you're impressive. Zhao Nian blinks, flashing a cheeky smile. Naturally, she licks her lollipop, still captivated by the video on her phone, then confidently hands it back to Zhang Shaoxuan. Her gaze unwavering. Let us shoot another one. Zhang Shaoxuan stares at her, speechless. Are you out of your mind? Didn't we already shoot one? Why shoot again? Zhao Nian rolls her eyes, hands on her hips, looking at him as if he were foolish. You don't understand. This is called content inventory. The persona of a vocational school socialite must have a continuous output. We can't have gaps. I must let all vocational students know that the queen of the billiards hall is me. Zhang Shaoxuan facepalms, his tone flat. Are you filming a short video or managing a celebrity account? Zhao Nian responds with a look of utmost certainty. They're practically the same. Goodness. The world of vocational students is indeed becoming more surreal. Zhang Shaoxuan finds himself helpless as he is stuck with such an obsessively determined creator of the socialite persona. Fine. Let us shoot. He wears a face devoid of hope as he picks up the phone, standing beside the billiards table, ready to film. However, just as Zhao Nian strikes a pose, preparing to break with flair, catastrophe strikes. Her purple cotton slippers unexpectedly slip from beneath her, sending her sprawling forward in an absurdly ungraceful manner. Goodness! With a resounding thud, the vocational school socialite meets a glorious demise. Splayed on the ground, limbs akimbo. Even the lollipop flies from her grasp. The entire billiards hall falls silent. A few vocational students stare wide-eyed at this spectacle, and after a few seconds, they finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Goodness, the fierce persona of the socialite has crumbled. Zhao Nian, you could audition for Dangao. Didn't you claim to be a vocational school socialite? How'd you slip? Zhao Nian, she lies on the ground, utterly defeated, her entire being unraveling. Goodness, she, Zhao Nian, the vocational school socialite. How could she have fallen in such an undignified manner while filming? Her persona, her aura, her prestige, gone in an instant. Clearing her throat, Zhao Nian musters the courage to rise, brushing the dust from her mouth with an awkward smile, desperately trying to maintain her composure. This is what I call a tactical fall. The vocational students? Tactical what? You just slipped. Stop pretending to be sophisticated. Zhao Nian's face turns nearly green as she hastily reaches for the phone. Delete it. That part needs to go. Yet she cannot grasp it. Zhang Shaoxuan merely holds her forehead at bay, rendering her unable to reach the phone. With his other hand, he deftly operates her device, adding himself on WeChat, and conveniently sending himself a copy of the video. Zhao Nian. She struggles fiercely, but at 187 centimeters, Zhang Shaoxuan is entirely unyielding against her 172 centimeters. Goodness, you better delete it. I swear, you dare leave it there, and I'll. You can't even bite me, can you? Zhao Nian, goodness. She is seething, wishing to strangle this idiot. What if her persona as the vocational school socialite is ruined by this foolish video? Yet, what drives her to madness is that despite her outward rage, she secretly feels a flicker of joy. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Nian glares at Zhang Shaoxuan. Yet inwardly, she cannot help but chuckle. To have a grasp on someone else's embarrassing history is akin to having a confidant. Very well, vocational slacker. I'll acknowledge your cunning. Chapter 22. Treat me to a late-night snack. At 2:40 a.m., on the streets outside the vocational school, the night breeze is cool, and few pedestrians wander the streets. Occasionally, the clatter of metal skewers from nearby barbecue stalls can be heard, along with a few workers emerging from internet cafes. Cigarettes in their mouths, sporting weary dark circles under their eyes as they discuss their gaming achievements. Zhang Shaoxuan, hands in pockets, ambles along lazily, exuding an air of complete reluctance to be out. He is truly just forced into socializing. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian walks alongside, lollipop in mouth, occasionally casting longing glances at the barbecue stalls, her eyes betraying an unmistakable desire for food. Finally, she can no longer resist. Hey, slacker, take me for a late-night snack. Will you? Zhang Shaoxuan halts, looking at her incredulously. Why are you so brazen? Zhao Nian blinks innocently, her expression one of absolute entitlement. What's wrong? Don't want to? Of course not. Zhang Shaoxuan unequivocally declines, his tone resolute. I have no money. Zhao Nian. She sizes him up, her gaze filled with derision. Goodness. Are you that stingy? Not stingy, just broke. You're broke? Aren't vocational students all poor? Do you think you're some kind of exception? No, no, no. There are two types of poverty among vocational students. Zhang Shaoxuan raises two fingers, calmly explaining. One type claims to be broke, but spends lavishly, still indulging in KTV after finishing instant noodles. The other type, like me, is genuinely broke, too lazy to buy instant noodles, meticulously budgeting even for internet cafe fees. Zhao Nian rolls her eyes in disbelief. Goodness, this slacker is truly committed to his role. So you treating or not? Not treating. Are you really that tight-fisted? Not a single cent to spare? Why should I treat you to a meal? Zhang Shaoxuan looks up, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. As if regarding someone devoid of logic. We're not related. We're not close friends. Why on earth should I treat you to a meal? You're not my girlfriend. I'm not pursuing you, and certainly not your lackey. Why would I have the spare time to treat you to a meal? Zhao Nian. As she listens, her expression shifts from astonishment to shock, then to utter disbelief. Goodness, can you not be so rational when you speak? Apologies. But the life of vocational school students is devoid of sentimentality. Monetary gains supersede emotional connections. Zhao Nian emphatically pressed the button 666, casting a disdainful glance at him. All right, Mr. Slacker, you are the epitome of a miser, the champion of frugality. How about I treat you to a meal then? What a stingy person. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback. The late-night dining social scene among vocational students typically unfolds in three scenarios. A wealthy benefactor leads the group, and everyone enjoys a complimentary meal. They split the bill evenly and return to their dorms afterward, or a love-struck admirer pays, leaving the girls satisfied while the boys lament their empty wallets. However, the current situation, where a girl treats a boy, is exceptionally rare. You're treating me? Zhang Shaoxuan incredulously asked. Are you certain? Zhao Nian rolled her eyes in annoyance. What is the harm in treating you? Come on, let us head to the barbecue stall for something to eat. You really mean it? Of course, when Zhao Nian, offered a treat, I shall not backtrack. But, buddy, your logic seems quite peculiar. Zhang Shaoxuan's expression grew complicated. Just moments ago, you were insisting that I treat you, and now you're turning the tables? Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, because I want to see how you eat. What? Zhang Shaoxuan felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Are you some kind of weirdo? Watching me eat? If you don't want me to eat, then forget it. Zhao Nian casually tossed a remark over her shoulder and turned to leave. I'll eat. Zhang Shaoxuan nodded decisively. Vocational students never turn down a free meal. Where's the barbecue stall? Let us go. Ha ha ha. That's the spirit. Zhao Nian nodded in satisfaction. Leading the way, the night market bustled with energy as vocational students sat in small groups, enjoying skewers, drinking, and boasting, creating an atmosphere imbued with the unique relaxation of vocational school life. Zhao Nian skillfully found a seat and casually pushed the menu toward Zhang Shaoxuan, her eyes glinting with challenge. Order whatever you like. Today, I'm treating. Zhang Shaoxuan took the menu, glanced at it, and calmly replied. Then I 1T hold back. You're going to be picky even when I'm treating? Zhao Nian pressed. Go ahead and order. Zhang Shaoxuan nodded, diving into his order. 10 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of tripe, a serving of fried rice, a plate of crayfish, and a grilled oyster. Zhao Nian's eyes widened slightly, unable to suppress a facepalm. Goodness. You're really not holding back. But you said I could order freely, didn't you? Zhang Shaoxuan reasoned, flipping through the menu. Shall I add a few bottles of ice-cold cola? Barbecue and cola, a perfect match. Zhao Nian interjected. You better know when to stop. My wallet can't handle this. All right, I'll listen to you. Once they had placed their orders and awaited their meal, the surrounding vocational students began to take notice of the unfolding situation. After all, it was uncommon for a girl to treat a boy to dinner in vocational school, especially Zhao Nian, the social queen of the school, who rarely treated anyone. Instantly, whispers began to circulate among the students. Hey, ISNT Zhao Nian treating someone to dinner? What is going on? Wait, ISNT that our school's infamous slacker. Zhang Shaoxuan? What is their relationship? Could they be developing feelings for each other? Zhao Nian has never been this generous. Damn, if I were treated to a meal by the social queen, I could brag about it for a year. How did Zhang Shaoxuan manage this? Why is he being pursued by a girl? The barbecue stall buzzed with gossip, the students' curiosity ignited. Yet, the two parties involved remained blissfully unaware. Zhao Nian propped her chin on her hand, looking smugly at Zhang Shaoxuan across the table. Hey, Mr. Slacker, with so many eyes on us. Shouldn't we perform a bit? Zhang Shaoxuan furrowed his brow suspiciously. Perform what? Why, the quintessential narrative of a vocational school sugar baby. I'm treating you to dinner, and you ought to at least pretend to be the pampered one. Zhao Nian's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She casually picked up a skewer of lamb and slowly held it to Zhang Shaoxuan's mouth. Here, ah. Around them, the students' gazes intensified. Whoa, feeding him. What level of celestial drama is this? The social queen not only treats him, but also feeds him. The vocational students were completely taken aback. Damn, my vocational school life doesn't even deserve such treatment. I'm so envious. What have I done wrong? Why hasn't Zhao Nian treated me to a meal? I must be in a fake vocational school. Why should I be stuck eating instant noodles while he's being fed by a girl? Chapter 23. What a waste of time raising you. Zhang Shaoxuan was at his wit's end. He stared at Zhao Nian, terror etched across his face. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Nian wore a mischievous grin, her hand with the lamb skewer inching closer. Eat up. I'm feeding you. This is a top-tier privilege at vocational school. I'm treating you to dinner. And you can't even cooperate a little? Get lost. Zhang Shaoxuan, face darkened, swatted Zhao Nian's hand away and spoke flatly. If you dare move that closer, I'll hang your little bare fleece jacket at the school gate for all to see, letting every student witness how absurd the social queen's taste is. Zhao Nian paused, looking down at her pink bare fleece jacket and then at her purple fuzzy slippers, her expression shifting dramatically. Damn, can you not expose my social persona? Zhang Shaoxuan retorted. Just don't do anything so bizarre. Zhao Nian, gritting her teeth, shot him a fierce glare, ultimately shoving the lamb skewer back in her own mouth, biting down hard and muttering indistinctly. Damn it, what a waste of time raising you. The vocational students watched in astonishment. What kind of relationship is this? It's somewhat like a couple, yet not quite. More like two vocational school lunatics competing against each other. The students were utterly baffled, spiraling into wild speculation. I think they're flirting. No way. I believe the social queen is actually supporting the slacker. The romantic escapades of vocational students clearly exceed ordinary imagination. Should the criteria for choosing partners in vocational school be revised? Is the ability to coax girls into treating them to meals the key to romantic success? I made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'm going to camp out by the nursing class, hoping to find a social queen who treat me to a meal. The vocational students were completely shaken. They had never realized that after years in vocational school, they had sunk to the lowest social tier, where even a meal required them to foot the bill. While chewing on skewers, Zhao Nian listened with delight to the surrounding discussions, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Feeling a sense of accomplishment in solidifying her social persona, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Shaoxuan, a skewer dangling from her mouth, and teasingly remarked, Hey, listen to them. Everyone is talking about us. Zhang Shaoxuan, calmly chewing on a lamb skewer, responded nonchalantly, Oh, aren't you going to explain? Zhao Nian tilted her head, a playful grin on her face. Explain what? You were the one treating. It's not like I begged you to. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged indifferently, taking a bite of grilled oyster and mumbling. Let them think what they want. You know how vocational students think. Zhao Nian, oh right. The mindset of vocational school students is perpetually fantastical. She lowered her head, contemplating the inherent imaginative capabilities of her peers. The notion of a girl treating a boy to dinner is undoubtedly intriguing. Could it be that you two have already developed a romantic connection? Spending the evening together implies a deepening relationship. Are you perhaps clandestinely involved? Encountering each other at an internet cafe surely carries an air of ambiguity. Are you covertly engaging in secretive exchanges? It is indeed a rare occurrence for a girl from vocational school to treat a boy to a meal. This lad must have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Zhao Nian, goodness, the social logic of vocational students is truly absurd. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow. What is there to fear? Zhang Shaoxuan languidly leaned back in his chair, sipping an ice-cold cola with unabashed confidence. If they misunderstand, it's not my loss. Zhao Nian, wait a minute. Why are you so unapologetically brazen? If you treat me to dinner and others think I'm your girlfriend, how have I lost anything? Zhang Shaoxuan calmly lifted a skewer of lamb. If anyone were to discover that I was treated to a late-night snack by a girl for vocational school, my social standing would instantly soar. My time at vocational school would be worth it. Zhao Nian, she was momentarily speechless. How could this guy be so brazenly nonchalant about his carefree attitude? Unable to restrain herself, she kicked Zhang Shaoxuan's calf onto the table, her tone fierce. Are you asking for a beating? Zhang Shaoxuan indifferently picked up a piece of crayfish and replied nonchalantly. The nightlife of vocational students is simply marvelous. Zhao Nian rolled her eyes, casually grabbing a skewer of grilled meat and taking a bite, her tone unfriendly. Slacker, you eat so much. Aren't you afraid I might suddenly change my mind and make you pay? Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow with composure. If you change your mind, let us see who can afford to foot the bill. Zhao Nian paused for a moment, Then she glanced at the prices on the menu before checking the balance in her wallet. Holy cow, is this guy doing this on purpose? It's too late for her to back out now. Damn it, the wallets of vocational students really can't handle such extravagance. Zhao Nian's mentality began to crumble. Grinding her teeth, she shot Zhang Shaoxuan a fierce glare and couldn't help but mutter through clenched teeth. Fine, slacker, you win. Zhang Shaoxuan smirked slightly, raising his cola and leisurely taking a sip. Thanks for the invite. Another glorious chapter added to my vocational school saga. At 3:10 a.m. Outside a barbecue stall near the vocational school, Zhao Nian stared at the 200 yuan bill, her lips twitching uncontrollably, her patience utterly shattered. Had she lost her mind to utter those words, "I'll treat you"? The consumption ranking of late-night snacks among vocational students is as follows. Low end, instant noodles with ham, capped at 5 yuan. Ordinary, fried rice with iced cola, solved within 15 yuan. Intermediate, spicy hot pot and barbecue, between 30 to 50 yuan. High-end, grilled skewers, crayfish, and chilled beer, around 60 to 100 yuan. Outrageous, ordering a feast while pretending to be sophisticated, above 200 yuan. Ridiculous, KTV all-night exquisite late-night snacks, and internet cafe overnight, above 300 yuan. Damn it, a 200 yuan late-night snack has surely entered the realm of the outrageous. The living expenses of vocational students are generally not high. Ordinary vocational students receive 1,000 to 1,200 yuan per month. Those with better family conditions, 1,500 to 1,800 yuan. A few wealthy second-generation students might have 2,500 yuan, but such creatures are exceedingly rare in vocational schools. Zhao Nian, with a monthly allowance of 1,200 yuan, is essentially a standard configuration for a female vocational student. Her spending habits have always been, a meal in the cafeteria costs 68 yuan. She only indulges in milk tea once every 3 days, and when buying snacks at the convenience store, she never exceeds 10 yuan. Being able to save a bit each month for cosmetics would already be quite satisfactory. But how could she have just spent 200 yuan on a single late-night snack, consuming 1/6 of her monthly allowance in a single meal? Chapter 24. What a double standard. Damn, how I've been tricked by you? She glared intensely at Zhang Shaoxuan. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Shaoxuan lounged comfortably in his chair, picking his teeth with a toothpick, his tone calm. Wasn't it you who said you'd treat? Didn't you tell me to order freely? If I don't order, you'll call me stingy. If I do order, you say I'm taking advantage of you. You truly are master of double standards. Zhao Nian. She took a deep breath, doing her utmost to suppress the urge to hit him. How could she have forgotten that this slacker has a venomous tongue? Gritting her teeth, Zhao Nian replied, "Damn it, I want to kill you." This is the social trap of vocational students. Zhang Shaoxuan leisurely sipped his ice-cold cola, his tone utterly unperturbed. You think it's just treating someone to a late-night snack. But in reality, it could leave you only able to eat instant noodles for the entire next month. Zhao Nian. Damn, this guy makes an excellent point. The social expenditures of vocational students truly are a bottomless pit. Bar hopping, a night starting at 200 yuan KTV, at least 150 yuan. Internet cafe overnight, 35 yuan for the room, another 100 for food and drink. Grilled skewers? Ordering a feast can easily exceed 100. Dating? Not only do you have to dine out, but you also have to go shopping and buy your girlfriend milk tea, which could lead to a financial execution. The wallets of vocational students simply cannot withstand social demands. Zhao Nian fixed her icy gaze on the 200 yuan bill. Damn, vocational students really shouldn't pretend to be extravagant. Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, calmly stating, "The rules of consumption for vocational students dictate that if you dare to treat someone, your living expenses will instantly transform into a quantum state." Zhao Nian. She took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly brightening as she looked at Zhang Shaoxuan, speaking playfully. "Slacker, since you enjoyed my late-night snack, should you repay me in some way?" Zhang Shaoxuan furrowed his brow, stepping back warily, his face filled with caution. "Don't even think about making me pay. One of the principles of vocational students is to avoid spending money whenever possible." Zhao Nian smirked, her gaze dangerous. "Don't think too simply." Her eyes shifted to the convenience store across from the barbecue stall, her lips curling into a slight smile as she pointed. "Go, buy me a bottle of milk tea. You just ate 200 yuan worth of barbecue. What is wrong with buying a bottle of milk tea? Are you a devil?" The emotions of vocational students cannot be built upon monetary transactions. Zhang Shaoxuan replied earnestly, "I fear you may have ulterior motives." Zhao Nian. Damn, I treat you to barbecue and have no ulterior motives, but if I ask you to buy a bottle of milk tea, I suddenly do? Perhaps you do? Don't you think so? Zhang Shaoxuan leaned back casually, speaking as if it were a matter of course. Zhao Nian's lips twitched uncontrollably as she stared at him for 3 seconds. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and ground out 2 words. Beast the late-night escapade of vocational students concluded with Zhao Nian's wallet exploding, while Zhang Shaoxuan successfully enjoyed a free meal. After finishing their late-night snack, the two strolled leisurely back towards the vocational school. The streets in the early morning were increasingly deserted, with only the occasional tricycle-carrying vendors returning from their stalls slowly passing by, enveloping the area around the vocational school in a unique tranquility of the night. Zhao Nian had one hand in her pocket, the other holding a lollipop, her heart still bleeding. Damn, had she known, she would have settled for a pancake instead. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at her, chuckling. Hey, I must say, your expression when you paid just now was priceless. I should have captured it for a meme. Zhao Nian, she shot him a fierce glare. If you utter another word, I'll sell you off for supper money tonight. Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes in silence, reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone and lazily remarked, all right, enough with the nonsense. Let us hurry back to the technical school. If we linger any longer, the old man at the gate will start his patrol. The duty room's light remained aglow, where the legendary old man of the technical school sat, donned in reading glasses, engrossed in short videos, occasionally emitting a few cryptic chuckles. In the realm of technical school students, staying out overnight was never the issue. The real conundrum lay in the means of returning. They were faced with but two options: boldly stride through the front gate, betting that the old man had dozed off, or feign a pitiful plea for mercy, or scale the wall, a traditional skill of technical school students, a true test of bravery. Do you dare to take the front gate? Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes once more, his tone matter-of-fact. Why would I? I'm not insane. Why would I scale the wall? You just don't get it. The night at the technical school, scaling the wall is where the romance lies. Zhao Nian, hands in her pockets, a lollipop in her mouth, was brimming with excitement. Are you up for a challenge? Not a chance. Zhang Shaoxuan replied lazily, his resolve unwavering. The wall of the technical school stood about 2.8 meters high, with an additional half-meter iron railing atop. Furthermore, certain areas near the gate were fitted with anti-climbing spikes, specifically targeting these nocturnal wanderers. Thinking of climbing? The challenge was not trivial. Moreover, the risks associated with scaling the wall were far from merely falling down. The wall climbing failures list at the technical school included getting halfway up, only to have one's pants snagged on the railing, hanging upside down. Just as one climbs over, the duty old man appears behind, delivering a slap to the face. Slipping and landing face first on the ground, requiring medical observation. Being stuck between the railings, caught in a dilemma, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. Failing to scale the wall, hands clutching the railing, feet dangling, swaying like a swing. Scaling the wall at the technical school was no trivial matter, you understand? Zhang Shaoxuan calmly stated, if you get stuck up there, I will come to your rescue. Who needs your help? Zhao Nian scoffed, cracking her knuckles and rolling her wrists. Are you really going to climb? Zhang Shaoxuan regarded her with a complex expression. Zhao Nian licked her lollipop and grinned mischievously. Of course, I'm a social queen. What is scaling a wall to me? Very well, the ultimate challenge of the technical school students is yours to undertake. Zhang Shaoxuan crossed his arms, lazily leaning against the gate, assuming the role of a spectator. Zhao Nian took a deep breath, squinting at the wall, beginning to strategize the optimal climbing route. The three-step plan for scaling the wall at the technical school. First, step on the protruding part of the wall, S-base for leverage. Second, grab the upper railing and pull oneself over using upper body strength. Lastly, ensure the landing angle is precise, lest one falls flat. She took 2 steps back, steadied her breath, then charged forward, planting a foot against the wall, and pushed off with her hands. Smack! Her hands latched onto the railing with precision. Whoa, she actually did it. Zhang Shaoxuan's attention sharpened, his eyes brightening. While adjusting her angle, Zhao Nian beamed. This little feat poses no challenge for me. However, just as she prepared to leap down, the voice of the old man from the technical school suddenly boomed through the night. What are you doing? Zhao Nian jolted, nearly losing her grip and tumbling down. Zhang Shaoxuan whipped around to find the old man, standing at the duty room entrance, flashlight in hand, his gaze piercing. Zhao Nian, Zhang Shaoxuan, Chapter 25, The Two Wall-Climbing Rascals. The old man of the technical school had been on duty for so long that he had grown accustomed to these wall-climbing rascals. Not only could he accurately infer which rascals were attempting to scale the wall, but he could even gauge their weight by sound alone, instantly identifying who they were. Get down, the old man bellowed. Zhao Nian's face stiffened as she slowly released her grip on the railing, sliding down the wall bit by bit until she landed safely on the ground, her expression a mask of despair. Suppressing a laugh, Zhang Shaoxuan maintained a calm tone. Social queen, this time, you're done for. Zhao Nian shot him a fierce glare, her eyes screaming for him to be silent. Being caught halfway while scaling the wall, what a disgrace. The old man snorted, crossing his arms, his gaze piercing as he scanned them. You too? Which class are you from? In the face of the old man's inquiry, the survival instinct of technical school students dictated that they must never reveal their true class. The dormitory supervisor at the technical school had a notorious crackdown on night owls. If caught, one could face reporting or even a direct disciplinary mark. Zhao Nian licked her lips, squinting her eyes, ready to perform. Old man, we're not from this school. We're from another school. She lied earnestly. Yes, we took a wrong turn. Zhang Shaoxuan immediately chimed in, wearing an expression of someone who truly didn't recognize this school. The old man squinted, scrutinizing them for several seconds, before calmly responding, Oh, from another school, is it? Well then, I'll call security to have you taken to the police station, so your school can come pick you up. Zhao Nian, what the hell? Zhang Shaoxuan, don't do anything rash, old man. The old man of the technical school never wasted words. He went straight for the jugular. You outsiders, coming to our school to climb walls? Care to explain? Don't have ID? Then you definitely need to be sent to the police station. Zhao Nian's lips twitched uncontrollably as she frantically waved her hands. Old man. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We're from this school. Zhang Shaoxuan, drenched in cold sweat, immediately surrendered. Right, we're from the technical school. Not from another school. The old man sneered. Just now you said you were from another school? How did it change to being from a technical school? Ha ha. This is no joke, old man. Zhao Nian chuckled, though her laughter was devoid of joy. Unperturbed, the old man pulled out a small notebook, flipping to the first page. And intoned, what are your names? Which class are you from? Speak honestly. Zhao Nian and Zhang Shaoxuan exchanged glances, sweat instantly beading on their foreheads. Damn it. They'd been caught. This was the end. Speak up. Which class are you from? The old man's gaze was sharp. In this critical moment of survival, one must be willing to sacrifice. Zhao Nian gritted her teeth, stealing her gaze, and pointed at Zhang Shaoxuan. He is from class 201. Zhang Shaoxuan. You're selling me out? In a life-or-death situation, the survival instinct of technical school students ignited instantly. Zhang Shaoxuan stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the old man. His tone arrogant. Do you even know who I am? The old man scoffed, his expression one of disdain. I don't care who you are. Even if the king of heaven comes, he'll still have to leave his name if he climbs the wall. I have this little bit of authority, and you wanted to use it, huh? The old man's words were resolute and uncompromising. Zhao Nian. Damn, the old man is even fiercer than I imagined. Run. In the next instant, Zhang Shaoxuan seized Zhao Nian and bolted. Zhao Nian, bewildered. Wait, doesn't he not know who we are? Why are we running? He doesn't know, but if we don't run, he'll find out immediately. Damn it, technical school students are unreasonable. Just run first and ask questions later. Let us go. The two of them took off, sprinting into the night. The old man shouted, Stop right there. Damn it, stop right there. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed as he dashed away, cursing under his breath. The elderly man reacted swiftly, instantly springing into action, brandishing a flashlight and bellowing, Old Wang. There's livestock scaling the wall. Block them. Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian felt an immediate chill run down their spines. The old man wasn't fighting alone. He had reinforcements. He has external assistance. Zhao Nian gasped in disbelief. Damn, this old chap isn't a lone warrior. He is a team player. Zhang Shaoxuan's frustration boiled over. The security personnel at the vocational school formed an exceptionally cohesive unit. Their defensive system was akin to a hellish fortress. The gatekeeper was responsible for the frontline blockade, while the patrolling guards executed mobile encirclement. The dormitory guards were tasked with the ultimate interception, and even the dogs on the playground contributed psychological warfare. Run. The two bolted into the narrow alley surrounding the vocational school, navigating through a convenience store, squeezing through iron railings, and evading surveillance, finally shaking off the old man's pursuit. At 4:00 a.m., outside the back gate of the school, they leaned against the wall, panting heavily and nearly exhausted. Zhao Nian, resting a hand on her knee, gasped. How can the old man run so fast? Zhang Shaoxuan, leaning against the wall with a grave expression, replied, Don't underestimate them. They've guarded this school for decades. What kind of monsters haven they encountered? To them, we're just novice intruders, unable to breach their defenses. Zhao Nian's face reflected shock. Are you suggesting they've perfected a combat system for capturing vocational students? Of course, Zhang Shaoxuan smirked coldly. The old man's reaction speed is beyond your imagination. You think he'll be angry if you scale the wall? No, he'll laugh, because he knows you'll eventually fall into his trap. Zhao Nian muttered, Damn, that is a terrifying thought. The night for vocational students involved not only avoiding teachers, but also evading the old man. So what do we do now? Zhao Nian glanced at the towering walls. her expression uncertain. With no way back through the front, and the walls insurmountable, were they destined to roam the streets tonight? Scaling the wall? Impossible. The school's walls were high and equipped with anti-climb spikes. Attempting to scale them would likely lead to a second capture by the old man. Using the front gate? Even less likely. The school's guards had entered a state of alert, making the main entrance more secure than a bank vault. Run further? At this rate? Dawn will break. Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, wearing a look that suggested they were underestimating the vocational school's guardians. He pointed towards a distant old neighborhood. Let us circumvent through there. Zhao Nian blinked in confusion. Circumvent? You mean the old neighborhood next to the school? Exactly. One side of the vocational school connects to the old neighborhood. If we circle in, we can find the side entrance to the school and slip in undetected. Zhao Nian squinted, contemplating the plan, her expression turning serious. Are you sure we can do this? She asked, half convinced. Zhang Shaoxuan smiled confidently, patting her shoulder. Trust me, the survival instincts of vocational students are far stronger than you can imagine. Chapter 26, The Ultimate Infiltration Plan. The dilapidated residential buildings stood under the flickering glow of dim streetlights, the occasional meow of a cat echoing through the corridors, rendering the entire neighborhood eerily silent. Reminiscent of a midnight stealth mission. Come on, let us enter the neighborhood, Zhang Shaoxuan whispered, moving stealthily like a special forces operative. Zhao Nian couldn't help but tease. Seriously? Do you have to be this cautious? It's not like we're smuggling something. You have no idea. For vocational students, the greatest threat at night isn't the school guards. But he paused dramatically, his gaze sharp and voice lowered, the elderly men doing their morning exercises. Zhao Nian was taken aback. Morning exercise, grandpas? Yes. They are the ultimate nemesis of vocational students. Zhang Shaoxuan's demeanor turned serious, his voice somber. You can never predict when these old men will step out for their strolls. Some leave at 5, others at 4:30, and some even venture out as early as 4. Once spotted by them, we would undoubtedly be labeled as suspicious individuals. Zhao Nian gasped. This sounds increasingly real. She scanned their surroundings warily, fearing a morning exercise grandpa might suddenly appear and accuse them of being nighttime thieves. All right then, let us keep a low profile. The two tiptoed into the old neighborhood, embarking on the ultimate infiltration plan of vocational students. At 4:30 a.m., the entire area felt hauntingly quiet, illuminated only by a few flickering streetlights. They advanced along an abandoned alleyway, with Zhang Shaoxuan leading and Zhao Nian following closely, carefully avoiding any potential encounters with the old man. Suddenly, Zhang Shaoxuan halted abruptly, nearly causing Zhao Nian to bump into him. What is wrong? She whispered. Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes narrowed, pointing ahead. A morning exercise grandpa has appeared, by a flower bed. An elderly man donned in gray athletic attire leisurely strolled by, clutching a radio that blared the background music of the evening news. What the hell? This old man is up at 4:30 listening to the news. Zhao Nian gasped in disbelief. If vocational students don't put in the effort, the old man will always rise earlier than you. Zhang Shaoxuan lamented quietly. Despite his age, the morning exercise grandpa's observational skills and reaction times surpassed those of the school guards. If they charged forward recklessly and were spotted by him, it would spell disaster. What should we do? Wait for him to leave? Zhao Nian inquired, her voice hushed. No way, time is too tight. If another grandpa appears, we'll be trapped here. Zhang Shaoxuan frowned. His gaze scanned the surroundings, landing on a nearby trash can. Follow me. Zhao Nian looked puzzled, but followed him stealthily. Moments later, they crouched behind a trash can. Really? Zhao Nian questioned. Zhang Shaoxuan remained silent. They held their breath as the old man ambled past. The sound of the radio fading away, the news anchor passionately reporting, our nation's economy is steadily growing, with various regions' GDP inside. Zhang Shaoxuan screamed. Move faster. Old man. Zhao Nian was equally tense, fearing the old man might turn around and discover the two vocational students hiding behind a trash can, leading to an immediate call to the authorities. After a tense minute, the morning exercise grandpa finally disappeared down the alleyway. The two sprang to their feet and dashed toward the school's wall. The side entrance of the vocational school was essentially an old, crumbling wall with a barely passable hole at the bottom, serving as the last escape route for students who returned late at night. Zhao Nian looked at the hole, her expression dubious. Isn't this too small? Just squeeze through. Many students have made it back using this. Zhang Shaoxuan assured her, his demeanor calm. Zhao Nian hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and crawled through. Ouch! Don't kick my backside, she exclaimed angrily. Hurry up. There might be more patrolling grandpas behind us. Zhang Shaoxuan urged. Zhao Nian rolled and finally made it through. Phew, done. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing back at Zhang Shaoxuan. You hurry up. Before she could finish bang, Zhang Shaoxuan got stuck. What the? Have you gained weight? Zhao Nian exclaimed incredulously. Damn it. I'm too tall and got wedged. Zhang Shaoxuan lamented in despair. Put in some effort, will you? Otherwise, when the old man arrives, you're finished. I'm exerting myself. Zhao Nian gritted her teeth, suddenly reaching out to grasp Zhang Shaoxuan's hand and yanking him fiercely. Whoosh! Zhang Shaoxuan finally extricated himself, tumbling into the school and rolling over. Damn, you almost tore me apart, he exclaimed, panting. Less chatter. Hurry up and run. At 4:50 a.m., in front of the technical school's dormitory. The cold wind blew as the streetlights flickered with a dim light, and the world of the technical students gradually returned to tranquility. Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian stood beneath the dormitory, exchanging glances. All right, I can easily climb back to the second floor, Zhang Shaoxuan said, patting his hands and flexing his wrist, eyeing the window while already formulating a plan. The route back to the second floor dormitory for technical students was quite simple. Step on the air conditioning unit, scale the security window, and use the window ledge to climb back. Practice to the point of perfection. He took a deep breath and was just about to ascend when he noticed Zhao Nian still standing beside him, staring blankly at her dormitory. Why aren't you leaving? He frowned. What the hell? I live on the 5th floor. Zhao Nian replied, exasperated. Zhang Shaoxuan. He suddenly realized a serious issue. While he could easily return to the 2nd floor, Zhao Nian was on the 5th. The technical school dormitory's 5th floor. Are you Spider-Man? The two exchanged glances for 3 seconds, the air thick with an eerie silence. Zhao Nian's mouth twitched, her tone flat. Well, I'm done for. Why don't you just stay in the boys' dormitory tonight? Zhang Shaoxuan tentatively suggested. Do you think I could get in? Zhao Nian rolled her eyes. If the dormitory manager caught her, tomorrow's technical school forum would explode with news, shock. A social sister spotted in the boys' dormitory. Are you seriously considering climbing to the 5th floor? Zhao Nian glanced at the bare wall, took a deep breath, and decisively shook her head. Climb my ass. The walls of this dormitory are slick, with no foothold whatsoever. If I could climb up, I'd sign up for the king of rock climbing. What will you do then? Zhao Nian stroked her chin, pondering for a moment, her gaze gradually turning dangerous. As a technical student, what is the most important thing? Zhang Shaoxuan narrowed his eyes. Street smarts. A smirk crept across Zhao Nian's lips as she pulled out her phone, scrolling through her contacts while mumbling. I remember a girl from the nursing class. She asked the niece of the owner of the shop at the school gate. She told me she has a spare key to the dormitory. You mean you can ask her for help to unlock the door? Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow. Exactly. As long as she can sneak down and help me open the dormitory door, I'll be able to sneak back in. Zhao Nian declared confidently. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call. Chapter 27. A great benefactor? Zhao Nian nodded and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. 3 seconds later, the call connected and a groggy voice answered. Who is it at this late hour? Hey girl, it's Zhao Nian. I need a favor. Can you sneak down and help me open the dormitory door? Zhao Nian's tone was urgent. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by an impatient yawn. Did you skip school again? Zhao Nian. Cough. It's not skipping. It's an unexpected situation. The other party. Unexpected situation for a technical student, which usually involves hanging out at an internet cafe, a billiards hall, or a barbecue stall. Zhao Nian. Shut up and help me out. The other party. No way, it's too late. If the dormitory manager finds out, I'm done for. Zhao Nian. Come on. I owe you a huge favor for life. The other party. Fine, but remember, you owe me a massive favor. Okay. Hurry down. After hanging up, Zhao Nian sighed with relief and turned to Zhang Shaoxuan, her face brimming with pride. Done. Impressive, Zhang Shaoxuan admitted. Unable to help but admire her remarkable social skills. However, he also knew that in a technical school, such networks of mutual assistance were essential for survival. All right, I'll head up first, he said, stepping onto the air conditioning unit and effortlessly climbing into the dormitory. He glanced back at Zhao Nian. Be careful. Zhao Nian waved him off. Don't worry, the survival skills of a technical school social sister are beyond your imagination. Then, she quietly hid at the side of the dormitory, awaiting her accomplice's arrival. Inside the girls' dormitory, after the lights went out, there should have been silence. However, tonight, a door quietly creaked open, and a shadow swiftly peeked out. It was Zhao Nian's accomplice, Li Shan from the nursing class. She looked around to ensure there was no dormitory manager and quickly waved to Zhao Nian. Hurry. While no one is around, go. Zhao Nian took a deep breath, leaped forward stealthily, and rushed into the dormitory, following Li Shan up the stairs. However, just as they were about to reach the 5th floor, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the stairwell. Damn, the dormitory manager. Li Shan panika instantly. Quick, hide here. Zhao Nian, quick on her feet, dragged Li Shan into the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, concealing them behind a water pipe. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the dormitory manager drew closer, the beam of her flashlight sweeping around, illuminating the walls of the corridor. Zhao Nian and Li Shan held their breath, not daring to make a sound, their hearts racing. Thud thud. The dormitory manager paused on the fourth floor, glancing around, muttering, "Strange, I thought I heard something just now." Her flashlight shone toward the corner of the stairs, the light nearly landing on Zhao Nian's face. Zhao Nian couldn't help but hold her breath, her entire body tense. If they were caught, it would be over. Whoosh! Just at that critical moment, in a dormitory on the fifth floor, a girl turned over, the bed creaking. The dormitory manager hesitated, thinking the noise came from the dormitory, and disinterested, shook her head and turned to leave. Phew! Zhao Nian and Li Shan simultaneously exhaled in relief. They waited a full minute to ensure the dormitory manager had truly walked away before continuing their ascent to the fifth floor. 5 minutes later, Zhao Nian finally returned to her dormitory. Damn, the night in the technical schoolgirls' dormitory was even more thrilling than in the boys' dormitory. She sat on her bed, patting her chest. Li Shan shot her a glare, scolding her with irritation. "You owe me a massive favor." Zhao Nian chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Get lost. Your late-night snack is too expensive. I can't afford it." At 5:10 a.m., Zhang Shaoxuan successfully climbed back into dormitory 202, and Zhao Nian managed to sneak back into the girls' dormitory. The extreme late-night escape plan of the technical students concluded flawlessly. The survival rule for technical students: there is no dormitory that a technical student cannot enter, only livestock unwilling to take risks. At 11:20 a.m. in the technical school classroom, the atmosphere of complacency was thick. The break bell had long rung, yet the entire classroom remained lethargically silent. The technical students straying further down the path of apathy. The students engrossed in games maintained their rapid hand speed. Those scrolling through short videos laughed continuously, and the ones sleeping enjoyed even sweeter slumber. Among this laid-back group, Zhao Nian's sleeping posture was the most absurd. Not only was she lying sideways, but she had also thrown one leg over Zhang Shaoxuan's, her arm draped carelessly across him, even exhaling the scent of strawberry-flavored lollipops, her soft snores barely audible. What the hell is this sleeping position? Zhang Shaoxian felt utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with confusion. Are you a stray cat? Surely, you're not a kindergarten child, but rather a social girl, right? He attempted to shift Zhao Nian's legs aside, but the moment he moved, Zhao Nian let out a soft twisting her body in dissatisfaction, thus pressing her legs even tighter against him. No way. Is this woman doing this on purpose? He had curled himself into the smallest ball possible, striving to minimize his territory. Grr. She rolled over and elbowed Zhang Shaoxian in the waist. Damn. His expression contorted, nearly cursing aloud. He glanced despairingly at Li Chao beside him. Ordinarily, Zhang Shaoxian would occupy the seat next to Li Chao, yet now, Li Chao was pitifully cramped beside the trash can. He huddled in the corner, a look of desolation etched across his face, reminiscent of a poor soul who had been battered by society. Dude, why don't you resist? Zhang Shaoxian whispered. Li Chao cast him a forlorn glance, sighed, and replied. Resistance is futile. She sent me packing with a swift elbow. Zhang Shaoxian fell silent for a moment, surveying the sleeping Zhao Nian beside him. So you've resigned yourself to this fate? Li Chao shrugged, wearing an expression that conveyed understanding. A vocational school social girl. Do you really think I could successfully resist? I tried, and the result was me ending up next to the trash can today. Goodness, has this woman's authority over seating become so overwhelming? Zhang Shaoxian patted Li Chao's shoulder with a hint of cruelty, returning to his desk to continue his slumber. However, bang, Zhao Nian's elbow struck again. Damn. Zhang Shaoxian shot upright, his face contorted with rage, glaring daggers at Zhao Nian. Try elbowing me again. Zhao Nian opened her eyes groggily, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, her expression clearly displaying her annoyance at being awakened yet again. What are you making noise about? She grumbled, rubbing her eyes. You just elbowed me several times. Can't you keep your limbs to yourself while you sleep? Zhang Shaoxuan's irritation flared. Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, lazily responding, oh, so just endure it. Are you out of your mind? You nearly knocked the breath out of me while sleeping, and you expect me to just endure it? Zhao Nian squinted, stretched, then casually drew her legs back, a lazy smile gracing her face. All right, since you accompanied me over the wall last night, I'll be magnanimous and spare you this time. Goodness, do you really think of yourself as some kind of benefactor? Chapter 28. Ambushed by the social girl. As soon as the bell rang for recess, Zhao Nian sprang up as if jolted by high voltage. With a fierce tug, she yanked Zhang Shaoxian from his seat and dragged him towards the cafeteria at a breakneck pace. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We need to secure a spot. Zhang Shaoxian, utterly bewildered, failed to grasp the urgency. What's the rush? It'll take at least 10 minutes to queue, right? Zhao Nian's expression turned serious, as if this were the most crucial task of her day. We need to claim our spot first. Otherwise, we'll have to stand while eating. The mealtimes at vocational schools are battlegrounds. Fine, the first rule of vocational school social dynamics. Seize your spot during mealtimes, never hesitate. The pair dashed into the cafeteria, and after securing an excellent window seat, Zhang Shaoxuan finally caught his breath, frowning at Zhao Nian. Why aren't you getting the food? Zhao Nian, unapologetically, spread her arms wide. I'm broke. Weren't you the one who treated me to supper yesterday? My wallet is overdrawn. Zhao Nian blinked innocently, as if this were perfectly reasonable. Zhang Shaoxuan responded incredulously. So you want me to treat you to a meal? With wide eyes, Zhao Nian replied, is that all right? Zhang Shaoxuan could only sigh, utterly speechless. I can't just watch you starve, he muttered before standing up to fetch food. The second rule of vocational school social dynamics. If the social girl treats you, you must repay her the next day. After filling their plates, they sat down. Zhao Nian slurped her rice and suddenly looked up, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she teased. Hey, slack off, bro. You didn't take the chance to touch my leg while I was asleep? Zhang Shaoxuan nearly spat out his food. What kind of absurd question is that? Zhao Nian rested her chin in her palm, a sly smile on her lips. Well, it seems you're quite the gentleman. What do you mean? Were you expecting me to touch your leg? Zhang Shaoxuan set down his chopsticks, calmly analyzing the situation. I'm not a pervert, all right. Besides, he paused, a smirk creeping onto his face as he added nonchalantly, Isn't there a possibility that your charm is just too low? Zhao Nian's eyes widened in shock. Say that again. Before Zhang Shaoxuan could respond further, Zhao Nian had seized his ear with a fierce grip. Ouch! Open your eyes and take a good look at my figure. No excess fat on my abdomen, ample chest, and curvaceous hips, standing at 172 centimeters. An absolute supermodel physique. How dare you call me unattractive? Ow, ow, ow. Let go. Zhang Shaoxuan's face contorted in pain as he shielded his ears, struggling fiercely. Say one more word and see what happens. Zhao Nian's eyes gleamed with ferocity, her grip unwavering. I am the campus beauty of the vocational school. How dare you disdain me? All right. You're beautiful. You're the finest of the vocational school. Zhao Nian huffed in satisfaction, releasing her grip and returning to her meal with calm composure. Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his ears in agony, his mental state thoroughly shattered. Damn it. The consequence of a loose tongue is being assaulted by the social girl. After finishing their meal, Zhao Nian rose and stretched lazily, exuding an aura of utter nonchalance. Slack off, bro. I'm tired. You should carry me back to the dorm. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Shaoxuan was left utterly speechless, raising an eyebrow. His lips twitching, he stood up, pointing at himself as if venting all his frustrations. I'm a human, not a mount. Am I not a human? I ask you, am I not a human? Zhao Nian slammed her hand on the table, exuding an aura of dominance that startled the livestock nearby. When I ask you to carry me, it's a privilege for you. Don't be ungrateful. To hell with that. I'd rather not take that privilege. Zhang Shaoxuan retorted angrily. You're 172 centimeters tall. Do you even realize how much you weigh? Do you really think you're a petite girl at 160 centimeters? You can't expect me to carry you if you weigh 80 kilograms. Zhao Nian immediately became displeased. She frowned, smacked her thigh, her tone fierce. What nonsense. I'm all muscle. Just admit you're the scrawny one. Scrawny? Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. Was she insulting her own slenderness? He took a deep breath, casually shrugging. All right, I'm scrawny. Then, suddenly, his expression shifted, a sly smile forming as he added with a hint of mischief. So, why don't you carry me then? Zhao Nian. She was utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? You want me to carry you? She stared at Zhang Shaoxuan in disbelief. Indeed, did you not just call me a petty dog? Then it is only fitting that you carry me now. Zhao Nian's expression transformed from shock to speechlessness, then to fury, ultimately culminating in an indomitable spirit of defiance. She narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward in a knowing smile. All right, come at me. I shall carry you today. What unfolded outside the cafeteria was an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. Zhao Nian, standing at 172 meters, struggled to bear the weight of Zhang Shaoxuan, who stood at 187 meters, as she awkwardly shuffled towards the dormitory. The vocational students passing by halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is this peculiar display? Who is Zhao Nian carrying? My goodness, is that the slacker brother? Has he been kidnapped by the socialite? Veins bulged on Zhao Nian's forehead, her face etched with a furious determination that conveyed her refusal to be belittled by a slacker. Her hands clamped onto Zhang Shaoxuan like iron pincers, causing him considerable discomfort. Ouch! Be gentle. Are you trying to crush me? Zhang Shaoxuan protested, nearly leaping off her back in pain. Shut up. Did you not say for me to carry you? Is this how you define carrying? One might mistake it for slaughtering pigs. Endure it. Zhao Yin gritted her teeth. Panting heavily, each laborious step forward a testament to her tenacity. She refused to be looked down upon by a slacker. Yet, after barely 5 meters, she was utterly overwhelmed. Damn it, I can't go on. Zhao Yin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her complexion pale. How much do you weigh exactly? She moaned, seated on the ground in agony. Slacker brother, quickly carry me. I didn't have breakfast. Zhang Shaoxuan, observing her state, was rendered speechless. What does your breakfast have to do with me? He shot her a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. Did you not just have lunch? You ate even more than I did. However, what Zhao Yin said next left him utterly dumbfounded. You don't understand. I skipped breakfast, so my energy supply has been diminished by a third. I can barely move now. Carry me, slacker brother. Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. And now? Are you planning to crawl back to the dormitory by yourself or remain sprawled on the ground? With a clenched jaw, Zhao Yin abruptly stood up, her gaze fierce. Oh, you refuse to carry me, do you? Then I shall return in my own way. With that, she suddenly took several steps back and launched herself onto Zhang Shaoxuan's back. Whoa! Zhang Shaoxuan lost his balance instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yin clung tightly to his back, victorious. Ha 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 ha! Let us see if you dare to refuse to carry me now. Zhang Shaoxuan was at a loss for words. Damn it, isn't this just being unreasonable? Zhao Yin, perched on his back, chuckled mischievously. I call this a tactical ambush. You refuse to carry me? Then I shall climb up myself. Let go. Are you some sort of parasite? Zhang Shaoxuan struggled to escape, but Zhao Yin clung on with all her might. If you dare throw me off, I will bite your ear. Damn, why are you so ruthless? Will you carry me or not? Carry me. Chapter 29. Is my thigh worth touching? Zhang Shaoxuan trudged towards the dormitory, with Zhao Yin on his back, each step heavy with effort. Her body pressed against his spine, the soft sensation causing him to furrow his brow slightly, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. The air was infused with the fragrance emanating from Zhao Yin, a delightful blend of strawberry lollipop sweetness and a fresh scent of shampoo, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Clearly in high spirits, Zhao Yin teased, so how about it? Are my thighs worth touching? Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes, uninterested in her antics, yet couldn't help but retort, what can you even feel through my pants? Only that you're wearing long underwear. Puffed, you can tell I'm wearing long underwear. Do you have a radar in your hand? Zhao Yin burst into laughter. Well, in this frigid weather, don't all vocational schoolgirls wear long underwear to survive? Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed. If you want to touch more, maybe you should unlock that privilege later. After you win me over. Zhao Yin stuck out her tongue. What the hell do you mean by unlocking? Am I some sort of game skin or membership package? Wow. Whoever marries you will truly be fortunate. He continued with an exaggerated tone. That sounds like a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 7 days. Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow, responding playfully, not necessarily. What if I become a virtuous wife after marriage? Love makes one noble, after all. Oh please, love makes one noble. Zhang Shaoxuan laughed so hard he nearly lost his balance. As long as my health insurance card doesn't get maxed out, that's a win. Zhao Yin, infuriated, playfully punched Zhang Shaoxuan. What do you mean by that? Can I not knock you into the ICU? Not necessarily the ICU, but a fracture package is unavoidable, right? The hell with you. Zhao Yin gritted her teeth, yet a smile danced at the corners of her mouth. As they reached the dormitory, a peculiar atmosphere began to settle. Zhang Shaoxuan suddenly noticed that Zhao Yin, still on his back, had quieted down. No longer engaging in their banter, she breathed gently, seemingly at ease. Her chin rested lightly on his shoulder, her head slightly tilted, her breathing steady and carrying a hint of strawberry lollipop sweetness. You're not going to fall asleep, are you? Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed in surprise. No, I'm just relaxing, Zhao Yin replied softly, a hint of drowsiness in her voice. Being carried by you feels quite comfortable. Zhang Shaoxuan's brow furrowed, feeling a sudden discomfort. What kind of strange compliment is that? Zhao Yin tilted her head, chuckling softly, her tone teasing. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel that being carried by you is quite reassuring. Huh? Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback, his steps faltering. Zhao Yin's words caught him off guard. The atmosphere had shifted unexpectedly. The weight on his back felt more tangible now. Hey, are you trying to flirt with me? What? Do you want to pursue me? Zhao Yin laughed heartily, her familiar mischievous tone returning. All right then, I'll give you a chance. Work hard, and who knows what might happen. Get lost. At 1:05 p.m. Inside the dormitory, as Zhang Shaoxuan pushed open the door, a strange atmosphere filled the air. Gao Bo stood at the entrance, his eyes shimmering with deep resentment. What the hell? You betrayed me. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered by the situation. Gao Bo suddenly lunged at him, gripping Zhang Shaoxuan's arms tightly, as if he had caught a criminal, his expression one of extreme shock. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. I am your best buddy. How did I betray you? Zhang Shaoxuan responded, perplexed and at a loss. Are you dating Zhao Nian? Aren't you? Gao Bo's eyes widened, filled with doubt and panic. Zhang Shaoxuan was bewildered, nearly bursting into laughter. Gao Bo, are you out of your mind? How could that be possible, buddy? How could it possibly be? Zhang Shaoxuan let out a derisive snort, contemplating the absurdity of this individual's misunderstanding of him. Gao Bo's expression transitioned from skepticism to astonishment, ultimately settling into a palpable sense of relief. He regarded Zhang Shaoxuan with an air of complexity, completely dispelling the doubts that had lingered in his mind. Is it truly so? Gao Bo's tone bore a hint of uncertainty, as if he still found it difficult to fully believe. Zhang Shaoxuan exhaled a sigh, nodding earnestly. Indeed. Well, that is a relief. Gao Bo instantly brightened, playfully patting Zhang Shaoxuan on the shoulder, as if the recent betrayal had never transpired. Let us remain good brothers. You can't leave me to endure this single life alone. At this moment, Zhang Shaoxuan felt a whirlwind of emotions, silently sighing within. You're not in such dire straits, are you? You speak so lightly. Gao Bo's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of discontent. If I could enjoy life like you, climbing walls with Zhao Nian, dining together, and carrying her books, I would gladly embrace that lifestyle every day. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback, perceiving a certain admiration in Gao Bo's eyes. Afternoon, 2:00 p.m., outside the school's small shop. Zhang Shaoxuan stifled a yawn as he stood before the shop, contemplating his choice of snacks. Today was physical education class, and it was essential to procure some snacks to stave off hunger. After all, physical education hardly constituted genuine academic learning. It was a rare opportunity to unwind, and indulging in a few treats could certainly elevate his mood. While he pondered over his snack options, a hand suddenly clasped around his neck, nearly causing him to stumble. Hey! Before Zhang Shaoxuan could react, he caught a whiff of a familiar strawberry candy scent, followed by the unmistakable sound of playful mockery from above. Are you prepared to welcome me, slacker brother? Without needing to guess, he knew it was none other than Zhao Nian. She swiftly grabbed 2 packets of spicy strips along with a selection of other snacks, her movements rapid and indifferent to the fluctuating prices of the shop's offerings. Zhang Shaoxuan wore an exasperated expression, observing the mischievous smirk that danced upon her lips. Aren't you short on money? How can you afford so many? Zhao Nian grinned at him, extending her hand filled with snacks, her gaze teasing. Slacker brother, don't be so stingy. We must enjoy ourselves during PE class. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed, reluctantly conceding. So, you mean I'm footing the bill? Zhao Nian immediately lifted a packet of spicy strips, winking playfully. Of course. Oh, and I need you to buy me a grilled sausage. Zhang Shaoxuan was left utterly speechless, silently retrieving his wallet. Each visit to this small shop, merely to purchase a few snacks and a sausage, cost him upwards of 40 or 50 yuan. Truly, the small shop at the vocational school was a pitfall. Chapter 30. Isn't that taken for granted? After purchasing the snacks, Zhao Nian swung her bag while munching on a grilled sausage that Zhang Shaoxuan had just procured, striding ahead. Zhang Shaoxuan shook his head, gazing at her triumphant silhouette, feeling a mix of resignation. However, no matter how much he complained, he still had to follow Zhao Nian. After all, the chaos of accompanying her brought its own peculiar joy. Let us go. Hurry up, or we'll be late for PE. Zhao Nian turned, her mouth still occupied with the grilled sausage, playfully waving at Zhang Shaoxuan. Afternoon, 2:10 p.m., on the athletics field. The physical education teacher, Gao Ming, was intently watching his stopwatch. Do you think he is strict? No, this man was quite laid back. One might wonder, then, why he still bothered timing them. Zhang Shaoxuan had once curiously posed this question to Gao Ming. Why do you time us, teacher? To see how long you're late. And what happens if we are late? Late? Well, you're just late. I can't traverse time and space to bring you back. At that time, Zhang Shaoxuan had thought this new teacher was exceedingly stern, believing that a few minutes of tardiness would entail a few laps around the track. Little did he know, Gao Ming's timing was purely a matter of boredom. Despite being a trainee teacher, his achievements were quite noteworthy. Zhang Shaoxuan had once seen a drawer full of medals in his dormitory, including a gold medal. Such a teacher was indeed overqualified for a vocational school. Most physical education teachers at vocational institutions were rather ordinary, some only capable of leading a class in jogging laps. Though Gao Ming, too, could only lead the students in running laps. The students gradually gathered. Their demeanors varied, some lethargic, others exuberant, but the majority were clearly stalling, attempting to evade the prospect of running. Gao Ming stood at the front of the line, hands on his hips, a serious expression gracing his face. He surveyed the students clad in flip-flops, shorts, and tank tops. His face a mixture of confusion and exasperation. I want to comment on the flip-flops, Gao Ming remarked, glancing around at the array of peculiar attire worn by the students. But what's with certain individuals wearing shorts? It's winter. His gaze finally landed on a student donning shorts, then shifted to another. In summer, you should wear long pants during PE to prevent injuries. Wearing shorts in winter? Aren't you freezing? And you Lu Bin, a tank top with flip-flops? In winter? A few girls standing nearby watched Gao Ming's bewildered expression, leisurely retorting, "You don't understand. This is called fashion. We wear shorts for the sake of style. I genuinely don't comprehend. Chains on your pants, looking like prisoners. Is that fashion? What style are you going for? Prisoner chic?" The girl smiled proudly. "Exactly. This is street culture. At your age, you're still cosplaying as an American drifter." Gao Ming's tone carried a hint of nostalgia, as if he suddenly realized something. "Perhaps I'm just getting old, but that doesn't make sense. I'm not even 25 yet. All right, let us get started. Today you'll run 5 laps for training." On the playground, the students of class 702 were struggling. Those lethargic figures moved at a snail's pace, gasping for breath as if they had just emerged from a battlefield. They occasionally paused to rub their knees, their expressions vacant. Most couldn't even manage to complete a single lap. However, ahead of them, the students from class 201, the so-called Mad Dogs, continued to sprint across the field. But predictably, after a few laps, they too began to pant heavily, leaning on their knees, visibly distressed. Zhang Shaoxuan watched the frenzied antics of class 201, a wry smile creeping onto his lips, filled with a sense of helplessness. Zhao Nian walked ahead, occasionally turning back to gesture encouragingly, urging him to speed up. "Hey, slacker brother, run faster. Look, they're already ahead. Don't let me see that smug look of yours again," Zhang Shaoxuan muttered inwardly. Though he maintained an air of indifference on his face, he rolled his eyes, suddenly devising a clever plan to traverse the middle of the track. Without hesitation, Zhang Shaoxuan made his way towards the center of the athletics field. Zhao Nian abruptly halted, raising an eyebrow. "What on earth are you doing over there?" Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his tone filled with resignation. "Why run so much? I'll just cut through and save some energy." As time passed, the moment of respite finally arrived. Some lay on the ground resting. Others leaned against the railing to catch their breath. In contrast, Zhang Shaoxuan appeared remarkably at ease. Not a single drop of sweat on him, standing tall and straight. Standing there with an air of calmness, he retrieved a water bottle and took a sip. Meanwhile, on the other side, the unruly members of class 201 were sprawled on the ground, their bodies writhing in agitation. "Gag! Gag! Gag!" Just then, Zhao Nian unexpectedly reached from behind and snatched his water bottle. "I've already drunk from that," Zhang Shaoxuan quickly interjected. "What's wrong?" Zhao Nian was utterly unconcerned, uncapping the bottle and gulping down its contents. "No worries, as long as you're happy," Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, watching her with a resigned expression. Though he felt a twinge of distaste, he was left with no option. After finishing the water, Zhao Nian casually tossed the empty bottle back to Zhang Shaoxuan. "Here, it's yours." He caught it, his eyes filled with disdain. "You drink it all and just discard it, really," Zhao Nian lazily teased. "You act like an old man every day. I thought you were going to sell it for scrap." Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "You've made me laugh in exasperation, truly." The two settled on the concrete steps by the playground, indulging in snacks. Zhao Nian picked up a spicy strip, chewing while staring ahead, her mood noticeably somber. "Damn, why am I still so broke, even after being reborn? Shouldn't a reincarnator enjoy a windfall and become a winner in life? I've had a second chance, and yet I'm fretting over a 200 yuan midnight snack? Is that reasonable? Absolutely, it's far too reasonable. Give me a logical explanation. Isn't it obvious? You sleep in class every day, play games at night, and don't work. Where do you expect the money to come from?" Zhao Nian, do you think just because you're an adult earning a salary of 3,000 to 5,000 a month, you can afford 2 meals of barbecue a day? Zhao Nian was momentarily speechless. Damn, why does that sound so familiar? Isn't it just like my past life when I eagerly received my first paycheck and treated everyone, only to end up broke at the end of the month? No way. I've been reborn. How can I still be working? I should be seizing opportunities, making waves, and becoming a rising star in the business world or a political tycoon. How could I possibly fret over a mere 200 yuan midnight snack? Zhang Shaoxuan observed her with a gradually complex expression. Have you been reading too many online novels? Zhao Nian, do you really think you can become a business mogul just because you've been reborn? Or that you'll start with 100 billion to take off immediately? Be realistic. Even if you know the future, Do you have the capital to invest? Do you have channels to make money? If you can't even afford a 200 yuan midnight snack, how can you talk about making waves? Chapter 31. One look and it might explode. The sky had begun to darken, yet the playground was still filled with scattered vocational school students. Groups of 3 or 4 gathered, some smoking, some chatting, while others were already preparing for post-class activities. Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian sat on the concrete steps, savoring the moment of tranquility. However, Zhao Nian's mouth was incessantly moving. She shook Zhang Shaoxuan's arm, interrupting his silent contemplation. Hey, lazy bro, em festi. He sighed and prepared to get up to buy water, continuing to play the role of the generous one. Yet, Zhao Nian did not release her grip, clinging to his arm with a spoiled demeanor. What do you want now? Zhang Shaoxuan asked, exasperated. Zhao Nian blinked innocently a couple of times and, in a soft voice, said, I want to drink coffee. Zhang Shaoxuan was utterly speechless. Come on, don't push your luck. Zhao Nian blinked again, pulling out a hair tie and gathering her hair into a high ponytail. Then, she stood up, placing her hands behind her back, slightly leaning forward, her tone sweet and coaxing. Pretty please? Zhang Shaoxuan was on the verge of breaking down, his eyes wide as if he might explode. Get any closer and I might melt. One more look and I'll explode. Don't gross me out. I'll show you a 3-bedroom hall with my toes, right here. Seeing he still wasn't moving, Zhao Nian grasped his arm and gently shook it. Pretty please? Zhang Shaoxuan had completely lost his temper, rubbing his forehead and muttering under his breath. You're a vocational schoolgirl, not a maid from a comic convention. This tone is just too much. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. Just let me off the hook. Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian approached a corner of the playground to scale the railing. He wished to avoid the main entrance, which would not only take longer, but would also mean encountering teachers directly. The lower half of the railing was made of concrete, while the upper half was iron, standing about 1.80 meters high. For Zhang Shaoxuan, such a barrier posed no challenge. By stepping on the concrete part and easily leaping over, he could clear it effortlessly. Zhao Nian took a running start, stepping onto the concrete block, supporting herself on the railing, and elegantly vaulted over. Well, lazy bro, did I impress you? Zhang Shaoxuan gave her a speechless glance, carefully stepping onto the concrete block. After swinging his left foot over the railing, he struggled to bring his right foot over, then jumped down with a bit of effort. Why do you act like an old man? What if you bump into something? You'll be the one hurting. There's no need to show off. Enough, lazy bro. Stop pretending. You're just afraid of falling. Afraid of falling? I'm being practical, not putting on a pointless performance. Lazy bro, you really know how to make excuses. In the afternoon at 4:10 at the Luckin Coffee Shop. The moment the door swung open, a rich aroma of coffee wafted in, enveloping one in warmth and depth, naturally inducing relaxation. The shop was not overly crowded, with a few customers scattered about, students and nearby office workers, their low conversations occasionally audible. Zhang Shaoxuan, who already enjoyed coffee, had no reason to refuse when Zhao Nian suggested coming here. They each ordered their favorite beverages. A latte was Zhang Shaoxuan's go-to choice. He relished the silky texture and the rich coffee flavor mingled with creaminess. Zhao Nian randomly ordered a citrus sea Americano, perhaps drawn to the word orange on the menu. They settled at a window-side table, watching as the sun dipped lower, casting golden light across the glass, creating a warm and cozy ambience. Zhao Nian picked up her citrus sea Americano, hesitated for a moment, then took a sip. Ugh! She immediately grimaced, her face contorting in displeasure. It was so bitter. Zhang Shaoxuan nearly spit out the latte he had just sipped upon hearing her remark. He looked up, his tone incredulous. You don't usually drink coffee, do you? Not really, Zhao Nian admitted, setting down her cup, her lips slightly pursed. But I thought you liked coffee. Zhang Shaoxuan paused, observing her. The sunset's glow streamed through the window, softening the contours of her profile, adding a playful charm. His lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. And although he didn't reply, a hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes. So, are you trying something new, or are you simply accompanying me? He asked with a teasing smile. Zhao Nian, caught off guard, averted her gaze momentarily before boldly stating, of course, it's with a new experience. Oh, Zhang Shaoxuan drawled meaningfully. Then you should drink a few more sips. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nian's face instantly turned somewhat awkward. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and took another sip, only to contort her face in distaste. Is this something a human should drink? Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but chuckle, reaching for Zhao Nian's cup and nudging it closer to himself before pushing his latte towards her. The Americano is too bitter. Try the latte instead. At least it won't make you question your existence. Zhao Nian blinked, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately lifted his latte, carefully taking a small sip. As the liquid entered her mouth, She realized it was indeed much smoother than the Americano, with a subtle hint of creaminess, while it still bore some bitterness. It was within the realm of what she could tolerate. She licked her lips in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so much better." Zhang Shaoxuan smiled, taking a sip from her Americano without hesitation. The bitterness intertwined with the citrus acidity in his mouth, imparting a unique, refreshing sensation. Although it wasn't particularly to his liking, it wasn't unpleasant either. "It's tolerable," he remarked, "but the latte suits you better." Zhao Nian rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to gaze at him, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Hey, you slacker, with such thoughtfulness, have you ever considered finding a girlfriend?" Zhang Shaoxian raised an eyebrow, his expression languid. "Not necessary. Tesiska? No wonder you're single," Zhao Nian lamented playfully. "If a little girl were here, you'd have warmed her heart by now." "Well, vocational students aren't easily swayed. We value realism. If a cup of coffee can make you fall in love, then I'd assume a late-night snack would secure a relationship." Zhao Nian paused, then burst into laughter. "You make a compelling point." She stirred her coffee with a small spoon, her gaze suddenly deepening in meaning. "But you know, there are always exceptions." Zhang Shaoxian remained silent, merely sipping his coffee, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Outside, the setting sun was nearing the horizon, painting the sky in warm shades of orange and red, enveloping the city in a serene warmth. In that moment, the life of a vocational student didn't seem so bleak, though it would have been perfect had the pile drivers on the road ceased their incessant thumping. The two sat quietly in the cafe, gazing out at the scenery, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Chapter 32. You just want to flirt with me. The twilight gradually faded, and the streetlights began to illuminate the path. Students from a vocational school strolled in small groups, either heading back to their dormitories or meeting friends for a meal. Zhao Nian stretched lazily, reclining in her chair with a lollipop almost finished dangling from her mouth. "Hey, slacker, I'm hungry." Zhang Shaoxian shot her an incredulous glance. "You re-hungry again? Wasn't tea the coffee supposed to sustain you?" "Of course not. Coffee can't replace a meal. Bruce, it's so bitter, it drains energy. You owe me a meal." Zhang Shaoxian rolled his eyes and casually inquired, "What do you want to eat? How about spicy hot pot?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Nian sat up straight, her eyes wide with excitement. "Oh, slacker, when did you become so agreeable?" She squinted playfully, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "You're not trying to flirt with me, are you?" Zhang Shaoxian responded incredulously. "Are you out of your mind? You're broke, right? Am I supposed to let you starve?" Zhao Nian instantly adopted a pitiful expression, dramatically wiping non-existent tears and speaking mournfully. "Actually, I could survive on instant noodles and junk food." "You don't have to go to such lengths. Eating junk is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? If you said you were eating leftovers from the cafeteria, I could empathize a little." Zhao Nian immediately lost her composure, spitting out, "Get lost. You're the one who eats leftovers. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go eat by myself." Zhang Shaoxian, uninterested in continuing the banter, stood up. Zhao Nian promptly followed, her curiosity piqued. "Slacker, how much do you earn in a month? How do you have money to eat off campus?" 2,000 why? Zhang Shaoxian replied casually. Zhao Nian's eyes widened in shock. "You earn 2,000 a month? Do vocational students really make that much?" "Didn't you know the wealth disparity among vocational students is vast?" Zhang Shaoxian shrugged, stating it as a matter of fact. "Someone like you, with your slacker attitude, could get by on 1,200 a month. But some folks have their families casually sending them 3,000 to 4,000 as pocket money. And those renting outside, their living costs are 5,000 to 6,000 or more." "That makes sense," Zhao Nian nodded. Then suddenly her expression shifted, a tone of accusation in her voice. "Then why didn't you treat me to a late-night snack yesterday? Why did I have to pay?" Zhang Shaoxian sighed. "We're not related. Why would I treat you?" Zhao Nian looked at him curiously. "Then why are you treating me today?" Zhang Shaoxian took a breath, his tone calm. "Today? You and I are friends, so this counts as a normal expense." After hearing this, Zhao Nian's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Admit it. You just want to flirt with me. You are the one overthinking this." Zhang Shaoxian retorted. "All right, enough chatter. Let us go eat. I'm starving." Zhao Nian giggled and followed. "Hee hee. Let us go? Spicy hot pot." In the afternoon at 5:20, an off-campus spicy hot pot shop. The dining habits of vocational students are quite distinctive, with off-campus hot pot shops serving as one of their cafeterias. Almost every mealtime, you can see a group of people gathered around iron basins and plastic tables, selecting their favorite ingredients accompanied by a bottle of chilled soda. Inside, the air was thick with steam and the aroma of spice, creating an atmosphere that was both casual and vibrant. "This place is good. I've been here before with Li Chao and the others," Zhang Shaoxian remarked casually, expertly picking up a basket and heading towards the ingredient section. Zhao Nian, like a curious cat, wandered around the ingredient area, muttering to herself, "Wow, there's quite a variety here." However, when she finished selecting her basket and turned around, she was taken aback to see Zhang Shaoxuan's basket overflowing with meat. Pork belly, beef tripe, luncheon meat, spicy chicken wings, and beef rolls, all meat. Zhao Nian gasped. "Whoa, slacker, have you gone crazy with hunger? That's all meat." "Well, of course. Spicy hot pot is all about the meat. You pick your own, don't mind me." Zhao Nian rolled her eyes, glancing at her own basket filled with potatoes, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, kelp, and lotus root. "What the heck? Why did I only pick vegetables? This won't do. We need to balance our baskets." "What are you trying to do?" Zhang Shaoxuan retreated cautiously. "It's simple. You put some vegetables in your basket, and I'll put some meat in mine. You call that balance?" Zhang Shaoxuan laughed in exasperation. "That's stealing." Unfazed, Zhao Nian reached out to snag some of his beef tripe. "Come on. You have so much meat. Sharing a little isn't unreasonable, right?" Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, protectively shielding his basket and firmly stating, "Want some? Go get your own. You stingy miser. Aren't you the one acting crazy? In the end, I'm the one paying. Why do you have to take from my basket?" In a spirited contest between the two, the nearby shopkeeper had grown indifferent, casually tossing their baskets towards the weighing area. "All right, off you go." The pair, cradling a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot, settled at a plastic table outside the quaint establishment. Zhao Nian glanced into her bowl, filled with an array of vegetables, then turned her gaze to Zhang Shaoxuan, whose bowl overflowed with meat, her expression darkening immediately. "Come on, are you really not sharing even a little with me?" She attempted to salvage the situation. Zhang Shaoxuan leisurely sipped his soup, his tone devoid of warmth. "Not a chance." "Fine, remember this," she declared defiantly, seizing a chicken wing and gnawing at it with a fierce glint in her eyes. "When I'm consuming merely a chicken wing, it's your dignity." "What? When did you snatch that?" Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. Zhao Nian beamed with self-satisfaction. "Humph, you think the nimbleness of a vocational schoolgirl is a joke?" "You win," Zhang Shaoxuan sighed, exasperated. As Zhao Nian savored the chicken wing and took a sip of her drink, she cheerfully inquired, "So, who do you usually dine with?" "Lazy guy, Li Chao and the others," Zhang Shaoxuan replied nonchalantly. Zhao Nian tilted her head, pondering. "Then why are you dining with me every day now?" Zhang Shaoxuan paused, looking at her with a knowing gaze. "Perhaps because you are pitifully broke," he chuckled. "Get lost," she retorted, slapping the table with a scowl. "I am merely experiencing a temporary financial shortage. Once my allowance arrives next month, I'll treat you to barbecue. Don't go making promises you can't keep." "Be careful, it might still be me treating you." Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled lightly. Zhao Nian, stubborn, declared, "Impossible. Now that I've returned to life, I want to let you treat me all the time. By the way, lazy guy, how come you endure hardships so well?" Just as Zhang Shaoxuan bit into a chicken strip, he nearly choked on the spiciness. "What do you mean? With a monthly income of 2,000, you're already considered middle class among vocational students, yet you remain so stingy. Why don't you splurge a little, like going to bars, enjoying night markets, or buying some new clothes?" "Because the money of a vocational student must be spent wisely," he replied. Zhao Nian was at a loss for words. "What do you mean by wisely?" "Eating well, drinking well, paying for internet. Everything else can be saved." "Your logic is truly despairing. Isn't the essence of being a vocational student about reasonably planning one's meager expenses?" Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged. "You, who are clearly a vocational student, live more exquisitely than many regular university students." "I'm not exquisite. I'm realistic," he stated after sipping his soup. "You must accept the fact that whether a vocational student can rise in life depends on luck." "So how's your luck?" Zhao Nian asked. Zhang Shaoxuan smiled slightly. "Quite well. At least I'm not poorer than yesterday." She finished the last piece of tofu skin in one bite, patting her stomach with satisfaction and sighing contentedly. "All right, I'm full tonight. Let us continue our lazy ways tomorrow." Chapter 33. Time to clean up. At 6 p.m., on the paths of the vocational school, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the asphalt road beside the playground, casting an orange-yellow glow, rendering the campus serene and leisurely. Students strolled in small groups, some playing basketball, others gathering to sneak off to internet cafes, bypassing evening classes. Among them, Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian walked side by side. Zhao Nian's gaze fixated on the plastic bag in his hand, her face a mask of curiosity. "Lazy guy, why did you save 2 sausages?" she asked, tilting her head. Zhang Shaoxuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon enough." Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "You're not planning to go back for a second helping because you're still hungry, are you?" "No way." Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a glance. "Even if I were hungry, I wouldn't use sausages as a main course. I have a far more important use for them. What could be more important? She pressed, unable to fathom any other significance. You're not planning to feed stray dogs, are you? Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled, avoiding the question as he quickened his pace toward a small grove near the playground. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting golden patches on the ground, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. After walking for a while, Zhang Shaoxuan suddenly halted, crouching down and calling into the bushes, "Senior." Zhao Nian was taken aback, ready to scoff at this peculiar address, when suddenly, a chubby British short-hair cat emerged from the foliage. "What? How did you know there was a cat here?" she exclaimed, astonished at the feline senior. Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled nostalgically. "We should call it Cat Senior. I discovered it in my past life, and it's still here in this one." The cat, portly and with a coat too sleek for a common stray, approached Zhang Shaoxuan without hesitation, rubbing against his leg as if they were old friends. "This furball is definitely not a wild cat. Its fur is too smooth, indicating someone has been secretly caring for it," Zhang Shaoxuan remarked as he unwrapped the sausage. "It's likely a nearby resident or a mysterious benefactor from a school." Zhao Nian was utterly captivated by the cat, crouching down to gently stroke its face. "So adorable." Her voice softened, filled with excitement. The cat closed its eyes, luxuriating in her affection, occasionally licking its lips with a pink tongue, exuding an air of regal entitlement. "I want a cat too. I must have one in the future." "First, make sure you can support yourself," he retorted. "Say that again. I'm not belittling you. You can't even afford a late-night snack, and you want to keep a cat? Where will the money for cat food, vaccines, or litter come from? If you can't even sustain yourself, how can you think of having a cat? You don't understand anything." Zhao Nian huffed, clutching the cat defiantly. "Cats are a source of emotional support. Having one will motivate me to earn money." "Ha ha, so you think a cat will push you to be ambitious? You believe that neither teachers nor parents can save you, yet you want a cat to do so? Cat Senior, would you be willing to save her?" He looked down at the cat. "Cat Senior, meow, get lost." Zhao Nian, damn. The two remained by the playground, enjoying the cat's company, until nightfall when they reluctantly rose to leave. Zhao Nian brushed off the dust from her pants and turned back to the cat, a wistful look on her face. "I'll come back to play with you tomorrow." Cat Senior, meow, whatever. Zhang Shaoxuan, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "Tomorrow. When she can't afford food, she won't be thinking of you." "Shut up." At 6:30 p.m., in the evening study classroom, the atmosphere during evening study at the vocational school was as lively as ever. Some students slumped over their desks in lethargy, others were engrossed in their phones, while some exchanged gossip via notes. A few were engaged in childish antics, including Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian. At that moment, Zhang Shaoxuan was eyeing a lollipop that Zhao Nian had peeled for him, his expression rife with skepticism. "You peeled this for me? You didn't eat it first, did you?" He raised an eyebrow, questioning her. Upon hearing Zhao Nian's words, she raised an eyebrow and delivered a swift punch to his shoulder, her tone laced with indignation. "Get lost. Do you really think you deserve it?" Zhang Shaoxuan, at a loss for words, rubbed his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, all right. I'm not worthy. You just keep pretending." He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the lollipop, and after confirming there were no suspicious traces of saliva upon it, he cautiously placed it in his mouth. "Not bad. The flavor is quite delightful," he said calmly while savoring the treat. However, just 2 seconds later, Zhao Nian erupted into laughter. Zhang Shaoxuan blinked, sensing an ominous premonition. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Nian laughed so hard that tears nearly spilled from her eyes, a teasing smirk gracing her lips. Actually, that lollipop fell on the ground. Boom! "What the hell? Zhao Nian, you crazy woman. Ha ha, you actually ate it. Damn, I can't believe I ever trusted you." This is a lesson learned. This is what we call a trust crisis among vocational school students. Remember this for the future, Zhang Shaoxuan. Just wait, I'll make sure you fall into the same trap. Amidst their playful bickering, the classroom door was suddenly thrust open, and a familiar figure strode in, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Mei. The classroom fell silent in an instant. "All right, everyone, cut the nonsense and listen to me." Zhang Mei clapped her hands on the lectern, casting a sweeping glance over the room, prompting all students to cease their laughter and focus their attention on her. After surveying the class, she announced a shocking revelation. Starting today, Class 702 will merge with Class 701. The new classroom has already been arranged, so everyone pack your things and switch classrooms. The entire class? Within 5 minutes, chaos erupted in the classroom, reminiscent of a bustling market. Some students clutched their books and approached the door, only to turn back upon seeing the long queue, returning to their phones. Others dragged desks while sliding chairs across the floor, producing a grating screech. Some simply tossed their books into their bags, zipped them up, and left without a second thought for their desks and chairs. Even more astonishingly, A couple of students attempted to cut corners by hoisting a desk together towards the exit, only to get stuck in the narrow doorway. The collective intelligence of the vocational students had plummeted to near zero in those brief moments. Zhang Mei stood at the podium, her expression shifting from stern to resigned, ultimately settling into despair. Chapter 34. Is this not a bitchy behavior? After the classroom merger, the vocational students quickly acclimated to their new surroundings, reverting to their favored pastimes of laziness, loafing, and playing cards. However, Zhang Shaoxuan did not engage in his usual state of aimless relaxation during the break. Instead, his gaze was fixated on a particular individual, Wang Qian. His expression was complex, tinged with nostalgia and a hint of resignation. Noticing this, Zhao Nian elbowed him playfully and teased. "Oh, lazy guy, you must have a story, huh?" Zhang Shaoxuan paused in silence before nodding. Instantly intrigued, Zhao Nian leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands, eager for the tale to unfold. "Go on, spill the tea. It's gossip time." Zhang Shaoxuan exhaled softly, his gaze steady upon Wang Qian as he spoke matter-of-factly. "I pursued her in my past life." Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh? And what was the outcome of that?" "We broke up." Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his tone devoid of any emotional upheaval. Zhao Nian blinked, her curiosity piqued. "How did that happen? Did you cheat? Or did she?" A faint smirk tugged at Zhang Shaoxuan's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. "Neither." Zhao Nian pressed further. "Then how did you part ways?" "Because of a certain Zhu Ganglai," Zhang Shaoxuan responded casually. Zhao Nian looked utterly bewildered. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Zhu Ganglai. In a literal sense, it refers to a character who is both overweight and unattractive." Zhang Shaoxuan explained without hesitation. Zhao Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hold on. You're not intentionally slandering the guy, are you?" Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed lightly, his tone indifferent. "I'm not that petty." The man was indeed both fat and ugly, truly on the level of Zhu Ganglai, and his character was equally spineless, barely able to articulate his words. And then she started dating that guy? Zhao Nian's face reflected skepticism. "Yes," Zhang Shaoxuan replied, pressing his lips together, his tone as flat as if recounting someone else's tale. "He transferred her 8,000 yuan all at once, and she agreed to date him." Zhao Nian was utterly speechless. Blinking in disbelief, she murmured, "Just 8,000 yuan? That is all it took?" "Indeed," Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged. "Isn't that just the way things are?" Zhao Nian fell silent for a moment, a subtle expression washing over her face, as if grappling with the harshness of that reality. "I always thought that relationships in vocational schools must have some emotional foundation. At the very least, you're overthinking it. There are various models of relationships in vocational schools," Zhang Shaoxuan replied coolly, extending his fingers to delineate the different types of romantic entanglements. The first type is purely based on looks. Handsome students usually find partners easily, even with fewer girls around. Good looks always attract attention. The second type is the social butterflies. These students possess strong social skills, even if they aren't particularly attractive. Their charm and emotional value can easily win over girls. Thirdly, we have the financial players. These are the ones who buy affection with money, like Zhu Ganglai, who transferred 8,000 at once, securing a relationship in a very pragmatic manner. Fourth are the submissive types. These students go above and beyond, bringing girls breakfast, carrying their bags, fetching water, and buying milk tea, yet the girls always see them as backups. Fifth are the fast food relationship types. This is the most common scenario. They get together within a couple of days, date for 2 to 3 months, and then part ways. Most vocational students fall into this category. Lastly, there's the long-term relationship type, which is exceedingly rare, a veritable myth among vocational students, able to transition from school to society and remain together, a true rarity. Wow, your analysis is incredibly thorough. Have you researched the romantic philosophy of vocational students? Zhao Nian quipped, her amusement evident. Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Research? Please. I've lived through it once. One doesn't need to study to summarize the findings. Sometimes, you might think vocational schoolgirls would seek someone they like. But the reality is they value stability and security far more. Looks can be average, personality can be lacking, but if someone can provide financial support, that offers them a sense of security." Zhao Nian pondered for a moment, ultimately summarizing with a single statement. "It's a bit cruel, but it seems irrefutable." "That's just reality," Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his tone light and carefree. "So I came to understand that her choice of Zhu Ganglai indicates her preference for money. There's nothing more to say. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. She didn't deceive me, and I hold no debt to her. It is what it is." Zhao Nian fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "So, how do you feel about her now?" "Indifferent," Zhang Shaoxuan replied succinctly. The emotions of vocational students can be wrapped up in 3 months, forgotten in 4, and after half a year, they become strangers. Moreover, having already lived through a lifetime, what feelings could I possibly retain? Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Ah, you speak with such nonchalance. Yet what lies within your heart remains a mystery to all. In the classroom, the vocational school students indulge in their distractions. Some are idly passing time, while others engage in card games. Everything appears tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension swirl. The very moment Zhang Shaoxuan uttered that he harbored no feelings for Wang Qian, she seemed to possess an inexplicable intuition, suddenly turning her gaze toward him. Her eyes locked onto Zhang Shaoxuan, and a subtle smile graced her lips. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively returning her smile. In the realm of vocational school social etiquette, failing to smile back when making eye contact is deemed exceedingly rude. He wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings and merely responded with a reflexive grin. However, at that moment, Zhao Nian was scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, as if interrogating a suspect. She abruptly poked Zhang Shaoxuan's arm, her tone laced with suspicion. Hey, you wouldn't still have feelings for her, would you? Zhang Shaoxuan's lips twitched as he let out a scoff. How could that be? Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, assessing his expression, her voice tinged with disbelief. Then why were you two smiling at each other? She crossed her arms, her brow furrowed, exuding a sense of conviction. There must be something between you two. Zhang Shaoxuan fell silent, pinching the bridge of his nose, before letting out a sigh. That's just how she is. She gets along quite well with the boys, especially in an environment like vocational school where the gender ratio is so skewed. Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow, and then, well, she doesn't take many of the boys' actions too seriously. For instance, she can chat easily with anyone, and her interactions often carry an air of ambiguity. Thus, many boys might mistakenly believe she has a romantic interest in them, he explained, his voice tinged with understanding. Zhao Nian's eyes reflected a complex mixture of intrigue and skepticism. Indeed, she neither confirms nor denies any affection, leaving countless boys to indulge in their own fantasies. Convinced they've deciphered her feelings, Zhao Nian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as if she had never encountered such a precise manipulation of emotions. After a brief silence, she quipped, "Isn't that just a form of deceit? She enjoys the attention without any guilt?" "Absolutely," Zhang Shaoxuan replied with a cynical laugh, a hint of sarcasm gracing his features. "It's quite shameless. Isn't it? But she never explicitly demands anything. The infatuated suitors are willing participants. One desires, and the other endures. It's an unbreakable cycle." Chapter 35. The Departure of the Infatuated Suitors. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his tone unflappable. The social dynamics of vocational school students, though not extensively studied, can be easily deduced. He casually picked up a pen from the table and jotted down a few notes on a scrap of paper, reciting them slowly. Rule 1 of the infatuated suitor. A girl's smile does not necessarily imply affection. Rule 2. Buying her bubble tea does not equate to a relationship. Rule 3. If you take the initiative and she does not reject you, it does not mean you have a chance. Rule 4. Her replies to your messages do not signify interest. Rule 5. If she neither accepts nor declines you, it implies you are merely one of her backup options, if you're even worthy of that. Zhao Nian gasped. Have you been an infatuated suitor yourself? Zhang Shaoxuan slammed the pen down, retorting coldly, "Absolutely not." Zhao Nian rolled her eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "I don't believe you. If you've never been one, how could you summarize it so astutely? Observing others' infatuations is not a crime." He shot back, his tone indifferent. The phenomenon of infatuated suitors in vocational schools is all too common. Essentially, in such institutions, girls who are merely average in appearance, yet possess a modicum of social acumen, often find themselves with at least 3 infatuated suitors. For those exceptionally beautiful, the number can start at 5, and sometimes they even form groups of infatuated suitors. Can you imagine that? Zhao Nian blinked in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. A group of infatuated suitors? What on earth? It's a collective of suitors who band together to cater to a single girl. One might deliver bubble tea, another assists with homework. Someone else sings her praises on social media, while yet another acts as her chauffeur. Moreover, these suitors often compete with one another to see who can treat her better. Zhao Nian's worldview appeared to shatter. Hearing this makes me almost feel sorry for the infatuated suitors in vocational schools. No need for pity. They choose this willingly. Their logic is that as long as they exert enough effort, even if they don't end up with her, they can still feel a sense of self-satisfaction. In the end, it's merely self-delusion, Zhao Nian remarked. Wow, that is rather harshly real. she exclaimed, rubbing her temples and inhaling deeply. So, the dynamic between the girls and their infatuated suitors is essentially symbiotic? Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with irony. Indeed, the relationship between infatuated suitors and the girls is akin to that of a dairy cow and a rancher. The cow provides the milk, and the rancher milks it. Zhao Nian paused, contemplating. Yet, the suitors never perceive themselves as the cows. They believe they are the ranchers. Isn't that absurd? Indeed, but the suitors seem to thrive on this delusion, Zhang Shaoxuan sighed. In the end, those who infatuate themselves discover they have neither received the milk nor won the rancheress affection, leaving them with nothing but a profound sense of emptiness. Zhao Nian burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to lean over the table, striking it with her palms, tears of laughter glistening in her eyes. You must be a stand-up comedian. Your observations are brutally accurate. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor, just a product of life's experiences. Zhao Nian took a deep breath, her gaze earnest. So, you want to fall into the trap of being an infatuated suitor again, will you? Zhang Shaoxuan smiled faintly, his eyes drifting toward Wang Qian. I played that role already in my past life. Having returned, I have no intention of repeating such folly. Zhao Nian crossed her arms, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glinting with playful mockery. So, how did you court her in your past life? Do tell. Zhang Shaoxuan let out a long sigh, his tone wistful, as if reminiscing about a time long gone. To be honest, I wouldn't entirely classify myself as an infatuated suitor. Zhao Nian arched an eyebrow. Oh, really? That is quite telling. Zhang Shaoxuan rested his forehead on his hand, beginning to recall the melodramatic events of that time. He had, in essence, forced himself into a label, what is commonly referred to as the ambiguous phase. Their relationship was neither that of lovers nor merely friends, but something more torturous. Or the acts of devotion he had committed during this phase. He bought her all the snacks she liked, ensuring she enjoyed bubble tea while he settled for instant noodles. When she expressed a fondness for horror films, despite his own fears, purchased tickets for a movie night. She had casually mentioned wanting a handcrafted wooden sculpture, and he spent days crafting it before presenting it to her. He never missed an opportunity to gift her something during holidays, even purchasing a limited edition doll she had once mentioned in passing. Zhao Nian winced, unable to contain her shock. You might have crossed the line there. Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes. The issue was that she had far too many male friends around her. And then? Then she didn't regard me at all. He chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. He continued, recounting the most painful moment of all. One day, while he was napping in the dormitory, what happened? Wang Qian was downstairs, playing badminton with a whole group of boys. The kicker? She hadn't even bothered to inform him. Li Chao was the first to awaken, nudging Zhang Shaoxuan with a significant tone. Buddy, are you about to be cuckolded? Huh? Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily bewildered, groggily turning to sit up. He then hurried downstairs, only to find Wang Qian was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was a group of men, along with a class monitor whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. In that instant, his mind erupted. He swiftly returned to his dormitory, seeking solace in slumber, yet his thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. It was not until the occupants of the adjacent dormitory came to nudge him that he realized something was amiss, prompting him to rush out in search of Wang Qian. Ultimately, he cornered her in a secluded corner of the technical school's playground. He confronted Wang Qian, his tone calm. Why didn't you inform me? Wang Qian frowned. Inform you of what? Of your playing badminton with them. Wang Qian scoffed. A bit presumptuous of you, don't you think? I'm merely having fun with friends. Do I need to report that? It's not a report. At least a heads up would suffice, Zhang Shaoxuan replied, taking a deep breath, his tone relatively restrained. Wang Qian crossed her arms, her impatience growing. You're quite bothersome. Do you plan to monitor every meal and game I partake in with friends? At that moment, Zhang Shaoxuan's psyche completely unraveled. He recalled his previous behaviors of incessant adoration, suddenly feeling like a fool. Most distressing was the fact that Wang Qian had a sensitivity to ultraviolet light, a detail he had carefully noted, reminding her each time they ventured outside. Thus, he coldly remarked, Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned? Wang Qian paused, her voice turning indifferent. Even if I were to be sunburned to death, it's not your concern. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. This romance was unequivocally game over. After their breakup, Zhang Shaoxuan refrained from making a scene. Instead, he silently retreated behind a tree at the technical school's playground. There he squatted, furtively watching Wang Qian dine with that group of boys. In that moment, his heart shattered completely. He concealed himself behind the tree, unable to restrain his tears, emotionally overwhelmed. Then, the class monitor approached with a badminton racket. casting a complex glance his way, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, saying nothing, before heading back to the dormitory to summon the other roommates to comfort him. The era of the devoted admirer at the technical school had officially concluded. Chapter 36. What am I even suffering for? However, what made Zhang Shaoxuan feel most foolish was that summer when the temperature around the technical school soared to 42°C. Wang Qian casually remarked, "Xiao Feng, her best friend, bought me some desserts. She is so kind." And what did Zhang Shaoxuan do? He braved the sweltering 42°C heat to procure desserts for her. Standing by the roadside, drenched in sweat, he waited endlessly for a ride, fearing the desserts would melt. He even cradled the dessert box in his arms to keep it cool. Finally, he presented the desserts to Wang Qian. What was her reaction? She accepted the desserts, her face devoid of any gratitude, scarcely glancing at him before heading upstairs. They didn't even exchange a word. Zhao Nian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but inquire, "Were those desserts expensive? Were they delicious? Can you treat me to some?" Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with resignation. "They were $80 each. I bought 2, all for her." Zhao Nian's eyes widened in shock. "Wow, technical school students can afford that? You really splurged." "It's not that much," Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his tone calm. 160 isn't excessive, though it is a bit much for a technical student. The price of desserts doesn't inflate due to love, nor does it diminish due to a lack thereof. Yet, the crux lies not in the price of the desserts, but in the fact that I endured the oppressive heat to acquire them. The cost of desserts remains unaffected by love, but the intelligence of the devoted admirer plummets in the throes of affection. Zhao Nian stared at Zhang Shaoxuan, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. "But I care. So will you treat me?" Zhang Shaoxuan sighed, and then smiled. "Dream on." As Zhao Nian munched on sunflower seeds, her gaze fixated on Zhang Shaoxuan, brimming with insatiable curiosity. "Hey, what's the deal with Zhu Ganglai? You haven't elaborated yet." Zhang Shaoxuan sighed deeply, as if unearthing a long-buried piece of history. "What happened after graduation?" Zhao Nian nodded, urging him on. "And then?" "Then I was at home sleeping when I received a call from Chen Xiaofeng." "Haha, this is hilarious. You went through all that to pursue Wang Qian, and you even won over a best friend?" Zhao Nian laughed, slapping the table, completely oblivious to Zhang Shaoxuan's exasperation. "Ah, the standard operation of a devoted admirer." Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes and continued, "What happened after that? After graduation, I had planned to lounge at home, but then my phone rang unexpectedly. Caller ID, Chen Xiaofeng, Wang Qian's best friend. How ironic. While pursuing Wang Qian, I inadvertently boosted her best friend's affection for me. What is the pinnacle of a devoted admirer's endeavors? It's not merely adoring the goddess, but also winning over her friends, social circle, siblings, and even pets. So when Wang Qian's best friend called, I felt obligated to answer. "Hello, what is up?" On the other end, Chen Xiaofeng spoke casually. "Want to come work? It's so boring. We're short-staffed." "Are you in?" Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. As a slacker at a technical school, how could he possibly work? But the next moment, Chen Xiaofeng added, "Wang Qian is here too." Zhang Shaoxuan hesitated, inexplicably agreeing. Although he claimed he no longer wished to pursue Wang Qian, his body betrayed him as he stepped out. After all, Wang Qian's demeanor remained as lukewarm as ever, occasionally offering a morsel of sweetness, yet never solidifying their relationship. This ambiguity was the most torturous aspect for a devoted admirer. She didn't reject him, but she also refrained from defining their relationship, leaving him with the illusion of opportunity. It was akin to a technical student feeling confident of passing an exam just 5 minutes before it commenced, only to discover a sea of red marks upon reviewing the results. The internal monologue of devoted admirers. She hasn't rejected me, so she must harbor some feelings, right? She replied to my messages, indicating some expectation, right? She smiled at me today, which means she cares, right? But the reality is, she simply finds you, the devoted admirer, to be somewhat useful. She hasn't dismissed you, but she harbors no intentions of a future together. This time around, he was too apprehensive to go alone, fearing embarrassment. He called upon Yujia. At that moment, Yujia was lounging at home, shirtless, engrossed in a game of PUBG, with a half-eaten sausage dangling from his mouth when the call connected. "Will you reimburse my bus fare?" "If you cover that, I'll go." Zhang Shaoxuan replied, "All right, I'll reimburse." Thus, Yujia, the streetwise sage of the technical school, was also drawn into this fray. It soon proved to be a wise decision. The four of them officially embarked on their recruitment journey as technical school admissions officers. As the name suggests, their role was to entice students into the technical school, earning a commission for each student they brought in. However, this job was an absolute pitfall. The students outside the vocational school are either already enrolled or have no intention of studying. They are utterly ignored. Who would have thought that vocational students would begin to choose their schools? Yu Jie bit into his spicy strips, his face a picture of astonishment. Do you think those who enter vocational schools are fools? Zhang Shaoxuan retorted coldly. Otherwise, aren't we also vocational students? Chen Xiaofang chimed in. The four of them, having barely worked for 6 days, resolutely decided to abandon their jobs. Then, Yu Jie suddenly proposed they work in bar marketing. In simpler terms, bar marketing involved promoting beverages and attracting customers to spend, allowing them to earn commissions. By some strange twist of fate, the four of them ventured into it. And that night, Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes were opened to just how cheap Wang Qian truly was. She sat beside a bald man, who casually slipped 200 yuan into her hand before reaching over to caress her thigh. Wang Qian did not refuse. In fact, she smiled and clinked glasses with the bald man. In that moment, Zhang Shaoxuan's heart turned to ash. After having admired this goddess for so long, it turned out that a mere 200 yuan could lead to such intimacy. He finally realized, what exactly was I so enamored with? Observing this, Yu Jie patted his shoulder and sighed with a serious tone. Buddy, although you haven't earned a dime these past few days and have even lost thousands, you've gained something. At least you've seen a woman's true nature. With that, Yu Jie rummaged through his pocket, his tone suddenly lightening. As a reward for your great contribution, could you buy me a pack of highly cigarettes? Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned. I've already suffered so much in this emotional pursuit, and you still want me to buy you cigarettes? Yet in the end, he sighed and purchased a pack of highly to hand to Yu Jie, simply saying, fine. You're the one who deserves it most. He then headed straight home. After all, his sole purpose for taking this job was to pursue Wang Qian. With that ambition extinguished, there was no longer any reason to remain. Meanwhile, Yu Jie fell into deep contemplation, staring at the empty apartment and then glancing at his wallet. He pondered for a full 10 seconds. Finally, he took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Shaoxuan. Hey buddy, could you reimburse me for the ticket back? As for the incident regarding Zhu Ganglai, it was later revealed to him by Chen Xiaofang. A few days later, she approached him again, this time with a hint of gossip-laden excitement in her tone. Hey, are you still thinking about Wang Qian? What about it? Zhang Shaoxuan replied. She's in a relationship now. Oh, don't you want to see a picture? Not particularly. You really will regret it if you don't. Zhang Shaoxuan initially resisted, but Chen Xiaofang's mysterious tone piqued his curiosity. He glanced at the photo, and then, his eyes nearly blinded. The man in the picture stood at 168 centimeters and weighed 240. His face was covered in acne scars, resembling a living Zhu Ganglai. His physique was akin to a moving mountain of flesh, clad in a misshapen faux designer hoodie. What the hell? Zhang Shaoxuan was utterly dumbfounded. He could accept someone being more handsome, wealthier, taller, stronger, or even more charming than himself. But this? You seriously found a Zhu Ganglai? With such unattractiveness? What could she possibly see in him? He feared the man might suddenly shout, Genshin Impact, activate. Chen Xiaofang, reveling in his shock, patted his shoulder. Aren't you glad you didn't continue your infatuation? Zhang Shaoxuan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning indifferent. Everyone has their own aspirations. Zhao Nian, upon hearing this tale, couldn't help but twitch her lips, exclaiming, Damn, how did you endure such suffocating times? Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed. That's precisely why I've given up. You've achieved enlightenment. Zhao Nian, then could you treat me to dessert? Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a sideways glance, rolling his eyes in disdain. Haven't you always called me a simp? How could I possibly treat a girl to dessert? Zhao Nian smirked, leaning closer with a teasing tone. But I'm your friend. Didn't you say yesterday that treating friends is a normal expense? Dream on. I won't do it. I want dessert too. If you treated her, I want some too. Zhang Shaoxuan grinned, his eyes filled with mischief. Do you think you deserve it? Zhao Nian, screw you. She stomped her foot in frustration, yet her face bore a smile, clearly not genuinely angry. A reborn old hand is not so easily fooled. If it were your previous self, I could have easily manipulated you. Oh really? Zhang Shaoxuan reclined lazily against the table, his tone casual. In your previous life, I don't recall you ever showing up for class. Zhao Nian, hey, I thought studying was unnecessary. Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow. So now you believe studying is necessary? Zhao Nian pouted, letting out a reluctant sigh. There's no helping it. Retracing my steps is truly dull. You have no idea. In my previous life, I wasted my days, occasionally flirting with handsome guys, and ended up living like a salted fish. Coming back this time, I feel like the life of a vocational student is still as tedious as ever. However, Zhao Nian crossed her arms, her eyes glinting with mischief. Shouldn't you be seeking revenge on Wang Qian, harboring resentment towards her, and ruining her life? Why are you doing nothing? Zhang Shaoxuan looked exasperated. It's unnecessary? Zhao Nian questioned. Don't you find her disgusting? Don't you want her to pay for her actions? Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled, his tone casual. In this life, I haven't even dated her. She owes me nothing. What is the point of revenge? Shouldn't you adjust your worldview a bit? Zhao Nian retorted, Humph. Aren't you a coward? If it were me, I'd directly obliterate her. Zhang Shaoxian, you are even more ruthless than the old men at vocational schools. Zhao Nian shrugged, her expression unapologetic. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. If you don't destroy her, she might harm others in the future. Just think of how many simps she could ensnare. Zhang Shaoxian squinted, his gaze contemplative. Do you know why simps exist? Zhao Nian. Simps simp because they willingly do so. They don't ponder whether the other person is worth it. Instead, they revel in the dreams they've constructed, believing that perseverance will yield rewards. Such individuals, even without Wang Qian, would seek to simp after other girls. Understand? Therefore, the problem lies not with Wang Qian, but with the simps themselves. Zhao Nian fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help but applaud, her face brimming with playful mockery. Impressive. Vocational schools, slacker king. You have truly grasped the philosophy of simps. I admire you. However, she narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile creeping on her lips. But don't you want to gross her out just a little? Even a tiny bit? Zhang Shaoxian paused, then chuckled. Gross her out? He stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Well, it's not impossible. For instance? Zhao Nian leaned in slightly, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. It's rather simple, Zhang Shaoxian replied with a casual smirk at the corner of his lips. If I feign a modicum of interest in her, she would undoubtedly continue to toy with me ambiguously. Then, I shall seize an opportunity to play her ruthlessly, leading her to social demise and completely severing her supply chain of admirers. Zhao Nian. She was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but excitedly slap the table. Wow, that's brilliant. You intend to cut off her financial support? Zhang Shaoxian smiled silently. Once the supply chain of sycophants is disrupted, Wang Qian's male resources would plummet, and at that point, even if she wished to continue her ambiguous games, her tarnished reputation would deter anyone from continuing to indulge her. Low cost, high return, and not easily detectable. This epitomizes the revenge philosophy of a vocational school student. Zhao Nian gazed at him in admiration. As expected of the king of slacking off in vocational school, even revenge is executed so cost-effectively. Zhang Shaoxian. This is the approach of the astute. Why expend effort and energy to destroy her? It's utterly unnecessary. Zhao Nian pondered for a moment, suddenly raising an eyebrow, a sly grin creeping on her lips. Hey, why don't you try being ambiguous with me as well? Let us see if I can be played by you. Zhang Shaoxian. He cast her a disdainful glance. You, truly deserving of the title of vocational school social queen. How can your thought process be so skewed? Zhao Nian burst into laughter, gleefully patting his shoulder. Are you scared? Afraid of being counterattacked by me? Zhang Shaoxian rolled his eyes. Go away. I have no interest in the social queen. Zhao Nian shrugged. Whatever. It's only a matter of time. When the day comes that you genuinely develop feelings for me, I'll make sure you buy me desserts every day. Buy until your wallet weeps, until you're kneeling and calling me queen. Zhang Shaoxian. He rolled his eyes again, stood up, and walked away, muttering, Crazy woman will eventually send you to a mental institution. Zhao Nian laughed heartily behind him, her face brimming with pride. Don't be stubborn, slacker brother. It's only a matter of time. You can't escape. Chapter 38. You must pay. At 7:15 p.m., during the intermission of evening self-study, the bell rang punctually, and the classroom sprang to life as vocational students seemed to gain temporary freedom, wandering about. Some rested their heads on their desks, continuing their sleep. Others pulled out their phones to play games, while a few eager ones were ready to sneak out of the classroom to buy snacks, with some even contemplating skipping class. The only two themes during the intermission for vocational students were buying food or escaping. At this moment, Zhao Nian had set her sights on Zhang Shaoxian. Hey, slacker brother, let us go out and buy something to eat. Zhang Shaoxian shot her a skeptical glance. Do you have money? Zhao Nian coughed lightly, wiped her nose, and asserted with confidence. Just kidding, you must pay. How can you lack a sense of shame? Zhang Shaoxian, exasperated, slapped his hand against her face, trying to jolt her into clarity. Stop always thinking of exploiting me, okay? Zhao Nian scoffed, crossing her arms and glaring at him disdainfully. You don't understand. In other people's idol dramas, the male lead is always proactive in buying food for the female lead, afraid she might go hungry. And you? You hesitate even to buy me a snack. Do you think you're worthy of me? Zhang Shaoxian. He was utterly speechless, twitching his lips as he looked at her, scoffing. That kind of poor student sycophant routine is so outdated, all right? The sycophantic male leads in dramas are merely reincarnations of sycophants. changing faces yet remaining unchanged. Not to mention those foolish female leads who could do nothing on their own and rely entirely on the male lead for sustenance. In reality, you'd have starved long ago. Do you believe it? Zhao Nian. She was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon retorted unyieldingly. Nonsense. I'm enjoying life. Understand? And you're not unwilling to treat me to snacks. That's your privilege, all right? Saying this, she grabbed Zhang Shaoxuan's arm and shook it vigorously. I don't care, I want to eat. Zhang Shaoxuan's forehead was nearly bursting with veins. How could there be such a brazen woman? With an expression of helplessness, he finally conceded. All right, let us stop this nonsense and head out. Let us buy snacks. Zhao Nian instantly revealed a victorious smile. Patting Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder with the demeanor of someone whose big brother was protecting her. That is more like it. Let us go. At night, the small shop in the vocational school was eternally a paradise for students. The cafeteria's food was generally unpalatable, and those who hadn't had their fill at dinner would rush to the small shop during evening self-study for a final supply run. The crowd density in the small shop had reached hellish levels. The snack shelves were packed with students, and the checkout line formed a long queue, with the aroma of spicy strips, instant noodles, and sausages pervading the entire store. Quick, spicy strips, instant noodles, sausages, mineral water. This 4-piece set must be complete. Damn it. Who touched my snail noodles? I just stepped away for 2 seconds. Boss, 2 grilled sausages. Add more spice. And a bottle of cola. The vocational students were ravenous, their purchasing speed astonishing. Zhao Nian skillfully squeezed into the crowd, her technique remarkably professional, and in the blink of an eye, she had a bag full of snacks. Spicy strips, potato chips, milk, jelly, sausages, everything was included. Yet she didn't spend a single cent. Directly stuffing the snacks into Zhang Shaoxuan's hands. Hey, pay up. Zhao Nian grinned mischievously. Zhang Shaoxuan looked at the bag of snacks in his hands. Lost in thought, he suspected Zhao Nian might have been a professional at scamming food and drinks in her previous life. Damn it. How much do I owe you? Zhao Nian feigned innocence, blinking her eyes lightly. Who told you to be a reborn person like me? The slacker brother must bear this responsibility. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed, finally yielding to the inevitable, and obediently paid the bill. The two of them strolled leisurely along the campus path, laden with snacks. Zhao Nian opened a bag of chips, munching while exclaiming, the most soothing thing about the vocational school nights is this bag of spicy strips. Do you understand? The late-night culture of vocational students must be the small shop snacks and boasting on the playground. Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed. Boasting? You girls boast too? Zhao Nian tore open the spicy strip package, slurping it while calmly stating, of course, the way vocational schoolgirls boast is even more outrageous than boys. Boys boast about their own prowess, while girls boast about others' prowess. Zhang Shaoxuan, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and asked, how so? Zhao Nian, for example, we girls don't say how great we are. We say how great our friends are. Like, I have a friend whose boyfriend transfers for $10,000 a month. I have a friend who went to Hadaleo for a meal and got a free meal from staff. I have a friend who gets hit on outside and has someone inviting her to dinner every day. I have a friend, damn. The boys chasing her could form a group. As Zhao Nian mimicked the tone of vocational schoolgirls, using exaggerated expressions to imitate their boasting style, Zhang Shaoxuan nearly laughed himself to death. Ha ha ha. I must say, it's quite accurate. Zhao Nian smiled triumphantly. Do you understand now? The way vocational schoolgirls boast is by elevating themselves to the status of princesses under the guise of friendship. Yet, in truth, the tales of their friends are, more often than not, mere reflections of their own experiences. Zhang Shaoxuan burst into laughter. Huh? That's absolutely brilliant. As Zhao Nian munched on spicy strips, she playfully patted his shoulder. All right, let us head back. If we linger here any longer, your wallet will surely take another hit. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Shaoxuan placed the snack bag on the table, resigning himself to his fate. Zhao Nian, seated beside him, relished her treat, a smug smile adorning her lips. Hey, slacker brother, don't you feel that being tricked into treating me is, in some way, a delightful experience? Zhang Shaoxuan sighed deeply, his gaze towards her laden with complexity. If only you were a little lowly, that would be acceptable. Zhao Nian shot him a fierce glare, gripping his arm tightly, threatening. Repeat that. With an expression devoid of emotion, Zhang Shaoxuan continued chewing his gum and replied coolly, I merely stated that vocational students' money is truly easy to squander. Damn it, I earn $2,000 a month, and you've nearly drained me dry. I must have wronged you in my past life. But I owe you nothing in this one. Chapter 39, You Betrayed Me. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, Gao Bo detected the tantalizing scent of snacks and swiftly darted over. Hey, Shaoxian, did you buy snacks? My good brother, share some with me. Before he could finish, his hand reached for the snack bag, only to be forcefully captured the next second. Ah! Gao Bo exclaimed in pain, turning to see Zhao Nian. Fiercely guarding the snacks, her eyes glinting with hostility, like a lioness protecting her cubs. What do you think you're doing? Zhao Nian demanded, eyes wide. Clutching the snack bag tightly as she stepped back, warily eyeing Gao Bo, Zhang Shaoxian raised an eyebrow. Is it really that serious? Yet, Gao Bo remained unfazed, dramatically retracting his hand and clutching his chest, his expression one of utter despair, as if he had just been betrayed by a lover. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. I can't go on living. I want to end it all. In the next moment, Gao Bo dramatically clutched his neck, shaking his head wildly, his tongue lolling out, saliva flying everywhere. Wah! Are you in a relationship? Are you? I've been deceived. You're secretly with Zhao Nian. You heartless scoundrel. The classroom fell abruptly silent, all eyes turning towards them. The atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Good grief. Saliva attack. Retreat. Zhang Shaoxian reacted swiftly, diving under the table. Zhao Nian, equally quick to respond, hugged the snack bag with one hand and dragged her chair with the other, retreating under the table with a start. The two crouched beneath the desk, staring at each other with wide eyes, the ambience decidedly awkward. ISNT this a bit over the top. Zhao Nian exclaimed. Is this your first time witnessing a vocational student go berserk? Zhang Shaoxian retorted. Just then, Li Chao suddenly leaped from his seat, alarmed. What the hell is water doing on my head? He touched his head, panic etched on his face. The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Once Gao Bo's theatrics subsided, he quickly yanked Zhang Shaoxian from under the table. Spill it. Are you dating Zhao Nian? His voice boomed, echoing throughout the classroom. All eyes were now on them. Even Wang Qian turned her head, her gaze on Zhang Shaoxian filled with meaning. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Zhao Nian grinned mischievously at Zhang Shaoxian, relishing the unfolding drama. Zhang Shaoxian rubbed his forehead, exasperated. No, stop spreading rumors. But Gao Bo was unconvinced, pressing on. Then why didn't you buy me snacks? Zhang Shaoxian shot back. What does my buying snacks for Zhao Nian have to do with you? It matters. Not buying for me is a betrayal of brotherhood. Brothers are like limbs. Women are like clothing. You dare betray me for a woman? Gao Bo lamented. I refuse to accept this. Em aggrieved. I want to cry. Wah! Zhang Shaoxian, utterly defeated, replied, no, please stop. It's not like that. Gao Bo frowned, clearly skeptical. Then why didn't you buy me snacks? His tone was pitiful, like a forsaken child. You bought for her and neglected your brother. Have you lost your mind over love? You traitor. Zhang Shaoxian exclaimed. What the hell? Just because I didn't buy you snacks means I'm in a relationship? Can you be a bit more rational? Gao Bo crossed his arms, huffing. Not buying for me is preferential treatment. Brothers shouldn't have disparities. Sighing in frustration, Zhang Shaoxian turned to Zhao Nian. Hey, sister society, be generous and share some snacks with him, will you? Zhao Nian immediately retreated 2 steps, clutching the snack bag defensively, her eyes filled with animosity. No way. These are my snacks. Why should I share them with him? Zhang Shaoxian pinched the bridge of his nose. You're so stingy. Zhao Nian retorted defiantly. I'm not wealthy to begin with. Why should I share? The snacks of vocational students are earned through hard work. Each sausage is hard-earned money. Enough talk. I want to share. Finally, Zhang Shaoxian could no longer endure it, and with a swift motion, flicked her forehead. Ow! Zhao Nian exclaimed, cradling her head, glaring at Zhang Shaoxian with displeasure. Reluctantly, she fished out a pack of spicy strips from the bag and tossed it to Gao Bo. In an instant, Gao Bo's demeanor transformed dramatically. Oh, Shaoxian, you truly are my best brother. Wah! I knew you wouldn't forget me. Brotherhood is eternal. While he clutched the spicy strips, he excitedly patted Zhang Shaoxian's shoulder, nearly moved to tears. Wang Qian observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with playful amusement. She rested her chin on her hand, gently twirling her pen, as if lost in thought. Ultimately, she simply smiled faintly, her gaze fleetingly passing over Zhang Shaoxian before withdrawing thoughtfully. No one knew what was going through her mind. At 8:10 p.m., after class, Gao Bo, munching on his spicy strips, earnestly addressed Zhang Shaoxian. Shaoxian, if you ever start dating, you must tell me. Zhang Shaoxian's lips twitched. Why do you care so much? Gao Bo replied, because I cannot allow myself to be single alone. Brother, you can't leave me behind. We agreed to slack off together and develop in our own quirky way. And here you are secretly finding love. I refuse to accept this. Zhang Shaoxian gazed at Gao Bo's tearful expression, ultimately conceding, don't worry, I want to be dating. Really? Gao Bo asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Really? Zhang Shaoxian affirmed. Gao Bo sighed in relief, patting his shoulder. That's good. Let us go, brother, to the internet cafe tonight. Let us go have some fun. I was just chased by an old man at the cafe all night yesterday. Zhang Shaoxuan stifled a yawn, preparing to stretch, when suddenly, smack! Zhao Yan suddenly leaped onto his back from behind. Ouch! What the hell are you doing? Zhang Shaoxuan stumbled, nearly tossing her off. Unfazed, Zhao Yan proudly waved the sausage in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, I'm going to feed our dear senior cat. Zhang Shaoxuan replied. Isn't it unnecessary to feed the senior cat every day? It's not a stray. There are plenty of people feeding it. Zhao Yan immediately retorted, no way. What if it starves to death? Just imagine it, all alone, curled up in the cold wind, licking its paws in hunger and misery. As she exaggerated her words, she dramatically mimicked a pitiful little cat, gazing at Zhang Shaoxuan with sorrowful eyes. Chapter 40. Prepare for bankruptcy. It looked at you, meowing with eyes full of hope, as if saying, Brother Shaoxuan, I'm so hungry. I long for the sausage you provide. You are the kindest boy in the world. You wouldn't bear to let me go hungry, would you? Please meow. Her voice dripped with sweetness, even adding a playful meow with a coy tone. Zhang Shaoxuan. A chill ran down his spine, and he nearly dropped her off his back. Are you out of your mind? Damn it, you're a vocational school socialite, and this tone is the strangest thing I've ever encountered. Stop with the meowing. I'm about to puke. Zhao Yan remained unfazed, shaking her legs with delight, and pressed on. Oh, come on, you really lack a sense of romance. Don't you think this is adorable? The little kitty is hungry, and instead of feeding it, you scold me? How cold-hearted. My poor senior cat. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, she changed her expression, feigning tears, her eyes filled with longing as she stared at Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you even a man? How can you stand by and watch it suffer in the wind? Zhang Shaoxuan. This woman is more dramatic than those sycophantic green tea girls. He was utterly speechless. Yet, Zhao Yan was not satisfied. She lowered her head and bit his earlobe. Hiss! Zhang Shaoxuan gasped in shock. What the hell? Zhao Yan, are you a rabid dog? Stop biting my ear. After a quick nibble, Zhao Yan released him, grinning mischievously. Ha ha ha. Are you convinced now, Brother Balon? If you don't agree, I'll bite you again. Zhang Shaoxuan finally relented, his tone resigned. Fine, fine. I'll accompany you. Zhao Yan triumphantly waved the sausage in her hand. That's more like it. Nearby, Gao Bo watched their interaction, utterly petrified. His expression was vacant, his face pale, as he had just witnessed a live display of their affection. Oh no, what have I done? He felt as though he was witnessing the complete downfall of his good friend. Clenching his fist to his chest, he bowed his head. Engulfed by a monochrome filter of sorrow, he looked up to the heavens, crying out, Why? Why? My best friend is flirting behind my back. You betrayed me. You've betrayed our vocational school's doggedly single alliance. He grasped his neck dramatically, shaking violently, his performance overly exaggerated. Others on the street. What in the world is wrong with this guy? Did he escape from a mental hospital? Maybe it's Pingjiao Bridge. That place is nearby. Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, pushing Gao Bo away, and sighed. Can't you act normal? What nonsense about betrayal? We're just going to feed a cat. Feed a cat. Zhao Yan laughed so hard she was nearly in tears, patting Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder. Her smile mischievous. Don't bother explaining to him. It's pointless. Gao Bo, oh no. Shaoxuan, are you really not turning back? Have you truly abandoned me? We could have been slacking off together, gaming at the internet cafe. He clung to Zhang Shaoxuan's arm, tears brimming in his eyes. Like a forsaken puppy, Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't take it anymore, swatting him away. Get lost. Gao Bo, oh, you've really changed. At 8:30 p.m., on the vocational school campus path, the two arrived at the territory of the senior cat, and indeed, the senior cat appeared right on cue. Senior, Zhao Yan exclaimed, squatting down and waving the sausage. The senior cat glanced over, gracefully striding closer, meowing at Zhao Yan. Meow. Ha ha, Brother Balon, it called out to me. Zhao Yan's heart burst with joy, her hands clasped together in delight. Zhang Shaoxuan stood by, maintaining an air of indifference. The senior cat is attracted to your sausage, not to you. If you came empty-handed, it wouldn't even look at you. Zhao Yan scoffed. You don't understand. This is fate. The senior cat likes me, right, senior? The senior cat completely ignored her, lunging for the sausage, expertly tearing open the packaging and beginning to munch on it nonchalantly. Zhao Yan, well then, I guess the sausage is true love. The two squatted beside the grass, watching the senior cat eat. The night was gentle, the moonlight cascading down, and a soft breeze caressed their faces. In that moment, it felt incredibly quiet and pleasant. Brother Balon, don't you think this is quite nice? Zhao Yan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the senior cat, suddenly speaking softly. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at her and smiled. Yes, it's quite nice. Have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? The future of vocational students is indeed darker than darkness itself. Do you really want to continue slacking off like this? Zhao Nian asked suddenly, her tone lacking its usual playful lilt, now tinged with a hint of seriousness. Zhang Shaoxuan paused, then shrugged. Who knows? Let us take it one step at a time. For a vocational student, just considering what to eat tomorrow is already quite good. After hearing this, Zhao Nian chuckled softly. That is true. She lowered her head, gently stroking the senior cat's head. The senior cat closed its eyes in comfort, purring contentedly. Zhao Nian, propping her chin, lazily remarked, Brother Balan, if you really have no goals in the future, you might as well become a cat petter. Specializing in petting cats, $100 a day. Isn't that better than moving bricks? Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a look. Can you be more realistic? How does one make money petting cats? Besides, am I petting you? You don't even pay. Zhao Nian grinned. If you manage to train the senior cat to be as obedient as a dog, I'd be willing to pay you. Fine. Then you can wait for bankruptcy. Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, too lazy to continue the conversation. The senior cat finished its sausage, stretched, flicked its tail, and then gracefully strode away into the darkness. Zhao Nian reluctantly stood up, clapping her hands. All right, senior, you're full now. Let us head back. The night breeze was pleasantly soothing. The two walked side by side along the path of the playground, occasionally exchanging playful banter and engaging in light-hearted teasing. Behind them, Senior Cat stood quietly in the shadows, watching them with a gentle flick of his tail. Meow. At that moment, the night at the technical school seemed to soften just a little. Chapter 41. The Afflicted Fool. As Zhang Shaoxuan pushed open the dormitory door, he found Gao Bo sitting on the bed, repeatedly slapping his own face. Smack, smack, smack. I'm such an idiot. I'm a complete fool. How could I be so foolish? His eyes were forlorn, his expression tormented, muttering incessantly about his own foolishness. His countenance as dark as that of a wronged lover thrice betrayed. Zhang Shaoxuan, what is wrong with you? What has got you so worked up? After pondering briefly, he recalled that during this period in his previous life, Gao Bo had also succumbed to despair in the dormitory. Why, you ask? Because of love. The love life of technical school students is eternally a subject steeped in tragedy. Gao Bo harbored affections for a girl named Sheng Fun. She dressed in a cool, rebellious manner, donning a motorcycle jacket, black earrings, and a striking eyeliner that lent her an air of undeniable allure. In the technical school, she resembled a distant, aloof cat, exuding a hint of streetwise confidence coupled with an enigmatic charm. To speak frankly, she was indeed quite captivating. Moreover, Gao Bo was truly infatuated with her, to an almost desperate degree. Yet, the issue remained. She had a boyfriend. Nonetheless, Gao Bo continued to bring her breakfast daily, assist her with homework, and shower her with snacks, nearly offering himself up as a tribute. He dared not confess his feelings, content instead to silently play the role of a devoted admirer, even a casual thank you. You're so sweet from Sheng Fun could send him rolling in delight on his bed. Isn't this the very definition of a simpering fool? And what else more? She had a boyfriend. She had a boyfriend. She had a boyfriend. The truth remains that a devoted fool ends up with nothing. Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but smirk, feeling profound sympathy for his unfortunate friend. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Gao Bo was persisting in his affections despite knowing she was taken. Just as he was contemplating how to offer some insincere words of comfort to this lovesick friend, Yu Jie had already taken action. Shaking his head in exasperation, he sat beside Gao Bo and spoke earnestly. Gao Bo, you must understand that a devoted fool ends up with nothing. The nature of love differs between men and women. Men are governed by the law of conservation. If they like someone, that affection remains steadfast. Women, however, are governed by the law of light speed. They are drawn only to those who can quicken their heartbeats. Do you understand? Gao Bo, with a woeful expression, shook his head. What am I to do? Yu Jie placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his gaze deepening. Delete her contact information. Sever all ties. Gao Bo, delete. Yu Jie. Yes, delete. A man must be decisive. Whether in games or love, it is all the same. Lingering aimlessly like you will only render you a laughingstock. Gao Bo gritted his teeth, opened his phone, and stared at Sheng Fun's WeChat, hesitating. His finger hovered over the delete contact button, his gaze trembling, his face a portrait of inner turmoil. Ultimately, he did it. Damn it. With a clenched jaw, he pressed the button and deleted Sheng Fun from his WeChat. Well done. You petted Gao Bo's shoulder enthusiastically. You finally escaped the clutches of the devoted fool. From now on, you are a free man. Gao Bo, however, wore a despondent expression, gazing skyward, his tone forlorn. Am I truly free now? Yu Jia nodded. You are free. Now, you can finally become a competent student of the technical school. Just then, a rumble echoed from Yu Jia's stomach. He patted his belly, a look of resignation crossing his face. Ah, after comforting you for so long, I've worked up quite an appetite. Now that you're no longer bound by love, could you please head downstairs and make me some instant noodles? Gaobo. Are you treating my heartbreak like some form of entertainment? Yeah. With utmost seriousness replied, of course not. I consider your heartbreak a form of compensation. You bastard. Gaobo seethed, smashing his fist into the pillow. Yet, in the end, he silently resigned himself, laced up his shoes, and descended to procure instant noodles for Yu Jia. The dormitory of the technical school returned to a fleeting tranquility. Zhang Shaoxuan looked at Yu Jia and couldn't help but laugh. You're truly remarkable. Your little session of emotional guidance had quite the masterly flair. Yu Jia burst into hearty laughter. Adopting an enigmatic expression, the emotional dilemmas of technical school students are all the same. Once you come to terms with it, it's no longer a problem. If you can't, just start anew. Regardless, the best remedy will always be instant noodles. After all, when busy, there's no time to dwell on this or that. Zhang Shaoxuan turned over, staring at the ceiling, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. The devoted fools never look back. Today, they may wail in despair. Yet tomorrow they will rise anew, charging forward with even greater fervor. If this sentiment were expressed by an outsider, he might have deemed it somewhat exaggerated. However, he had witnessed this truth firsthand in his rebirth. Gaobo rose each day to buy breakfast, sought conversations with Sheng Fun after each class, and attentively accompanied her after school, treating even her discarded eraser as a precious treasure. But what of Sheng Fun? She was in a relationship. Her boyfriend was back home. A long-distance affair where their communication was sporadic at best. Yet, she continued to relish Gao Bo's attentions, taking his devotion for granted, even growing accustomed to his presence. This scenario was truly enough to make one facepalm in disbelief. If it were Yu Jia, perhaps he would have directly pursued her. After all, in a long-distance relationship, those in the know understand. Such dynamics should never be too overt. Be subtle, play the role of a backup, and patiently wait for the primary partner to falter. For the woman's affections to waver. The fruits of victory are often plucked in such a manner. But Gao Bo was different. He was too gentle, incapable of adopting Yu Jia's cunning. He pursued her openly, fervently, yet lacked any finesse. His affections had become so commonplace that Sheng Fun had grown accustomed to them. Devoid of any sense of gratitude, as Zhang Shaoxuan contemplated this, he truly felt disheartened. This fellow had spent a year in devotion, yet ended up without even a shared photograph, leaving no memories post-graduation. His devotion had turned him into a legendary figure among the devoted fools of the technical school. Zhang Shaoxuan turned over, burying his face in the pillow, letting out a sigh. Damn it, what a disappointment. He initially intended to offer some advice, but recalling the circumstances of his past life, he ultimately refrained. The more one urges a devoted fool, the more fervently they cling. Words of counsel are futile. Do not ask Zhang Shaoxuan how he knows this. In his previous life, he had been just as fervent in his pursuit of Wang Qian, perhaps even more so. Chapter 42. My new desk mate is Wang Qian. At 7:20 a.m., on the bustling path of the technical school, the air was imbued with the tantalizing aroma of breakfast stalls as students ambled their way to class in small clusters. Zhang Shaoxuan stifled a yawn, lethargically strolling along, contemplating how to thoroughly slack off during the morning reading session. Lady S arrival. Everyone stand aside. The mechanical voice echoed relentlessly, reverberating through the campus like an explosive shockwave. Zhang Shaoxuan. He abruptly turned his head, and in the next instant, he was rendered utterly speechless. Zhao Nian, astride a vibrant pink electric scooter adorned with a high-decibel horn, was barreling toward him with an audacious flair. The scooter bore a Hello Kitty design, its rear festooned with two fluttering pink ribbons, while the horn blared insistently, seizing the attention of everyone in sight. Donning sunglasses and with a lollipop perched between her lips, Zhao Nian's lips curled into a mischievous smile, exuding an aura of wildness characteristic of a schoolgirl from the Technical Institute. What the hell? Zhang Shaoxian's pupils dilated in shock. He leaped aside, just in time to avoid being collided with by this garish pink scooter. Zhao Nian executed a dramatic drift, kicking up a cloud of dust, as she stylishly halted. Removing her sunglasses and tossing her hair back, she tilted her chin slightly, beckoning Zhang Shaoxian with a finger. Imperiously commanding, get on, Zhang Shaoxian. He felt as if he had turned to stone. This is just too embarrassing, isn't it? The surrounding students were now casting astonished, envious, and bewildered glances. Some had even whipped out their phones to record the spectacle. Zhang Shaoxian couldn't help but facepalm. his expression deadpan. Zhao Nian, is this really necessary? Zhao Nian scoffed. What do you know? This is called presence. When I make an entrance, I must be the most dazzling one. Zhang Shaoxuan. He scrutinized the garish pink scooter once more. Hello Kitty stickers, a pink body, 2 pink ribbons fluttering in the breeze, and a massive horn that incessantly blared Lady S' arrival. Everyone stand aside. Its impact was akin to that of a confession wall at a technical school. Zhang Shaoxian sighed. Can you be a little more normal? Zhao Nian retorted. Normalcy is the daily routine of a technical student. Zhang Shaoxian, puzzled, asked, Aren't you a day student? Where did you get this electric scooter? Shrugging nonchalantly, Zhao Nian replied, A junior from the kindergarten teacher class took a leave of absence, so I borrowed a ride. Zhang Shaoxian. He paused and couldn't help but exclaim, Your social network is astonishingly vast. Zhao Nian grinned with pride. Of course, my connections are unrivaled in this technical school. Zhang Shaoxian shook his head in disbelief. However, considering that the classroom was less than 500 meters from the dormitory, did she really need to ride an electric scooter? Yet, the thought of reducing the distance he had to walk was undeniably appealing. Energy conservation was paramount for a technical student. Thus, he resigned himself and hopped on. Now, that is more like it. Zhao Nian nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly yanked Zhang Shaoxian's hand to her waist. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Zhang Shaoxian. What are you doing? Let go of me. Zhao Nian. Nonsense. I'm about to speed. If you don't hold on, what if you fall off? Zhang Shaoxian. The surrounding students were wide-eyed in astonishment. What the hell? What is their relationship? Is no one going to explain? If no clarification comes, I might just ship them. Some were envious, some jealous, others furious, while a few began filming wildly, preparing to unleash the footage in their technical school group. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian, brimming with excitement, twisted the throttle and accelerated suddenly. Vroom vroom vroom. The pink scooter zoomed down the technical school path. Zhang Shaoxian. Holy crap. Slow down. Zhao Nian laughed heartily. There's no slowing down. Lady S' arrival. Everyone. Stand azide. The electric scooter whizzed past, and all the students on the path quickly made way. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the pink scooter trailing ribbons. As it sped away, upon reaching the entrance of the teaching building, Zhao Nian executed a sharp brake, bringing the scooter to an abrupt halt, ribbons fluttering wildly. She tossed her hair back, exuding confidence. Get off. Zhang Shaoxian jumped down, his expression a mix of confusion and incredulity. Are you freaking Lightning McQueen? Zhao Nian beamed proudly. I'm the school's social queen. My driving skills must be top-notch. The surrounding students erupted in chatter. What the hell? Are they really involved? The slacker and the social queen? What a formidable duo. Amidst the crowd, Wang Qian's gaze fell upon them, her expression enigmatic, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She observed Zhang Shaoxian quietly, her lips slightly curving, yet she said nothing. An odd atmosphere lingered in the air. At that moment, Gao Bo suddenly charged over, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Zhang Shaoxian, his tone filled with indignation. Shaoxian, you've truly betrayed me. Woe is me. Are you really with Zhao Nian? You've changed. You've really changed. Brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothing. You've cast aside your brother for her. Gao Bo's eyes brimmed with tears as he pounded his chest in despair, as if mourning the loss of his closest companion. Zhang Shaoxian, get lost. Zhao Nian laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Slacker, it seems your technical school life is about to stir up a storm. Zhang Shaoxian, damn. At 7:30 a.m., during the morning reading session, the technical students were gearing up to enter their slacking mode. However, before anyone could lay down to prepare for a nap, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Mei, suddenly slammed her hand on the podium, her tone serious as she announced, From today onward, we will be rearranging the seating. The classroom erupted into chaos. What the hell? Rearranging the seating? No way. My spot was perfectly fine. Damn it, please don't put me in the front row. Not like this. Just when I got comfortable in my seat. The technical students stirred restlessly, casting anxious glances at Zhang Mei, their faces a tapestry of unease. Zhang Mei remained unperturbed, scanning the room with a cold expression, her gaze sharp as a hawk, precisely pinpointing several troublemakers. You sit next to Jia. Playing cards every day, right? Switch. Gaobo, you're the loudest. Go to the last row. Zhao Nian, you're always causing trouble in class. You need to switch too. One by one, the students were called out, the disbandment officially commencing. The classroom was filled with groans of discontent. Damn it, another seating change. The social dynamics of the technical students are about to be reshuffled again. This is just as painful as dying in a game and realizing there is no save file. The students lamented as if the apocalypse had arrived. However, Zhang Mei paid no heed to their complaints. Her objective was to disperse the class's disruptive elements. Come on, Zhang Shaoxuan, you're moving over here. Your new desk mate is Wang Qian. Zhang Shaoxuan. Chapter 43. Maintain the pretense of playing dead. The moment this arrangement was announced, the atmosphere in the classroom froze for a brief second. The surrounding students' gazes instantly transformed into inquisitive ones. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, it was that time again, seats swapping, and they found themselves seated together. In his previous life, he and Wang Qian had also begun sharing a desk at this very moment. The romantic entanglements of vocational school students often commence with a hint of ambiguity. Sitting at the same desk naturally fosters such ambiguous relationships. Why is that? Because the classroom layout in vocational schools typically consists of pairs sharing a desk, which instinctively brings individuals closer. Daily interactions, attending classes, goofing off, sneaking snacks, grumbling about teachers, and engaging in idle chatter gradually blur the lines of friendship. Who hasn't harbored feelings for their desk mate? The logic of romance among vocational students is often quite simple. He treats me well. Does he like me? She and I get along well. Does she have feelings for me? Is there something special about the way he interacts with me? Consequently, students gradually find themselves ensnared in this web of uncertainty. In his previous life, Zhang Shaoxuan fell victim to this very cycle. If one were to describe Wang Qian's tactics as ingenious, they would not truly qualify as such. Yet, for the lovesick students of vocational schools, these subtle flirtations were nothing short of precision strikes. She would smile and offer him a lollipop, saying, "Would you like to try?" She would casually lean in, gently tugging at his sleeve, inquiring, "Why are you so quiet today?" When he'd been over to do his homework, she would lean in and whisper, "Your handwriting is quite nice." Damn it, this time he actually took a good look at his writing, which resembled a scrawl, and she dared to call it beautiful. For heaven's sake, was she blind? Such seemingly casual interactions gradually blurred the boundaries, leading the lovesick to harbor delusions. Does she perhaps have feelings for me? But what was most insidious, she neither rejected nor affirmed, keeping him dangling in uncertainty, making him feel hopeful while never providing a definitive answer regarding their relationship. She relished the benefits of his affection without granting him any official claim. The fatal flaw for the lovesick was their unwavering devotion, pouring their hearts into their infatuation until they ultimately found themselves with nothing. In the end, after a year of unrequited affection, Wang Qian ended up with Zhu Ganglai. Truly a classic tale of a lovesick vocational school student. As he approached, Wang Qian was already seated. Her gaze gently fell upon him, her lips curving into a faint smile as she softly remarked, "What a coincidence." Zhang Shaoxuan replied, "Indeed." He then lowered his head and unhesitatingly rested it on the desk. Preparing to sleep, Wang Qian's smile faltered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She spoke no further, merely flipping open a book. Her gaze fixed on the pages as if engrossed in reading, though her fingers gently tapped the desk, lost in thought. She had anticipated some interaction with her new desk mate, yet his demeanor was unexpectedly aloof. Typically, regardless of who it was, even the most lackadaisical of vocational students, when a girl initiated conversation, they would usually engage in a few exchanges. However, Zhang Shaoxuan appeared entirely disinterested. With his head bowed, resting his hand on his forehead, he breathed deeply, as though he genuinely sought merely to catch up on sleep. Was he truly unwilling to engage with her? Or was there something else at play? Wang Qian furrowed her brow slightly, but soon returned to her natural demeanor. She understood that in the environment of vocational schools, interpersonal relationships are fluid. Individuals become familiar with one another at various points in time. Sharing a desk is the most effortless means of establishing connections among vocational students. She felt no urgency to take the initiative, opting instead to observe. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a warm glow as tranquility gradually returned to the room. Few students genuinely paid attention during morning reading sessions. The majority were sprawled over their desks in a state of apathy, while a few, in a rare burst of energy, quietly scrolled through their phones. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaoxuan maintained his facade of feigned unconsciousness, sleeping soundly without a care. Wang Qian cast a glance at him, a slight smile tugging at her lips, before gently twirling her pen, focusing intently on her book, falling silent once more. The entire classroom settled into a delicate equilibrium. At 11:25 a.m., during the second major class, what was the daily routine of vocational students? Naturally, it involved napping at their desks. Thus, Zhang Shaoxuan was currently in the most standard position for a vocational student, drifting into a deep slumber. However, the tranquility was shattered. Zhao Nian tapped Wang Qian on the shoulder, her tone impatient. Change places. Wang Qian turned her head slightly, squinting her eyes, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Her voice carried a lazy disdain. Why should I switch? Zhao Yan. She blinked, her expression suddenly souring as her face darkened. I want to switch. And who are you to dictate that? Wang Qian chuckled softly, appraising Zhao Yan with a measured gaze, her tone nonchalant. Oh, aren't you quite domineering? You're not even someone significant to him. Why do you care who he sits beside? Is it forbidden for girls to sit next to him? TSK. Are you trying to control him? Zhao Yan, damn. Is this woman being sarcastic? Is she insinuating that she has some claim over Zhang Shaoxuan? Zhao Yan was instantly incensed, her fury boiling over as she clenched her fists, her entire body trembling with rage. But she maintained her composure. It was class time. If she flipped the desk now, Zhang Mei would certainly make her socially perish in an instant. So, she had to endure. But enduring didn't mean she would forget. Just wait for it. Zhao Yan gritted her teeth, her expression as dark as coal, her eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Shaoxuan, are these two women insane? Making such a ruckus has interrupted my passive skill of sleeping early and rising early as a vocational student. Wang Qian's taunts were undeniably juvenile. Her insinuations of controlling him and forbidding girls from sitting beside him were precisely the kind of lowbrow jibes he had endured in his previous life. Where was the finesse? The depth? The strategy? What exactly had he been pining for? Moreover, Zhao Yan had lived another life and could still be provoked by a student. That was quite impressive. Zhang Shaoxuan mentally scoffed, but before he could voice his thoughts, Zhao Yan had already taken action. With a swift motion, she seized Zhang Shaoxuan's arm and yanked him forcefully. Zhang Shaoxuan. He barely had time to react before he was unceremoniously dragged away by Zhao Yan. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Yan ignored him, turning to Wang Chong beside her, her gaze sharp. You, switch places. Wang Chong. He stood there, bewildered, his lips twitching as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Who am I? Where am I? I am merely an innocent vocational school beast. Wang Chong surveyed his surroundings, casting a glance at the formidable Zhao Yan and then at the subtly expressive Wang Qian. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh, patted Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder with a visage of profound sorrow, and said, Brother, take care. Thereafter, he silently began to gather his belongings and relocated to Zhang Shaoxuan's former seat. Chapter 44. You call my mother sister? Zhao Yan plopped down in Wang Chang's seat, legs crossed, wearing a smug expression as she gazed at Zhang Shaoxuan, her tone dripping with mockery. Hey, slacker bro, you're not thinking about licking again, are you? Zhang Shaoxuan. He rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. How could that be? Zhao Yan nodded in satisfaction, her gaze suddenly turning fierce. If you dare to lick again, I'll swallow your ID card whole. Zhang Shaoxuan. What kind of ludicrous threat is that? You're going to swallow my ID card? Doesn't tea that hurt your stomach? Zhao Yan huffed, arms crossed, her tone unyielding. Whether it hurts or not is inconsequential. What matters is if you dare to lick, I dare to act. Zhang Shaoxuan facepalmed, completely a loss for words. All right, you're impressive. He conceded, realizing that this woman's thought process was uniquely her own, embodying the distinctive style of a vocational school social queen, truly impeccable. Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his eyes, lazily stifling a yawn, and casually remarked, You certainly possess a strong desire for control. He squinted at Zhao Yan, a hint of playful mischief gracing his lips. Honestly, are you secretly in love with me, Zhao Yan? She paused, her face visibly flushing. Bang! A fist landed on Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder. Don't flatter yourself. I'm merely concerned that my long-term meal ticket might become someone else's. She glared at him, hands on her hips, exuding a righteous demeanor. Yet, her ears slightly reddened, and the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his shoulder, rolled his eyes, and sighed in resignation. All right, I'm your long-term meal ticket. Fine. Are you really so at ease with me milking you dry? Zhao Yan chuckled mischievously, her eyes gleaming. Of course. You're a reborn one. Your family has a fortune, and your wallet is ample. The ultimate survival skill for a vocational school student is to find a long-term meal ticket. If I don't milk you, who else will? Zhang Shaoxuan. This woman has a thick skin that renders communication futile. He shook his head in disbelief, casually responding. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you were secretly in love with me. Zhao Yan. She instantly became alert, narrowing her eyes as she leaned in closer, scrutinizing Zhang Shaoxuan, the corners of her mouth curling up in a teasing smirk. Oh, slacker bro. Are you trying to hint at something? You wouldn't be thinking of pursuing me, would you? If you truly like me, I wouldn't be opposed to considering it. As she spoke, she gently pinched Zhang Shaoxuan's chin, wearing a devilish grin. Zhang Shaoxuan, if you dare utter another word, I will revoke your meal ticket privileges right now. Zhao Nian, ha ha ha, just kidding. Don't worry. I will cherish your long-term meal ticket status. Zhang Shaoxuan face-palmed, scoffing. Your reasoning truly is invincible. Zhao Nian squinted, a smug smile on her lips. You wouldn't understand. Would you? Finding you as my long-term meal ticket has made my life extraordinary. Once this meal is satisfied, I'll rely on you for the next. Zhang Shaoxuan. You gotta be kidding me. He resigned himself to the reality of it. The survival philosophy of vocational school bees does indeed have its unique strengths. Yet Zhao Nian's audacity was truly remarkable. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the vocational school students rose en masse, preparing to head to the cafeteria. Zhao Nian patted Zhang Shaoxian's shoulder, her smile devious. Hey slacker bro, what are we having for lunch? Zhang Shaoxian rolled his eyes, lazily replying. I knew it. You're only here for the food. Zhao Nian nodded earnestly. You truly understand me. Let us go. You're treating lunch, and I'll treat you to a smile. Zhang Shaoxian. Your smile isn't worth a penny. Yet ultimately, he stood up, resignedly following Zhao Nian toward the cafeteria. At 12:15 p.m., in the vocational school cafeteria, the aroma of fried chicken filled the air. The vocational school bees were huddled in various corners of the cafeteria, gorging themselves with complete disregard for their image. Zhang Shaoxian and Zhao Nian, however, sat in a corner, leisurely enjoying their lunch. At that moment, Zhang Shaoxian's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, the contact labeled Mom. Hello, Mom? A familiar voice came through the line. So, don't schedule anything else for this Sunday. It's my birthday. I've rented a villa for a party, and I expect you to be there. Also, bring Li Chao and your cousin along. The more, the merrier. Zhang Shaoxian nodded. All right, no problem. However, before he could hang up, Zhao Nian suddenly interjected in a high-pitched, sweet tone. Shaoxian, can I come too? Zhang Shaoxian. He instantly exploded, looking at Zhao Nian with sheer horror. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ms. Chen paused for a moment. After a brief silence, she slowly inquired, Are you in a relationship? Zhang Shaoxian, Mom. Don't overthink. She's just causing trouble. Ms. Chen, whether you're in a relationship or not is irrelevant to me. I certainly want to provide financial support for you to keep a woman. Zhang Shaoxian. Mom, is that what you care about? Zhao Nian was shaking with laughter, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yet, she had no intention of stopping. She leaned closer to the phone, cheerfully asking, Andy, can I come too? Ms. Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Sure, if you want to come, you can join. Zhang Shaoxian. Wait, Mom. What do you mean? You agreed? Zhao Nian grinned triumphantly, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Shaoxian, her expression saying you can't control this. Zhang Shaoxian's forehead twitched, and he took a deep breath, unable to restrain his sarcasm. You call my mom sister? Have some self-respect. What is your generation? Shouldn't I be calling you Annie? However, no sooner had he spoken than Ms. Chun exploded on the other end. Bam! A palm struck the table, the impact reverberating through the phone. How dare you speak like that? Your mother is eternally an 18-year-old girl. Mind you, remember to bring your little girlfriend along. Beep. The call ended. Zhang Shaoxian. Zhao Nian. The two exchanged glances for 3 seconds. Zhao Nian suddenly slammed the table, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, the slacker brother. Your mother has already tacitly accepted me as your girlfriend. There's no escaping now. Zhang Shaoxian took a deep breath, pinched the bridge of his nose, and endeavored to maintain his composure. She's just joking. Don't take it seriously. Zhao Nian's laughter grew even more exuberant, her eyes squinting with delight as she cheekily remarked, Well, since I have your mother's endorsement, I, as your future daughter-in-law, must make a good impression. Should I dress to the nines for the weekend gathering? After all, I'm the one meeting the parents. Zhang Shaoxian retorted, Stop talking nonsense. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Nian was in fits of laughter, as gleeful as a child who had just tricked someone into giving them snacks. Chapter 45. Are you really secretly in love with me? At 9:30 a.m., Zhang Shaoxian stood at the school gate, his gaze fixated on the bouquet of flowers in Zhao Nian's hands, utterly bewildered. A grand bouquet of roses, vibrant and strikingly red. He remained silent for a full 5 seconds before finally uttering, Zhao Nian, you're making me lose face here. Zhao Nian, lollipop in her mouth, confidently replied, What's wrong? It's your mother's birthday. Aren't you supposed to bring a gift? Zhang Shaoxian's expression instantly became exceedingly complicated. Damn it. I didn't prepare anything, and you just brought a bouquet? Am I going to get scolded to death? Are you backstabbing me? Li Jiao, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow and, without a word, turned to head toward the flower shop. Zhao Nian couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Shaoxuan's expression of utter dismay. Slacker brother, your mother has accepted me. I'm practically the future daughter-in-law. Should you be a little more understanding? Future daughter-in-law? Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, stepping forward to grasp Zhao Nian's chin. His fingers were cool to the touch, applying just enough pressure to catch Zhao Nian off guard. Heh! Zhang Shaoxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint in his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous smile. Future daughter-in-law, is it? Then shouldn't we have a little bit of? Zhao Nian's face flushed instantly. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her entire being froze. What the heck? She abruptly turned her head, her cheeks burning. Yet she didn't pull away. The air fell silent for a moment. Zhang Shaoxuan's smile vanished in an instant. He had merely intended to make a joke. But Zhao Nian's reaction suddenly fell off to him. No way. I see you as a buddy. You can't possibly have a crush on me, right? Zhao Nian's ears turned crimson, but she maintained an air of disdain, her tone still haughty. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just worried my steady source of food might get taken by someone else, you understand? If I let you get snatched away by another woman, what will I eat in the future? Zhang Shaoxuan squinted slightly, observing Zhao Nian's demeanor, which was betraying her more than she realized. This woman, without a doubt, had something up her sleeve, yet he chose not to call her out. After all, dating was too troublesome. It was far more comfortable to wallow in solitude. All right, enough of the banter. Let us hurry to the villa. If my mom really thinks we're dating, I'll be socially dead. Zhao Nian smirked, patting Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder, her voice laced with playful sarcasm. As long as you're aware of your situation, that's all that matters. Zhang Shaoxuan. What do you mean by being aware of my situation? What the hell are you talking about? Ultimately, the three of them took a taxi from the school gate to the villa party. Zhao Nian leaned against the window, her head bowed as she stealthily touched her chin, her mind in a whirl. Damn it, why was her heart racing so fast just now? This can't be infatuation, right? She vigorously shook her head. Damn it. The vocational school's social sister could never fall for someone. However, the reflection in the window showed a face that was undeniably flushed. At 1:30 p.m., outside the villa, as the taxi came to a stop, the moment Zhang Shaoxuan stepped out, he spotted his cousin, Zhang Yi, busily hauling a box of beer into the house from the backyard. Zhang Yi raised a hand in greeting as he noticed them. Hey, Shaoxuan, you're here? Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged. Yeah, I'm here. Meanwhile, the kitchen was alive with the hustle and bustle of cooking, steam wafting in the air. His aunt was fervently busy. Several aunts were chopping vegetables, stir-frying dishes, and plating food, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand family gathering. Li Chao, looking bewildered, poked Zhang Shaoxian's arm and whispered, Shaoxian, how should I address everyone? Zhang Shaoxian shrugged casually, call them whatever. After all, you're not really related to me. Li Chao frowned, that one do. If your mom asks me later, I can't just call them randomly, can I? Zhao Nian, unwilling to be outdone, also poked Zhang Shaoxian's arm, tilting her head as she asked, what about me? How should I address them? Zhang Shaoxian rolled his eyes. You can call them whatever you want. Zhao Nian squinted, a mischievous smile breaking across her face, unique to the social sister of a vocational school. Zhang Shaoxian didn't notice, but Li Chao sensed something was off. At that moment, Miss Chun descended from upstairs, dressed in an elegant dress. Her appearance was that of a quintessential lady of high society. Ah, you're finally here. Upon hearing this, Li Chao immediately stood up straight and politely greeted, hello, Annie. Ms. Chun nodded, her smile warm as she turned to Zhao Nian. And you? Zhao Nian shocked everyone by directly exclaiming, Mom. The entire hall fell into a sudden silence. Ms. Chun was taken aback. The aunt paused her chopping, and cousin Zhang, he looked up in astonishment. Li Chao was completely frozen, his face a canvas of shock. Zhang Shaoxian. What the hell? Zhao Nian, what are you doing? Zhao Nian, with a sly smile on her lips, her eyes glimmering with mischief, retorted. Didn't you say to call them whatever? So I'll just call her Mom, right? Once Miss Chun regained her composure, she suddenly laughed, patting Zhao Nian's shoulder with a tone that carried a hint of meaning. Not bad, my son has good taste. You're quite bold, young lady. Zhao Nian grinned, showing no signs of shyness as she handed over the bouquet of flowers she had been holding. Mom, happy birthday. At that moment, Li Chao hurriedly pulled out flowers from his own pocket, quickly adding, Annie, happy birthday. Ms. Chun's smile widened. Oh dear, you two are quite thoughtful. Zhang Shaoxian stood there utterly dumbfounded. Slowly, he turned to Li Chao, his face a portrait of disbelief. Li Chao, actually bought flowers? Li Chao nuda? Yeah. Zhang Shaoxian. So did you give me anything? Li Chao. Then, he decisively shook his head. No. The entire scene plunged into silence. Zhao Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly collapsing onto the table in tears. Ha 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 ha. Slacker brother, you have no gift. Your mom's birthday. And you brought nothing. Ms. Chen looked at her son, her smile gradually fading, her tone turning somber. So Li Chao has a gift. Zhao Yin has a gift, but my own son brought nothing? Zhang Shaoxuan was bewildered. No, Mom, let me explain. I was going to buy something. I thought Li Chao would bring something for me. This is pure betrayal. Chapter 46. The True King of Arcades. Ms. Chun let out a cold huff, but ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. Never mind. I shan't make things difficult for you. However, young man, truly ought to be more cautious. Just take a look at your classmates. They are far more astute than you. Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhao Yin stood proudly beside him, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she leaned in and whispered, "Oh dear, slacker brother. Are you regretting not purchasing a gift now? Look at that. Even your mother seems to prefer me over you." Zhang Shaoxuan inhaled deeply, maintaining a calm gaze upon her. With a sardonic smile, he reached out and flicked Zhao Yin's forehead with a sharp motion. Smack! Zhao Yin exclaimed, "Ouch. What was that for?" Zhang Shaoxuan withdrew his hand with an air of nonchalance, his tone placid. Consider it a rite of passage for a prospective daughter-in-law. Zhao Yin. What do you mean? How did the test for a daughter-in-law turn into me getting flicked on the forehead? It's unfair. I shall seek my revenge. Slacker brother, you better not run away from me. Ms. Chun, observing the playful exchange before her, couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl certainly has a certain charm. Once the playful scuffle concluded, Auntie beckoned, calling Zhang Shaoxuan into the kitchen. Inside, the stove blazed with fervor, steam billowing from a simmering pot, while the cutting board was adorned with an array of meticulously chopped ingredients. Annie was busy preparing a cold dish, and upon noticing Zhang Shaoxuan's entrance, she casually inquired, "Is the cold dish spicy? Give a taste." Zhang Shaoxuan grabbed a piece of cucumber and popped it into his mouth, nodding in approval. "It's quite good, flavorful indeed." Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yin suddenly peeked her head through the doorway, a friendly grin on her face. "Auntie, is there anything I can help with?" Auntie paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. "You can help by threading some skewers and mixing the cold dish. If you get tired, feel free to go play." Zhao Yin nodded vigorously, instantly transforming into a model daughter-in-law. "Absolutely. I shall do a splendid job." Zhang Shaoxuan watched her with a scoff, muttering under his breath. "Your attitude changed faster than a sycophant at a vocational school. You were just boastful, and now you're all obedient?" Zhao Yin, beaming, picked up a bamboo skewer, a hint of pride gracing her features. "You don't understand. This is called rapport with elders. Do you get it? Besides, I am a prospective daughter-in-law, and I must make a good impression. If I went over your mother and Annie, how could you possibly not marry me?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Shaoxuan. Get lost. I'm not blind. Keep being stubborn. Just wait until I charm your mother to stand on my side. Let us see what you'll do then." Zhang Shaoxuan, uninterested in her banter, shook his hand dismissively, turning to leave the kitchen and heading straight to the second floor. On the second floor, in the living room, a group of adults were sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Ms. Chen's colleagues and superiors were scattered across the sofas, discussing matters related to work, including personnel changes, project approvals, and business adjustments. Zhang Shaoxuan listened with disinterest for a while before losing all enthusiasm and slipping into the attic. The attic, though not particularly large, was arranged with utmost comfort. A large television, plush sofas, 2 mattresses, thick blankets, and bookshelves encircling the space created an atmosphere of pure bliss. In such a place, it was truly a paradise for vocational students. Without hesitation, Zhang Shaoxuan nestled into the blankets with a sigh, preparing to succumb to slumber. However, smack! Li Chao suddenly burst in, grabbing Zhang Shaoxuan's arm and yanking him from the warmth of the blankets. "Get up! There are arcade machines in the living room. Hurry! Let us go play." Zhang Shaoxuan. "Are you serious? This villa actually has arcade machines?" Li Chao nudda vigorously. "Yes. King of Fighters, 3 Kingdoms, the Battle, Metal Slug, all of them." Zhang Shaoxuan fell silent for a brief second. Then he sprang out of bed, bounding down the stairs in a frenzy. As he dashed down, the sight of several vintage arcade machines in the hall made his breath quicken. King of Fighters 97. 3 Kingdoms, the Battle, Metal Slug. Damn it, these are the quintessential treasures of vocational students' youth. Quick! Insert the coins. Let us get started. The entertainment methods of vocational students had officially entered arcade brawl mode. Round 1. Li Chao vs. Zhang Shaoxuan. Li Chao selected Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Mai Shiranui. Zhang Shaoxuan chose Terry Bogard, Dong Zong, and Takuma Sakazaki. The match commenced. Whoosh! Li Chao's Iori Yagami dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Wait, you know how to use origami? How could a vocational student not know that? Don't get too cocky. Take this, rising tackle. Zhang Shaoxuan's Terry struck down, sending Li Chao's Iori flying across the screen. In the hall, Zhao Yin lounged on the sofa with a box of chips, her legs crossed, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the spectacle. Slacker brother, go for it. If you lose, you'll have no face left at the vocational school. Li Tao, take him down. 3 minutes later, Zhang Shaoxian lay on the floor in despair, cradling his head, lamenting, I've become utterly hopeless. I'm done playing. Li Chao, you might as well challenge old Zhang. I'm not going to entertain this anymore. Li Chao, reveling in his victory, shook the joystick with a victorious grin. Ha ha, slacker brother. You're really not up to par. You've forgotten all the basics of a vocational student. At that moment, Zhang Yi casually strolled over, having just finished helping in the kitchen, a few droplets of water still clinging to his hands. He wiped them on his clothes, casting a calm glance at the arcade screen, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Oh, let me see what is going on here. Li Chao's eyes lit up as he patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. Old Zhang, come on, show these noobs what a true arcade champion from vocational school looks like. Zhang Yi adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly, exuding a composed aura. All right, I'll give you a chance. Let us battle. Round 1 begins. Li Chao vs Zhang Yi. Li Chao opened with a flurry of attacks using origami, attempting to land another combo. However, whoosh. Zhang Yi expertly sidestepped, evading the strike. Then clang. Zhang Yi unleashed a perfect shoryuken. Li Chao's Iori was sent flying. What the heck? Round 2 commenced. Li Tao Suisha tactics. Try to use my Shiranui's agile jumps to kite Zhang Yi. Smack. Zhang Yi executed a flawless counter, knocking him out. Round 3 began. Li Chao's composure was beginning to shatter, wildly mashing buttons in a desperate attempt to reclaim a victory. However, Hadouken, Shoryuken, counter, in less than 30 seconds. Zhang Yi mercilessly crushed Li Chao once more. With 3 rounds concluded, Zhang Yi emerged victorious. Chapter 47. You are not like this. Li Chao covered his face, shrinking into his chair, feeling as though his dignity as a vocational student had been utterly obliterated. Damn it, he has too strong. Zhao Yin, still munching on sunflower seeds, relaxedly shook her legs, a smirk of derision dancing on her lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is that really all you've got? How dare you mock the slacker? Li Chao's expression stiffened, and he turned in a fit of anger. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Zhao Yin narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. You think you can challenge me? I will show you what a genius vocational student is capable of. The first round commenced. Zhao Wenyan, controlling mes Shiranui, exhibited agile maneuver. Zhang Yi's Kyo Kusanagi attempted to close in on her, eager to unleash a brutal combo. However, Zhao Yin deftly evaded, relentlessly wearing him down, denying Zhang Yi any chance to approach. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave. This woman truly knew how to play, and her skill was formidable. Zhang Shaoxian and Li Chao stared in disbelief at Zhao Yin's fluid gameplay on the screen, momentarily rendered speechless. What the hell? This socialite is a hidden arcade master? Otamitliko. Zhang Yi's Kyo was meticulously whittled down by Zhao Yin's Mai, leading to his demise. The first round concluded with Zhao Yin victorious. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his demeanor finally earnest. He adjusted his glasses and muttered, You've got some skill, but do you really think you can win? The second round began. Zhang Yi immediately switched to his strongest lineup. Rubel Bernstein, K9999, and Yamazaki. Yet, Zhao Yin remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering Mai to torment him relentlessly. Zhang Yi's K9999 was forced to retreat, desperately seeking an opportunity to close the distance. But Zhao Yin executed a flawless counterattack, delivering a devastating combo. The second round concluded with Zhao Yin victorious. Li Chao. What the hell, Zhang Shaoxian? Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, gripping the controller tighter, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The third round, the final showdown. Zhang Yi initiated a fierce assault, attempting to corner Zhao Yin against the wall. Yet, she danced away, evading with precision and retaliating fiercely, landing perfect hits. Ultimately, Zhao Yin emerged triumphant. Zhang Yi faced utter defeat. The hall fell into a profound silence. Li Chao, Zhang Shaoxian, Zhang Yi. Zhao Yin tossed her hair back, lazily reclining in her chair, a hint of arrogance in her gaze. TSK, TSK, TSK. You vocational schoolers are simply pathetic. If you're lacking, practice more, do you understand? Zhang Shaoxian, Li Chao, Zhang Yi. The vocational schoolers collectively crumbled under the pressure. Just then, Ms. Chun descended from upstairs after finishing her work. Patting Zhang Shaoxuan on the shoulder, her tone casual. Son, how about a game of billiards? Images of his terrifying billiards career flashed through Zhang Shaoxuan's mind. The cue ball striking his opponent's head, a chaotic scene reminiscent of a car crash. One shot, and everything was in disarray. The scene was grim. Thus, he waved his hand, refusing without hesitation, his face unwavering as he declared, Mom, I'm a good student. I don't play billiards. Ms. Chun, she scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Useless. Zhang Shaoxuan. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. While he couldn't let the vocational student persona falter, his dignity was undeniably at stake. At that moment, Ms. Chun turned to Zhao Nian, her tone casual. Do you play billiards? Come, play a game with me. Zhao Nian's lips curled into a smile, beaming with innocence. Oh, Annie, I know a bit, but not too much. Zhang Shaoxuan's expression shifted, his mouth twitching as he mentally berated her. Oh, Auntie, I know a bit, but not too much. Just keep pretending. You weren't like this when you cleared the table. You weren't like this when you asked me to pay for the table. You weren't like this when you claimed to be the billiards queen of vocational schools. Zhao Nian and Ms. Chun leisurely approached the billiards table, commencing a friendly match. However, Zhao Nian was exceptionally convincing. She occasionally set up shots, intentionally misfiring, and even clapped enthusiastically when Ms. Chun scored, making her beam with delight. Zhang Shaoxuan, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps forming all over. What the hell? This woman can even act like this. She constantly ridicules me. Yet here she is, a sweet little cotton ball in front of my mom. The speed of her transformation is worthy of an Oscar. Yet, Ms. Chun was undeniably thrilled, grinning from ear to ear, the atmosphere radiating warmth. Ms. Chun, buoyed by compliments, smiled even wider, her grip on the cue becoming steadier. A middle-aged woman, surrounded by flattery, saw her combat prowess double. Ultimately, Ms. Chun claimed victory. In high spirits, she casually pulled out 200 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Nian, her tone satisfied. Take this, go buy some milk tea. Zhao Nian, feigning surprise, repeatedly waved her hands, pretending to refuse. Oh, Auntie, I couldn't possibly. However, her hands swiftly accepted the money. Zhang Shaoxuan, you're acting way too fake, aren't you? Zhang Shaoxuan felt a surge of frustration, his heart aching as if struck by 1,000 blows. He abruptly stood up, his expression filled with indignation, his voice laden with accusation. Mom, you're not like this with me. Ms. Chun turned to him, her tone indifferent. You didn't compliment me. Why should you get the money? Zhang Shaoxuan. Aya, I am doomed. This world is too unfair for me. He nearly spat blood in frustration. Seeing Zhang Shaoxuan on the verge of exploding, Zhao Nian couldn't help but grin, deliberately shaking the 200 yuan in her hand, her tone teasing. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, slacker. Look, not only has your mom acknowledged me, but I've also received a reward. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't you think your status as her son is a bit too low? Zhang Shaoxuan, damn. Just you wait. He took a deep breath, resolutely turning to Zhang Yi, his gaze unwavering, his tone imbued with newfound seriousness. Old Zhang, teach me how to play billiards. Zhang Yi, are you serious? I'm as terrible at billiards as a dog. Zhang Shaoxuan gritted his teeth, fists clenched, his tone resolute like a warrior. I will win back that 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nian nearly died of laughter, holding onto the billiards table as she guffawed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha! You didn't even win money, and now you want to reclaim the 200 I won? How ambitious can you be? Zhang Shaoxuan, Chapter 48. The Financial Fraudster. Just as Zhang Shaoxuan was preparing to continue their banter, his phone suddenly vibrated. Looking down, he saw a transfer notification from Ms. Chun. Transfer, 600 yuan. Note, if you dare to keep this to yourself, I'll make you spin like a top. Zhang Shaoxuan. Damn, a threat from my own mother is shockingly effective. His mouth twitched, instantly abandoning any thoughts of keeping it for himself. Though he was insatiably greedy, the survival instincts of a vocational student warned him not to tempt fate. With resolute determination, he rose to his feet and, with a grand flourish of his hand, proclaimed, Let's go. It is time to procure some snacks. Li Chao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Holy cow. A grand shopping spree? Zhang Yi adjusted his glasses with calm composure. Very well. Let's acquire some provisions. However, Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, a playful smirk dancing on her lips as she gazed at Zhang Shaoxuan. Oh dear, you sound just like a corrupt official about to launder money, she teased. Zhang Shaoxuan retorted, Get lost. The group prepared to embark with 2 electric scooters. Zhang Shaoxuan rode one, with Zhao Nian perched behind him, while Zhang Yi took the other, with Li Chao seated at the rear. Yet, the transportation methods of technical school students were always infused with a certain frugal ingenuity. As soon as Zhao Nian hopped on, she clung tightly to Zhang Shaoxuan's waist. Holy cow! He stiffened, every hair on his body standing on end. Was this some sort of close-quarters combat typical of technical schoolgirls? Zhao Nian, however, showed no restraint, resting her head against his back and declaring, "Damn it, it's freezing. You have a broad back, block the wind for me." Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit too familiar? If you aren't embarrassed, then I certainly am. Relax a bit. You're squeezing the breath out of me." Yet, Zhao Nian completely disregarded his complaints, clinging to him like a pendant. "Less chatter, drive quickly. Friesen." Zhang Shaoxuan muttered, "Damn. The audacity of this technical school girl truly knows no bounds." Meanwhile, on Zhang Yi's scooter, Li Chao voiced his dissatisfaction, "Damn it. Why didn't we take a taxi? For people crammed into 2 scooters, the cold wind is unbearable." Zhang Shaoxuan turned around and chastised him. 20 yuan isn't pocket change. You're always thinking of taking a taxi. Do you have any idea how tight our living expenses are as technical students? We must save every penny." Li Chao fell silent, realizing that 20 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. The daily life of a technical student consisted of instant noodles at 3 yuan, spicy strips at 2.50, ham sausages at 2, and a bottle of soda at 3.50. 20 yuan could easily purchase a lavish meal of fried skewers and drinks. Clenching his teeth, Li Chao ultimately chose to remain silent. However, Zhao Nian squinted at Zhang Shaoxuan, a skeptical expression on her face, and teased, "Come on. Are you secretly planning to pocket that 20 yuan? Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes flickered, and he quickly defended himself. "Nonsense. I'm merely trying to strengthen everyone's resolve." Zhao Nian smirked. "Oh really? You just want to stash that 20 into your frugal wallet, don't you? I can't even be bothered to expose your miserly scheming." Zhang Shaoxuan thought, "Damn it, this woman is truly the embodiment of a technical student's money-counting machine." 15 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the supermarket, ready for their grand shopping expedition. The shopping list was as follows. Ham sausages, a staple, can serve as a meal. Spicy strips, the spiritual pillar of technical students. Snail noodles, a culinary sin. The whole cafeteria could smell it. Instant noodles, a classic, the late-night survival tool. Soda, a taste of poverty, a life-sustaining drink. Chips, a skillful endeavor, eating while playing cards. And chocolate pies, occasionally needed to add a touch of luxury to a technical student's life. The final tally at the checkout was 59.95 yuan. Zhang Shaoxuan's mouth twitched. "Damn, I'm left with 50 cents. Zhao Nian patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Oh, Zhang Shaoxuan, look on the bright side. It's a miracle that a technical student can save 50 cents. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed deeply. "Damn it. I feel like I'm living like a finance minister." On the way back, Zhao Nian continued to cling to Zhang Shaoxuan, grinning mischievously. "Oh, Zhang Shaoxuan, are you feeling shy? Your back is all warm." Zhang Shaoxuan's mouth twitched, his tone filled with melancholy. "Damn it, I'm not cold anymore. But I can barely breathe because of you." Zhao Nian laughed heartily, waving a 200 yuan note in front of him. "Hey, this is a reward from your mother. I'm your future daughter-in-law. After all, shouldn't you treat me better?" Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed. "Get lost. Are you still on about this future daughter-in-law nonsense?" Just then, Zhao Nian unexpectedly leaned down and gently pressed her lips against his back. The subtle sensation caused Zhang Shaoxuan to freeze, his heart skipping a beat. "What the hell?" He turned around in shock, his voice shaky. "What are you doing?" Zhao Nian tilted her head, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, just checking to see if you would suddenly blush." Zhang Shaoxuan nearly slammed on the brakes, almost sending her tumbling off the scooter. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Shaoxuan carried a large bag of snacks, reporting each item to Mrs. Chun like a courier. Chicken feet, snail noodles, ham sausages, instant noodles, chips, milk, and bread were all accounted for. Mrs. Chun scanned the shopping bag and pulled out a receipt. The receipt matches. You didn't embezzle anything." "How rare." Zhang Shaoxuan wore a look of despair, lamenting how difficult it was for technical students to earn money and how hard it was to come by pocket money. "Is it necessary to scrutinize this strictly for my one chance at snack shopping? Can't you trust your own son just once? Is there not a shred of trust between us?" However, upon hearing this, Mrs. Chun smiled knowingly, patting his shoulder, her tone measured. "If you were not born of my flesh and blood, there would be no trust between us at all." Zhang Shaoxuan thought. "So my only credit is based on blood relations?" His mouth twitched in exasperation. It seemed he would never escape the label of financial fraud. Chapter 49. Perhaps there is some truth to that. Zhao Nian, munching on sunflower seeds with a smug expression, interjected, Well, Zhang Shaoxuan, it seems you'll never clear your name of embezzlement. Not even your mother believes you. How tragic. The credit score of a technical student is in the negatives." Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a glare, his tone filled with frustration. "Shut up." Zhao Yin chuckled, her shoulders shaking with laughter, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she observed him. But speaking of which, your mother checks the accounts even for 600 yuan. What if it were your future girlfriend? Would she make her report the accounts too? Zhang Shaoxuan snapped, get lost. Stop setting up these strange death flags for me. I will never be reduced to the level of reporting expenses for a girlfriend. However, upon hearing these words, Ms. Chun suddenly raised an eyebrow, her tone a blend of amusement and mockery. Oh, are you suggesting that you intend to remain single for life? Or do you believe that the financial burden of a girlfriend should rest solely upon your shoulders? Zhang Shaoxuan. What the hell? Why does it sound like I'm destined to become an ATM? Just as Zhang Shaoxuan prepared to change the subject to evade this uncomfortable reality, Li Chao timidly interjected. So can we have some snacks first? Indeed, the focus of the vocational students invariably lingered on food. Ms. Chun cast a sidelong glance at him, effortlessly tearing open a bag of potato chips and tossing it over, while also distributing some milk and instant noodle for the group to snack on. Li Chao immediately seized the chips, devouring them noisily, too lazy to even utter a word of thanks. Zhang Yi, unhurried, picked up a bottle of milk, took a sip, and maintained a calm demeanor. The appetite of vocational students, as expected, was refreshingly pragmatic. Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes and snatched a pack of spicy strips, tearing it open and taking a hearty bite. Watching the group of students engrossed in their snacks, Ms. Chun poured herself a cup of tea and remarked leisurely, all right, don't overindulge. We still have a meal to attend to. Zhao Yin's eyes widened instantly. There's more food? Ms. Chun raised an eyebrow. What did you think? Is snacking sufficient to celebrate a birthday? Zhao Yin glanced at the spicy strips in her hands, momentarily conflicted. The capacity of a vocational student's stomach is limited, and if there's a proper meal on the horizon, perhaps moderation was in order. Yet the next moment, observing Li Chao furiously shoving instant noodles into his mouth, she resolutely abandoned her contemplation. Forget it, let us eat. A vocational student's life revolved around food. Thus, the group continued to gather around the snacks, devouring them with fervor. This snacking frenzy lasted a full half hour. By the time the official birthday banquet commenced, all the vocational students were nearly stuffed. Zhao Yin let out a satisfied burp, rubbing her belly, and sighed contentedly. The greatest joy in life is having an endless supply of snacks. Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a sideways glance, his tone flat. Unfortunately, the wallets of vocational students can never sustain such a lifestyle. Zhao Yin. She sighed deeply, her tone laden with existential weariness. Vocational students are destined to be impoverished. Zhang Shaoxuan, observing her expression of life's disillusionment, nearly burst into laughter. Damn it, this woman really knows how to put on a show. But it seems she isn't entirely wrong. At 5:40 p.m., the birthday feast officially transitioned into the beloved barbecue segment for the vocational students. A variety of ingredients were laid out on the table. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly, chicken wings, and grilled sausages, rivaling the grandeur of a bustling night market. Ms. Chun stood nearby, hands on her hips, commanding with authority. Zhang Shaoxuan, you two are on grill duty, responsible for the meat. Zhang Shaoxuan, what? You wanted to grill? Have you forgotten the last time we had a barbecue? I turned the chicken wings into charcoal. Ms. Chin scoffed dismissively. What's there to fear? There are plenty of people today. Someone will eat it regardless. The words she uttered left him uncertain whether to feel comforted or threatened. Zhang Yi was tasked with starting the fire, while Zhang Shaoxuan arranged the coals. Once everything was set up, the barbecue officially commenced. As the charcoal ignited, oil dripped down, and flames shot up to a height of 30 centimeters. Whoosh! A plume of black smoke rose skyward. Zhang Shaoxuan was instantly engulfed in smoke, unable to open his eyes. Cough, cough. What the hell? Is this fire too fierce? My eyes are going to burn out. Zhang Yi looked up, exasperatedly commenting, don't put so many skewers on at once. The oil dripped onto the coals, creating open flames. This isn't barbecuing, it's incinerating. Zhang Shaoxuan. Then I'll just sit back and wait to eat. He sulkily plopped down beside the grill, wielding a small fan to create a breeze. After a gust of wind, the flames finally stabilized and the coals returned to a normal red hue. Zhang Yi, holding two freshly grilled lamb skewers, glanced down, and then his lips twitched violently. You two should try this charred lamb skewer. As he spoke, he handed the skewers to Li Chao and Zhao Yin, who stared at the completely blackened lamb with expressions of despair. Is this even edible? Li Chao picked up a skewer, steeling himself to take a bite. Crunch! He bit straight into the charcoal. Li Chao slowly raised his head, his gaze vacant. His voice hoarse. Wow. This lamb skewer is freshly grilled charcoal. Huh? Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhao Yin, with a cold laugh, took the lamb skewer, effortlessly snapping the piece of meat in half. Crunch! Zhang Shaoxuan angrily tossed aside his fan, surrendering. I'm done grilling. A vocational student's meal should consist of instant noodles and hot dogs. When did we have to learn a barbecue? This is beyond the culinary realm of vocational students. Zhao Nian rolled her eyes, looking at him disdainfully. Come on, your mindset is all wrong. If you can't even grill skewers, how can you find a girlfriend? Zhang Shaoxuan. What does that have to do with anything? Zhao Nian replied matter-of-factly, of course, it matters. A man who can cook is more attractive. How about this? If you grill the chicken wings properly, I might consider marrying you. Zhang Shaoxuan, you can forget it. I don't want to end up in a marriage graveyard just for grilling chicken wings. Ultimately, Zhang Shaoxuan was completely ousted from the barbecue scene, and the grilling duties were taken over by his aunt and Ms. Chun. Meanwhile, Zhao Nian naturally transitioned into the role of the assistant chef, standing by the grill, flipping skewers, while occasionally casting triumphant glances at the defeated Zhang Shaoxuan. Hey, look at my skills, she boasted. This is what properly grilled skewers look like. She skillfully brushed on sauce, sprinkled cumin, and grilled a full plate of fragrant lamb skewers, the aroma wafting through the air. Zhang Shaoxuan. He glanced down at the blackened charcoal he had produced. Damn it, my dignity as a vocational student is completely shattered. Li Chao, beside her, took a hearty bite of Zhao Nian's lamb skewer and immediately let out a satisfied moan. Wow. Now, this is food worthy of consumption. Zhang Shaoxuan gritted his teeth, his mindset fracturing. Damn it. The barbecue career of a vocational student is being trampled by a woman. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shaoxuan finally waved his hand in resignation. Reaching for a skewer of the lamb Zhao Nian had grilled, and took a hefty bite. Damn, this is delicious. Chapter 50. Do you look down on my drinking capacity? Zhang clapped his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. Come on, let us drink. After a few rounds of drinks, life reaches its pinnacle. Li Chao shot him a sidelong glance, unimpressed. How much can you even drink? Zhang confidently patted his chest. I can down a bottle. Can you? Li Chao scoofa. A bottle? That's nothing. I can down two. Zhao Nian, crossing her arms, narrowed her eyes with a slight smirk. You two are useless. I can down three. Can you? Zhang Shaoxuan. He fell into deep contemplation. According to the logic of vocational school rascals, should I now declare I can down 4 bottles? Zhao Nian immediately discerned his hesitation, placing her hands on her hips and mocking him directly. Oh dear, the slacker. What's the matter? Afraid to drink? If you can't handle it, then don't pretend to be a big shot here. Useless. Zhang Shaoxuan took a deep breath, shrugged his shoulders, and wore a resigned expression. All right, em useless. Zhang witnessing this, patted Zhang Shaoxuan on the shoulder, speaking with a hearty tone. No worries. Whether you drink or not is inconsequential. Tonight, let me take them both down. Zhang and Li Chao swiftly grabbed 2 bottles of beer and began to chug them down. However, merely 3 seconds later, Li Chao suddenly covered his mouth. His cheeks puffed out. Zhang Yi's face also changed, displaying signs of distress. The two immediately spewed the beer everywhere. Foam erupted, splattering all around, even drenching the skewers on the table. Zhao Nian exclaimed, You two are truly pathetic. Miss Chen's friend, Zhang Hua, clacked her high heels as she approached, holding a bottle of Jägermeister. She swayed slightly before plopping down beside Zhang Shaoxuan. A teasing grin plastered across her face as she regarded the group of vocational school rascals. Oh, look at you kids trying to drink like adults. Zhang Shaoxuan, indignant, straightened his back and declared with conviction. I'm an adult now. All right. What do you mean I can't drink? Are you looking down on the drinking capacity of vocational school rascals? I am the king of slacking off at vocational school. Even social big shots respect me. Zhao Nian scoffed derisively, casting him a sidelong glance. Ha, a vocational school rascal? Weren't you just a useless one a moment ago? Zhang Shaoxuan was left speechless. Damn it, I cannot lose. I must reclaim my dignity today. Zhang Hua observed the verbal sparring among the vocational school rascals, a slight smirk playing on her lips. She slammed the Jägermeister bottle onto the table with a resounding thud. Slowly turning to Zhang Shaoxuan, her tone laced with mockery, she stated, What has beer compared to this? Let us play for real. Drink Jägermeister. Instantly, the atmosphere stilled. The entire group of vocational school rascals fell silent. Li Chao, Zhang Yi, and Zhao Nian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Li Chao, Zhang Yi, Zhao Nian, Zhang Shaoxuan. Damn it, that's Jägermeister. Vocational students typically drank beer, occasionally indulging in some white liquor or ergo too when mingling in society. However, they had never encountered something as potent as Jägermeister. Seeing their silence, Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Aren't you vocational school rascals? Don't social big shots respect you? Why are you suddenly timid when it comes to drinking? Damn it. The dignity of vocational school rascals must not falter. Zhang Shaoxuan took a deep breath, thumping his chest. Fine. I'll drink. Zhao Nian coldly chuckled. Ha, I couldn't care less. Li Chao inhaled deeply. Damn it. Let's do this. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Damn it, we vocational school rascals are going all in today. Zhang Hua smiled triumphantly, casually lifting the bottle, tapping the table with a relaxed tone. All right then, let us play a game. Now, you little rascals, do you all know what to call me? The trio immediately turned to Zhang Shaoxuan, awaiting his answer. Clearing his throat, Zhang Shaoxuan replied earnestly. Well, it's obviously Annie since you kids should know some manners. Before he could finish, Zhang Hua slammed her palm on the table, her gaze sharp. Who is an Annie? It's sister. The three were momentarily taken aback, quickly correcting themselves. Hello, sister. Zhang Hua finally nodded in satisfaction, then pushed the dice cup forward. Come on, 5 dice each. How many will you guess, all right? Everyone nodded in agreement. The night for vocational students is never short of alcohol, nor is it devoid of gambling. Dice games are an essential survival skill for every vocational school rascal. The first round officially commenced. 5 dice were tossed into the cup, producing a crisp sound of clattering as the rascals eagerly shook their cups. Bang! They all simultaneously slammed their cups down onto the table. The atmosphere became tense. Li Chao narrowed his eyes, speaking first. I'll open with 4 threes. Who dares to challenge? Zhao Nian chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. 5 threes. Zhang Yi scoffed. 6 threes. Zhang Shaoxuan sneered. 6 fours. Li Chao gritted his teeth. 7 fours. Zhang Hua smirked slightly, speaking nonchalantly. 8 fours. The faces of the vocational school rascals shifted dramatically. Zhang Shaoxuan gritted his teeth, contemplating for a second. He scrutinized Zhang Hua, trying to discern any cracks in her expression. Yet, her demeanor remained exceedingly calm, revealing no sign of weakness whatsoever. Was she bluffing, or did she genuinely possess 4 fours? Damn it, this is a psychological battle. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at his own cup, finding not a single 4. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. I don't believe it, let us see. Everyone eagerly unveiled their cups. Holy crap, she truly had 4 fours. Damn it, Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Hua beamed with pride, raising an eyebrow as she said, All right, vocational school rascal, it's time to drink. The group looked at Zhang Shaoxuan with a sense of tragic resignation. Li Chao patted his shoulder, sighing heavily. Brother, may you walk this path well. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, displaying a sorrowful expression. Remember, we will collect your remains. Zhao Nian crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a smirk of schadenfreude. The king of vocational school dice? More like the king of uselessness. Damn it. Zhang Shaoxuan clenched his teeth, steeling himself as he downed a glass in one go. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The strong liquor coursed down his throat. The next moment, damn, it burns. He clutched his throat, nearly bursting into tears. Damn it. The liver of a vocational school rascal cannot endure this. Ha, little kids are just little kids, if they can't handle their liquor. They shouldn't try to show off. The dice cup began to shake. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of dice colliding against the cup wall was crisp and rhythmic, filled with excitement. Bang! The 5 cups fell simultaneously, and everyone fixated on their own dice. Zhang Hua smirked slightly, speaking directly. I'll start with 10 fours. Zhang Yi squinted. Are you serious? So bold? Zhang Hua replied. Believe it or not. It's your turn. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. 10 fives. Li Chao followed suit. 12 fives. Zhao Nian gleefully shouted. 14 fives. Zhang Shaoxuan. Damn, why aren't you all calling lower? 18 fives. The room fell silent. Zhang Hua's lips twitched. Little brat, are you serious? Who called that high? Zhao Nian was astonished. Slacker, you're amazing. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. All right then, let us see. The group lifted their cups. The result, a mere 15. Zhang Shaoxuan. I'm a leopard, buddy. Zhang Hua burst into hearty laughter, pouring a glass of Jägermeister before him. Come on, little brat. Don't say your sister is bullying you. Drink up. Zhang Shaoxuan. Chapter 51. You lick the fastest. The drinking session continued as the vocational school rascals swayed drunkenly. And Zhang Yi was utterly intoxicated. Ha ha ha. One more. He shook the dice cup, his excitement surging as if he had mastered the flow of energy within his body. Bang. Suddenly, he slammed the table. Zhang Shaoxuan watched in disbelief as the 5 sixes he had just rolled were scattered by the impact. The dice tumbled and settled anew. 2, 3, 5, 5, 6. Zhang Shaoxuan, damn it. I finally rolled 5 6s. He inhaled deeply, turning to glare at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. You son of a, before he could finish. Zhang Yi's eyes glazed over, a long belch escaping his lips as he collapsed onto the table. Let us do it again, the vocational school rascals. Damn it. This guy is completely out of it. The atmosphere faltered, and Ms. Chun could no longer bear to watch. Gently tapping the table. All right, don't drink too much. Zhang Hua squinted, casting a cold glance her way. Oh, come on, don't be a killjoy. It's just getting started. What's wrong with drinking a bit more? Ms. Chun helplessly rubbed her forehead. Snap. She raised her hand and flicked Zhang Hua on the forehead. Zhang Hua was taken aback, immediately clutching his forehead in shock. You flicked me? Damn it. You're still so violent. Ms. Chun huffed, her tone calm. Play is one thing, but drink in moderation. Zhang Hua stared at her in silence for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. At that moment, Zhao Yin fixed her gaze on the table. Her expression suddenly resolute. She reached for Zhang Shaoxuan's glass, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her tone casual. I'll drink for Zhang Shaoxuan. Instantly, the room fell silent. Zhang Hua exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhao Yin, a smile tugging at his lips. Oh, you'll drink for him? Zhao Yin shrugged, feigning indifference. What's wrong with that? Zhang Hua studied her with interest for a few seconds before chuckling. Interesting. He seized a bottle and filled Zhao Yin's glass, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. All right, a heroine among women. Cheers. Zhao Yin grinned, lifting her glass and downing it in one go. The Jägermeister slid down her throat, the sharp flavor instantly overwhelming her palate. Cough, cough, cough. She suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, her face turning beet red. Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but pat her back, frowning. Are you all right? Zhao Yin shot him a glare, her tone irritated. Shut up. Then, taking a deep breath to compose herself, her gaze resolutely fixed on Zhang Hua. Let us go again. Damn, is this woman out of her mind? Zhang Shaoxuan stared at Zhao Yin, utterly speechless. He glanced down at his own glass, suddenly comprehending Zhao Yin's intentions. She wasn't merely trying to show off. She genuinely didn't want him to drink too much. A slight smile crept onto Zhang Shaoxuan's lips, an unusual emotion flickering in his eyes. This woman, though often wild and dramatic, truly had a good heart when it mattered. However, he glanced at Zhao Yin's flushed face, a grimace forming on his lips. Damn it. She is not going to get herself wasted, is she? As time passed, the vocational school rascals continued to collapse. Zhang Yi lay sprawled on the table, raving drunkenly. Li Chao clutched a chair, sound asleep. Zhao Yin leaned drunkenly on the sofa, mumbling incoherently. Zhang Shaoxuan. He surveyed the chaotic scene around the table, glancing at the swaying rascals beside him, a look of helplessness etched on his face. The drinking session for the vocational school rascals had completely fallen apart. Zhang Hua surveyed the scene and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You little brats, you're clearly still green. Ms. Chun sighed. All right, that's enough, let them rest. Zhang Hua nodded, stretching lazily. Fine, that'll be all for today. These little brats have finally submitted. By 8 p.m., the drinking session concluded. The vocational school rascals lay in disarray, the entire villa suffused with the atmosphere of a hangover. Just then, Zhang Hua pulled out a stack of brand new red banknotes from her bag. The rascals' eyes instantly lit up. Zhang Hua stood confidently at the table, handing out 200 yuan to each person. However, at that moment, Zhang Hua extended her hand, offering 200 yuan to Zhang Shaoxuan. Upon seeing the bright red bills, Zhang Shaoxian's eyes sparkled. Damn, am I getting a share too? His heart raced with excitement as he prepared to reach for it. But Zhang Hua flicked her wrist, snatching the money back. She flashed a sly smile, her lips curling with mischief. Not calling for it. You don't deserve to take it. Not giving it. Zhang Shaoxuan. Damn it. The vocational school rascals actually have to pass a test to receive their pay. In that moment, he was completely stunned. 200 yuan, so tantalizingly close. It snatched away from his grasp. This felt worse than not receiving anything at all. The rascals looked at him with complex expressions. Zhang Yi, inebriated, lifted his head and sighed deeply. Brother, choose between your dignity and 200 yuan. Li Chao, clutching the 200 yuan, shivered as he spoke. Shaoxian. That 200 yuan is really tempting. Zhao Yin couldn't help but laugh heartily on the sofa. Ha 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 ha. Slacker brother, are you serious? You're going to bow down for just 200 yuan? You are a vocational school rascal, the king of slacking off. You must hold your ground. Zhang Shaoxian gazed at the 200 yuan, wrestling internally for a full 5 seconds. Finally, he abruptly raised his head, taking a deep breath. Sister, good sister, please, give it to me. The vocational school rascals. Zhang Hua looked at him, satisfied, nodding her head with a smile. Now that is more like it. She tossed the 200 yuan into Zhang Shaoxuan's hands, laughing. You've got potential. Here you go. Zhang Shaoxuan. He stared down at the 200 yuan in his hands, his expression complex. The vocational school rascals looked at him with sorrowful faces. Zhang Shaoxuan. You've fallen. Li Chao. I never thought you would be bought off by 200 yuan. Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you two idiots? Who was just showing off in front of me? Zhao Nian clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. Slacker brother, who just said vocational school rascals can't kneel and lick. In the end, you licked the fastest. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed deeply, gripping the 200 yuan tightly, a knowing smile spreading across his face. The dignity of a vocational school rascal? Huh, can dignity be eaten? In the face of 200 yuan, dignity is worthless. At that moment, the vocational school rascals fell into complete silence. Chapter 52. The atmosphere becomes subtle. Miss Chun glanced at the time, tapping the table. All right, it's raining outside. Do you all want to head back? The vocational school rascals turned their gazes toward the window. A torrential downpour, fierce winds howling, raindrops pummeling the ground beneath the night sky, splashing up a flurry of water. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Let's stay for the night. Zhao Nian nodded. Sure, with such a grand villa, it would be a waste not to sleep here. Li Chao also nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan remarked, You all seem quite eager. He ruffled his hair and looked at Mrs. Chun. Mom, where are we sleeping tonight? Mrs. Chun casually pointed to the attic. There's an attic, isn't there? Zhang Shaoxuan was bewildered. But the attic only has 2 beds. How can we all fit? Mrs. Chun shrugged nonchalantly. The 3 of you men can squeeze into 1 bed, and Zhao Nian can sleep in the other. Li Chao's lips twitched. 3 grown men in 1 bed? Zhang Yi sneered. If you're willing to cuddle, I have no objections. Zhao Nian, seated on the sofa, crossed her arms and smirked. Ha, you 3 can squeeze together. I'll take the big bed for myself. Zhang Shaoxuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of hellish arrangement is this? Just then, Mrs. Chun suddenly called out to Zhang Shaoxuan and pulled him aside. With a knowing smile, she lowered her voice. Shaoxuan, let me give you a heads up. It's fine to have fun, but don't go overboard. If anything happens, I want to be footing the bill for raising a child. Zhang Shaoxuan. He was utterly perplexed, almost thinking he had misheard. Mom, you're 40 years old. Is it appropriate to make such jokes? Mrs. Chun remained composed. I'm just reminding you. Look at you vocational school students, so young, don't accidentally get into trouble. I've heard plenty of news about vocational schools. Besides, that girl Zhao Nian seems quite... She paused, adding with a knowing look capable of handling you. Zhang Shaoxuan, Mom. Zhao Nian is not my girlfriend. Mrs. Chun raised an eyebrow. I senti she? The way you two interact. Are you trying to fool me? Zhang Shaoxuan clenched his teeth. We are just ordinary friends, a revolutionary friendship typical of vocational school. Mrs. Chun chuckled, her tone teasing. All right, ordinary friends. Then you could just squeeze in a bed tonight. Zhang Shaoxuan. I won't be helping you babysit, so take care. In the hall, the atmosphere was awkward. Zhao Nian, while eating cake, scooped up a large dollop of cream with her spoon, licking her lips with a hint of mischief. Suddenly, she looked up, smiling flirtatiously. Hey, slacker. How about you sleep with me tonight? Her gaze was provocative as she playfully tugged at Zhang Shaoxuan's collar, her smile dangerously enticing. Sister could be very caring, you know. Zhang Shaoxuan, what the? In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, completely stunned. He leaned back, staring at Zhao Nian with suspicion. Have you had too much to drink? Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow, her smile enigmatic. I've had too much to drink? Huh. What are you afraid of? She narrowed her eyes, resting her chin on her elbow, her tone teasing. What? Afraid I might eat you? Zhang Shaoxian's lips twitched. No. I mean, aren't you worried about what I might do to you? Zhao Nian chuckled softly, suddenly leaning closer, her gaze piercing. You? Slacker? Do you have the guts? If you dare to make a move, then sister will just accept it, right? Zhang Shaoxian, damn it. That statement was highly insulting. Can a vocational school student endure this? The answer is of course yes. No, don't joke around. You're making me really anxious. Am I joking? Are you sure? Zhao Nian blinked innocently, her smile devilish. A night in vocational school is the easiest time for stories to unfold. Look, such a great opportunity tonight, don't you think? We should create some unforgettable memories. Zhang Shaoxian. Damn it, this crazy woman is really insane. Don't do anything reckless. Ha, slacker, you're not. Scared, are you? Zhang Shaoxian. Who has scared of whom? Zhao Nian squinted, her lips curling into a smirk. Oh, then do you dare? Her finger lightly tapped the table, her gaze challenging. If you're a man, you should dare to agree. If you're a man, you want to back down. If you're a man, you'll dare to sleep with me. What do you say? Slacker for vocational school, do you dare? Her voice echoed through the air, clearly provoking him. In that moment, Zhang Shaoxuan's pride was severely challenged. His expression changed dramatically, with two voices battling in his mind. Left brain, damn it. She is provoking you. You can't back down. The dignity of a vocational school student cannot lose. Right brain, calm down. She is a crazy woman. She definitely has a trick up her sleeve. In the world of vocational students, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Left brain, nonsense. You're a man. Men should be bold. Right brain, if you fall for a trap, you'll be socially dead tomorrow. Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhao Nian, do you really dare? Zhao Nian blinked slowly, her smile deepening. You think I don't dare? She slowly stood up, leaning closer, enunciating each word. What I fear is that you won't dare. Are you scared? Can you uphold the dignity of a vocational student? Do you dare? Do you truly dare? Zhang Shaoxuan stared intently at Zhao Nian, internally torn. At that moment, the scene of choosing between the dignity of a vocational student and 200 yuan replayed vividly in his mind. His heart raced, palms slightly sweating, as he heard the anguished roars of his fellow vocational students ringing in his ears. If you back down, you're no longer a vocational student. If you hesitate, you're not the slacker for vocational school. If you yield, she'll always have the upper hand. Zhang Shaoxuan felt a rebellious spirit surge within him, narrowing his eyes. A dangerous smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke in a deep voice. Heh, who says I don't dare? Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow. Oh, then come and try. She deliberately leaned back, lazily stretching her arms, adopting the expression of someone giving him a chance, her gaze filled with mockery and disdain. Come on, slacker, let me see if you truly have the guts. In that moment, the atmosphere became exceedingly charged. Under the lights of the hall, the two locked eyes. Zhang Shaoxuan's gaze flickered as he stared at Zhao Nian, suddenly reaching out. Slap. He forcefully patted Zhao Nian's shoulder, his tone solemn. Forget it, you win. Zhao Nian. Chapter 53. You're such a coward. Zhao Nian was immediately infuriated, raising her fist to punch Zhang Shaoxuan on the shoulder. Slacker. You're such a coward. Zhang Shaoxuan retorted with conviction. I'm not a coward. I'm rational. Sister, you need to understand one thing. Women are not to be trifled with. If you touch them, you have to take responsibility. And responsibility costs money. And I, for one, will never spend money. Zhao Nian, damn. The two continued eating cake, a wicked smile playing at the corners of Zhao Nian's lips. Ah, you slacker, let me ask you one more thing. Do you truly not like me? Zhang Shaoxuan smirked, casting a sidelong glance at her. The trap in your question is rather evident. Cao Nian Shakold. Ah, you're just a coward. Zhang Shaoxuan replied. No, I'm a man who is meticulous with his resources. Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes dangerously. So, you genuinely do not like me? Zhang Shaoxuan leisurely took a bite of his cake, his tone nonchalant. Technical school students do not require love. Zhao Nian nearly spat out her cake, laughing heartily. Why does that sound so tragic? Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, his expression unperturbed. Love is a luxury. Technical school students must be pragmatic. Zhao Nian laughed so hard she banged the table. Haha, slacker, you are truly something? She looked at Zhang Shaoxuan with a subtle glint in her eyes. But I have a feeling you will eventually crash and burn. Just wait, one day, you will fall hard for me. Zhang Shaoxuan's lips curled into a calm, yet arrogant smile. Sister, you are overthinking. The heart of a slacker like me cannot be easily grasped, not even by a technical school teacher. Zhao Nian exclaimed, damn, this guy's truly arrogant. Zhang Shaoxuan ascended the stairs, where the loft held nothing but two mattresses. Li Chao was already sprawled on one, snoring thunderously with Zhang Yi occupying all the space, even having his feet dangling off the bookshelf. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed. Where the hell am I supposed to sleep? He gazed at Zhang Yi's dead-to-the-world posture, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. Damn, how has this guy survived thus far? If he were to fall off the bed at night, would he break his neck? Or has he already done so? Observing the chaotic sprawls of Li Chao and Zhang Yi, Zhang Shaoxuan sighed once more. These two truly could sleep. He turned to Zhao Nian and whispered, I could actually tolerate sharing a bed with you. Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she pulled back the covers and patted the space beside her. Come, get in bed. Zhang Shaoxuan thought, damn, this woman is even bolder than a technical school student. His lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately resigned himself and climbed onto the bed beside Zhao Nian. Fine. It's not like I haven't squeezed him before. However, just as he lay down, Zhao Nian suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him close. Resting her head on his arm, Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, hey, hey, hey. His eyes widened as he attempted to retract his arm. But Zhao Nian clung to him stubbornly, lazily stating, don't move, this is your fee for occupying my bed. Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. What? You're charging me for a bed fee? Zhao Yin nodded, her tone assertive. Of course. Why should you sleep in my bed for free? Zhang Shaoxuan's lips twitched in resignation. You're the most business-savvy one among technical school students. Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, after all, I am the business prodigy of the technical school. Zhang Shaoxuan was too weary to argue with her and let it go. The issue was that Zhao Yin was genuinely resting her head on his arm and showed no signs of moving. Hey, you have a pillow. Why must you use my arm? Zhang Shaoxuan looked down at her, his expression one of disdain. Zhao Yin, eyes closed, lazily replied, you don't understand. A person's arm has warmth. It feels secure. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed. Ha, you're quite the opportunist. He rolled his eyes but ultimately ceased his struggles, lying back lazily, thinking to himself, let her be. Nevertheless, Zhao Yin suddenly chuckled lightly, a hint of mischief in her voice. Slacker, are you shy? Zhang Shaoxuan's lips twitched slightly, and he scoffed. Ha! Technical school students do not possess the concept of shyness. Zhao Yin beamed, deliberately poking his cheek with her finger. Really? Zhang Shaoxuan, unable to hold back any longer, seized her wrist, his tone dangerous. Sister, you're crossing the line. Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you plan to do? Zhang Shaoxuan retorted coldly. If you keep this up, I'll toss you out. Zhao Yin exclaimed, damn, you're ruthless. In the end, she settled down, closing her eyes and adjusting into a comfortable position, resting her head on Zhang Shaoxuan's arm, slowly drifting off to sleep. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced down at Zhao Yin, a slight smile playing on his lips, his gaze filled with complexity. This woman can be quite charming at times. Yet, he quickly extinguished that thought. Technical school students do not need love. They only require sleep. With that in mind, he gently closed his eyes, allowing the sound of the night rain to lull him into slumber. The night was deep, the rain pattered softly, and thunder rumbled in the distance. A brilliant flash of lightning split the night sky, the howling wind outside causing the windows to creak ominously. Boom! Zhang Shaoxuan abruptly opened his eyes, his expression dazed, taking a moment to regain his bearings. Damn, whose house is setting off thunder? He rubbed his temples irritably, preparing to turn over and continue sleeping when he suddenly noticed a warm figure trembling slightly in his embrace. Looking down, he saw Zhao Yin curled up against him, shivering slightly. Zhang Shaoxuan was perplexed. Is this woman afraid of thunder? He gazed at Zhao Yin in disbelief, muttering to himself, why are there always girls afraid of thunder? Typically so bold, capable of cursing the internet into submission while gaming and chugging drinks like a champ. Yet, a clap of thunder turns them into timid little kittens. Is that reasonable? However, Zhao Yin did not respond. Drunkenly leaning against him, she mumbled, slacker, you can't let women trick you anymore. Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. His gaze flickered in the darkness as he looked at the sleeping Zhao Yin, his emotions a mix of confusion. Why does this woman say such strange things when she's drunk? He rubbed his forehead helplessly, but eventually sighed. He extended his arms, gently pulling Zhao Yin closer, softly patting her back in a soothing manner. Her body still trembled slightly, but after being embraced by him, she gradually calmed down. All right, I won't be fooled. I'm clever now. Zhao Yin continued to mumble incoherently, but he caught a few key phrases. Future daughter-in-law. Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. Damn, does this woman actually have a crush on me? He sighed in resignation, about to voice a complaint when a faint, intoxicating scent mixed with the aroma of alcohol wafted into his nostrils. It was Zhao Yin's unique fragrance, tinged with a hint of fruitiness and a barely detectable strawberry note. Oddly, it was somewhat enchanting. Chapter 54. Slacker is mine. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned, blinking as he gazed down at the slumbering Zhao Yin in his arms. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly pursed, her brow gently furrowed, and her eyelashes trembled softly, as if she were restless even in her dreams. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the air was infused with the cool dampness that followed the rain. Suddenly, he realized that this madwoman was, in fact, rather attractive. His fingers tightened slightly, and his heart inexplicably quickened. Damn it, vocational school brutes don't need love. Vocational school brutes shouldn't feel this way. His gaze fell upon Zhao Yin's subtly pouted lips, and a dangerously reckless thought flickered in his mind. A furtive kiss should go unnoticed, right? He gently lifted his fingers to tap Zhao Yin's chin, slightly raising her face. That familiar yet somewhat stubborn visage appeared particularly docile at this moment. His heart raced, and his breath momentarily hitched. He leaned down, moving closer. Yet just at that critical juncture, thunder roared. Zhao Yin abruptly turned, forcefully colliding her head against Zhang Shaoxuan's chin. Damn! Zhang Shaoxuan nearly bit his tongue off, his mind momentarily blank. Damn it! The pain made him gasp sharply, while Zhao Nian remained blissfully asleep in his arms, completely oblivious to the chaos she had just wrought. Zhang Shaoxuan, he looked down at the culprit who had nearly dislocated his jaw, his expression darkening ominously. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, resignedly lying back down, silently vowing to himself, "Damn it, I will not be soft-hearted towards this madwoman again. If anyone makes me feel this way about her again, I'll leave my student ID." Little did he know, this vow would one day come back to haunt him. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow on the disheveled bed. Zhao Nian drowsily opened her eyes, intending to stretch, only to realize she was firmly embraced. Her face was pressed against Zhang Shaoxuan's chest, and she was momentarily dazed. Is the slacker hugging me while sleeping? Her first instinct was to scream, but her rationality halted her at the last moment. Wait, he is still asleep. In this situation, he must have subconsciously held me while dozing off. She blinked, gazing at the still sleeping Zhang Shaoxuan, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. He, the slacker, is rather handsome. After all, her eyes scanned his face, observing his thick eyebrows, high nose, and smoothly contoured jawline. With a hint of disheveled sleepiness, he emanated an inexplicable allure. This guy usually appears so nonchalant, yet he looks somewhat appealing while asleep. Zhao Nian blinked again, her heart inexplicably racing. Then, an impulsive idea took root in her mind. A secret kiss should go unnoticed, right? She quietly lifted her head, her gaze landing on Zhang Shaoxian's lips, so close she could discern their texture. Her heart raced wildly. Damn, how could I have such a thought? A fierce internal battle ensued, but ultimately, she backed down. Forget it, I won't dare, let us just leave it. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. Yet, even if she couldn't kiss him, she still wanted to indulge a little. Thus, she quietly buried her face in Zhang Shaoxian's chest, taking a deep breath. Ah, the scent of pheromones. She closed her eyes, her face awash with bliss. How can this man smell so delightful? Not a trace of the usual vocational school stench, rather a subtle, refreshing aroma. She scrunched her nose and took another clandestine sniff, becoming somewhat enamored with this scent. Is this the unique fragrance of a slacker? She glanced at Zhang Shaoxian, only to find him sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking. She instantly relaxed, burying herself back into his chest and rubbing against him vigorously. Thank goodness he didn't wake. Otherwise, he would definitely say, "What kind of perverse behavior is this?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her spirits lifted as she snuggled in closer. Damn it, love among vocational school students is indeed perilous. But just as she sank into her reverie, the person beside her suddenly stirred. She froze, her heart racing. Oh no, could I be discovered? However, Zhang Shaoxian merely turned over, embracing her even tighter. Zhao Nian, she instantly froze, too afraid to move. Her heart raced wildly. What the hell is happening? Is the slacker sleepwalking? Suddenly, a low murmur escaped Zhang Shaoxian's throat. He furrowed his brow, as if dreaming of something, his lips moving slightly as he uttered a few words. Future daughter-in-law Zhao Nian. Her face flushed instantly. What the heck? This guy is calling me his future daughter-in-law in his dreams? But soon, she was stunned again as Zhang Shaoxian mumbled a few more words. Zhao Nian, idiot Zhao Nian. She felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, wishing she could strangle this insufferable man. What on earth did he dream about? Yet, she also felt a twinge of guilt considering she had been drunk yesterday. Did she say something strange? The thought made her panic. Taking a deep breath, she quietly reached out, pinching Zhang Shaoxian's waist and twisting it hard. Ah! A scream reverberated throughout the loft. Zhang Shaoxian shot upright from the bed, completely bewildered. Damn it! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Who pinched me? Zhao Nian maintained her composure, blinking her innocent big eyes. I don't know, maybe you were cramping in your sleep? Zhang Shaoxian. Do you take me for a fool? He looked down to see Zhao Nian still nestled under the covers, her expression remarkably calm, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. But her ears were flushed crimson. Zhang Shaoxian, damn it, this woman must have done something. But he was too lazy to investigate, as his head still throbbed, likely a remnant of last night's hangover. He turned over and casually asked, "What time is it?" Zhao Nian glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:40. So early? Yeah. Then let us sleep a bit longer. Zhang Shaoxian stretched and lay back down. Zhao Nian stole a glance at him, a smile creeping on her lips. Slacker, you're mine now. Chapter 55. Corruption Deserves Death. At noon, on the bus returning to the vocational school, Zhang Shaoxian sat in the back seat, his head resting against the window, while Zhao Nian had fallen asleep beside him, her head unconsciously leaning on his shoulder. The bus moved steadily, and a faint scent of leather mingled with the fragrance of Zhao Nian's body wash, creating an inexplicable sense of peace. In the passenger seat, Ms. Chen and Zhang Hua were engaged in casual conversation. Seizing the moment at a red light, Zhang Hua pulled out a stack of cash from his bag. 6 crisp 100 yuan bills shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes instantly lit up. It would be foolish to pass up free money. He immediately reached out to catch it. "Oh, Aunt Hua, what are you doing?" But just as his fingers were about to touch the bill, Zhang Hua deftly flipped her wrist and snatched the money back. Zhang Shaoxuan. "Aunt Hua, what do you mean by this? Are you teasing me?" Zhang Hua rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with disdain. "You little brat. Do you even know what this money is for?" Zhang Shaoxuan replied, utterly unfazed. "Well, clearly you see me in such dire straits that you want to assist me. After all, I'm a diligent vocational school student, barely scraping by. If you don't help me, I might have to resort to scavenging for food tomorrow." Zhang Hua. "Ms. Chun, get lost." Zhang Hua, speechless, slapped him lightly and retorted, "I'm giving you this money so you can take Zhao Nian out for some fun. If it weren't for you having a girlfriend, I would take care if you were rummaging through trash for food." Zhang Shaoxuan's mouth twitched. "Aunt Hua, must you be so brutally honest? Damn it, why does everyone assume Zhao Nian and I are a couple?" However, since there was money involved, he certainly wouldn't tear it down. At that moment, Ms. Chen spoke up casually. "Hua Zhan, have you seen the news lately?" Zhang Hua paused, puzzled. "What is up?" Ms. Chen glanced at Zhang Shaoxuan, a knowing smile playing at her lips, and said, "Another corrupt official has been caught. They keep saying there is plenty of money, but it never reaches the grassroots level. You know, these corrupt officials really deserve what they get." Zhang Shaoxuan. "What the hell? ISNT, that clearly a jab at me." He immediately sat upright, raised 3 fingers and swore, "Damn it, I would never embezzle. I swear, I will ensure it reaches the grassroots level. 100%. Zhang Hua couldn't help but burst into laughter at his distressed expression. Finally, satisfied, she nodded and handed over the 600 yuan. "All right, take it." Only then did Zhang Shaoxuan breathe a sigh of relief, swiftly pocketing the money. "Damn, that money almost slipped through my fingers." Just as he was about to hide the cash, Ms. Chen suddenly smiled widely and cheerfully remarked, "Aunt Hua, being in your 40s and unmarried, you must enjoy watching these young ones fall in love. Just be careful not to ignite her romantic dreams." Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Hua shot him a sidelong glance, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, I find myself rather bored each day. Driving my Lamborghini to work without a hint of excitement makes life rather dull." Zhang Shaoxuan, what the hell? Are you not indulging in a bit of vanity? Driving a Lamborghini to work, and you talk about life being dull? He was utterly speechless, rolling his eyes just as, Zhao Nian stirred awake beside him. With sleepy eyes resting on Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder, she rubbed her eyes and murmured, "Are we there yet?" Ms. Chun observed her disoriented state, a teasing smile creeping on her face. "Ah, awake, my future daughter-in-law, Zhao Nian." She was momentarily taken aback. The next second, her face flushed bright red. She shot upright, hurriedly fixing her hair, glaring at Zhang Shaoxuan, exasperated. "You slacker, why didn't you wake me up? What if I drooled all over myself?" Zhang Shaoxuan. "So that is what you're worried about?" He rolled his eyes and casually replied, "You're sleeping so soundly. Waking you up would just make me seem cruel." Zhao Nian. Her face grew even redder as she lowered her head, falling silent. Zhang Hua and Ms. Chen exchanged a knowing glance, revealing a conspiratorial look. The car glided smoothly along the road. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, creating an unexpectedly warm atmosphere inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaoxuan pondered how to spend the 600 yuan in a way that would ensure Zhao Nian enjoyed herself while also leaving him some spare change. At 12:30 p.m., outside the vocational school, after dropping the 2 off, Zhang Hua waved her hand. "All right, go on in." The Lamborghini's engine roared deeply before speeding away. Zhang Shaoxuan stood at the entrance of the school, just stretching when Zhao Nian suddenly bounded over, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Slacker, you have to listen to me." Her face lit up with a broad smile as she excitedly waved 400 yuan in her hand, exclaiming, "Ha ha, your mom and Aunt Zhang are so generous. I actually received 400 bucks last night. Let us go. I'm treating you to lunch today." Zhang Shaoxuan. He awkwardly forced a smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the 400 yuan in Zhao Nian's hand. "Damn, it's just 400 bucks, and you're this excited? If you knew I had embezzled 600, wouldn't you just take off like a rocket?" He hesitated for a moment, 2 options flashing through his mind. 1. Tell Zhao Nian that he also received 600 yuan. 2. Keep it to himself, act discreetly, and observe. Zhang Shaoxuan remained silent for 3 seconds, ultimately opting for the second option. "I can't say anything. Absolutely not. Why would I tell her? Such matters are best kept secret." allowing for a surprise at the right moment to maximize the benefit. Moreover, if she found out, she would definitely get demanding and insist I treat her every day. Managing finances as a vocational student hinges on information asymmetry. With that thought, Zhang Shaoxuan took a deep breath, successfully hypnotizing himself and convincing himself to keep it quiet. He cleared his throat, swiftly adjusting his expression to feign ignorance. "Oh, Miss Zhao, how generous of you." Zhao Nian chuckled, proudly patting his shoulder. "Of course. My servant, advance." Seizing the opportunity, she climbed onto Zhang Shaoxuan's back, raising the 400 yuan high above her head, shouting, "Giddy up! Giddy up! I demand a grand feast." Zhang Shaoxuan. Has this person lost her mind? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he contemplated tossing her off, but then he recalled the 600 yuan. Fine, I just embezzled 600, and I feel a bit guilty. I'll consider this a compensation for her. He inhaled deeply, resignedly supporting Zhao Nian's legs, and said with a tone of reluctant acceptance, "At your command, wherever the Empress points, this servant will perish willingly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Nian burst into laughter, nearly toppling off his back. "Ha ha ha ha! Slacker, you've finally submitted to my royal authority. Quickly, let us go. I want to eat the most expensive buffet at the vocational school." Zhang Shaoxuan. The most expensive buffet at the vocational school? Damn, isn't that just a 38 yuan, all-you-can-eat hot pot buffet? He sighed in exasperation. "Miss, could you possibly have a bit more ambition? An all-you-can-eat buffet is one thing, but you're only going for the 38 yuan option?" Zhao Nian shot him a glare. "You don't understand anything. The vocational student's buffet isn't about the price. It's about how much you can eat to get your money's worth. Eating 38 yuan's worth of food and feeling like you consumed 380. That's what's impressive. Understand?" Zhang Shaoxuan. All right. The economics of vocational school students has been duly noted. Chapter 56. You are indispensable. At 8:30 p.m., during evening study hours, Zhang Shaoxuan was just about to lay his head down on the desk for a quick nap when the homeroom teacher, Zhang Mei, unexpectedly strode into the classroom, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Zhang Shaoxuan, step outside for a moment." Silence enveloped the classroom for a fleeting 2 seconds. The vocational students raised their heads in unison, their faces alight with malicious glee as they watched Zhang Shaoxuan. "Ha ha ha! The slacker is doomed. Damn! Could it be that he has been caught skipping evening study? Heh, perhaps he has been caught cheating on an exam. Quiet down, quiet down. Let us observe a moment of silence." With a resigned sigh, Zhang Shaoxuan stood up languidly and ambled out of the classroom, following Zhang Mei into her office. Inside the office, the atmosphere was charged with nuance. Zhang Mei seated herself behind the desk, idly tapping a pen against the surface, her gaze penetrating as she scrutinized Zhang Shaoxuan. "Zhang Shaoxuan," she sighed, her tone steady yet laden with implication. "You've been quite close with Zhao Nian recently." Translation: I suspect there is something going on between you two. Supplement: regardless of the truth, it's my duty to intervene. Zhang Shaoxuan felt a pang of discomfort at her veiled words. He maintained a stoic expression, replying, "It's fine, I suppose." He straightened his posture, adopting a demeanor that signaled he was all ears. Zhang Mei continued, her tone growing increasingly subtle. The school has been cracking down on conduct lately." Translation: the school has been particularly stringent regarding romantic relationships, especially in a vocational setting where students often engage in frivolous activities. As you know, despite being a vocational school, we place a significant emphasis on decorum. Translation: a vocational school is still a place of discipline, and if the administration catches wind of any misconduct, you'll be in serious trouble. If the school leadership observes anything inappropriate, it could lead to complications. Translation: the school is under constant surveillance. If you're caught on camera or draw attention from the higher-ups, I cannot shield you. Supplement: I'm indifferent to what happens outside of school, but within these walls, you must conduct yourself appropriately. Of course, I'm not singling you out. As your teacher, it's my obligation to give you a heads up. Translation: I am indeed targeting you. If you don't rein it in, the leadership will come to you personally, and it won't be easy to negotiate. Zhang Shaoxuan listened impassively, yet internally, he had already deciphered her message. He scratched his head, weighing his words carefully before opting for a non-committal response. "Oh, teacher, I will be cautious." Zhang Mei nodded in satisfaction, although it was evident she had more to say. She abruptly changed the subject, casually remarking, "By the way, you'll be hosting the upcoming graduation ceremony." Zhang Shaoxuan. He momentarily froze. "Am I graduating already?" Zhang Mei rolled her eyes. "It's your senior classmate's graduation ceremony." Translation: don't play dumb. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Zhang Shaoxuan. Time flies for vocational students. He pondered for a second, on the verge of concocting an excuse to decline, when Zhang Mei interjected once more. If you do well, I'll grant you extra credits. Translation: you must execute this task impeccably. Consider a favor in exchange for my discretion with the administration. Supplement: if you handle it well, I'll reward you, and I'll turn a blind eye to your personal matters moving forward. Damn. The social survival tactics of vocational students are exceedingly intricate. If he declines, he risks being caught next time. If he agrees, hosting a graduation ceremony is no small feat. Zhang Shaoxuan's mind was engulfed in turmoil. Contemplating all this made his head throb. Yet, extra credits are a rare commodity in vocational schools. Securing them is undoubtedly a wise investment. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately nodded. All right, I'll host. Zhang Mei beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. She patted his shoulder, her words laden with significance. Remember, your future is in your own hands. Zhang Shaoxuan. That sentiment sounded rather ominous. With a weary sigh, he resigned himself and exited the office. Very well, since I must host, I shall prepare thoroughly. Subsequently, Zhao Nian was also summoned to the office. Zhao Nian took a deep breath, resolving to remain composed. No need to panic. The strategy of vocational teachers is to engage in a silent standoff. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. Zhao Nian decided to maintain her facade of ignorance, for vocational students are adept at feigning innocence. 5 minutes went by. Zhang Mei finally set her pen down, lightly tapping the desk, her voice calm as she began. Zhao Nian, you've always had a strong personality. The teachers have always known. Zhao Nian squinted, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Damn, here it comes. You are a good student, but you're quite clever. However, the teachers have always thought highly of you. Yet, such an introduction is the classic prelude to a teacher reprimanding a student. But she could not falter. She needed to hold her ground. Thus, she smiled and feigned nonchalance. Teacher Mei, I'm usually quite well behaved, right? I haven't caused any trouble, have I? Indeed. You are well behaved. Zhang Mei nodded, her tone shifting to one of significance. However, there's been quite a stir on the school forum lately. Zhao Nian. Damn. This woman is circling her prey. Feigning innocence, she shrugged. Teacher Mei, you know how it is. Students love to gossip on the vocational school forum. Who doesn't indulge in a little gossip? Zhang Mei smiled, her gaze piercing as she regarded Zhao Nian. Is that so? Yet, why does it seem you're always at the center of these rumors? Zhao Nian. Damn, that question hit her hard. Chapter 57. Hosting the graduation ceremony. Zhao Nian's mind raced, swiftly analyzing the current situation. The school forum must have been buzzing about her. Otherwise, Zhang Mei wouldn't be addressing her. However, Zhang Mei's wording suggested there was a lively discussion, rather than an outright accusation, indicating the situation may not have escalated excessively. Zhang Mei's demeanor appeared serious. Yet there was still room for leniency, signifying that the matter remained manageable. Zhao Nian promptly made a judgment, deciding to employ a strategic counterattack. She adjusted her tone, feigning surprise. Oh, Teacher Mei, did you misunderstand something? I'm just someone who naturally attracts gossip. It's beyond my control. First tactic. Play the emotional card and feign victimhood. Zhang Mei's expression remained unchanged, her tone unyielding. But how is it that everyone is discussing your relationship with Zhang Shaoxuan? Zhao Nian felt a chill run down her spine. This was indeed the focal point. She quickly recalibrated her strategy, adopting a face of innocence. Being vocational students, boys and girls getting close inevitably leads to gossip. It's unavoidable. Second tactic. Blur the focus and shift the blame to the culture of gossip prevalent among vocational students. Zhang Mei let out a light chuckle, her gaze sharp. Yet, there are claims on the school forum that you openly monopolized Zhang Shaoxuan in front of the entire class and even forcibly changed seats? Zhao Nian. Damn, how did this rumor spiral so wildly out of control? She was indeed bold in her actions. But was it truly an exaggeration to say she was forcefully monopolizing? Zhao Nian's gaze shifted, and she decisively altered her approach. Meitsima, you know how boys from vocational schools are. They tend to embellish the truth. If you believe the comments on those forums, I would be utterly wronged. Besides, my relationship with Zhang Shaoxuan is merely that of ordinary friends. Is that not a typical social dynamic for vocational students? With her third tactic, she engaged in a game of Tai Chi, obscuring the issue by referencing the broader culture of vocational students. Zhang Mei narrowed her eyes, seemingly contemplating the credibility of Zhao Nian's words. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Nian added another jab. Moreover, there are always rumors circulating in vocational school forums. Today one pair is labeled as a couple, tomorrow another is said to be in a love triangle. Do you really believe teachers fall for such gossip? That would be exceedingly unprofessional, wouldn't it? After all, while rumor-mongering is effortless, dispelling them requires considerable effort. Maisie Ma. With her fourth maneuver, she counterattacked, subtly suggesting to Zhang Mei that as a mature teacher, she should not be swayed by such frivolous gossip. Zhang Mei she stared at Zhao Nian for several seconds, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Damn it, she saw right through me. Zhao Nian's heart sank. As expected, Zhang Mei spoke coolly, you still have quite the silver tongue. Zhao Nian chuckled lightly. Her tone relaxed. Teacher, I am merely being reasonable. Zhang Mei shined swiftly, ultimately choosing not to pursue the matter further, instead imparting with earnestness. In any case, Zhao Nian, vocational schools can be rife with strife. You must exercise caution. Do not allow yourself to become ensnared in unnecessary troubles. Translation, don't stir up trouble. I don't want to get involved, but if the authorities find out, I can't protect you. Zhao Nian immediately donned a compliant expression. Rest assured, teacher, I will uphold exemplary conduct. Zhang Mei she finally shook her head and waved her hand. All right, return to your class. Zhao Nian felt as if a weight had been lifted, quickly standing and darting out of the office. Just as she exited, Zhang Shaoxuan was waiting outside. Curiosity etched on his face. So, what do they have to say to you? Zhao Nian sighed deeply, leaning against the wall with a solemn expression. The survival rules of vocational students. One must adeptly engage in a game of Tai Chi with the teachers. Zhang Shaoxuan, you're impressive. Zhao Nian raised an eyebrow with pride, of course. Upon returning to the classroom and settling down, Wang Qian approached him with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. What did the teacher call you for? Zhang Shaoxuan lazily yawned and replied casually. She asked me to host the graduation ceremony. Wang Qian paused for a moment, then responded with surprise, wow, you have some skills. Her tone was laced with admiration, and a subtle smile graced her face, as if she wished to continue the conversation on this topic. Zhang Shaoxuan nearly laughed out loud. Skills? He recalled how in his past life he had merely sought out a pig-headed person. Now, that was true skill. Selling oneself for 8,000 yuan was far more impressive than merely hosting a graduation ceremony. Internally, he critiqued the absurdity but maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Indeed, I, Zhang Shaoxuan, am exceptionally gifted and talented. Wang Qian was about to keep the conversation flowing, but unexpectedly, Zhang Shaoxuan interjected, if there is nothing else, please don't disturb me. I need to sleep. Wang Qian propped her head up, gently swaying the pen in her hand, her tone seemingly laden with meaning. You've changed quite a bit lately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed internally. Changed? Of course. Having lived a second life. Would he go through the trouble of courting her again? That would be utterly revolting. Who would enjoy eating cream puffs made by a pig-headed person? He couldn't be bothered to engage, and simply stood up, making his way toward Zhao Nian. Under the gaze of the entire class, he abruptly seized Wang Chong, casually declaring, switch seats. Wang Chong. Dude, could you at least respect me? But Zhang Shaoxuan gave him no chance to protest, yanking him up and moving him to his own seat. Wang Qian watched this scene unfold, her expression shifting to one of subtle intrigue. Initially, she had expected Zhang Shaoxuan to act like those simpering admirers from before, eagerly seeking conversation. She even anticipated he might want to showcase himself in front of her due to hosting the graduation ceremony. However, reality delivered a harsh slap. Zhang Shaoxuan simply switched seats. Zhao Nian shot him a glance, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. Oh, are you seeking refuge in my embrace? Zhang Shaoxuan turned away, languidly responding. I'm merely avoiding an intellectual decline. Zhao Nian chuckled, playfully slapping his back. Well done, slacker. You've finally shown some wisdom. Zhang Shaoxuan, could you refrain from hitting me so hard? I nearly choked. Zhao Nian laughed heartily, continuing to poke his arm. Hey, you're really hosting the graduation ceremony? Is that for real? Zhang Shaoxuan lazily nodded. Yeah, Zhang Mei set it up, saying it would earn me credits. Zhao Nian blinked. So how do you plan to handle it? Zhang Shaoxuan opened one eye, raising an eyebrow. What else? Just go through the motions. Zhao Shaoxuan took a deep breath, propping his arm under his head, closing his eyes as he drifted into slumber. However, while he could find peace, Wang Qian was evidently unsatisfied. Watching Zhang Shaoxuan's unhesitating departure, her gaze flickered. Was he becoming somewhat distant with me? She furrowed her brow slightly, thoughtfully nibbling on the cap of her pen. Chapter 58. Shall we go to the movies? After evening study, the students of the vocational school busily packed their bags, preparing to plunge into their nocturnal escapades. At that moment, Zhang Shaoxuan lazily yawned, turned to Zhao Nian, and casually asked, Hey, now that evening study is over, should we go watch a movie? Zhao Nian squinted, eyeing him suspiciously. Since when have you been so generous? Zhang Shaoxuan teased, What is it to you? Are you going to watch or not? Choose your movie. If you don't want to come, I'll invite Li Chao instead. He provocatively challenged. Zhao Nian suddenly. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Damn it. How could she let Li Chao take advantage of this? Did he even deserve it? Yet, She felt something was off. This slacker was usually stingy, so why the sudden display of extravagance? Narrowing her eyes, she tentatively inquired, "Who's paying for the tickets?" Zhang Shaoxuan unhesitatingly patted his pocket. "I'll treat you." Zhao Nian. "You're treating?" Her shock made her jaw twitch. "You didn't win the lottery, did you?" Zhang Shaoxuan, of course. He wouldn't tell her that this was actually a date assignment given by Zhang Hua. When Zhang Hua handed him the money, he earnestly instructed, "Take Zhao Nian out. Spend money. A man treating a woman to a movie is only natural." With that in mind, Zhang Shaoxian adopted an expression that seemed to say, "I'm happy to treat you. Why aren't you grateful?" Zhao Nian. She was instantly infuriated. "Damn it. You and Li Chao can go watch your damn movie. Don't even think about it. If you two don't run off for a late-night snack, I'll consider myself defeated." Snatching Zhang Shaoxuan's phone, she opened the ticketing app and swiftly selected a horror film. Zhang Shaoxian, he cast a fleeting glance at the film title, The Ring, Reset Edition. "You're watching this at such a late hour?" Zhao Nian retorted defiantly. "What of it? I relish the thrill. Honestly, without horror films, how can one create opportunities? The moment the screen flashes a scare, I'll dive straight into Zhang Shaoxian's embrace. At that point, how could he possibly push me away? It's a technical school style of romance, you know? A horror film is the perfect catalyst for igniting feelings." By the time Zhang Shaoxian finishes watching this movie, he realized he is already mine. Zhao Nian mused blissfully, her lips stretching into a grin that nearly reached her ears. Zhang Shaoxian squinted lazily, casting a half-hearted glance her way, a cold smirk dancing on his lips. "Huh, do you think I can't see through your little game? You think you can manipulate me? You're still too naive for that." Yet he chose not to expose her intentions, instead letting out a dramatic sigh, his expression one of disinterest. Fine. As long as you're happy." Zhao Nian patted his shoulder triumphantly, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "That is more like it. Obediently listen to your sister." The two were in perfect sync, and their plan for the cinema was officially underway. At 9:30 p.m., within the confines of the cinema, the lights began to dim, and the screen flickered to life. The ominous soundtrack of the horror film resonated, and couples around them began to embrace. While the tech school students continued to munch on popcorn, Zhao Nian subtly glanced at Zhang Shaoxian, her mind counting down the moments until the first jump scare. As soon as the first fright appeared, she would leap into his arms, and then he would be trapped. The technical school style of manipulation, was officially in action. She secretly reveled in her scheming, her palms slightly damp with anticipation. However, merely 10 minutes into the film, as she awaited her moment, Zhang Shaoxian suddenly slapped her shoulder. "What the heck?" Zhao Nian jolted, nearly leaping out of her seat. "What are you doing?" She glared at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Do you have any idea how close I was to flying off my seat?" Zhang Shaoxian feigned innocence, a smile playing on his lips as he asked, "Aren't you the one who enjoys thrills?" Zhao Nian. In her anger, she kicked at him, but Zhang Shaoxian was prepared, easily evading her. He seized her ankle, a smirk gracing his face as he leaned in and whispered, "Oh, so you genuinely wish to dive into my arms?" Zhao Nian, her face flushed crimson. She broke free from his grasp, gritting her teeth. "You dog of a man, just wait. I'll remember this grudge." At that moment, the film reached its climax. The female protagonist, trembling in a dark room, turned around, only to catch a glimpse of a distorted face in the mirror. "Ah!" The entire audience of couples erupted in screams, the men instinctively shielding their girlfriends, the tension in the room reaching its zenith. Zhao Nian glanced over, her expression conflicted. "Damn it, it should have been me diving into his embrace. I should have been the one to be comforted while that dog of a man held me tightly." Frustrated, she glared at Zhang Shaoxian, who was casually munching on popcorn, a smile still lingering on his face, utterly unfazed by the film. "Zhao Nian, is he even human? Hey, aren't you scared at all?" she whispered, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Zhang Shaoxian glanced at her, casually replying, "Isn't this just a low-budget horror film? What is so frightening about it? Listen to the sound effects. They're incredibly cheap. And the special effects? Clearly worth mere cents. The director probably spent all the budget on hiring actors." Zhao Nian, what the heck? Is he here to critique the film or to watch it? Enraged, she bit down hard on her teeth, unable to resist pinching Zhang Shaoxian's arm fiercely. He was taken aback, raising an eyebrow at her. "What is that for?" Zhao Nian huffed. "To make you feel fear. I'll ensure you experience it." "Is this woman still intoxicated?" Zhang Shaoxian chuckled, bemused but too lazy to argue. Letting her have her way, until the film concluded, Zhao Nian kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Shaoxian, her expression demanding, "You're not following the script. Do you think you can disregard my efforts?" As the cinema lights brightened, the The tech school students stretched and yawned. Damn, that movie was terrifying. I almost wet myself. I only closed my eyes twice. The rest was just me pretending to be calm. Huh, I didn't close my eyes at all. Then why were your hands covering your face the whole time? Aren't your eyes dry? Shut up. In the cinema, couples remained cozy, while Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian exchanged exasperated glances. No more horror films next time, Zhang Shaoxuan declared. Zhao Nian, hands on her hips, retorted angrily. You can shut your mouth. This time was merely a misstep. Next time, I'll have you under my thumb. Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled lightly. All right then, I'll be waiting. Zhao Nian, damn it, I feel like that man has played me. Chapter 59. Zhang Shaoxuan is manipulated. Under a torrential downpour, outside the cinema, the tech school students huddled under the eaves in small groups or dashed into the rain, laughing and running. Amidst the chaotic curtain of rain, couples nestled closely under umbrellas, sweetly entwined, creating an atmosphere so romantic it seemed surreal. Zhao Nian squinted her eyes, a mischievous smile creeping on her lips. Ha ha, fortune favors me. She turned to Zhang Shaoxuan, feigning an innocent and delicate demeanor. Hey, it's raining. Did you bring an umbrella? Zhang Shaoxuan lazily glanced at her. Of course I didn't. Where would I fit such a large umbrella? In my pants? Zhao Nian, damn, this guy has no sense of romance whatsoever. She took a deep breath, suppressing her fury, and continued to entice him. There are self-service umbrellas for sale over there. Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze calm. Oh. Zhao Nian looked at him eagerly. Zhang Shaoxuan, so what? Zhao Nian. She inhaled sharply, clenching her fists, feeling an urge to strangle the man before her. Let us go back. Zhao Nian gritted her teeth. Zhang Shaoxuan, hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, it's a thunderstorm. It might stop soon. Buying an umbrella now would be a waste of money. Zhao Nian, damn, this stingy man is infuriating. She nearly wanted to flip the cinema upside down and pummel him into the ground. Yet, she ultimately prided herself on being a woman of class. So she restrained her anger. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone, scanned the payment code for the umbrella, and declared firmly, fine, I'll buy it. Honestly, the umbrella I purchased, you'll hold it. She thrust the umbrella into Zhang Shaoxuan's hands, standing next to him with a huff, as if declaring that he was fortunate. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged in resignation. All right then. Zhao Nian smirked inwardly. If I possess a grand vision, buying the umbrella isn't what matters. It's the ambience of sharing one umbrella between two people. As the umbrella opened, the sound of rain pattering against it filled the air, and the two strolled side by side along the road of the technical school. The street lights cast a dim, golden glow, transforming the rain into a shimmering mist of light. Raindrops cascaded from the edges of the umbrella, splattering onto the ground. As Zhao Nian walked, she noticed her shoulder gradually becoming damp. Turning her head, she realized that the rain was cascading from the slant of the umbrella directly onto her side. Looking up, she discovered that the scoundrel Zhang Shaoxuan had tilted the umbrella towards her, leaving her to sway in the storm. Could he not exhibit a modicum of gentlemanly conduct? Zhao Nian fumed. Zhang Shaoxuan blinked, though. Then, he made a token gesture of shifting the umbrella slightly in her direction, but it was merely a minuscule adjustment. Zhao Nian. Damn it, was this scoundrel toying with her? She drew a deep breath and kicked toward a nearby puddle. Splash! A deluge of water splattered onto Zhang Shaoxuan's pant leg. Zhang Shaoxuan. He looked down at his soaked trousers, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. This woman was undeniably insane. Zhao Nian, you bastard! Without a word, Zhang Shaoxuan stomped into the puddle, sending a large splash directly at Zhao Nian's pants. Holy crap! Zhao Nian yelped, startled, and jumped back a step. You dare play dirty? What does playing dirty mean? A smirk crept onto Zhang Shaoxuan's lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. This was a tactical counterattack. Zhao Nian roared. Fine, you scoundrel, just wait. Watch how I deal with you. The battle of the social sister versus the slacker brother had officially commenced, a water fight raging in the rain, with both of them splashing each other, the raindrops mingling with the water from the puddles, leaving them both in a state of utter disarray. Zhao Nian shouted in frustration, Slacker brother, stop right there. Zhang Shaoxuan laughed heartily. Come chase me, silly girl. Zhao Nian kicked the water in a frenzy, while Zhang Shaoxuan dodged with equal fervor, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Zhang Shaoxuan dodged Zhao Nian's playful onslaught. On the road to the technical school, the two were like madmen, chasing each other and splashing water everywhere, engaged in a wild and carefree romp, reminiscent of two unrestrained children. In that moment, their laughter blended with the sound of the rain, transforming the entire world into something entirely different. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning sliced through the sky. A brilliant light illuminated the night. followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Zhao Yin's laughter abruptly ceased, her body stiffening as she shivered lightly. In the next moment, without a second thought, she dove into Zhang Shaoxuan's embrace. Damn, that S loud. Slacker brother, I'm afraid of thunder. She clung tightly to his waist, burying her face in his chest, curling up into a ball. Zhang Shaoxuan. Damn it, this woman really just leaps into my arms without hesitation. But as he looked at Zhao Yin's slightly trembling shoulders, he was momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't he help but chuckle, his voice softening. There, don't be scared. He gently patted her back, offering reassurance. Let's head back first. We don't want to catch a cold. Zhao Yin mumbled, but it's so scary. Her voice was muffled, as her entire face was buried in Zhang Shaoxuan's clothing. He chuckled lightly, instinctively running his hand through her hair, giving it a gentle ruffle. It's not scary anymore. With me around, don't worry. Zhao Yin. Suddenly, she ceased trembling. She froze for a moment, feeling as if the slacker brother had taken control of her emotions. What the heck? Why does it feel like I'm the one being flirted with? Her face flushed slightly, yet she was reluctant to pull away from his embrace. So, she snuggled closer, like a small creature seeking warmth. Hold me a bit tighter. Zhang Shaoxuan. He looked down at the unburdened Zhao Yin seeking comfort in his arms, utterly speechless. This woman really is insatiable. All right, you've had enough. Zhang Shaoxuan, bemused, held the umbrella in one hand while wrapping the other around her waist, continuing their way back to the dormitory amidst the torrential rain. Under the streetlights of the technical school, the rain fell softly, and from a distance, it appeared like a heartwarming silhouette. The students sheltered under the eaves, watching the scene, all dumbfounded. Holy cow, a technical school student can create an idle drama atmosphere in the pouring rain? This guy's too skilled at this. Wow, this is technical school-style romance. Meanwhile, nestled in his arms, Zhao Yin secretly wore a triumphant smile. I've got him right where I want him. Chapter 60. I'm going for it. The night was deep, and the air was cool after the rain, with occasional drops falling onto the windowsill outside. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Shaoxuan lay tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. He stared at the ceiling, his brow slightly furrowed, his mind a chaotic whirl. The social sister seems quite appealing. He recalled the scene from the rain, that wild woman rolling around. In the instant the thunder crashed, she had unhesitatingly leaped into his embrace. The warmth of her body, her slightly trembling shoulders, and her head buried against his chest. He raised his hand, touching his chest, as if he could still feel the softness of her presence. A sudden headache struck him. Damn it, why am I starting to think about such things? Yet, his thoughts raced like a runaway dog. Once unleashed, they galloped uncontrollably. Should I try dating? This notion sprang forth unexpectedly, startling even himself. Isn't the daily life of a technical school student just slacking off, gaming, and coasting through classes? Dating? Why does that sound so unlike me? Compared to my past life, marrying the social sister doesn't seem so bad? He squinted slightly, fragmented memories surfacing. In his previous life, days passed blandly, devoid of passion or intense romance, like a pot of lukewarm water, lacking flavor and surprise. In contrast, Zhao Yin appears quite appealing. She is not bad-looking. Her personality is wild enough, and most importantly, she has feelings for me. This fact was clear to Zhang Shaoxuan. Why not consider her as a wife? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he instantly jolted, shaking his head vigorously. No, calm down. Technical school students don't need love. Dating costs money. I don't even have a stable income. Why am I thinking about the future? He quickly regained his composure. The daily grind of technical school was already enough to give one a headache. Who has the energy to manage a relationship? Moreover, he had no money. Dating not only costs money, but also consumes energy, and most importantly, if one gets too infatuated, wouldn't that mean losing the core competitiveness of being a technical school student? The philosophy of slacking taught him that love breeds insecurity, and he has never felt insecure. When faced with challenges, slacking off is the way to go. Time will smooth everything over. Damn it, I'm done thinking about this. He turned over, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Earning money is the priority. Dating? Impossible, at least not now. Sleep. Closing his eyes, his mind gradually began to calm. However, just as he was on the verge of slumber, Zhao Yin's triumphant smile suddenly flashed across his mind. Damn it, I can't sleep now. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin was tossing and turning in her bed, unable to find rest. Gripping the blanket, she rolled about in a frenzy, her face reflecting utter despair. What on earth does that lazy guy mean? Is he truly dense, or does he simply not like me? Furious, she contemplated kicking the bed frame, but feared waking her roommate, suppressing her ire with great effort. Hadn't her behavior today been overt enough? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When thunder struck, she would have dived straight into his embrace. Afraid of thunder? Nonsense. She merely wished to gauge his reaction. Yet, that stubborn blockhead had genuinely consoled her in all seriousness. With me around, there rests nothing to fear. Damn, what kind of idle drama line is that? She buried her face in her hands, rolling about on the bed in exasperation. This infuriating man must be doing it on purpose, throwing out smoke screens to keep her guessing his true intentions. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, even questioning whether she had been too forward today. After all, she had never behaved so crazily before. What the heck? I've been so obvious. Is he mentally challenged? This is beyond ordinary foolishness. It's like he asked drooling. If it were any other guy, they'd have been completely enamored by now, right? The more she pondered, the more infuriated she grew, to the point where she felt like storming into Zhang Shaoxuan's dormitory to demand answers. You lazy fool, do you truly not know, or are you pretending not to? She flipped over onto her pillow, frantically raking her hair, nearly driven mad by her own emotions. However, suddenly, she froze. Blinking, a far more devastating question popped into her mind. When on earth did I start liking him? She was taken aback. Had she ever genuinely contemplated this question? Leaning against the headboard, clutching her pillow, she felt a bit dazed. It was as though he had seamlessly woven himself into the fabric of her life, gradually and inevitably capturing her attention. Since when did she grow accustomed to his sharp tongue? Since when did she find herself seeking him out for banter? Since when did she unhesitatingly leap into his arms during thunderous nights? Furrowing her brows, she fiercely tugged at her hair, suddenly realizing she might have fallen long ago. Zhao Nian's mind was a chaotic mess, with her left brain and right brain embroiled in a heated debate. Left brain, Zhao Nian, oh Zhao Nian, you've lived a lifetime anew. Must you succumb to romantic folly? Right brain, are you kidding? Living anew means it must be passionate and grand. Left brain, men will only hinder your ability to make money. Right brain, but love is thrilling, isn't it? Besides, did you have someone like Zhang Shaoxuan in your past life? Left brain, that blockhead lacks romantic sensibility. Not worth it. Right brain, but he is handsome. Left brain. Right brain. Zhao Nian. Clutching her pillow, she buried her face into it, rolling around once more. Ah, so annoying. Lazy guy, you really ought to be damned. Damn it, you've kept me awake. She seized the pillow and flung it hard against the wall, only for it to bounce back, which she caught again, continuing her internal struggle, just as she was on the brink of despair. The image of that night in the heavy rain surfaced in her mind. The hand holding the umbrella, the gentle embrace around her waist, the soft palm resting on her head, and that line, with me here, don't be afraid. Zhao Nian. She stared blankly for a moment, lifting her head, her fingers unconsciously brushing her ear. Damn, why is it a bit warm? She fiercely clutched her pillow, burying her face into it, biting her lip, her ears burning. After a few seconds, she cautiously peeked out, propping her chin up, gazing longingly at the ceiling. Damn it, lazy guy. What do you truly mean? If you keep dangling me like this, I might just take the leap. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Zhang Shaoxuan continued to stare at the ceiling, tossing and turning, his mind consumed with, damn it, money is still the most important thing. Chapter 61. Please tell me you like me. The next afternoon, in political class, under a gloomy sky, the drowsy classroom found Zhao Nian, seated by the window, completely distracted from her textbook. She turned to glance at Zhang Shaoxuan beside her, fixating on his profile, her heart racing wildly. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night, the torrential rain, the thunder, the embrace, the comfort. And that final line, with me here, don't be afraid. She bit her lip, her inner turmoil escalating. What does this infuriating man mean? Does he like me or not? If he does, why doesn't he take the initiative to say so? If he doesn't, why the ambiguous behavior? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became, instinctively poking Zhang Shaoxuan's arm with her pen. Lazy guy Zhang Shaoxuan, idly twirling a pen, lazily turned his head at her call. Zhao Nian stared at him, her heartbeat quickening, her mind momentarily blank, and impulsively blurted out, "Do you know I like you?" The moment the words left her mouth, she was instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? What did I just say? Her rationality sounded alarm bells, but it was too late. Even more absurdly, Zhang Shaoxuan, sitting beside her, reflexively replied, "I know." Zhao Nian. The entire class? What the heck? The classroom erupted into chaos. Zhao Nian's pupils dilated. Her blood felt as if it had frozen in her veins. She abruptly turned her head to stare at Zhang Shaoxuan, who slowly turned to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked. Both were in shock. It's over. This is a total social death. Zhao Yin's pupils trembled slightly. Her heartbeat lost its rhythm in that instant. Her entire being felt as though it had frozen. Damn it! Her inner self screamed. What on earth is this lazy man doing? In her plan, she was supposed to test the waters. He would vehemently deny it, and she would feign laughter to brush it off. Instead, this lazy man just outright admitted it. Oh my God! She fiercely extended her fist and slammed it on his Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder. Do you not like me? You know I like you, yet you don't give a response? She was so furious, she was nearly in tears. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned by her punch, then chuckled, shaking his head, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Didn't I take you to the movies? Your parents met me. Doesn't that say enough? His tone was casual, imbued with a sense of natural affection. Zhao Yan. A wave of exasperation and grievance surged within her. Does this lazy guy even understand that in a relationship, one is supposed to confess their feelings? She pouted, sighing as she leaned on the table. Her tone clouded with melancholy. But I want to hear you say that you like me. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback. He tilted his head, observing Zhao Yin's sullen expression, his gaze flickering slightly. He pressed his lips together, lowered his head, and leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, I like you. Zhao Yin's body jolted with surprise. Her eyes sparkled instantly. She whipped her head around to face Zhang Shaoxuan, her gaze radiant, like a well-fed kitten whose tail was held high in delight. Really? Her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy and excitement. In the next moment, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Zhang Shaoxuan. I like you too. She was practically bouncing with exhilaration, her tone overflowing with happiness as she clung to him. Zhang Shaoxuan. He was slightly bewildered, not expecting this woman to be so animated. The entire class. Holy cow, these two just publicly declared their feelings during political class. Incredible. What the hell? I'm dumbfounded. The atmosphere in the classroom soared to unprecedented heights. The front row turned around frantically, while the back row stood up to applaud, the excitement rivaling that of a variety show. Several girls could no longer suppress their giggles. Meanwhile, a few boys looked on in shock, their faces clearly questioning. Is this for real? Ahem. A cough, neither too soft nor too loud, echoed. Whack. A political science textbook came down mercilessly on the heads of the two. Zhao Yan, Zhang Shaoxuan. Both stiffened, turning in unison to see their political teacher standing beside them. Teacher Zhu, in her 40s or 50s, was kind-hearted, now looking at the two with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She coughed lightly, casting a significant glance their way. Then, she gently tapped Zhang Shaoxuan on the shoulder with the book, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Do your best, young man. Don't keep the girl waiting too long. The entire class. Holy crap. Is this really something a teacher would say? And Zhao Yan was utterly mortified. A deep blush surged across her face, and she quickly lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, her ears flushed with embarrassment. She rubbed her head against the table, murmuring softly, Damn it, I'm mortified, mortified, mortified. And Zhang Shaoxuan surprisingly laughed. This cheeky man not only felt no shame, but wore a beaming smile, his lips curling in a teasing arc. All right then, Teacher Zhu, I will certainly strive to ensure she doesn't wait too long. The whole class? Holy cow. Amazing. This guy has some serious guts. How dare he flirt in front of the whole class? Teacher Zhu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head, then casually reopened her book, stating nonchalantly, All right, let us continue with the lesson. Zhao Yin covered her face tightly, wishing she could vanish into thin air. What on earth had she just done? Now everyone knew. Meanwhile, a certain laid-back guy remained unfazed, leisurely picking up his pen and casually spinning it, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yan. Damn it, laid-back guy, just you wait. Yet, she failed to notice that while she was secretly shrinking into herself, Zhang Shaoxuan's smile had widened uncontrollably. This crazy woman was becoming increasingly entertaining. Chapter 62. Their Kiss. After class, on the campus path, the sky dimmed slightly, the sun casting its last golden rays on the horizon. The streetlights flickered on, bathing the surroundings in a warm glow, as a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. Zhang Shaoxuan draped an arm around Zhao Yin's shoulders. A mischievous grin on his face, teasingly he remarked, Hey, little girl, now that we've confessed, shall I steal a kiss? Her face flushed visibly. From her ears to her neck, she was a vivid crimson. How could this guy be so straightforward? Yet, she did not retort, nor did she unleash her usual wrath upon him. Instead, she resembled a teased kitten, bowing her head in silence, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her shirt, her gaze wandering. Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback. What the? This crazy woman isn't blowing up? He had merely intended to tease her, anticipating a playful smack in return, and to enjoy her fiery reaction. But instead, she had turned shy. Had her soul been swapped? His eyes flickered, and he feigned a deep sigh, deliberately speaking to himself. Alas, it seems Ms. Zhao doesn't fancy me. Since that's the case, perhaps I should let it go. Zhao Nian suddenly yanked at his collar, forcefully pulling him closer. I like you. I really like you. She stared intently into Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes, her expression earnest. It felt like a pledge, or perhaps a challenge. Her tone rushed, fearful of being misunderstood. Zhang Shaoxuan. What the hell? This crazy woman is serious. Zhao Nian gripped his collar tightly, shaking him to the point he nearly stumbled back. All right. I like you. I like you. No need to repeat it so many times. My brain is about to be shaken loose. He yelled, swaying unsteadily. Zhao Nian. She blinked, suddenly feeling guilty, and released her grip with a cough, her mind racing. Damn it, that was too intense. What if I seemed too desperate? She quickly lowered her head, fiddling with her shirt's hem, murmuring softly. So should we kiss? Zhang Shaoxuan. This woman was something else. Just moments ago, she had been shy, and now she was the one initiating? He smirked, suddenly adopting a devilish grin, leaning closer, and lowering his voice. No kiss. Zhao Nian. She shot her head up, eyes wide with disbelief, her face instantly flushed with anger. Why not? Gritting her teeth, her tone was laced with resentment, disappointment, and a hint of impending violence. Damn it. You tease and then run away? Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled, pointing with a smirk. Because there's a camera. Look over there. Zhao Nian instinctively turned to look, but there was nothing there. Her mind short-circuited, and just as she was about to turn back to question him, suddenly, an arm encircled her waist. Zhao Nian gasped in surprise, and before she could react, Zhang Shaoxuan had leaned down and kissed her. The soft touch, the gentle warmth, mingled with a hint of freshness after the rain, and the youthfulness of the boy enveloped her. Zhao Nian's mind exploded. Holy hell, holy hell, holy hell. He actually kissed her for real. Her breath faltered, her pupils dilated, and her hands instinctively tightened around Zhang Shaoxuan's shirt. The entire being was utterly overwhelmed by the sudden kiss, as if it had exploded into a chaotic mess. The cacophony of the surroundings seemed to be abruptly silenced, and the world stood still in that singular moment. All that remained was the whisper of the wind and the rhythm of their heartbeats. Thump, 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 along with a kiss that belonged solely to them. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Shaoxuan gradually released his hold, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth. He even inquired why. He tilted his head and let out a low chuckle, his voice laced with a mischievous bravado. Because if I were to say I want to kiss you directly, would you dare? Zhao Nian. She was completely blown away. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. In the next moment, she abruptly lifted her foot and stomped down fiercely on Zhang Shaoxuan's toes. You bastard. Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you toying with me? Oh no. She was infuriated. Zhang Shaoxuan gasped sharply, grimacing in pain. Yet the smirk on his face only widened. Alas, who told you to be so gullible? He shrugged nonchalantly, embodying a playful defiance. Zhao Nian. Damn it. The realization struck her like lightning. Clenching her fists, she glared at Zhang Shaoxuan, gritting her teeth as she shouted, You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Zhang Shaoxuan. Oh dear, this woman is about to explode. Sensing the impending doom, he immediately took off running. You better not run, you scoundrel. But standing still was out of the question. Thus commenced a comical chase on the narrow paths of the vocational school's dormitory, reminiscent of a scene from an idle drama. Ahead, a certain mischievous rogue sprinted gleefully, laughter echoing behind him. In pursuit, a certain fiery young woman was determined to bring this scoundrel to justice. As the sunset cast its golden hues, the two engaged in a playful scuffle, their shouts and laughter intertwining. This scene was strikingly akin to the ending montage of a romantic drama. The love story of vocational school students required no convoluted plot. It was raw, passionate, and utterly genuine. They were neither domineering CEOs nor pretentious intellectuals. They were vocational school students. Their love should be just like this, playful, wild, filled with laughter, yet sincere. As this vocational school escapade unfolded, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night gradually enveloped the scene. At 6:30 p.m., during evening study hours in the Student Affairs office, Zhang Shaoxuan lounged in a chair, propping his legs up casually, entirely devoid of any tension. The printer hummed softly, while the head of the Student Affairs office, Zhang Ping, focused intently on printing a speech. The office was so quiet that one could hear the subtle flow of toner. Zhang Shaoxuan was well aware. This was merely a procedural formality. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. 3 female students stood at the entrance, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Stealing glances in his direction, Zhang Shaoxuan flashed a grin. It appeared things were unchanged from his previous life. The host required 1 male and 1 female, and he was guaranteed a place. Even if he did nothing, this spot was secure. After reading a token segment of the speech, Zhang Shaoxuan calmly sank back into the sofa, leisurely toying with his fingers, completely unfazed. Zhang Ping rubbed his temples, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Yet Zhang Shaoxuan knew this was merely a facade. Indeed, within 3 minutes, Zhang Ping finalized the selection of the female candidate. All right, it's you. The chosen girl's eyes lit up, her face radiant with joy as she nodded. Thank you, director. The other 2 girls, though visibly disappointed, maintained polite smiles. Zhang Ping donned a warm, amiable smile, gently addressing the 2 who were not selected. You needn't withdraw from the group. There will be other activities, and I will prioritize you for those. Zhang Shaoxuan sighed internally, rolling his eyes at the familiar phrase. Here it came, the predictable line. There was no prioritizing. It was merely a way to avoid directly stating the truth, fearing it might dampen the student's spirits. He was all too familiar with the script. In his previous life, he had sat right there, listening to the exact same dialogue, witnessing the identical unfolding of events. He recalled that he had participated in several subsequent speeches and activities, while those 2 remaining girls had faded from his memory. The so-called prioritization was nothing but a consolation. Those in the know understood its true nature. On the surface, it seemed like a promise for future consideration, while in reality, it was merely a symbolic comfort. Given enough time, they would naturally forget about it, and their hearts would not bear too much weight. This phrase was akin to the standard line delivered after job interviews. We will contact you, a hollow assurance with no follow-up, leaving one to await their inevitable fate at home. Chapter 63. Excavator seeks Lanxiang. Inside the student affairs office, the familiar routine continued. Zhang Ping handed the printed scripts to Zhang Shaoxuan and the other female student, casually instructing, familiarize yourselves with the script and the process. He then took his thermos and exited the office. The selection process had concluded. What remained was merely procedural. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at the script in his hand, lazily flipping it open, yawning. What's your name? The girl beside him appeared taken aback, clearly surprised by his initiative. She composed herself and nervously responded. My name is Sun Min. Huh. Zhang Shaoxuan nodded, casually inquiring. I'm in my 2nd year. What about you? Sun Min smiled shyly. I'm in my 3rd year, majoring in nursing. Nursing, huh? Zhang Shaoxuan blinked. No wonder you're so gentle. Sun Min paused for a moment, then smiled softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Oh, not really. As they perused the script, their conversation flowed, punctuated by light banter. Sun Min appeared undeniably excited, almost in disbelief. Clutching the speech in her hands, her eyes sparkled with evident nervousness as she exclaimed, those 2 girls were so poised and had such great voices. I thought I wouldn't stand a chance. She genuinely did not expect to be chosen, considering her own qualifications paled in comparison. Zhang Shaoxuan turned to assess her. Indeed, her appearance was commendable. Her features were delicate, and her demeanor was quite gentle. It was evident she possessed a student-like charm, though it lacked the stage presence of the other 2 girls. Zhang Shaoxuan smirked slightly, casually remarking, enough with the self-deprecation. You're quite remarkable. Trust in Director Zhang's judgment. Sun Min blinked in surprise, unable to suppress a smile that lit up her face, as if she had received validation. However, there was no discernible judgment involved. The selection was already predetermined. Sun Min's retention was not due to her superiority over others, but rather her close relationship with her homeroom teacher, who happened to be well acquainted with Director Zhang. Such occurrences were commonplace in vocational schools. And what about him? That was sheer merit. Though he too was essentially a predetermined candidate, it was only because no one else was more suitable. After all, most boys in vocational schools showed little interest in such matters. Willing participants either fail to meet the required image standards, lack the necessary skills, or are entirely at a loss for words. However, Zhang Shaoxuan triumphed over all competitors through sheer talent and eloquence. Thus, Director Zhang has never felt the need to consider other male candidates. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that the influence of the venerable teacher Zhang may hold considerable weight. Consequently, Director Zhang would never stoop to pitting subpar candidates against him. Of course, despite his slight inclination towards favoritism, he maintains certain standards in his selection. At the very least, Sun Min is not a wholly inadequate host. After all, poor performance incurs financial penalties, such as the rule in vocational schools. Connections may grant entry, but a modicum of competence is still required. Otherwise, one cannot succeed. 10 minutes elapsed. Sun Min remained engrossed in painstakingly analyzing the script, methodically annotating it while softly reciting the text. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaoxuan had already finished reviewing the script, casually crossing out a few awkward phrases before pulling out his phone to scroll through videos. Billy, which institution in China excels at excavation technology? Look to Shandong for Lanxiang. Sun Min. She was utterly bewildered, blinking in disbelief, completely struggling to keep up with the pace. Aren't we supposed to be discussing the script? Confusion washed over her as she gazed at Zhang Shaoxuan, a strong sense of dissonance rising within her. While she was still diligently memorizing the script, he was already lost in short videos. Zhang Shaoxuan merely nodded nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. Once you're done, we could begin our discussion. Sun Min. Her lips twitched slightly as she cast a glance at her script, her mind racing with incredulity. Seriously? You finished that quickly? You barely turned 2 pages while yawning, and now you're done? Are you even human? Unable to contain herself, she asked again, did you really finish it? Zhang Shaoxuan nodded. Can you remember it? Sun Min regarded him skeptically. Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes, and replied with a bemused smile. I've gone over this script countless times in my past life. I could recite it without any revisions. Sun Min. Dude, that makes me quite anxious. Her brow furrowed slightly as she felt she had stumbled upon something she shouldn't have. Zhang Shaoxuan remained unfazed, continuing to scroll through videos as if that statement were of no significance. Sun Min still hadn't recovered when she asked again. Are you serious? I've only gone through half of it. Yeah, Zhang Shaoxuan replied dismissively. Sun Min. Is that for real? She was on the verge of a breakdown. She had meticulously read through the entire script, made annotations, and highlighted key points, while he simply jotted down a few notes and began watching short videos. Did you really finish it? Aren't you afraid of making mistakes? No. Aren't you nervous? Nervous? Zhang Shaoxuan finally lifted his eyelids, lazily glancing at her as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. A smirk played on his lips. What is there to be nervous about? Sun Min. She felt as though she had been struck down a peg. There's so many people. Even school officials are watching. Sun Min's mouth twitched violently. You're a god. You call the shots. Fine. I'll review it myself then. 5 minutes later, Sun Min finally turned the last page of the script, cleared her throat, and declared, let us discuss the script. Zhang Shaoxuan set his phone down, casually pinching the bridge of his nose, and the next moment, he was fully in the zone. Sun Min cleared her throat and formally began. Respected leaders and teachers. Zhang Shaoxuan interjected. Dear students, good afternoon. In an instant, Sun Min was jolted, her pupils dilating in shock. What the heck? Dude, your voice is incredible. She was completely taken aback. Zhang Shaoxuan's voice was rich and magnetic, deep and compelling. Each word was articulated with clarity and strength, drawing listeners in from the very first syllable. Had you practiced? She stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Zhang Shaoxuan. That voice was far beyond what an ordinary student could produce. It was already at a professional level. She could easily envision him on stage, captivating the audience to the point where the girls in the crowd would be weak in the knees. Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged casually, adopting an air of nonchalance. It's a natural gift. Sun Min. So this is what it feels like to be overshadowed by talent? She had trained extensively for this hosting opportunity, practicing her vocal delivery, poise, and intonation. Yet this guy effortlessly produced a sound that completely eclipsed her. Is this world truly fair? She suddenly felt a surge of emotion rising within her. Chapter 64. Let us feast. During the break of the evening self-study session, in the student affairs office, Zhang Shaoxuan abruptly slammed the script shut and rose to leave. Sun Min, still processing the situation, looked up in confusion. What are you doing? I'm hungry. No worries, I'm just going out to grab a bite. Sun Min blinked, sensing something amiss. Wait, Zhang Ping is supposed to come by for a check, right? You're just leaving? Zhang Shaoxuan retorted confidently. So when Zhang Ping arrives, you just tell him I went to the restroom. Sun Min. Before she could even protest, Zhang Shaoxuan had already turned and walked away without a backward glance, leaving her alone in the office in utter disarray. She sat there, staring at the empty chair, a torrent of frustration coursing through her. Was he genuinely here to audition for a hosting position? Wasn't he being a bit too brazen? However, his earlier performance with the script was undeniably impressive. Whatever, she thought, exasperated and sighed heavily. Upon reaching downstairs, Zhang Shaoxuan spotted a familiar figure, Zhao Yan. She stood breathless under the streetlight, one hand on her knee and the other bracing against the wall, clearly having run over. Could she have come specifically to find me? The building he was in was the #1 building, an environment of considerable quality as it was designated for new students, far superior to other teaching buildings. Yet, room 702 was located in the 4th building. The 4th building was the ultimate exile for vocational students. After all, upperclassmen had already been stripped of their rights and were unworthy of enjoying a better environment. The distance from the 4th building to here was at least 400 or 500 meters. Damn it, did she run all this way just for me? He glanced around to ensure no other students were following before a smirk crept onto his face. Striding down the steps, he effortlessly hoisted Zhao Nian onto his shoulder. Zhao Nian had yet to process what was happening when she suddenly found herself airborne. What the heck? She was abruptly thrown over his shoulder, her perspective spinning wildly. The next moment, she felt a playful slap on her backside. Hey there, can't wait to see me, huh? Zhang Shaoxuan teased, his tone laced with mischief, a grin stretching across his face. Zhao Nian, why does that sound so easily misinterpreted? She struggled free, landing with a thud. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist and struck Zhang Shaoxuan's shoulder. You shouldn't say things that can easily be misconstrued, Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed. What the hell? He staggered back a step, rubbing his shoulder and inhaling sharply. Zhao Nian, hands on her hips, glared at him fiercely, her face reddening like a ripe tomato. Zhang Shaoxuan regarded her, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He then patted her head casually, lazily saying, All right, I want to hold it against you. Observing her slightly breathless state, his smile widened. Considering you went out of your way to see me during break. He paused deliberately. Zhao Nian blinked, her heart skipping a beat. What for? She asked, her eyes widening with sudden anticipation. I'll treat you to some meat skewers. Zhao Nian. What? Just that? I traveled all this way, and you're only inviting me for meat skewers? Before she could process it, the next moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Zhang Shaoxuan grinned, his tone resolute. A promise made is a promise kept. He gestured for her to follow. Let us go. In an instant, Zhao Nian adjusted her expression, fully revitalized. Quick, quick, quick. Let us go. I'm dying to eat meat skewers. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she bounced on the spot, linking her arm with Zhang Shaoxuan's and dragging him along at a sprint. Hurry up, brother slacker. If someone spots us, we're doomed. Zhang Shaoxuan's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, this woman changes moods too quickly. He glanced down at Zhao Nian, who was clinging to his arm, his gaze flickering, unable to suppress a slight smile. Forget it. It's just meat skewers. The path from building 1 to the dormitory was dotted with a few small shops. Though sparse, they offered quality goods at reasonable prices, especially the large meat skewers. A delightful source of joy for the vocational school students during the late hours. At a tiny barbecue stall, the aroma wafted through the air, the skewers sizzling and oozing grease. The fat dripped onto the glowing charcoal, instantly releasing an enticing fragrance. Zhao Nian inhaled deeply, her eyes brightening. Delicious. She couldn't help but rub her hands together, radiating excitement. Zhang Shaoxuan stood beside her, tousling her hair, and lazily asked, How many skewers do you want? Zhao Nian squinted her eyes, resolutely replying, 5 skewers. Zhang Shaoxuan remarked, You sure can eat. Boss, 10 large meat skewers. 5 with mild spice, 5 with ketchup. Zhao Nian. She turned to Zhang Shaoxuan, incredulous, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Wait, you want ketchup? What kind of absurd eating habit is that? She was utterly shocked, nearly petrified. Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow leisurely, shrugging nonchalantly. What's wrong? I can't handle spicy food. Zhao Nian. Her pupils slightly constricted, her lips twitching fiercely, and then she ruthlessly retorted. How pathetic. You can't even handle spice while eating skewers. Can you still call yourself a vocational school student? She regarded him with a disdainful expression, filled with contempt for his inability to eat spicy food. Yet, while she mocked him verbally, she silently noted this detail. Zhang Shaoxuan was not particularly fond of spicy food. Her gaze flickered, an odd thought surfacing in her mind. Should I avoid ordering overly spicy dishes in the future? She paused, then quickly shook her head, scolding herself. Damn, why am I suddenly considering him? Am I turning into a love-struck fool? Stealing a glance at Zhang Shaoxuan, who was lazily leaning against the barbecue stall. Her heart inexplicably quickened. Zhao Nian, damn it no. Eating skewers is the priority. She hurriedly shook her head, pushing her chaotic thoughts away. Turning to the skewers on the grill, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Forget it. Let us eat meat first. Meat first. Chapter 65. This scar hurts. In the early morning of the vocational school, the sky was still dim, and a hint of chill lingered in the air. Zhang Shaoxuan stood before the water dispenser. watching the hot water flow into a milk bag, his hands tucked into his pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yet, as he smiled, he suddenly froze. Damn. He stared blankly at the milk bag, vague images flashing through his mind. Qian, drink some milk in the morning. It's good for your stomach. I've warmed it up. Just have a sip. If you don't, I'll be upset. You have a weak stomach, and skipping breakfast can lead to low blood sugar. You're not going to drink it? Then I want tea leave. Memories resurfaced from the depths of his mind, the repetitive scenes of those mornings causing his brow to furrow instantly. Damn, what am I doing? This scene is too familiar. In his previous life, he would warm milk for Wang Qian every day, bringing her breakfast and bread. Because of her weak stomach, she wouldn't eat breakfast, and he was worried about her, so he persisted every day. After a year of devotion, he ended up with nothing. Damn, this trauma runs deep. He chuckled softly, suddenly raising a hand to cover his face, self-mockingly uttering, "Scars are indeed painful. But speaking of which, the one he is dating now is Zhao Yan. Why the hell am I wallowing in nostalgia?" He suddenly realized that his habits still lingered in the past. Crazy. He cursed himself, shook his head, and continued to warm the milk. But suddenly, a new thought emerged in his mind. No, I can't be like in my past life, giving everything to others. I want some for myself too. A devoted admirer only gives to others. A normal person should eat for themselves as well. Therefore, he added another bag of milk, ensuring he had a share too. The difference between a devoted admirer and someone caring is merely the object of affection. When directed towards someone who doesn't love you, it's devotion. When directed towards someone who loves you, it's called thoughtfulness. I'm a thoughtful man. Realizing this, Zhang Shaoxuan's mindset stabilized instantly, even bringing him a sense of joy. Once the water was warm enough, he dried his hands, tucked the milk in his pocket to keep it warm, and strolled leisurely out of the dormitory. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure standing not far off. Zhao Yan, clad in a loose jacket, had one hand in her pocket, leaning casually against a utility pole. With a lollipop in her mouth, she exuded a carefree attitude. Upon seeing him, her eyes instantly lit up. In the next moment, she dashed over, hooking her arm around his neck. "Hey, brother slacker, did you wake up this morning missing me?" She grinned widely, her eyes sparkling with a playful charm. Zhang Shaoxuan lazily glanced at her, handing her a bag of warmed milk. "It's pretty cold this morning. Drink this to warm up." "Zhao Yan." She looked down at the milk in her hand, blinking in surprise. "You warm it up just for her?" Her heart inexplicably raced, and her lips couldn't help but curve into a slight smile. But she swiftly adjusted her expression, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. "Are you planning to support me, Mr. Layabout?" Zhang Shaoxuan's lips twitched as he couldn't help but flick her forehead. "Can't I just be concerned about you?" Zhao Yan let out a light snort, unapologetically tearing open the milk bag to take a sip. The warm milk flowed down her throat, causing her to squint her eyes in delight as she sighed contentedly. So warm. She stole a glance at Zhang Shaoxuan, a wave of inexplicable warmth washing over her. Damn it, Mr. Layabout is surprisingly attentive. Unable to suppress her grin, she suddenly leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Hee. Thank you, Mr. Layabout. Zhang Shaoxuan's pupils widened in shock. This crazy woman, attacking him in broad daylight. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch the spot where she had kissed him, feeling a slight flush creep up to his ears. A thought flashing through his mind. Attention bestowed upon someone who doesn't love you is mere flattery. When given to someone you cherish, it's genuine concern. He suddenly understood. In his past life, warming milk for Wang Qian was mere flattery, leading to nothing but loss. In this life, warming milk for Zhao Yan could yield a sweet morning kiss. Indeed, the things unattainable by flattery could be effortlessly grasped by someone who understands their worth. Just as he was pondering, Zhao Yan boldly offered the remaining half of her milk bag to his lips. Here, half a bag left, you drink. Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you thanking me? I'm not that desperate to drink your leftover milk, am I? This woman truly has no sense of restraint. He pulled out another bag of warm milk from his pocket, tore it open, and took a sip, grinning widely. I wouldn't drink it. Who knows if your mouth is clean? You might have bad breath. Zhao Yan. What the hell? Zhao Yan instantly erupted in fury, transforming into a fierce gorilla. What did you just say? She glared at Zhang Shaoxuan, gulping down the milk, and then with her mouth full, swung a punch at him. You dog a man. Watch me not spray you dead. Zhang Shaoxuan, what the hell? He reacted in a split second, turning to flee. But the next moment, the milk in Zhao Yan's mouth erupted out. The milk splattered everywhere, and Zhang Shaoxuan got hit squarely on one shoulder. The two froze in place, the scene descending into an oddly silent 3 seconds. Zhao Yan. Zhang Shaoxuan. Then, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yan doubled over, clutching her stomach, unable to straighten up. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Layabout, you've turned into a little milk cat. Ha ha. Meow meow meow. Zhang Shaoxuan. He gritted his teeth, staring at Zhao Nian. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Nian, you're finished. Come on, Mr. Layabout. If you have guts, spray me too. Zhao Nian, hands on her hips, wore a provocative grin, laughing like a madwoman. Zhang Shaoxuan. He helplessly shook his head, watching Zhao Nian laugh uncontrollably, and couldn't help but smile as well. In the technical school's early morning, as dawn broke, the streetlights illuminated the figures of the two. One stood there, exasperated, while the other swayed with laughter. The love at the technical school was devoid of the overly sweet and polished atmosphere typical of idol dramas. Yet, it exuded the most genuine warmth. Sometimes, concern hides within a bag of milk. Sometimes, sweetness lurks in a morning prank. At times, happiness resides in casual banter. This morning, the milk was a tad sweet, but her kiss was even sweeter. Chapter 66. All right, I'll wait for you. In the morning at the technical school campus, the breeze carried a chill. The sunlight poured down warmly, filtering through the oak leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The first class had just ended, and the second was the etiquette class unique to the urban rail track program. Everyone needed to return to their dorms to change into uniforms. On the campus path, students walked in groups, laughing and joking, creating a lively and relaxed atmosphere. Amidst this clamor, Zhang Shaoxuan held Zhao Nian's hand, strolling slowly along the oak tree path. He gazed blankly at the falling leaves, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke softly, his voice laced with an indescribable emotion. Zhao Nian, do you like me? Zhao Nian looked at him in confusion, blinking. Why the sudden question? Zhang Shaoxuan didn't respond, instead repeating, do you like me? Zhao Nian paused slightly, but quickly smiled, answering without hesitation, I do. Yet, Zhang Shaoxuan did not stop. He continued to gaze at the leaves falling above them, asking once more, do you like me? Zhao Nian furrowed her brows this time, puzzled, but still confidently repeated, I do. But Zhang Shaoxuan persisted. For the third time he spoke, his tone still light, yet tinged with a hint of unease. Do you like me? Zhao Nian was taken aback. She couldn't understand why Zhang Shaoxuan felt the need to confirm repeatedly. She stared at him, observing his slightly lowered gaze, and suddenly felt that this man wasn't as carefree as he appeared. Without hesitation, she answered firmly again, I do. This time, her tone was more serious and resolute than before. Listening to her, Zhang Shaoxuan's lips curled into a gentle smile, revealing a hint of self-deprecating humor as he chuckled softly. Do you think I'm quite dramatic? Zhao Nian paused for a moment, her expression softening. Without a second thought, she stood on her toes and kissed his cheek. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she softly said, dramatic people need someone who stubbornly sticks by them. Note, don't take someone who loves you for granted. I like you, so no matter how dramatic you are, I will always reply. No matter how many times you ask, I will say I like you. Her voice was gentle, yet carried a resolute strength. Zhang Shaoxuan was left speechless. He stared blankly at the girl before him, surprised by her words. Zhao Nian had a knack for effortlessly tearing down his facade. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something. Zhao Nian, you know I love. But before he could finish, Zhao Nian gently pressed her hand against his mouth. Her gaze bored deeply into his, her tone suddenly serious and earnest. Love is not something to be said lightly. We're still young now and cannot bear that word. Love encompasses too much, and we are not yet capable of supporting it. So, saying we like each other is enough for now. At least with like, I can say it without burden. And love, I hope that when we have enough ability, enough time, and enough qualifications to say it, we can tell each other I love you then. Zhang Shaoxuan was completely taken aback. He had never considered that this usually whimsical woman, who resembled a mischievous sprite when she laughed, would utter such profoundly mature words at this moment. As he gazed at her, he suddenly realized that Zhao Nian was indeed extraordinary. She appeared to be carefree, yet she was more lucid than anyone else. Though she seemed to act on whims, she understood restraint better than most. She clearly harbored feelings for him, yet there was not a hint of subservience in her affection. Her love was assertive, selfless, and directed towards a promising future. How could such a person not stir one's heart? Suddenly, his heart contracted sharply, as if something had collided with it fiercely. He remained silent for a moment before abruptly enveloping Zhao Nian in his arms. He held her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder. His voice low and tender. I like you. I truly like you. Zhao Nian was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced her lips as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Her voice, soft yet resolute, replied, so do I. I really like you too. On the campus's oak-lined path, The autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves, which danced and twirled downward, as if witnessing this unabashed affection. The love between two vocational school students was simple, direct, and unembellished. There was no pretense, no excessive reservations. The word light could encompass an entire heart. After a while, Zhao Yin tilted her head playfully and teased. Hey, are you holding me so tightly because you have ulterior motives? Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled softly, lightly patting her head. Just be quiet. Zhao Yin burst into laughter. All right, since you like me so much, how you plan to treat me well in the future? Zhang Shaoxuan pondered for a moment, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone determined yet infused with youthful bravado. I want to take you to savor the finest desserts, to gaze upon the boundless wilderness, to stand atop a mountain and observe the stars, to show you many, many places, to let you explore this world. Zhao Yin tilted her head, her face radiant with a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling as she earnestly replied, Okay, I'll wait for you. At that moment, the autumn wind on campus felt exceptionally gentle. The leaves of the oak trees drifted down with an unusual slowness. In that instant, the love between the vocational school students transcended mere playful banter, becoming something that was indelibly etched into their lives. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Shaoxuan changed into his city rail uniform. It was a deep blue standard ensemble, featuring a fitted suit jacket, a vest, and a white shirt, complemented by a high-quality tie. Having tailored the fit in advance, every detail was custom-made. Although the fabric remained unchanged, it imbued Zhang Shaoxuan with an air of undeniable elegance. Standing before the mirror, he admired his reflection. His tall stature, broad shoulders, and narrow waist were accentuated by the snug shirt. The lines of the vest and suit flowed seamlessly, with the tie perfectly nestled in the vest clasp. His entire presence elevated to an entirely new level. The city rail uniform bore a striking resemblance to that of an airline attendant. At this moment, he looked every bit the part of a professional flight steward. Zhang Shaoxuan adjusted his cuffs, the figure in the mirror radiating an aura of sophistication, resembling an elite individual. Damn, he mused. This outfit indeed conveys a sense of high-class vocational student. Unable to resist, he stroked his chin, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. Chapter 67. You don't have a girlfriend anymore. Damn it. Shaoxian, who altered your uniform? The dormitory was abruptly filled with Li Chao's exclamation, shattering the tranquility. Li Chao stared incredulously at Zhang Shaoxian in the mirror, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He glanced down at his own loose-fitting uniform, instantly feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. Holy cow, this isn't the trash issued by our vocational school, is it? Why do you look so dashing? Zhang Shaoxian shot him a sidelong glance. Scoffing, a poor mindset, doesn't the school uniform deserve a proper alteration? Li Chao raturta. Dumb. Why does that sound so infuriating? What the hell? As pure vocational students, we hardly have the time or inclination for uniform alterations. His lips twitched as he patted his own sagging waistband, even too apathetic to fasten his belt, his expression one of utter despair. Ha ha! Galbo burst into laughter nearby, tugging at his own pants, only to discover that the hem had not been sewn properly, threads unraveling. You lot have zero standards. Zhang Shaoxian facepalmed, utterly speechless, before he could utter another word. A towering figure suddenly appeared in the mirror, dwarfed by his own height. He looked up, stunned. Lu Bin, how did you get so tall? Lu Bin stood before the mirror, a confident smile gracing his lips, as he retrieved 2 6-centimeter height-increasing insoles from his shoes. He chuckled mischievously, 6 centimeters just enough, right? Zhang Shaoxian asked incredulously. Aren't you worried about twisting your ankle with those insoles? Lu Bin beamed proudly. You don't understand. This is height management. Vocational students also aspire for excellence. With these 6-centimeter insoles and my tactical leather shoes, I've leaped from 172 to 178. Zhang Shaoxian's lips twitched slightly, still unable to offer a retort. The next moment, something even more outrageous occurred. Yeah, he was already 188 centimeters tall, considered among the elite of vocational students. Yet this guy had the audacity to wear thick boots. Not only that, he pulled out 2 4-centimeter insoles to shove into his shoes. 188 with insoles? Zhang Shaoxian stared, his expression blank. Holy cow, this guy's practically hitting 2 meters. Are you trying to join the NBA? Yu Jie remained unfazed, slowly adjusting his cuffs. How can one stand out without a little flair? Vocational students must have dreams. Today, let me be the vocational Yao Ming. Zhang Shaoxian thought. This group of students truly lacks decorum. Yet, the most outrageous of all was Wang Chong. This guy didn't wear a jacket at all. His wrinkled white shirt was untucked, He hadn't donned his suit or fastened his vest, yet his pants were on properly. Standing there, he resembled a hotel bellboy. The entire dormitory fell into silence. Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but facepalm. Wang Chong, what style is this? Are you preparing for a hospitality course? Wang Chong yawned lazily. What a hassle. Uniforms are meant to be worn casually. Damn it, I'm not planning to join an airline. So why pretend to be a high-class vocational student? If the teacher asks, I'll just say I'm restoring the most authentic state of vocational students. Laughter erupted throughout the dormitory. Zhang Shaoxuan pulled out 2 coats from his wardrobe. Although the vocational city rail uniform appeared to be formal attire, the fabric was quite thin and offered no protection against the wind. In this weather, one would be frozen stiff without an extra layer. A normal person would wear a coat. However, Zhao Nian, being the wild spirit she was, certainly wouldn't bring one. Thus, he must prepare for the unforeseen. He draped one coat over himself while clutching another in his hand. Caring for others is an art that requires finesse. One cannot solely focus on others to the detriment of oneself, as succumbing to the cold would be sheer folly. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Zhao Nian already waiting below. However, upon a closer glance, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The girl's urban rail uniform was a deep wine red, tailored to fit, complemented by nude tights and a silk scarf, exuding both professionalism and allure, possessing a unique charm. Damn, urban rail uniforms truly have their allure. Zhang Shaoxuan thought to himself. Yet, the crux of the matter was that this woman was visibly shivering. He let out a scoff and casually draped the coat he had prepared over her shoulders. I knew you wouldn't bring a jacket, you reckless woman. Zhao Nian flashed a grin, rubbing her slightly chilled hands together, her eyes sparkling. Oh my, slacker brother looks quite dashing today. I'm almost swooning. She clutched Zhang Shaoxuan's coat tighter, the smile at the corner of her mouth impossible to conceal. Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled and playfully flicked her forehead. Don't be so dramatic. Aren't you cold? Zhao Nian stuck out her tongue, her expression brimming with mischief. Isn't this just giving you a chance to show off? Hee hee. Just as Zhang Shaoxuan was about to stride towards the classroom building, Zhao Nian suddenly leaped onto his back. What the hell? Zhang Shaoxuan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, hastily steadying her legs. His tone laced with exasperation. What on earth are you doing? Zhao Nian casually rested her chin on his shoulder and waved her high heels in front of his eyes. These heels are killing me. Can you bear to watch me suffer? If I get a blister and it gets infected, I might die. Then you'll be left without a girlfriend. Zhang Shaoxuan was at a loss for words. This woman's thought process was truly something else. He glanced down at her feet, and sure enough, her heels were already reddened from the friction. He couldn't help but sigh, lazily remarking, You're being a bit overdramatic. However, despite his words, his body acted honestly as he gauged her weight, adjusted his posture, and continued toward the classroom building with her on his back. Zhao Nian, perched on Zhang Shaoxian's back, felt an immense joy, her lips curling into an uncontainable smile. Tilting her head, she teased softly. Slacker brother, do you think I'm adorable? Are you feeling moved right now? Do you feel particularly heroic? Zhang Shaoxian retorted. Have some self-respect. You are the one too lazy to walk. Don't try to create an image for yourself. Zhao Nian grinned. Then why don't you put me down? Zhang Shaoxian replied. If I put you down, you'll just end up with sore feet. One to you? Zhao Nian burst into laughter. See, you do care about me. Zhang Shaoxian, damn. He was truly exasperated with her thought process. Chapter 68. Time for something big. In the vocational school's classroom, the etiquette lesson officially commenced. The etiquette teacher, Ms. Ma, stood at around 5'6" with a slightly plump figure. Yet, she possessed a striking poise, scanning the class with a sharp gaze. This was a seemingly high-end, yet truly whimsical class. The vocational students. Us vocational students are worthy of learning etiquette? Ms. Ma smiled gently and spoke in a warm tone. Today's lesson is about handshake etiquette. Now, everyone find a partner. Next, we will practice the proper way to shake hands in formal settings. The vocational students. What the hell? Free choice of partners. Ms. Ma is a legend. Finally, a teacher with some humanity. The excitement was palpable as they realized they could choose their partners freely. Far more thrilling than the winter break. Who wants to shake hands with a stranger? Of course, they'd rather partner with their good buddies. Instantly, the vocational students scattered, quickly locking onto their best friends. 3 seconds later, everyone stood ready, commencing the handshake training. Right hands clasped, held for 3 seconds, a light shake thrice, smiles on their faces, gazing directly at one another. As the vocational students looked up to meet the eyes of their good friends, the room erupted in laughter. What the hell, this is too much. The entire classroom burst into chaos. They had all chosen their good buddies, and upon locking eyes, they were met with those ridiculous faces. Total meltdown. Ha ha. How can your face be so punchable? Get lost. You're laughing even more foolishly than I am. Damn, just looking at your face makes me want to laugh. Stop laughing, buddy. I can't hold it together. The most absurd scene unfolded among the students from dorm 201. This peculiar group began shaking hands while wildly jostling each other. The intensity was so great that it sent them into fits. Oh my god. Ha 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 ha. Stop shaking me. You're going to dislocate my shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Dorm 201 looked like a gathering of those afflicted with epilepsy. Ha ha ha. What is wrong with you, Lu Hao? Have you developed Parkinson's? Who the hell shakes hands like they're being electrocuted? The antics of these students left Ms. Ma utterly bewildered. Ms. Ma, she was truly exhausted. The atmosphere of this class was nothing like the elegant demeanor training she had envisioned. She had intended for the vocational students to practice the poise of workplace elites. Instead, this was pure chaos, a mutual torment of absurdity. All right, enough. I beg you. This is merely handshake etiquette, not a mad dog hand-grabbing ritual. The vocational students, they struggled to suppress their laughter, desperately trying to hold it in, but upon making eye contact, they burst into laughter again. In contrast, the atmosphere in Dorm 202 was remarkably tranquil. Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian had long since established themselves as partners, requiring no change in position. After all, Wang Chang's seat had already been claimed by Zhang Shaoxuan. Even Zhang may turn a blind eye to this, given Zhang Shaoxuan's position as the host. Social sister versus slacker brother. Shake hands. Everything proceeded normally and by the book. Zhao Nian flashed a smile. Slacker brother, we're quite formal, aren't we? Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow, returning her smile. Of course, even vocational students ought to maintain some decorum. The two exchanged polite handshakes, 3 seconds, light shakes flawlessly executed. Their exchange stood in stark contrast to the magical handshakes of the rest of the class. Ultimately, under the repeated coughs and furious glares from Ms. Ma, the vocational students finally managed to calm down a bit. However, the students from Dorm 201 were still secretly shaking hands. Yujia couldn't help but poke Zhang Shaoxuan. Hey, you slacker, do we really need to learn about handshake etiquette in our vocational school? Zhang Shaoxuan shot him a glance and scoffed, of course. Yujia looked puzzled. Zhang Shaoxuan continued. You'll understand when you go for interviews in the future. A handshake is crucial for first impressions. However, he glanced at the group in Dorm 201, frantically waving their hands. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. If you keep this up, the interviewers will think you've escaped from a mental institution. Yujia exclaimed, damn it. That sounds so reasonable. He froze, silently retracting his devilish hand gestures. As time passed, the frenzy surrounding handshake etiquette gradually subsided. In the vocational school, students finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Teacher Ma sighed, unable to resist tapping the table, and solemnly concluded, handshake etiquette is essential. I hope you all learn to tone it down in the future. Vocational students must also possess grace. The student chimed in, yes, yes, yes. Yet, barely a moment after their agreement, the student from Dorm 201 sneakily began shaking hands once more. Teacher Ma exclaimed in exasperation, slamming her hand on the table. Dorm 201. Have you all lost your minds? I told you to shake hands, not to act like you're revving engines. The student from Dorm 201 responded. Oh no, retreat. At noon in the cafeteria, Zhao Nian leaned against Zhang Shaoxuan, munching on a chicken leg while swinging her legs, clearly relishing her meal. Zhang Shaoxuan, sipping soy milk, casually asked, are you going to surf the internet tonight? Zhao Nian's eyes lit up instantly. Absolutely. We must go. She excitedly slapped the table. The internet night for vocational students was a sacred ritual. The other students in the cafeteria perked up at the mention, wait, you guys are going online tonight? Count me in. Of course. When it came to internet time for vocational students, everyone had to be involved. In no time, a throng of students began to stir, gearing up for an epic night ahead. At 8:30 p.m., outside the vocational school, a large group of students boldly marched towards the internet cafe. The school had several internet cafes, but the most famous ones were the Midnight Warrior and the Black Dragon Esports. Naturally, the vocational students favored the Black Dragon Esports. Why? First, the equipment was top-notch, with large monitors, mechanical keyboards that clicked satisfyingly, and gaming chairs that were incredibly comfortable. Second, the owner was one of their own, a former vocational student who never pressured them to buy drinks while gaming. Third, the female staff were quite attractive. As for the Midnight Warrior, it didn't require ID and was popular among younger students, but the second-year students were already of age. Brothers, tonight we must make it epic. Charge through. A group of students stormed into the internet cafe. Chapter 69. Playing Adventure King at the internet cafe. Upon entering the internet cafe, The vocational students instantly switched to their wild mode. Zhao Yin took the lead, darting towards the VIP area. She skillfully selected a couple seed against the wall, plopped down, adjusted the mouse and keyboard, and called out, "Slacker, come here." Zhang Shaoxuan's lips twitched, yet he complied. Fine, a couple seed it is, after all. Vocational students don't mind such things. The games favored by vocational students typically revolved around four classic modes. CSGO, is marksmanship more important than spray control? LOL, the daily banter of vocational students. PUBG, the genuine experience of landing and getting eliminated. And Valorant, who has extra funds. As soon as Zhao Yin settled in, she excitedly asked, "What are we playing?" Zhang Shaoxuan replied, "Let us go with CSGO. It's straightforward and brutal. When it comes to gaming, vocational students prioritize speed, precision, and ferocity. CSGO aligns perfectly with their fiery personalities." 5 minutes later, all the vocational students were matched up in CSGO. Charge, charge, charge. Don't dawdle. Just rush A and crush them. What the heck? Why is this sniper so inaccurate? Damn it. Who threw a flashbang in my face? The internet cafe battles among vocational students were always resolved with gunfire, devoid of reason. Zhao Yin yelled, "Slacker, cover me, I'm going in." Zhang Shaoxuan retorted, "You go first. I'll kill them after you die." Zhao Yin exclaimed, "You're truly something else." Gritting her teeth, she picked up an AK and charged forward, only to be headshot the moment she peeked out. Damn it, can this game be a little less realistic? She turned to Zhang Shaoxuan, glaring, "What about you? What are you doing?" Zhang Shaoxuan replied, "I'm picking up your gun." At 12:30 a.m. in the VIP area of the vocational school internet cafe. After 2 hours of CSGO, Zhao Yin suddenly felt a tinge of boredom, sipping on a cola while idly moving the mouse. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she glanced at Zhang Shaoxuan. "Slacker, let us play 4,399. Zhang Shaoxuan blinked in disbelief, raising his head, questioning whether he had misheard. "Wait, are you serious? We're in a VIP area for 5 yuan an hour, with a 24-inch gaming screen and mechanical keyboards, and you want to play 4,399 here?" Zhao Yin grinned, winking yes. What is wrong with that? Zhang Shaoxuan thought, there's a huge problem. He covered his forehead, looking utterly despondent. Vocational students pulling an all-nighter at the internet cafe should ideally be dominating CS, spamming LOL, headshotting in PUBG, or at the very least playing cards. Yet, you're suggesting 43.99? Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow, defending herself. "You don't understand. This is nostalgia. Can't I reminisce about my childhood?" Zhang Shaoxuan sighed deeply, wearing an expression that screamed, "This foolish girl is beyond saving." However, he ultimately opened the browser. After all, vocational students could never refuse 43.99. That was their youth. As the page opened, the familiar green and white interface greeted them. 4,399 mini-games. The large logo bore a familiar slogan underneath. China's leading online mini-games platform. Zhao Yin rubbed her hand with excitement. "Slacker, what do you want to play?" Zhang Shaoxuan pondered, his eyes scanning the plethora of game icons. Bounce Battle? AOB Island? Starship? Damn, the joyful memories of childhood. But soon, Zhao Yin's gaze precisely locked onto a game. Adventure King, Spirit Story. Zhang Shaoxian's eyes widened in astonishment as the floodgates of memory burst open. Damn it, 4,399 Adventure King. Childhood memories. Zhao Yin excitedly clicked on the game, and the familiar scene popped up on screen. Adventure King, the hero's journey begins here. The art style remained in the classic chibi format, with the iconic side-scrolling action gameplay. Zhao Yin eagerly created a 2P character, selecting a purple-haired female warrior, while Zhang Shaoxuan chose a 1P yellow-haired male mage. The two began their adventure in the novice village, facing a swarm of mischievous mushroom monsters. "Let's go. I'll chop the mushrooms, you throw fireballs." Zhao Yin beamed widely, leading the charge with her warrior. "Don't you dare send me off." Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, controlling the mage from behind her. Gathering energy in his hands, he unleashed a fireball that soared forth with a resounding bang. "Damn it, aim properly." "This is He Chingguang's staff. The trajectory is off to the left. Not my fault." One charged forward, cleaving through foes, while the other cast spells from a distance, transforming the experience into a nostalgic homage to Contra and Dungeon Fighter Online. As Zhao Yin swung her sword, she taunted, "Slacker, why is your damage so abysmally low? Is your output even visible?" Zhang Shaoxuan retorted with a smirk. Wait until I level up and learn Fireball. Then you'll see true prowess." Progressing steadily, they finally encountered their first boss, the giant Mushroom King. With an explosive health pool and rapid attack speed, it charged fiercely, launching spikes in retaliation. Zhao Yin dashed ahead, relentlessly hacking at its legs, while Zhang Shaoxuan bombarded it with fireballs from distance. Chop, chop, chop. Fireball. Chop, chop, chop. Fireball. Can you not steal my kills? And could you step back a bit? If you get one shot, I can't revive you. After 3 intense minutes, the Mushroom King let out a wail and collapsed. Ha ha ha. We VE cleared it. The duo high-fived, brimming with excitement for the next challenge. In Adventure King, Elf Tales, there are 3 special maps. Tower Road, where one can capture the Water Seed, Final Evolution, Water Fairy, Original Color Village Forest. With a Purple Moon Cub, Final Evolution, Purple Moon Divine Beast can be caught, and Soft Cloud Wave, where one can seize the Pebble Monster, Final Evolution, Stone Demon. Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the map. Damn it, I want to catch the Pebble Monster. Zhao Nian rolled her eyes. The Water Seed looks cuter. Produce. It can heal. What do you know? The Pebble Monster evolves into the Stone Demon. Its health, attack, and defense are all top tier. But the Water Fairy can heal. No matter how hard you hit, you'll still need me for healing. Get lost. I don't need you to heal. As they bickered, they entered the pet catching map. In the first round, Zhang Shaoxuan versus the Stone Demon. The Stone Demon was a formidable foe, boasting high attack, high defense, and a hefty health pool. Ordinary attacks barely scratched it. Zhang Shaoxuan unleashed fireball spells in a relentless barrage, kiting it while whittling down its health. Hurry up and die. Why are you so tough? Finally, after 3 arduous minutes, with a resounding crash, the Pebble Monster fell, and a capture prompt appeared on the screen. Yes, 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 I did it. Zhang Shaoxuan cheered, triumphantly securing the mightiest pet, the Pebble Monster. In the second round, Zhao Nian versus the Water Fairy. The Water Fairy was a support-type pet, with low attack but substantial health and impressive speed, requiring a bit of finesse to capture. Zhao Nian swung her great sword, dishing out furious attacks while lamenting, "Damn it, why is this thing so fast? Can you stop shooting fireballs? Be careful not to kill it. Why is capturing a pet harder than defeating a boss?" After 5 minutes, she finally vanquished the Water Fairy, and the screen displayed a successful capture. "Yes, I got it too," Zhao Nian exclaimed, raising her hand and delivering a hearty high-five with Zhang Shaoxuan. Chapter 70. Why are you so stingy? After finishing Adventure King, Zhao Nian angrily exited the game. "I'm done with this. I refuse to play with a loot-stealing dog like you." Puffing with indignation, she scrolled through the game list, ultimately selecting a more absurd game. Ubi Island. Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhao Nian, wearing a look of absolute certainty, declared, "Slacker, let us go become residents of Ubi." Zhang Shaoxuan. He covered his face, feeling insulted by the sheer absurdity. You want me to play Ubi Island after a night at the tech school's internet cafe? But resigned to his fate, he couldn't back down. Thus, 10 minutes later, the tech school slacker was furiously chopping trees in Ubi Island. The tech school girl was frantically planting vegetables in Ubi Island. Zhao Nian, can you act normal for once? What is wrong with planting vegetables? You're farming at the tech school internet cafe. What is the problem? Farming is just as exhilarating as headshots. Damn it. Have you turned into an old lady? At 2:30 a.m., Zhao Nian yawned, finally feeling a bit tired. She stretched and gazed at the Ubi Island interface on the screen, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Ah, today was truly a day filled with childhood memories. Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, and you dare say that? It's obviously your random game choices. Zhao Nian responded proudly. So what? $43.99 is my childhood. If it weren't for the VIP area being too expensive, I would VE played Lian Can. Zhang Shaoxuan. Alright. The tech school slacker's childhood indeed revolves around $43.99. He lazily rose to his feet, casually stating, "Alright, let us head back. If we keep playing, we'll probably sleep through the morning." Zhao Nian rubbed her eyes, nodded, and then firmly grasped Zhang Shaoxuan's arm. "Slacker, let us go watch the sunrise." Zhang Shaoxuan paused, raising an eyebrow. "Watch the sunrise? Aren't you quite the romantic?" Zhao Nian grinned widely, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Let us go. Since we VE stayed up all night, we might as well watch the sunrise and then grab breakfast." Zhang Shaoxuan gazed into her eyes, a slight smile curving his lips. "Alright, let us go." Thus, the tech school slackers returned to their respective homes, while Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian embarked on their sunrise journey. At 3:00 a.m., outside the tech school internet cafe, the winter night, as cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, making one shiver uncontrollably. Zhang Shaoxuan held Zhao Nian as they stood by the roadside, their eyes fixed intently on the shared electric scooter app on their phones. Damn, finally a ride. He quickly tapped to scan and unlock, and a white and green shared electric scooter chimed with a successful unlock notification. Zhao Nian plopped down on the back seat, still complaining, "Damn it, aren't we taking a taxi?" Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, twisting the handlebar as the vehicle slowly started. "A taxi? Where would the money come from? As tech school slackers, we prioritize economical travel. Either we spend money on a taxi or wear more clothes. You pick one. Zhao Nian clung tightly to his waist, burying her face in his back, shivering as she retorted, "Damn it, slacker. Why are you so stingy?" The cold wind howled, and the electric scooter sped along the desolate road. Whoosh! The streetlights blurred past, occasionally revealing the tail lights of night shift taxis. On a frigid winter night, the chill was bone deep. Zhao Nian curled up on the back seat, pressing herself tightly against Zhang Shaoxuan. "Damn, it's so cold. Slacker. Em friesen." Her tone shifted from teasing to half-pleading, wrapping around him like an octopus. Zhang Shaoxuan, glancing at her through the rearview mirror, couldn't he help but chuckle. "Didn't you say you wanted to watch the sunrise? Now you're complaining about being cold?" Zhao Nian gritted her teeth in frustration. "Can't we just take a taxi?" "A taxi?" Zhang Shaoxuan replied nonchalantly. "Too expensive. The poor must have the awareness of the poor. We tech school slackers must be thrifty and resourceful." Zhao Nian. "Damn, you're something else. Your wretched electric scooter rides like a frigid air conditioner. I am nearly turned into a popsicle. For goodness sake, could you please slow down, slacker brother? Damn it, I'm freezing to death." Her complaints mingled with the howling cold wind, echoing in the night. Zhang Shaoxuan gripped the handlebars tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, yet his thoughts wandered. How wonderful it would be to have a car. If only I had one. How comfortable it would be. A genuinely manly man would surely succumb to insecurity in such a moment. I have no car. I have no money. Am I not good enough? If I could buy a car, I could take her to enjoy the air conditioning. But Zhang Shaoxuan was different. I'm only 18. If I had a car now, I'd either be a rich second generation or involved in scams. I'm not a rich second generation. How could I possibly own a car? A smirk crept onto his lips, devoid of any self-doubt, instead brimming with confidence. Yet, Zhao Nian had seemingly never uttered the words, "If only we had a car." Throughout the ride, she had complained about the cold, even hugging herself tightly for warmth, but she never voiced that sentiment. A grin involuntarily formed on Zhang Shaoxuan's face as he silently assessed. The little one is rather considerate. At 3:30 a.m., at Jiulong Lake. This lake was a favored rendezvous spot for the students of the technical school, especially in the early hours and late at night, where couples often frolicked. However, it was winter now, and the pre-dawn chill rendered Jiulong Lake nearly deserted. The electric scooter halted beside a bench by the lake, and Zhao Nian leaped off in an instant, frantically rubbing her hands together for warmth. "Damn, I'm freezing to death. Slacker brother, you really brought me here on that bike? Are you a devil?" Zhang Shaoxuan replied helplessly. "You said you wanted to see the sunrise." Zhao Nian. "Damn it, I regret it." She stomped her feet, glaring at Zhang Shaoxuan with a face full of resentment, her lips protruding in a pout. "Think of something quickly. I'm about to freeze to death." Zhang Shaoxuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her nose, reddened by the cold wind. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of warm milk. Zhao Nian's eyes instantly lit up. "What? You even brought milk?" Without hesitation, she snatched it from him, cradling it to warm herself, and took a big sip. It's warm, sweet, so comforting." Zhao Nian squinted her eyes in satisfaction, resembling a well-fed kitten. "Damn, slacker brother, you do have a bit of a conscience." Zhang Shaoxuan scoffed, casually retorting, "Of course. After all, you're my girlfriend." As Zhao Nian drank the milk, her ears flushed crimson. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately resumed sipping the milk. Chapter 71. She is my white moonlight. At 6 a.m., by Jiulong Lake, the sky began to lighten with a pale hue. The darkness finally torn apart by dawn, casting a warm orange glow upon the lake's surface. Morning mist enveloped the water, and shimmering ripples gently spread across. The air carried the unique dampness of morning, prompting one to take a deep breath. Zhao Nian suddenly spread her arms wide, shrieking in delight as she danced about like a lunatic, laughing joyously. She spun around, as if attempting to embrace the entire morning sunlight, then abruptly halted, squinting at Zhang Shaoxuan with a mischievous grin. "The first rays of sun are shining on my face. Do I resemble your white moonlight?" Zhang Shaoxuan. He momentarily froze, his gaze fixed on Zhao Nian. At that moment, she bathed in the morning light, her face enveloped in a warm orange glow, her features radiating an untainted joy. The gentle breeze lifted her hair, her nose slightly pink, her eyes reflecting the rising sun. Truly, she was breathtaking. He suddenly felt that the term white moonlight scarcely sufficed to describe her. In that instant, Zhao Nian appeared as if she was born to belong to this morning, radiant, unrestrained, and utterly captivating. So beautiful that only the word beautiful could encapsulate her essence. So stunning that any additional words would seem inadequate. He stared at Zhao Nian, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a moment. This crazy woman is so ridiculously beautiful. Hey, Zhao Yan noticed his silence and raised an eyebrow, calling out, "Slacker brother, are you mute?" Zhang Shaoxuan snapped back to reality, grinning widely, and suddenly raised his hand, shouting in response, "Yes, but you are undeniably my white moonlight." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yan burst into laughter, standing by the lake, spinning around with her arms wide open, exuding the joy of a child. Really? She laughed, calling out, "Indeed." Zhang Shaoxuan declared without hesitation, "How long will you like me?" Zhao Yan tilted her head, a sly smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Shaoxuan was taken aback, then smirked, summoning all his strength to shout towards the lake. 3 days. Zhao Yan. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her smile instantly frozen. What? Zhang Shaoxuan, you dog of a man. You've only liked me for 3 days. She furiously rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Zhang Shaoxuan bellowed once more. Yesterday. Today. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's little brat will like you even more than today's little brat. Zhao Yan was stunned. She stood there, mouth agape, staring at Zhang Shaoxuan, her eyes blinking in surprise, her lips curving into a slight smile. Then, she stomped her foot in frustration, yet the grin on her face was unstoppable. Damn it, slacker brother, can't you speak properly? Though she pretended to be annoyed. Her heart was already blooming with delight, her ears secretly flushed. The breeze by the lake gently caressed their clothing. The sun had fully risen, its golden rays enveloping them, casting long shadows that intertwined. Zhao Yan stood by the lake, slightly tilting her head to gaze at Zhang Shaoxuan, her smile soft and radiant. Slacker brother, she gently called, her voice soft yet infused with a lively tone. Zhang Shaoxuan lazily responded. Zhao Yan laughed, suddenly standing on her tiptoes, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek. Then, she dashed away, leaving behind a trail of cheerful laughter. Hee hee, thank you, slacker brother. Zhang Shaoxuan stood rooted in place, touching his cheek where she had kissed him. Momentarily dazed, then gently chuckled. This crazy woman, he chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with unmasked affection. At 7:30 a.m., in a small eatery beside the school, the bustling breakfast shop was filled with steam, where the sounds of fried dough sticks and sugar bubbling and the oil mingled with the fragrant aroma of rice noodles boiling in large pots. The air was alive with the shopkeeper's shouts and the rhythmic clanging of road workers. This is what life is all about. Zhang Shaoxuan lifted his spoon, leisurely scooping a mouthful of preserved egg and meat pie soup, gently blowing on it before savoring it. Gulp. Yum. He let out an exaggerated sound, his expression akin to that of a connoisseur tasting an exquisite delicacy, his tone filled with enthusiasm, a true Nanchang native. Breakfast should consist of a bowl of 3 yuan mixed noodles and a bowl of clay pot soup. The rhythmic sound of construction from outside reverberated through the air, a true essence of life. The clang of machinery echoed in the morning breeze. Zhao Yan, with her head bowed over her bowl of noodles, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is it really that good, this mediocre dish? She muttered disdainfully before slurping another mouthful. To her astonishment, the flavors were surprisingly delightful. Her eyes lit up as she chewed, her tone reflecting a hint of surprise. I must admit, the seasoning in this mixed noodle dish is quite fragrant. The tangy and spicy notes are perfectly balanced. Zhang Shaoxuan nodded in agreement, lifting his spoon to scoop another mouthful of meat pie soup, a smug smile playing on his lips. Could the place I brought you to be subpar? Zhao Yan retorted, well, the slacker has a rather foul mouth. She thought to herself, continuing to savor her noodles. Just as the two were leisurely enjoying their breakfast, Zhao Yan suddenly recalled something and looked up to ask, Hey, aren't we skipping our early class? Won't Mei Zi be furious with us? You know how much she despises it when vocational students slack off in class. Zhang Shaoxuan, unfazed, casually slurped his noodles and replied, Don't worry, I've taken a leave. Zhao Yan was taken aback. Huh? You took a leave? She set her chopsticks down in astonishment, her gaze fixed skeptically on Zhang Shaoxuan. Disbelief etched across her face. When did you become so responsible? Actually taking the initiative to request a leave? Zhang Shaoxuan smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Mei Zi has a favor to ask of me. It's only natural for her to approve my leave. Zhao Yan paused. What could she possibly want from you? To host the graduation ceremony, Zhang Shaoxuan replied casually, lifting his spoon for another sip of soup, exuding confidence. Zhao Yan finally grasped the situation, her mouth twitching in response. Fine, you're the host. Your word is final. However, the next moment, her expression shifted to one of complexity, her brows slightly furrowing. She slowly set her chopsticks down, gazing at Zhang Shaoxuan with a somewhat subtle tone. But Don't you think it's a bit absurd to directly say that Zhao Yin and I caught a cold in the message? Zhang Shaoxuan looked up, meeting her gaze. He then shrugged with conviction. What's the issue? Isn't it only natural for couples to synchronize when it comes to catching a cold? Maisie knows about our relationship, and as long as we don't kiss while standing at the podium during class, there's nothing wrong. Zhao Yin's mouth twitched. Her teeth clenched. How can you be so thick-skinned? Do you think colds can be synchronized? What is this nonsense about binding couple attributes? She was about to continue her tirade when Zhang Shaoxuan suddenly grinned mischievously, his eyes glinting with playful intent. How about we really catch a cold? With that, he reached out, grasping Zhao Yin's hand, leaning down to blow gently, a teasing smile plastered on his face. Come on, let us share the virus? Zhao Yin's mind exploded in disbelief. Her ears flushed crimson as she instinctively recoiled, glaring at Zhang Shaoxuan, exasperated. Get away. Stop with your ridiculous antics. As she scolded him, she subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, only to find it gripped even tighter by Zhang Shaoxuan. Haha, are you feeling shy? Zhang Shaoxuan teased with a grin. Zhao Yin inhaled deeply, a cold laugh escaping her lips. With a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Shaoxuan's forehead. That LL teach you, she declared fiercely. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, what the hell? Was that really necessary? He cradled his head, utterly speechless, mentally berating. This crazy woman can truly pack a punch. Zhao Yin, hands on her hips, glared at him, a smirk forming on her lips, her eyes sparkling with triumph. She raised her hand to finish the last sip of soup, carelessly placing the empty bowl on the table, cheerfully declaring, all right, I'm full. We should make our escape. Otherwise, if Mei Zi catches us, it won't just be a cold. We might just drop dead on the spot. Zhang Shaoxuan, still rubbing his forehead, stood up, utterly speechless, and grabbed his wallet to settle the bill. As they stepped out of the small eatery, the construction workers outside continued their rhythmic pounding, dust swirling gently in the morning light. Zhao Yin stretched lazily, looking up at the sky, her spirits inexplicably lifted. She suddenly glanced sideways at Zhang Shaoxuan, her gaze playful, her lips curling into a slight smirk, laced with a hint of challenge. Slacker. Do you think you're quite clever? Zhang Shaoxuan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What's that supposed to mean? Zhao Yin broke into a grin, snatching the wallet from his hand before taking off running. Ha ha, the wallet is mine now. Zhang Shaoxuan stood there, momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining his composure and shouting in exasperation. Damn it, Zhao Yin, you little rascal. The morning jog for the vocational school students had officially commenced. Chapter 72, A Day of Mediocrity. Mundane days always seem to pass swiftly, yet those who love you perpetually find ways to create surprises within the ordinary. Life at the vocational school continued in its predictable rhythm, attending classes, slacking off, playing games, dining, and embracing laziness. However, today, Zhang Shaoxuan felt somewhat different. He lay on his bed, languidly scrolling through short videos, a miniature flower twirling in his hand. This delicate little bloom, charming and simply packaged, bore an air of thoughtful design. At merely 20 yuan, it was not expensive, yet perhaps it was rather pricey for what it was. 20 yuan could buy several bouquets of real flowers, after all. He felt a twinge of annoyance, mentally scoffing. Yet, once intertwined with love, everything becomes worthwhile. Thus, he found himself purchasing it. Oh well, let it be a small surprise. He grasped the flower, simultaneously feeling disdain and contemplating how best to present it. After all, a formal confession with flowers could feel somewhat awkward, but casually giving it seemed to lack the necessary gravitas. Should he hide it in his pocket and present it when she wasn't paying attention? Or perhaps simply tap her on the head and ask for something nice in return? Or should he wait until she looked down and sneak it into her arms? The entire day was spent pondering the optimal method of gifting this insignificant flower. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fallen leaves along the vocational school path danced gently in the wind. Zhao Yin and Zhang Shaoxuan walked side by side, occasionally exchanging playful banter and shoving each other, reminiscent of a pair of whimsical lovers engaged in a light-hearted quarrel. Suddenly, Zhao Yin halted, bending down to tie her shoelaces. The moment had arrived. Zhang Shaoxuan's heart raced as he quickly reached into his pocket, preparing to retrieve the little flower. But when he turned back, a small bear suddenly appeared before him, palm-sized, soft and fluffy, adorned with a tiny heart on its chest. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yin was equally taken aback, her attention drawn to the miniature rose in Zhang Shaoxuan's hand. They stood there, gazing at one another, each holding their own little trinket, astonished, surprised, and yet with a touch of absurdity. Ha 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 ha! In the next instant, they both burst into laughter. The atmosphere was oddly humorous, yet sweetly endearing. Zhang Shaoxuan shook his head in exasperation, a smile gracing his lips as he gently patted Zhao Nian's head, teasingly inquiring, "What on earth is this ridiculous bear?" Zhao Nian shot him a defiant glare, retorting, "And what sort of absurd flower are you?" The two exchanged glances for a fleeting second before, in unison. They extended their hands, shoving the gifts into each other's embrace. This was swiftly followed by a warm hug, devoid of any pretense, contrived arrangements, or prior planning. It unfolded as naturally as a smile exchanged between them, leading to an affectionate embrace. Zhao Nian buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled as she exclaimed, "You're just too good, you know?" Zhang Shaoxuan paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, ruffling her hair playfully. "And how come you're so kind as well? You even thought to gift me something?" Zhao Nian lifted her head, her gaze resolute, "Because you deserve it." Her eyes sparkled with joy, her lips curving into a slight smile, revealing a hint of her small, canine teeth as she cheerfully added, "Because I like you, I wanted to give you something, no matter how trivial, just to let you know that you're not alone in this relationship, and you're not the only one making an effort. You treat me well, and I will reciprocate." She playfully poked Zhang Shaoxuan's chest with her finger, her tone tinged with a touch of pride. "You didn't think you were the only one capable of surprises, did you?" Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at this mischievous woman before him. It felt as though his heart had been struck by a sudden revelation. She was not merely waiting to be cherished. She was willing to actively express her love. "You truly are making me like you more and more," he confessed. Zhao Nian blinked in surprise before breaking into a radiant smile. She embraced him tightly, her grin becoming even more brilliant. A 21 mini rose, a little bear worth around 20. If these were to be presented as anniversary gifts, they would surely be deemed pitifully inadequate. Yet on this ordinary day, they were just perfect. The romance lay not in the bouquet, but in the one who chooses to create little surprises amidst the mundane. Zhang Shaoxuan was not a master of romance, nor did he possess grandiloquent words of love. Romance had never been about extravagance. It resided in the small surprises of daily life. To give flowers was not dictated by a holiday or special significance. It was simply a gesture born from the heart. While it was indeed delightful to be able to afford lavish gifts, what truly mattered was that even the tiniest of moments could convey a deep-seated affection. At that moment, leaves danced in the breeze along the technical school's path, and the sunset painted the horizon in hues of crimson, casting a warm glow upon the two of them. They exchanged smiles, hand in hand, continuing their stroll. Life remained as unremarkable as ever, but with the one they cherished by their side, even the mundane became significantly more delightful. Chapter 73. Graduation Ceremony Rehearsal. Time flew by, and the day for the rehearsal of the graduation ceremony arrived in no time. On this day, the auditorium of the technical school was bustling with students and a multitude of teachers. However, since it was merely a rehearsal, the leaders had yet to arrive, and the pressure was not as overwhelming. Zhang Shaoxuan stood on stage, surveying the crowd from his elevated position when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure. "Zhao Nian, what the heck? How'd you get here?" She was dressed in a technical school uniform, standing amidst the throng, casually munching on a grilled sausage, showing no inclination to hide her presence. Zhang Shaoxuan thought to himself, "This crazy woman dares to blatantly skip evening study sessions?" He glanced down at the audience and noticed Mei Zi, Zhang Mei, was also present. Moreover, she was engaged in conversation with several teachers from the program group, likely to turn her gaze toward the audience soon. If she spotted Zhao Nian, there would be no escape for her tonight. Zhang Shaoxuan narrowed his eyes, rapidly devising a rescue plan in his mind. It was time to unleash the survival instincts of the technical school's livestock. Seizing the moment while Sun Min was engrossed in her script and Zhang Ping was adjusting the microphone, he stealthily slipped away from the backstage. Unbeknownst to Zhao Nian, he tapped her shoulder. Slap! Zhao Nian jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the sausage from her mouth. "What the heck? When did you get here?" She spun around abruptly, instinctively throwing a punch. Zhang Shaoxuan adeptly sidestepped, his mouth twitching at her reflexive aggression. "Why are you here?" he whispered, staring at her incredulously. Zhao Nian, with a playful grin, patted his shoulder and winked. "I just came to see how you were doing." She elongated her tone, exuding a sense of righteous defiance. "Oh, spare me." Zhang Shaoxuan shot her a sidelong glance, smirking as he called her out. "You just wanted to sneak a peek at the show, didn't you?" Zhao Nian grinned broadly. Hee. You guessed it. She was unabashedly cheerful. "Damn it, you're the best at skipping classes in this technical school." He rubbed his temples, scanning the area before lowering his voice. "Quickly find a corner to hide in. If Mei Zi catches you, you'll be tortured tonight." Zhao Nian pouted, reluctantly responding. "If she asks, I'll just say I'm here representing the student council." Zhang Shaoxuan retorted, "You're just livestock from the technical school. What does that have to do with the student council? If you could join the student council, the Yellow River would flow backward." Zhao Nian exclaimed, "Damn, can you not be so brutally honest?" She shot him a glare, her mouth still occupied with the sausage, as she turned her gaze toward the stage, eagerly asking, "So what performances are scheduled for rehearsal today?" Zhang Shaoxuan replied, "Are you here to watch the show or see me?" Zhao Nian, with a cheeky grin, nudged him with her shoulder. "Of course I came to see you." Zhang Shaoxuan thought, "This crazy woman really knows how to make one blush." He rolled his eyes in exasperation, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "All right, I need to go on stage now. You take care, and try not to draw too much attention." As he spoke, he reached out to tousle Zhao Nian's hair. Zhao Nian paused for a moment before rolling her eyes. "TSK, you seem quite practiced at that." Zhang Shaoxuan shrugged, raising an eyebrow, "Of course, after all. Opportunities to ruffle your hair are rare for this social sister of yours." Zhao Nian retorted, "Damn it, just you wait." Watching him nonchalantly return to the stage, Zhao Nian couldn't help but murmur, "TSK, he looks pretty handsome in uniform." She covertly glanced toward Mei Zi's position and noticed she was just about to turn her head. Quickly, she retracted her neck and stealthily moved to a corner. While munching on her sausage, she began to anticipate the evening's performances. The opening segment went smoothly, and after 2 rehearsals, Sunmin gradually found her rhythm. Although still a bit nervous, at least she was no longer stumbling over her words. Zhang Shaoxuan stood on stage, occasionally stealing glances at the audience. Zhao Nian was tucked away in her corner, enjoying her sausage, watching the show, and secretly gesturing about something, her laughter a picture of pure delight. One performance followed another. The program list was extensive, but only 3 truly left a lasting impression. The first act, a martial arts performance by the aviation class. A young man from the aviation class stood in the center of the stage, donned in a sleek black training outfit, and the entire audience fell momentarily silent. Then, a gasp echoed through the crowd. What was he holding? Nunchaku? Was he here for the graduation ceremony, or to challenge the venue? In the next moment, as the background music from Hui Yuanjiao began to play, he launched into an impressive display of nunchaku skills, each move executed with precision and flair. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of his strikes reverberated, a flurry of sweeping kicks, and a dazzling array of nunchaku movements that left the audience of vocational school students utterly astonished. Could it be a martial artist from the aviation class? Here I am, struggling to grasp urban rail concepts, while they are mastering martial arts. Just look at that athletic attire. The venue erupted in applause, with several teachers unable to resist capturing the moment on their phones. Zhao Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered, "Wow, this is incredible. This will definitely go viral." Zhang Shaoxuan remarked, "These vocational students are truly talented." The second act featured a youthful stage play from the nursing class, where Sun Min was performing. As the curtain rose, several senior students clad in school uniforms took the stage. A boy and a girl exchanged glances as soft background music began, and they embarked on a poignant campus drama. The narrative unfolded around a shy boy harboring a secret crush on the class beauty, who remained aloof despite his earnest attempts at courtship, creating a palpable tension rife with youthful ambiguity. The atmosphere was saturated with the essence of campus life. One senior even strummed a guitar, her gentle voice harmonizing beautifully with the unfolding story. That summer, we rode our bicycles and shared a cup of bubble tea at the corner shop. You once said we would walk the path ahead together. Yet time, oh time is ever so cruel. When I look back, you stood beside someone else. The vocational students in the audience murmured in surprise, "Wow, this is quite moving." The music creates such a profound atmosphere. This youthful stage play stirred their emotions, particularly among those with their own tales of heartache, who nodded vigorously in agreement. "Damn, this is just like my own experience." Zhao Nian watched with rapt attention, exclaiming, "This script has depth." Zhang Shaoxuan added, "Dating someone like you, with such a societal background, would never yield such innocent entanglements." He suddenly felt that his own romantic escapades paled in comparison to the poignant expressions unfolding before him. The third act showcased an elegant fan dance performed by the teachers, a scene that none of the vocational students could have anticipated. As several middle-aged and younger female teachers took the stage, the audience was momentarily stunned. Teachers performing? What a surprise at a graduation ceremony. However, as the music began, astonishment turned to delight. Goodness, the teachers were dancing, with fans in hand. They moved gracefully to the rhythm, their long sleeves flowing elegantly. The leading teacher guided the younger ones in a classical fan dance. The vocational students observed. This scene is peculiar. It's a bit comical, yet not overly awkward. Notably, Zhang Mei was among them. Zhao Nian's eyes widened. "What? Mei is here?" Zhang Shaoxuan mused. This adds an unexpected layer to our memories of vocational school. Objectively speaking, Zhang Mei exuded a remarkable poise, standing amongst her colleagues with a stately demeanor that left the students momentarily bewildered. How could she radiate such a leadership presence? This grace was far superior to her usual scolding in class. The thought of her reprimanding them while recalling her graceful fan dance would be utterly overwhelming. Zhang Shaoxuan elbowed Zhao Yan, who was stifling laughter. Don't laugh too obviously. If Mei sees you, you're finished. Zhao Yan, on the verge of tears from suppressing laughter, nodded. All right, I'll hold it in. Witnessing such a performance is truly shocking for us vocational students. Chapter 74. The graduation ceremony commences. The graduation ceremony officially began. The leaders took their seats, and the venue was packed with students, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as the vocational students buzzed with excitement. Zhang Shaoxuan stood at the center of the stage, dressed in his uniform, alongside Sun Min, ready to host the opening. Yet at that moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed by the heat. With temperatures soaring to 37 degrees, it felt like summer had descended upon winter. The notoriously outrageous climate of Nanchang was indeed living up to its reputation. Sweat trickled down his forehead and into his eyes, a most uncomfortable sensation. Couldn't they have set up a sunshade? The heat was unbearable, akin to being in a sauna. He considered wiping his brow, but, mindful of the cameras trained on him, he restrained himself. Beside him, Sun Min was equally drenched in sweat, visibly anxious, despite having memorized her script. The anxiety of facing over 1,000 pairs of eyes made her legs tremble. Zhang Shaoxuan glanced at her, sighing inwardly. Well, I can't cool down now. If she falters under pressure, the opening of the graduation ceremony will be a disaster. Thus, he gently nudged her foot and whispered, don't be nervous. Relax, and just think of them as fools. Sun Min's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Zhang Shaoxuan maintained a serious demeanor. Yes, if you visualize the audience as fools, you won't feel nervous. Sun Min paused, surprisingly finding a semblance of logic in his words. Her mind suddenly flooded with vivid imagery. In the next moment, she indeed felt her anxiety dissipate. Wow, this method actually works. She took a deep breath, feeling a newfound steadiness. The opening segment of the graduation ceremony proceeded smoothly, with Zhang Shaoxuan as hosting remarkably composed, maintaining a normal atmosphere, until Principal Luo approached the stage to speak, when everything took an unexpected turn. Principal Luo, a robust man in his 50s, donned gold-rimmed glasses and spoke at a deliberate pace, yet with a calm authority. Students, remember that each day spent in school is nourishment for your life. I hope you carry the honor of our vocational school into broader horizons. Boredom settled over the audience of vocational students, who were clearly losing patience and fidgeting restlessly. Some began stealthily checking their phones, others picked at their nails, and a few even covertly played cards. Zhang Shaoxuan, standing on stage, could sense the impending customary small talk between the principal and the hosts. Sure enough, after the principal finished speaking, he turned to the two on stage and casually inquired, "Are you in your second year?" Sun Min instinctively replied, "No, I'm in the third grade." A moment of silence enveloped the room. Principal Luo's countenance darkened instantaneously. Zhang Shaoxuan exclaimed, "What the hell, Sun Min? What are you doing?" Sun Min had inadvertently dismantled the principal's carefully laid out comfort. The principal's statement was clearly meant to offer solace. Had both students been in the second grade, he could have naturally reassured them, saying, "You are newcomers, don't be disheartened. There will be more opportunities ahead," thus concluding the dialogue smoothly. However, Sun Min's proclamation of being in the third grade rendered Principal Luo utterly speechless. How could one still be in such a dismal state in the third grade? Was there not a glimmer of hope for advancement? Moreover, I explicitly asked if you were in the second grade. Even if you were not, you should have claimed to be. The audience was barely able to suppress their laughter. Principal Luo faltered, clearly at a loss for words. Observing this, Zhang Shaoxuan rolled his eyes dramatically and swiftly intervened, stating, "I'm in the second grade." As anticipated, Principal Luo's expression softened considerably. He nodded and began to console the young students. "Ah, splendid, splendid. The second graders are performing admirably. I hope you continue to strive and never abandon your dreams." Subsequently, Principal Luo delivered another 5 minutes of motivational rhetoric. Zhang Shaoxuan muttered to himself, "Goodness, this is nothing but a heap of vacuous platitudes." It appears that all leaders follow the same script. Special segment, Zhao Yan, I like you. As the graduation ceremony concluded, the technical school students began to exit in droves while the leaders departed early. Zhao Yan stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the young man on stage clad in uniform. Radiating charm, a subtle smile crept upon her lips as she took out her phone and captured the moment with a click. In the photograph, Zhang Shaoxuan stood under the spotlight, surveying the audience from a lofty vantage point. Coincidentally, he glanced towards the direction of the camera, their eyes meeting directly. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards as she swiftly crafted a post for her social media. He stands on stage looking at me, while I stand in the crowd gazing at him. After posting, she inhaled deeply, seized a bouquet of flowers, and dashed onto the stage. Zhang Shaoxuan was still adjusting the microphone, preparing to step down when he noticed Zhao Nian exuberantly approaching the stage with a bouquet in hand, standing right before him. She raised the flowers high and shouted, "Bailon brother, you're amazing. You look so handsome." The audience erupted in excitement. What kind of romantic spectacle is this? Has Zhao Nian lost her mind? Zhang Shaoxuan froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Of course, your boyfriend is unparalleled in the world. He laughed heartily while casually accepting the flowers from Zhao Nian, his smile radiant, feeling a twinge of pride. Scanning the crowd below, he realized the leaders had already departed, and a spark of inspiration struck him. He seized the microphone, cleared his throat, and smiled slightly. The next moment, a thunderous voice resonated through the speakers. "Zhao Nian, I like you." The audience was left astounded. A moment of utter silence engulfed the venue. Applause erupted, first from one person, then two, and soon, the entire assembly was clapping fervently. Zhao Nian stood frozen, utterly astonished that he had dared to do such a thing. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, and she stood there in disbelief. She gazed at Zhang Shaoxuan on stage, his eyes focused and resolute, a confident smile gracing his lips, illuminated by the stage lights. Looking breathtakingly handsome, her mind went blank, drowned out by the boisterous cheers of the students. "Get together! Get together!" The crowd erupted into a frenzy, shaking the very foundations of the hall. By the windows of the academic building, Zhang Mei quietly observed the two figures on stage, a faint smile playing on her lips. She sighed and shook her head. They're still too young, easily caught up in their emotions. Yet, she did not intervene, for in her youth, she too had been reckless. On stage, Zhang Shaoxuan and Zhao Nian stood together, basking in the audience's adulation. Zhao Nian's face was a deep crimson. She opened her mouth, hesitated, then could no longer contain herself, and rushed forward to embrace Zhang Shaoxuan. The students gasped in disbelief. What the hell? She is embarrassed. How did this pair of lunatics suddenly turn so pure in love? Moments later, Zhao Nian lifted her head and shot Zhang Shaoxuan a fierce glare, muttering, "You nearly scared me to death." Zhang Shaoxuan chuckled mischievously. "Are you happy now?" Zhao Nian paused. Then her smile broke forth like a cat that had just caught a fish. She tiptoed and quickly pecked him on the cheek. "I'm so happy." In the next instant, she snatched the microphone and shouted into the speakers, "Zhang Shaoxuan, I like you too." The audience went wild. What the hell? This is incredible. Now, this is the love of technical school students. The atmosphere in the hall exploded with excitement. Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes widened. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" He pulled Zhao Nian close, a mischievous grin on his face, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Crazy woman, daring to act up in front of me?" Zhao Nian tilted her head, defiantly smirking, and whispered back, "You're not innocent either. We owe nothing to each other." Their eyes locked, sparks flying. The romance of technical school students was explosively direct and vibrant. Chapter 75. Bailon brother is a fool. At the subway station, in the waiting area, a throng of people bustled about, the announcements echoing reminders of train schedules. The scrolling electronic screen flickered with the arrival time of the next train. Zhang Shaoxuan, dragging his suitcase with one hand and holding Zhao Nian's small bag with the other, was engrossed in his phone when he felt a gentle tug on his arm. "Hey, Bailon brother." Zhao Nian approached with a playful grin, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Shaoxuan turned to her. "What is up?" Zhao Nian shook her cup of milk tea and confidently proclaimed, "Your suitcase is so big. I want to crush it if I sit on it. Why don't you push me along? I want to experience what it feels like to be a princess." Hee hee. "You see, you wouldn't dare refuse me, right?" Her tone was mischievous, laced with a playful, spoiled charm, making it seem as if she was playfully coaxing him. Zhang Shaoxuan thought, what is this crazy woman up to now? He glanced at his suitcase, a robust 28 inches, double-layered and sturdy enough to withstand her weight. But still, this was just too embarrassing. "Are you seriously going to push me while I sit on the suitcase? If someone captures this moment, my social media is bound to explode." Zhang Shaoxuan sighed deeply. "No way. I must preserve the dignity of a technical school student." Just as he was about to refuse, Zhao Nian suddenly pouted, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and playfulness. "Come on, just agree. We're on break now, and we won't see each other for a while. Is this little request too much for you?" She blinked her eyes, looking at him with an expression filled with a pleading charm. Zhang Shaoxuan thought, damn it, this woman is using our time apart to manipulate me. She knows how to play this game. His lips twitched as his mind struggled furiously. No, a technical school student cannot be swayed by beauty. But it seemed they really wouldn't TC each other for a while. Fine, just this once. He took a deep breath, crouched down, patted the top of the suitcase, and sighed. All right, my lady. Zhao Yan's eyes lit up, and she immediately cheered, bouncing onto the suitcase. Yay, you really are the best. The next moment, Zhang Shaoxuan grasped the handle and pushed the suitcase forward. Click. The suitcase glided smoothly, with Zhao Yan perched atop, cradling her milk tea, leisurely swinging her legs like a little princess. Zhang Shaoxuan thought, damn it, let us indulge her. At that moment, the subway station was bustling with people, travelers maneuvering their suitcases through the hall. However, amidst the crowd, an absurd scene stood out conspicuously. A technical school student was pushing a suitcase with a girl sitting atop it. The girl appeared relaxed, swinging her legs and sipping her milk tea, while the boy wore a resigned expression, silently pushing the suitcase. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of surrounding travelers. A nearby couple caught sight of the scene, and the girl turned to her boyfriend, her tone laced with envy. Look at them. Now look at you. Why don't you push me too? The boyfriend replied. Babe, you weigh 180 pounds. Do you want me to exhaust myself to death? Zhao Yan, sitting on the suitcase, was utterly delighted as she was pushed along. She blew a strand of hair from her forehead and proudly declared, hee hee, lazy guy, don't you think of me as your little princess now? Zhang Shaoxuan took a deep breath, his lips twitching slightly, and muttered, a technical school student has no little princess, only ancestors. Zhao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to retort, but at that moment, beep, the subway arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shaoxuan gave a sudden push, sending Zhao Yan and the suitcase sliding into the subway entrance. Whoosh! Zhao Yan exclaimed, what the hell? She was suddenly propelled forward. Quickly, she bounced on the suitcase, nearly losing her balance, but managed to steady herself, gripping the handrail tightly while glaring furiously at Zhang Shaoxuan. You bastard Zhang Shaoxuan. You actually treated me like luggage. Zhang Shaoxuan stood on the platform. A smug grin plastered on his face as he waved at her. Safe travels, my lady. Zhao Yan's fury reached new heights as she ground her teeth, unable to refrain from shaking her fist at Zhang Shaoxuan. In the next instant, the subway doors slowly closed. She could only watch helplessly as his figure vanished from the platform. Clenching her fist tightly, she seethed, Zhang Shaoxuan, just wait until I return. I will make you pay. At the subway station, on the platform, Zhang Shaoxuan watched the direction in which Zhao Yan was taken by the subway, feeling a strange emptiness in his heart. Even though it was only a brief separation for the holidays, he sensed something was amiss. He sighed, preparing to turn away when he glanced down and noticed he was holding a pink suitcase. When did I acquire a pink suitcase? Zhang Shaoxuan blinked, his mind momentarily stalling. 3 seconds later, his eyes widened in shock. Oh no, this is Zhao Yan's suitcase, the one I just pushed onto the subway. He glanced down at his own black suitcase, then back to the direction the subway had departed. Then, he looked at the pink suitcase in his hand. Damn it, I sent my suitcase away. This one is Zhao Yan's. He felt utterly defeated. The electronic screen at the subway station displayed the next train's arrival time for minutes. Zhang Shaoxuan's lips twitched erratically, his composure nearly shattering. Zhao Yan, you troublemaker. It's all your fault for making me push you. Meanwhile, on the train, Zhao Yan hefted her suitcase onto the overhead luggage rack with effort. Rubbing her sore wrists, she thought to herself, damn it, lazy guy is usually the one who helps me with this. She patted her suitcase, her gaze inadvertently betraying a hint of melancholy. Sigh, it'll be a while before we see each other again. That foolish lazy guy, even though he is always sharp-tongued, is quite considerate. Will I get a bit bored after returning? She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes drifting through the window, watching the swiftly receding scenery, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Just then, while lost in thought, her peripheral vision caught the luggage tag on the suitcase. Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhao Yan's pupils contracted slightly, her blood seemingly freezing in her veins. Wait, lazy guy's name? She jumped up from her seat as if struck by lightning, quickly looking at the suitcase. The black suitcase with its worn corners, familiar keychain, and a half-peeled sticker on the side reading, Technical School Student, King of Laziness. Zhao Yan. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily causing her brain to stall. She swiftly unzipped the suitcase, and the first thing she saw was a man's sweatshirt, a pair of AJ sneakers, and a packet of old Nanchang mixed powder seasoning. What the hell? This is lazy guy's suitcase. Then where's mine? Her pupils dilated in panic as she turned to look out the window, only to see the scenery racing by. Her mind raced with a singular thought. I can't believe I boarded the train and left my luggage at the subway station. On the other side, at the subway station, Zhang Shaoxuan took a deep breath, touching Zhao Nian's pink suitcase, his lips twitching slightly. Fine. I'll just consider this a mutual arrangement for a while. He silently pulled Zhao Nian's suitcase, preparing to head home. However, at that moment, his phone vibrated furiously. He picked it up to find messages from Zhao Nian. Zhao Nian, you idiot. Zhao Nian, lazy guy. Zhao Nian, you took my suitcase away. Zhao Nian, are you stupid or what? Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan. Did you not take my suitcase as well? Zhao Nian. Zhao Nian, what the hell? Zhao Nian. All right, fair enough. Zhao Nian. But could you be a bit more careful? Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you blaming me now? Zhao Nian, you're a man. You must yield to women. Do you understand? Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan. So when exactly are you going to rectify your double standards? Zhao Nian. I do as I please. What can you do about it? Zhang Shaoxuan. Fine, you're the boss. Zhao Nian. She sat on the train, gazing at the chat interface, unable to suppress a smile. Although the luggage mix-up occurred, her spirits inexplicably lifted. This foolish, carefree guy is rather amusing. Clutching Zhang Shaoxuan's suitcase, she suddenly felt less disheartened. Chapter 76. The Trip to Xiamen. That evening, as Zhang Shaoxuan returned home, Zhao Nian initiated a video call. The moment the call connected, Zhao Nian approached the camera with an air of indignation. Carefree guy, you better confess. Is there anything in your suitcase that I shouldn't see? Zhang Shaoxuan. No. Zhao Nian narrowed her eyes, smirking. Hey, really? Really? Then I'll just open it up, shall I? Go ahead. If you dare let me open it, that means you've definitely hidden something in advance. Zhang Shaoxuan. Are you out of your mind? My suitcase contains nothing but clothes and shoes. What do you expect to find? Some scandalous items. Do you think I'm like those perverts from room 203, hiding Fiji water in my suitcase? Zhao Nian pouted. Although she feigned toughness, she obediently placed the suitcase back in the corner. Hold your phone. She pouted. You must take good care of my luggage. Zhang Shaoxuan grinned. Of course. Zhao Nian proudly huffed. This is my only suitcase. If you lose it, you'll have to compensate me with a new one. Zhang Shaoxuan. Forget it. Just come back and get it yourself. Zhao Nian chuckled, feeling satisfied as she ended the call. At 8 in the evening, Zhang Shaoxuan lazily lay in bed, a phone held between his teeth, scrolling through videos while perusing Zhao Nian's chat history. Damn it. This woman hasn't contacted me all afternoon. Has she adapted to life without me? Unforgivable. Just then, his phone rang. Auntie. Zhang Shaoxuan paused momentarily before answering. Hello, Auntie? On the other end, his aunt's familiar voice resonated. Shaoxian, are you on holiday? Planning to travel? Zhang Shaoxuan, travel? Auntie, yes, to Xiamen. We're setting off in a few days. Zhang Shaoxuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a second. Xiamen sounds fine. He was no stranger to Xiamen, having accompanied his mother on business trips several times in the past life. Of course, back then, he was merely a servant, serving tea and taking notes during meetings. If he were to visit this time for leisure, it would undoubtedly be a different experience. However, the next moment, Annie added, and bring your younger brother along. Zhang Shaoxuan was momentarily taken aback, his mind stalling for 3 seconds. Wait, I have a younger brother? Zhang? Oh, it seems there is indeed such a person. He pondered, realizing he hadn't seen Zhang Hong in several years. The last time they met, Zhang Hong was still a middle school student, obsessed with playing Honor of Kings, a spicy strip in his mouth, and greasy chicken claw residue on his hands. What is that kid been up to now? Yet, since Annie had spoken, he felt it would be rude to decline. After hanging up, he immediately sent a WeChat message to Zhang Hong. Once sent, he continued scrolling through videos, fully aware of Zhang Hong's typical response time. Zhang Hong's replies usually took an average of 35 hours. A typical internet-addicted teenager's communication style. Avoid responding if possible, and delay if able. Sure enough, 3 hours later, his phone vibrated. Zhang Hong, are you going? Zhang Shaoxuan. Zhang Shaoxuan sat at his computer, staring at the words "Are you going?" on the screen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He felt as if his brain's wrinkles had been smoothed out in an instant, experiencing a sudden wave of relaxation, akin to strolling through a Norwegian forest. What kind of foolish question is this? Am I supposed to go on holiday while I'm asking you to join me? Or do you think this is a philosophical inquiry? He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and typed a response. Of course I'm going. What else would I do? After sending the message, the screen indicated the other party was typing. 3 seconds later, Zhang Hong replied with a single word. Oh. Zhang Shaoxuan's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt utterly defeated. Damn it, are internet-addicted teens this indifferent? I go through all this trouble to invite you on a trip, and you just reply with oh? He couldn't help but facepalm, rubbing his temples as he began contemplating life. Zhang Hong, his younger brother, the rebellious king of the vocational school's livestock farm. He dropped out of middle school, became addicted to gaming, severed all ties with his family, even blocking Ms. Chun. It's said that in his previous life, he dropped out of technical school to work in an internet cafe as a manager. And then there was no further development. Zhang Shaoxuan hadn't paid much attention to his brother in his previous life, as he himself was a mess, with no time to manage anyone else. However, having been reborn in this life, he suddenly felt that if this continues, that guy is bound to ruin himself. Sigh. At least this time, he could drag him out for a trip. Hopefully this kid can gain some insight. He sent another message. Are you going or not? This time, Zhang Hong didn't take 3 hours to reply. Instead, he quickly typed 2 words. Sure. Zhang Shaoxuan. What does sure mean? Did you agree? Or do you want me to go alone? Is this language taught by a physical education teacher? He took a deep breath, deciding not to quibble with the internet-addicted youth. All right, let us meet at the train station at 8 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. This time, Zhang Hong responded promptly. Okay, Zhang Shaoxuan. This kid hasn't redirected all his social skills into gaming, has he? His real-world communication skills are at 100, while his texting relies solely on oh and okay. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling that the coming days of travel might prove to be quite a headache.